Chapter 1. The Primal World. The Endless Sea of Chaos. Within the Purple Cloud Palace. At this moment, the Daoist patriarch Kong Xuan is present, flanked by two young attendants. The 6 saints sit before him, engaged in fervent debate. Master, I have a disciple named Guang Chengzi, endowed with virtue and high moral standing, fit to be the heavenly emperor. I have a disciple named Duo Bao, whose formidable cultivation and impeccable character make him worthy of the heavenly emperor. I too have a disciple named Methriya, whose boundless compassion for all beings qualifies him as the heavenly emperor. That disciple of yours is merely of the Taiji realm. How can he be the heavenly emperor? At this time, the battle between the witches and the demons has just concluded, with the demon sovereign, Diju and Tai, slain, and all but one of the witch ancestors perished. After the 6 saints mended the heavens, the Daoist patriarch summoned them to the Purple Cloud Palace to determine the next heavenly emperor. The position of heavenly emperor is deeply rooted in fortune. Whoever's disciple ascends to this throne will bring immense fortune to their sect. Thus, the 6 saints are embroiled in endless arguments, with no consensus in sight. Amidst this, the normally composed young attendant Hao Tian suddenly opens his eyes, a flicker of hesitation within. He is Hao Tian, once a stubborn stone in the chaos, fortunate to be enlightened by the Daoist patriarch and retained as an attendant. He has spent eons cultivating within the Purple Cloud Palace, leading a life of simplicity and freedom. However, within the chaos, the wisdom of the stubborn stone has long since awakened, granting him clarity of past lives and memories of the future. In this moment, Hao Tian is filled with uncertainty, for he knows well that the contest for the heavenly emperor will ultimately fall to him. After all, they're all aware of the benefits the heavenly emperor's position holds. How could the Daoist patriarch be oblivious? Thus, the 6 saints' disciples wish to claim the title, and the Daoist patriarch naturally desires his own disciple to ascend. At the very least, the fortune of the heavenly emperor would be more favorable to the Xianmen than to the 3 teachings. Haotian's heart is in turmoil. Should he accept the title of heavenly emperor or not? According to his memories, though he once held the title, it was a position fraught with constraints. Under the influence of the saints above and the antics of their disciples below, he found himself bound and unable to act freely, devoid of the ambition he once yearned for. Should he decline the title and remain in the Purple Cloud Palace, at least he would enjoy tranquility and freedom, staying close to the Daoist patriarch without any danger, where no one would dare to speak to him loudly. Though the Purple Cloud Palace may seem like an ordinary palace, its interior is a vast world in itself, ample enough for Hao Tian to live without boredom. Moreover, despite being called attendants, Hao Tian and the others have had little interaction with Kong Xuan. After the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, Kong Xuan has devoted himself to cultivation, allowing the attendants only a rare glimpse of him over the course of millennia. So, would you choose to become a puppet heavenly emperor without freedom, or remain beside the supreme sovereign of the primal chaos as a mere servant? It is indeed a dilemma. In the midst of this quandary, Hao Tian suddenly hears the voice of the Daoist patriarch. Hao Tian Yaoqi, Haotian's spirit stirs, instantly grasping the current situation. He exchanges a glance with the young girl attendant, and together they step forward, bowing before the seated Daoist patriarch. Disciple is present. You have followed me for several epochs, and now possess the cultivation of a nascent sage. With the vacancy of the heavenly emperor, I intend to appoint you both to govern the heavenly court. Are you willing? The voice of Kong Xuan resonates, laced with a touch of languor and chill. Upon hearing the proposal to oversee the heavenly court, Yaoqi is eager to accept. After all, life in the Purple Cloud Palace is austere compared to the splendor of the primal world. However, as she has always been alongside Hao Tian, she instinctively glances at him before responding. In that moment, Hao Tian suddenly bows his head, his voice tinged with sorrow. I beseech you, Master, do not drive us away. I wish to remain in the Purple Cloud Palace to serve you. The title of Heavenly Emperor, though exalted, pales in comparison to your presence. I do not wish to take it. Seeing Haotian's fervent plea, Yaoqi, though puzzled, follows suit, bowing repeatedly, unwilling to depart. Hongjun, witnessing this, heaves a sigh. Foolish child. Though the purple cloud is splendid, it is not a place for you to linger. You are destined to be the sovereigns of the heavenly court. How can you let personal desires cloud your judgment? I have long been in the purple cloud, only serving you. How could I fulfill the role of heavenly emperor? Yet, should you command, I would not dare to disobey. However, if I were to fail, I humbly ask that you do not hold it against me. Hao Tian sighs inwardly, realizing that he must accept the title of heavenly emperor despite his reluctance. Still, he wishes to give his superior a precautionary note. Otherwise, if he were to fail in the future, he would face punishment. Rest assured, the path to the heavenly court will be fraught with challenges. But with me here, along with your esteemed brothers, I will ensure the safety of the heavenly court. Hongjun reassures with a smile. The other saints nod in agreement. From Hongjun's words, they discern his bottom line. The safety of the heavenly court. This is Hongjun's bottom line. It is also a guarantee for Hao Tian and Yaoqi. Regardless of the circumstances, they will not face danger. Thus, Hao Tian and Yaoqi will heed your command. Hao Tian and Yaoqi exchange glances and declare in unison. At this point, they have no choice but to acquiesce. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Hongjun laughs heartily, repeating the word thrice, and then points out, splitting two beams of divine light. In an instant, Hao Tian and Yaoqi grow from attendants into fully realized beings. A majestic and slightly imposing male celestial and a divine, exquisitely beautiful female celestial stand side by side. Hao Tian, from this day forth, you shall be the heavenly emperor. I know you possess the Hao Tian mirror, a companion treasure that allows you to oversee the three realms. Today, I bestow upon you the Qian Kuan cauldron to aid you in suppressing the fortunes of the heavenly court. Perhaps considering Haotian's earlier hesitance, Hongjun generously grants him an additional treasure, the Qian Kuan cauldron. Thank you, master. Hao Tian respectfully accepts the Qian Kuan cauldron, bowing deeply. Yaoqi, from this day forth, you shall be the queen mother of the heavenly court. I hope you will assist Hao Tian in governing the three realms well. I bestow upon you the plain cloud banner and the innate spiritual root of the peach of immortality to help you in stabilizing the fortunes of the heavenly court. Hongjun continues, distributing the treasures. Thank you, master. Yaoqi promptly bows, expressing her compliance. Your titles are now established. All matters are for you to decide. Go now, go. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun bids them farewell, respectfully following the Daoist patriarch's decree. As the foremost disciple of the Xianmen, Laozi leads the bowing. The saints, along with Hao Tian and Yaoqi, bow in unison. Upon raising their heads again, the stars shift and the scene transforms, revealing crumbling walls and a landscape engulfed in smoke. The six saints, along with the newly appointed heavenly emperor and queen mother, have arrived at the heavenly court without any awareness of the transition. The saints are inwardly astonished. They had thought that attaining sainthood might bridge the gap with the Daoist patriarch, yet they find that the distance only widens. At this moment, Hao Tian, having arrived at the ravaged heavenly court, gazes upon the desolation with a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonates within Haotian's heart. Heavenly Emperor system bound. Please strive to be a qualified heavenly emperor. The system will reward you based on your performance. Hao Tian feels a rush of delight and immediately inquires, system, do you have starter pack? None. Are there any system tasks? None. What good are you? None. Very well. Hao Tian, momentarily exasperated, decides to set aside his exploration of the system and turns his attention back to the saints. Esteemed brothers, today Yaoqi and I have just assumed our positions, yet we are without any subordinates. I kindly request that you dispatch some disciples to assist us. Hao Tian addresses the saints with a respectful bow. Power unused is power wasted. The Daoist patriarch has just given his command, and they have only recently agreed. If they wait too long to make requests, the saints might forget. As anticipated, upon hearing Haotian's words, the expressions of the saints grow somewhat grim. To have disciples as the heavenly emperor is a desire shared by all, but to send disciples to the heavenly court to toil is a request none are eager to fulfill. At this moment, the saints turned their gaze towards Laozi, awaiting his decision. After all, as the foremost disciple of the Xianmen, Laozi's words carry significant weight. Laozi, feeling a pang of discomfort, sighs before manifesting an avatar from his being. My sect currently has only one disciple who cannot conveniently come thus. I will send my avatar to reside in the heavenly court. Laozi states with a sigh, his avatar being the Taiji master, Taishang Laojun. Thank you, senior brother. Hao Tian and Yaoqi bow in gratitude. The Taiji saint's meticulous approach is commendable. Having a saintly avatar stationed in the heavenly court provides assurance for both of them. Detected that the host has invited a protector for the heavenly court rewards. Modified versions of sowing beans to create soldiers and cutting paper to create humans. My senior brother is indeed prudent. The system's voice rings out. The two rewards may not be of the highest caliber, yet they are undoubtedly useful. This also signifies Taishang Laojun's entry into the heavenly court, which is beneficial overall, though not immensely so. After Taishang Laojun ascends to the 33rd heaven, Laozi turns to leave. He leaves the other saints staring at one another in silence. With the senior brother gone, all eyes shift to the second brother. Yuan Shi Tianzun feels a bit awkward. The disciples of the human sect are few, and he has only 12 disciples. Moreover, having the master personally send a disciple to the heavenly court under duress is not a pleasant tale to tell. Thus, Yuan Shi's heart is unwilling to proceed in this manner. Yet, since Laozi has already expressed his stance and dispatched a saintly avatar, it would be inappropriate for this second brother to remain silent as well. In a moment of awkwardness, Yuan Shi found himself at a loss, his intentions to aid his disciple unspoken. He cast a furtive glance at Tong Tian, silently beseeching him for assistance. Yet Tong Tian feigned ignorance, seemingly oblivious to the unspoken plea. After all, none were inclined to relinquish their disciples to the heavenly court to be at the beck and call of others. Brother Hao Tian, our Western sect is not abundant in disciples. Thus sending someone to the heavenly court may not be feasible. However, I have observed that the heavenly court has endured turmoil, lying in disarray and chaos. Perhaps we few could lend our hands to restore the sanctum of the heavenly court as a token of our goodwill. In this moment of discomfort, Zhuan Ti stepped forward to offer a reprieve. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Shi cast a grateful glance at Zhuan Ti, while simultaneously glaring at Tong Tian, and continued, "Indeed, that is a commendable notion. We shall assist our brother in the restoration of the heavenly court as a humble gesture of our intentions." With Yuan Shi leading the charge, and Zhuan Ti backing the proposal, neither Tong Tian nor Yuhua showed any inclination to decline. Yuhua, lacking a disciple, and Tong Tian, unwilling to send his disciple to the heavens, found this arrangement quite agreeable. The saints, united in purpose, were about to proceed, when suddenly Hao Tian interjected. "Dear brothers, your kind intentions are duly noted, but I am capable of restoring the heavenly court myself, and there is no need to trouble you further." Hao Tian's refusal took the saints by surprise. To speak candidly, the heavenly court had suffered grievously during the war of the witch and demon, ravaged by two great races, thousands of Luo, and numerous Quasi saints, leaving it in a state of severe disrepair. While it was true that with the combined efforts of Yaoqi and Hao Tian, restoration was possible, it would undoubtedly be a lengthy endeavor, consuming an indeterminate amount of time. However, the saints possessed a different caliber of power. The distinction between a saint and a quasi-saint, though seemingly slight, represented a chasm in fundamental levels of strength. The disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. A saint could restore the heavenly court in mere moments, whereas a quasi-saint would require an extensive period. Thus, the saints exchanged puzzled glances upon Hao Tian's refusal, for in their eyes, he was not equipped to undertake such a monumental task alone. Brother Hao Tian, the damage to the heavenly court is substantial. Given your current cultivation, the restoration may take considerable time. In these troubled times, when the three realms are in peril and in need of revival, it would be prudent to expedite the restoration, Yuan Shi advised earnestly, his countenance reflecting a tinge of inner conflict. After all, If he could not leverage the restoration of the heavenly court to make a contribution, would he truly be compelled to send his disciple away? Brother, the situation of the heavenly court is beyond the capabilities of just the two of us. It would be wise to accept the assistance of our fellow brothers and sisters. This could also foster good relations among the saints. Yao Qi chimed in, conveying her thoughts to Hao Tian through a subtle transmission, her voice laced with concern and resignation. Though she had recently emerged from the purple clouds, Yao Qi was not lacking in her understanding of human nature. The goodwill of these brothers and sisters was, at best, uncertain. It would be more beneficial to acquiesce and allow these saints to assist, thereby avoiding any potential enmity that might arise and risk future targeting of the heavenly court by the saints. Hao Tian turned to Yao Qi, gently patting her hand to signal that all was under control. Esteemed brothers and sisters, you are far too gracious. As the heavenly emperor, it is my duty to restore the heavenly court personally. To entrust this task to another would be rather unbecoming. Should you genuinely wish to assist, I would appreciate your support in the future should I seek your guidance. Hao Tian addressed the assembly with a respectful bow. Brother, you are mistaken. The heavenly court is the very core of the three realms, and every action taken is observed by all sentient beings. Should the restoration take too long, it may adversely affect the fortunes of our Xianmen, Yuan Shi remarked, noticing Hao Tian's steadfastness, and continued to press the matter. It is evident that the attempt at bribery has failed, and now they seek to exert pressure through sheer force. Today, we must address this matter in accordance with the command of the Dao ancestor. Brother Yuan Shi speaks wisely. Although he is well-meaning, the time required for restoration is excessively long and may adversely affect the fortunes of our sect. Therefore, let us take on the task of guiding the saints. Remarked the smiling Jiying at this moment. The West was not yet known as Buddhism, but rather as the Western religion. While the Western religion may be deemed a minor path, it still resides within the realm of our sect. It will not be until a later day that the two saints of the West emerge and establish Buddhism, thus fully severing ties with our teachings. Yao Qi cast a worried glance at Hao Tian, as the two saints spoke with an air that brooked no refusal, causing her great concern. What my brothers say is reasonable. However, I, Hao Tian, can manage the repairs myself and will not require an extended period. I need neither a millennium nor a century. I believe that within a mere 100 days, the heavenly court will be restored. Are my two brothers satisfied with this? Hao Tian addressed the two saints with a calm demeanor, though the suppressed anger in his eyes did not escape the notice of those present. Yuan Shi was momentarily taken aback. He had naturally perceived Hao Tian's dissatisfaction. But what of it? He was a saint and would not be perturbed by a mere child. If my younger brother can indeed restore the heavenly court within 100 days, we shall have no objections. However, should my brother be unable to achieve this, we may still need to assist him. The heavenly court must resume operation within a year. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's words rang with authority, leaving no room for debate. Hao Tian smiled faintly, then fell silent, his hand having mysteriously acquired a handful of celestial beans. Esteemed brothers and sisters, I possess a humble technique. I beseech you to witness it, Hao Tian proclaimed, scattering the beans with casual ease. The celestial beans rolled on the ground, swelling with the wind, and soon transformed into an army of bean soldiers. Each of these soldiers stood 2 zhang tall, clad in azure armor, standing tall and spirited. With keen intellect, the bean soldiers swiftly arranged themselves into neat ranks, standing silently before Hao Tian. Hao Tian's hands moved continuously, summoning the bean soldiers until a remarkable total of 100,000 stood in the heavenly court's plaza. Go! Hao Tian commanded with a gesture, and the bean soldiers instinctively divided into several formations. Advancing deep into the heavenly court, these soldiers moved swiftly, tireless and efficient, mending the ruins of the court and clearing away the bodies of fallen deities and demons. Simultaneously, functional bean soldiers recited sacred scriptures beside each deceased cultivator, performing rites to guide the souls and dispel malevolent energies. What was once a desolate heavenly court transformed rapidly into a bustling workshop with the arrival of the bean soldiers. These bean soldiers are quite commendable, though their cultivation may be somewhat lacking. There might still be remnants lurking in the depths of the heavenly court, and their rash advance could pose a threat, Kong Tian remarked with a smile, expressing his approval of Hao Tian's technique of summoning soldiers from the beings. These labors proved exceptionally useful. However, the disparity in cultivation was a concern. At that moment, Yuan Shi's expression darkened. These being soldiers were already at the golden immortal realm. Yet, most of his disciples remained at that same level. Did this not imply that Hao Tian could subsequently summon 10,000 golden immortals? This rendered his disciples rather ineffectual. Just then, a sudden explosion erupted from deep within the heavenly court. A few being soldiers fled in panic, shouting that there was still a living one, urging for assistance in the depths of the secret realm. A ferocious beast, drenched in blood, ruthlessly slaughtered the being soldiers. It was a Taiji from the demon clan, severely injured during the great battle. It had fallen into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by the commotion caused by the being soldiers. The assembled saints turned their gazes toward Hao Tian, eager to see if he would intervene. After all, this was merely the beginning of the cleanup, and the depths of the heavenly court likely harbored many dangers. If all required Hao Tian's intervention, 100 days might not suffice. Yet, Hao Tian remained unfazed, seemingly engrossed in crafting paper figures with Hao Tian. Will you not lend your aid? Kong Tian inquired, harboring a sense of guilt toward Hao Tian. After all, he had promised their teacher to assist, but had not yet taken action. Seeing Hao Tian unmoved, Kong Tian hastily reminded him, why esteemed brothers need not worry. They can resolve this themselves. Hao Tian smiled, his hands never ceasing their movements. The bean soldiers had now gathered completely. Pairs of bean soldiers began to change their attire. Where are the golden armored bean soldiers? Shouted a bean soldier leader, leading to the appearance of a pair of golden armored soldiers who stood firm against the rampaging Taiji. Gatling bean soldiers, advance, another soldier commanded, and the soldiers behind swiftly donned new equipment, unleashing a torrent of enchanted bullets toward the heart of the battlefield. Though the Taiji was formidable, it was already gravely injured. Under the relentless assault of the golden immortal bean soldiers, it quickly lost its fighting capacity. The sound of rhythmic wooden fish echoed as the guiding bean soldiers diligently cleaned the battlefield. In the astonished gaze of the saints, the turmoil arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. A gust of wind swept through, leaving no trace behind, while the indefatigable bean soldiers pressed deeper into the heavenly court. Meanwhile, Hao Tian had already procured the Hao Tian mirror. The various locations of the heavenly court were displayed before him, and a rudimentary strategic animation emerged. Report: insufficient bean soldiers, requesting reinforcements. A bean soldier hastily approached from a distance to convey the message. Understood. Hao Tian casually waved his hand, and the paper figures he had previously crafted sprang into action throughout the heavenly court. They sought out fertile land, tilled the soil, dug pits, and planted beans. Subsequently, they watered, fertilized, and infused the plants with magical enhancements. The beans matured at an astonishing rate, automatically harvesting themselves once ripe. Then, with another wave of his hand, Hao Tian activated his divine power. The celestial beings rapidly transformed back into bean soldiers, reinforcing various areas. This display left the saints utterly astonished, rendered speechless. This was indeed a sustainable operation. Paper figures cultivating beans, transforming beans into soldiers. With Hao Tian at the helm, directing the efforts, there was no need for him to intervene personally unless an adversary of surpassing Deluo strength appeared. As the various regions of the heavenly court were gradually restored, the fortune surrounding Hao Tian continuously shifted and strengthened. Hao Tian, since the heavenly court no longer requires our assistance, we shall take our leave. Yuan Shi offered a respectful bow before departing. The heavenly court had no need for them, nor even for their disciples. After all, most of their disciples were golden immortals, whose combat prowess was not guaranteed to surpass that of the bean soldiers. Observing Yuan Shi's departure, the other saints followed suit, choosing to leave as well. Remaining would only be awkward, better to depart together. Once the saints had vacated, Yao Qi approached Hao Tian, and the two exchanged silent glances, swiftly resuming their task of clearing the debris and restoring the spiritual veins of the heavenly court. Merely 70 days passed. accompanied by a chime of notifications. As the Heavenly Emperor, you have personally restored your own heavenly court, without delegating to others. Reward: the divine power of Qian Yuan transformation and a portion of Yuhua's heart virtue in creating humanity. As the cleanup of the heavenly court concluded, the Qian Yuan transformation and Yuhua's heart virtue were delivered into Hao Tian's consciousness. Qian Yuan transformation, one of the 10 celestial powers, it is a divine technique that directly points to the Tao. With this ability, one can create life and enhance their own divine body. Having acquired these two techniques, Hao Tian was now sufficiently equipped to create life. Alas, the opportunity to create humanity had passed. Otherwise, he might have had the chance to attain sanctity by crafting beings himself. Just as he was pondering the techniques, a bean soldier reported from deep within the heavenly court, having discovered the origins of the golden crow and the lunar essence. Hao Tian wasted no time, taking Yao Qi with him to investigate. Deep within the heavenly court, what once belonged to Emperor Jun was now a residence. In the depths of this abode, a grand formation silently guarded the corpses of 9 golden crows. With bean soldiers stationed around the perimeter, upon arriving and taking a glance, Hao Tian quickly grasped the situation. In a lead up to the battle between the witches and the demons, he had shot down the 9 golden crows. Their remains were placed here by Emperor Jun, who hoped to devise a means to resurrect his children after the war. Yet, it was unforeseen that the conflict would nearly annihilate the demon race, leaving Emperor Jun and Taiji unable to return. Thus, the corpses of the 9 golden crows remained here. In another secret realm, sealed within was the origin of the lunar essence. This too had its roots. The Heavenly Emperor had a son, but the Heavenly Empress bore no daughter. In retaliation for the death of her child at Hou Yi's hands, the Heavenly Empress Chang, she had severed a portion of her essence, transforming it into Chang'e. Afterward, Chang'e fell in love with Hou Yi and consumed divine elixirs to ascend to the heavenly realm. Hou Yi pursued her, only to be beset by the demon race from behind. This ultimately set the stage for the climactic conclusion of the witches and demons' war. Chang'e fulfilled her mission, and the essence was severed and sealed within the residence of the Heavenly Empress, with her lingering attachment transforming into a female celestial being residing on the lunar star. Thus, the golden crow origin and the lunar essence that Yao Qi and Hao Tian now beheld were born of this tale. Regrettably, the essence was still insufficient. Had the essences of Emperor Jun and Shi been present, we could have severed avatars from the solar and lunar origins, surely leading to a significant enhancement in our cultivation. Hao Tian shared his thoughts candidly with Yao Qi, tinged with a sense of lament. "Brother, how shall we utilize this essence?" Yao Qi inquired, looking toward Hao Tian. Ever since departing from the Zhixiao Palace, she had been following Hao Tian's lead. After many years of acquaintance and camaraderie between the two, Yao Dai has always offered unwavering support to him. The source is rather limited and of little use to you and me. In my humble opinion, it would be far more advantageous to utilize divine powers to shape the source, thereby adding 2 innate deities to the heavenly court. Hao Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. "Senior brother, there are indeed 9 golden crows. Would it not be preferable to refine the source into 9 formidable warriors?" Yao Tai inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The source of the golden crows is too scant. Individually refining them would yield only golden immortals. The IT would be better for the 9 golden crows to merge their essence. Who knows, it might give rise to a singular Tai, which would be far more beneficial than 10 golden immortals. Hao Tian explained, casting a glance at Yao Tai. "Given that, I shall devise a means to refine the lunar essence into a female immortal." Yao Tai nodded, fully endorsing Hao Tian's decision. "Junior sister, my lunar essence is also insufficient. Individual refinement would yield merely a golden immortal. However, I can shed a piece of jade from my own body, allowing it to merge, thus enhancing the heavenly court with a Tai war deity." Hao Tian remarked with a smile directed at Yao Tai. "Indeed, that shall be the case." Yao Tai replied with a smile and a nod. Hao Tian, naturally, had no intention of withholding knowledge. He imparted the secrets of Qianyuan transformation and Yuhua's creation techniques to Yao Tai, facilitating her endeavor to refine the female immortal. Time flowed like a river, and after more than a century of effort from Hao Tian and Yao Tai, the heavenly court finally began to function. At this juncture, apart from Hao Tian and Yao Tai, there existed two Tai golden immortals. The male immortal transformed from the essence of the golden crows, whom Hao Tian named the true Lord of the Sun, with the celestial name Jinyang, and the female immortal born from the lunar essence, who was bestowed the title of true Lord of the Moon, with the celestial name Yuhua. Additionally, there were numerous experts who had gradually joined the heavenly court over the past century. While none surpassed the golden immortal rank, they nonetheless contributed to a revival of the heavenly court's vitality. Notably, in recent years, the primordial cosmos had birthed a star deity, the master of the Venus star, who was born with Taiji cultivation. Hao Tian took him into the heavenly court for nurturing as a trusted confidant, especially with the emergence of Jinyang and Yuhua. The sun and moon once again had their rightful masters, formally declaring the return of the heavenly court to the primordial realm. Deep within the heavenly court, Hao Tian was presently assessing the core industries of the court and contemplating the next course of action. The primary industry of the heavenly court at this moment was the heavenly court's secret realm and the outer cosmic expanse. The heavenly court's secret realm, where Hao Tian currently resided, contained 33 vast worlds, brimming with spiritual energy, yet still largely underdeveloped. Presently, the heavenly court could fully exploit only one or two of these vast worlds. Furthermore, the outer cosmic expanse, having endured the calamities of the witch and demon war, was in a state of disarray. The Hao Tian star formation had engaged in direct confrontation with the true form of Pangu. Countless great stars had shattered, and the star deity's spirit race had almost entirely dissipated. The outer cosmic expanse had now essentially escaped the control of the heavenly court, becoming a lawless territory. Within it lurked many fierce deities, and numerous primordial beings were engaged in ruthless exploitation of stars, annihilating them to gather the essence of the celestial bodies, showing no remorse for what was not theirs. This area was urgently needed to be reclaimed by the heavenly court, as gaining control over the outer cosmic expanse equated to seizing 1/3 of the primordial realm's spiritual energy. However, the current heavenly court was short-handed to fully dominate the outer cosmic expanse. At least one quasi-saint powerhouse was required to maintain a long-term presence. Otherwise, even the Daoist could not deter the prying eyes from various factions. Still no one. Hao Tian sighed. At this stage, he was ambitious and possessed profound insights, yet regrettably lacked sufficient personnel. The heavenly court was not a sect. It was not merely a teacher with a few students. Its mission was to govern the three realms and serve all beings therein. Thus, Hao Tian now sought personnel, especially experts. Presently, the number of adept beings in the primordial realm was limited. Among the surviving quasi-saints were the ancestor of the underworld river, the demon master Kunpeng, the elder of the town, the queen mother of the west, and the earth of the witch clan. Beyond them, there were truly none left. Now, the number of saints had surpassed that of quasi-saints, leading to a transitional phase in the higher echelons of the primordial realm. It was the perfect opportunity for the saintly sects to monopolize the primordial realm, just as he was mired in worry. The Venus star approached swiftly. Your Majesty, a great demon is wreaking havoc in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, yet we currently lack suitable personnel to suppress it. What course of action should we take? The Venus star reported, a hint of distress in his voice. Where is Jinyang? Hao Tian inquired casually. He has gone to the Western Bull Heaven continent to deal with a rampaging dragon, came the reply. And Yuhua? She has traveled to the Northern Julu continent. Hao Tian's brow furrowed, as the issue of insufficient personnel loomed once more. While the bean soldiers could be of use, they were ill-suited for such tasks. At this moment, Hao Tian turned his gaze towards the Venus star. Seeing Hao Tian's attention upon him, the Venus star hastily waved his hands. Your Majesty, you are aware that I am not skilled in combat. What if we were to outsource this task? Would that not be an excellent choice? Outsource. The Venus star looked at Hao Tian with a hint of confusion, still unacquainted with the implications of that term. At present, the heavenly court still had primary duties. One of these responsibilities was to eliminate the deeply entrenched karmic entities above the primordial realm. This was the essence of the heavenly Tao and an inescapable duty of the heavenly court. However, at this moment, Hao Tian was contemplating how to delegate this task. After all, executing this duty required personnel, and the heavenly court was sorely lacking in that regard. "Come, let us seek out Yao Tai," Hao Tian said, pulling the Venus star along towards Yao Tai's palace. Though they were partners in the Tao, they did not reside together. Partners in the Tao were companions on the path, primarily supporting each other, with mutual cultivation being secondary. Upon entering Yao Tai's palace, the two engaged in further discussions before returning to their respective duties. Concurrently, the heavenly court issued an edict summoning Jin Yang and Yuhua to promptly return to the heavenly court and assume command of its central operations, ensuring the prevention of any petty disruptions. Days later, thunderous roars reverberated through the void. This caused a tightening sensation in the hearts of the beings of the primordial realm as the sound of thunder struck at their core, instilling a sense of unease. Many powerful beings awakened from their meditative retreats, their consciousness sweeping across the vastness, searching for the epicenter of the upheaval. "Who is it? Who is responsible for this predicament?" questioned a formidable being, while others expressed their confusion over the identity of the one who had caused such circumstances. However, it was not long before the powerful beings detected a vague silhouette, a quasi-saint. At this moment, a man clad in a black Daoist robe stood steadfast in the void, quietly absorbing the falling thunderbolts. This quasi-saint was entirely unfamiliar. He had never before appeared in the realm, as numerous powerful beings wondered and sought the origins of this individual. The thunder illuminated the entirety of the primordial realm. Suddenly, the man's previously shut eyes burst open. At that moment, a bolt of divine lightning erupted in the void, capturing the attention of all beings by the decree of the heavenly Tao. I, Zhang Banian, deeply feel the hardships of the primordial realm and the chaos among its cultivators. Today, I am willing to transform myself into the heavenly calamity. From this day forth, any cultivator who attains the path of immortality shall face a calamity every 1,000 years, should a cultivator shatter their mirror. They will surely encounter the trial of the heavenly calamity. Those with profound merits may withstand the calamity, while those with light karmic burdens shall face 3 nines of thunder tribulation. Those with moderate burdens shall face 6 nines. And those with heavy burdens shall face 9 nines. From today onward, the heavenly calamity is established. With the proclamation of the black-clad Zhang Banian, the voice of the heavenly Tao resonated throughout the void. At the center of Zhang Banian's brow, a purple lightning mark suddenly took shape. The hearts of all beings tightened, especially those with heavy karmic burdens, as they felt the malevolence of the heavens coalescing. And soon, thunder tribulations began to descend. After a bout of thunder, the heavens and earth returned to clarity. Powerful beings swept their consciousness across the space, attempting to locate the black-clad man who had just established the thunder calamity. Yet there was no trace of him left. Though everyone was puzzled, they could only leave it at that. Some attempted to divine the celestial mechanics, but found nothing. Even saints who sought to track him down found it challenging to ascertain his whereabouts. As time passed, the matter faded into obscurity. The establishment of the heavenly calamity bore epoch-making significance for the entire primordial realm. It could arguably be seen as the first step in the heavenly Tao's restriction of the number of cultivators. The establishment of the heavenly calamity rendered the aspiration of secluded cultivation in deep mountains a distant dream. With thunder tribulations occurring every 1,000 years, the intensity of the calamity would be determined by the cultivator's karmic burdens. Thus, the importance of merits escalated once more. Previously, cultivators could retreat into the mountains or plunge into the seas, avoiding entanglements in cause and effect. While merits were desirable, their absence was inconsequential. However, with the establishment of the heavenly calamity, lacking merits would result in being struck by lightning. At this moment, all beings were in dire need of a stable source of merits. The heavenly court now emerged as the focal point for all. As the core of the 3 realms, recognized by the heavenly Tao and designated by the Tao ancestor, every cultivator who took up a position in the heavenly court could accrue substantial merits. This is what Hao Tian referred to when he spoke of providing beings with a reason to join the heavenly court. Are there enough merits? Within the heavenly court, Hao Tian sat upon the throne. With the establishment of the heavenly calamity, he had temporarily outsourced the task of eliminating deeply karmic entities to the heavenly Tao. Of course, this came at a price. The cost was the evil entity slain by Hao Tian. Zhang Banian. After undergoing the celestial tribulation, Zhang Banian is required to reside permanently at the void thunder pool, relying on the Hao Tian mirror and the resonance of the heavenly Tao to summon thunder tribulations at any moment. It is nearly impossible for Zhang Banian to intervene casually. Of course, it is Zhang Banian who has undergone the celestial tribulation, yet it is indeed Hao Tian who reaps the rewards from the heavenly Tao. The celestial tribulation yields boundless merits that flow into the heavenly court. Upon receiving them, Hao Tian calculated that they amounted to roughly half the merit of repairing the heavens. Ding! Congratulations on establishing the heavenly court, resulting in a significant increase in its fortune. Reward. Method of condensing Tao fruits. Hao Tian, who had just received the merits, was overjoyed, not expecting to establish a tribulation that not only brought reward from the heavenly Tao, but also additional gains. Hao Tian stored the merits and hurriedly examined the reward. The method of condensing Tao fruits, also known as the path of divine cultivation, is another approach to reach the primordial unity directly in the Wanggong. There are saints who enlighten countless beings, and there are also deities who protect mountains and rivers, safeguarding the world's essence. Innate beings are born with a mission to uphold the heavens and achieve the divine path. If Pangu's primordial spirit and the three pure ones are the ordained saints, then the witch clan, born from Panga's essence, are the naturally divine beings. The path of the deities lies in the condensation of Tao fruits. Tao fruits represent authority. When Tao fruits are condensed, one can become the progenitor of all gods, obtaining powers that rival those of saints that are. So it is Hao Tian sighed at this moment, his eyes shimmering with divine light. The heavenly court is indeed an excellent place for cultivating the divine path. If the Emperor of Heaven successfully condenses his Tao fruits, he will undoubtedly not be inferior to the saints in the future. Yet he must still be concerned about the expansion of the heavenly court. Hao Tian sighed. If saints represent transcendence, then the Emperor of Heaven embodies integration. The primal forces of all beings, combined with the divine fire of fortune, condense the supreme Tao fruits. However, the heavenly court currently lacks sufficient personnel and requires further enhancement. Before that, Hao Tian must complete the preliminary condensation of Tao fruits. After all, the evil corpses guard the void thunder pool, and the power of the three corpses cannot be summoned. His current strength is insufficient to uphold the title of Emperor of Heaven. Hao Tian closed his eyes, connecting with the fortune of the heavenly court. Behind him, the flames of merit surged, mingling with the fortune of the heavenly court and the primal forces of all beings, continuously integrating into Hao Tian's brow. After an indeterminate period, a somewhat ethereal Tao fruit began to condense at Hao Tian's brow. The Tao fruit spun continuously, exuding an aura surpassing the great Luat this moment. Hao Tian finally opened his eyes. With the current fortune of the heavenly court, he could only support the initial condensation of Tao fruits. Awakening from his seclusion, Hao Tian strode toward Lingxiao. At this time, Taiji had been waiting for quite some time, and upon seeing Hao Tian's arrival, he hurried over. What is the matter? Hao Tian instantly sensed that something significant had occurred. Yuhua, the immortal, has gone missing. Yuhua is missing. Hao Tian furrowed his brows. Please elaborate. Immortal Yuhua had been somewhat distracted in recent days, often gazing at the sun star. Later, the Empress noticed her unusual state and admonished her. Subsequently, Immortal Yuhua was assigned a mission to the northern Julu continent, and she has not returned since, Taiji carefully articulated. Gone without a trace? Hao Tian frowned. This was evidently not right. Yuhua was a being transformed from the Chaos Jade Stone combined with the essence of Yin. So to say she is akin to a sister would not be an exaggeration. Yet now, she has vanished without a return. Have any efforts been made to search for her? Hao Tian inquired again. Yes, we have searched everywhere. During your seclusion, the Empress even used her great powers to divine her whereabouts. But to no avail, Taiji said helplessly. I understand now. Please inquire with Jinyang if Yuhua mentioned anything to him before her disappearance. Understood. Thus, through Taibai's diligent piecing together and mutual confirmation with the Yaoqi, a conclusion was reached. Yuhua seems to be experiencing psychological issues. Simply put, she may have developed feelings for Jinyang, who was born nearly simultaneously with her. This is quite understandable. After all, Yuhua is partially transformed from the essence of Yin, and Jinyang is derived from the essence of the sun. The Yin and the sun inherently attract each other. Coupled with the frequent interactions between Yuhua and Jinyang, it is normal for her to have psychological turmoil. At this stage, the heavenly court does not have prohibitions against mortal thoughts. Given the current scarcity of personnel, such desires are nearly impossible to suppress. The only consideration now is Yuhua's whereabouts. Since Yaoqi could not deduce her fate, it is evident that someone has obscured the heavenly secrets. Those capable of deceiving a quasi-saint must at least be quasi-saints themselves. Regardless, this is a matter that the heavenly court must treat with utmost caution. Unable to find her for the time being, Hao Tian could only set this matter aside. Perhaps Yuhua has encountered fortuitous circumstances and is within a primordial great formation. After consulting with Yaoqi, Hao Tian, in the name of the Lord of the Heavenly Court, announced a decree throughout the Wanggong, the first personnel recruitment announcement of the Heavenly Court. This recruitment includes both targeted positions and unrestricted positions. The targeted positions have higher requirements, demanding cultivation levels and combat prowess, yet the rewards are exceptionally generous. Of the 360 star gods, Hao Tian is offering 36 positions for star gods, hoping to recruit a batch of beings above the golden immortal level with combat capabilities. The unrestricted positions, while still having limitations, require at least the heavenly immortal level. However, those with extraordinary talents or miraculous treasures may have these restrictions relaxed. For this position, Hao Tian plans to recruit 3,000 individuals, marking the initial selection of those who will support the Heavenly Court. Along with the recruitment announcement, a benefits overview for the deities of the Heavenly Court was also released. According to the ranks of immortals and gods, every 100 years, there will be merits as compensation, and every 1,000 years, a celestial fruit will be rewarded. Additionally, there is an employee training program that periodically arranges teachings from great Luo and even quasi-saints to enhance the employees' cultivation levels. Those who perform exceptionally may receive blessings from the Emperor of Heaven. Naturally, at the end of this announcement, it was stated that regardless of cultivation level, anyone who can join the Heavenly Court will be exempt from the threat of celestial tribulations. This announcement, imbued with Hao Tian's divine power, instantaneously spread throughout the entire Wanggong. From quasi-saints to ordinary innate beings, everyone became aware of the Heavenly Court's recruitment plan. Some scoffed, while others rejoiced. When the celestial tribulations descend, the Heavenly Court will serve as an excellent refuge. After all, the announcement stated that regardless of position or rank, anyone who joins the Heavenly Court will receive its protection and will no longer be subjected to the disturbances of thunder tribulations. The recruitment period for the Heavenly Court is set for 300 years, and this span of 300 years is ample time for the heavenly immortals of the Wanggong world to converge upon the Heavenly Court. On Capanchen, 2 peach tree spirits revealed their forms. Brother, the Heavenly Court is recruiting. It offers refuge from the celestial tribulations. I have recently felt the weight of heavenly might and wish to enter the Heavenly Court to close off the tribulations. Will you accompany me? Of course, I will go with you today, spirits. Our cultivation is inherently challenging. Entering the Heavenly Court may just allow us to progress further. Let us go together. On Maishan, Yuan Hong gathered the other 6 and engaged in continuous discussions, with several debating fervently, struggling to determine their course of action. Ultimately, they decided to head to the Heavenly Court. The scattered cultivators of the Wanggong suffer greatly, particularly those like the demon cultivators who lack bloodline guidance and cultivation methods. Their pursuit of the great Tao may only be fulfilled by becoming mounts. However, this represents merely the lowest tier of the Wanggong. There are few golden immortals, let alone Shen immortals. Disciples of saints and followers of great teachings are generally uninterested in this. With the guidance and protection of saints, they lack for resources and cultivation methods, and thus, their desire for positions in the heavenly hierarchy is not fervent. Within the Heavenly Court, Hao Tian delegated most affairs to Yaoqi. After spending some time together, Hao Tian discovered that Yaoqi possessed considerable talent and could effectively manage the heavenly court. With Tai Bai and Jinxing assisting him, they ensured the orderly governance of the heavenly court. Having detached himself from the mundane affairs, Hao Tian quietly exited the heavenly court, making his way toward the vast lands of the Honghuang, in the eastern part of the Honghuang, Shouyang Mountain. Shouyang Mountain is the sacred ground of the Taiji saint. Since the three pure ones established their sects, the Taiji saint relocated from Kunlun to this place. Atop Shouyang Mountain stands the 8 Scenery Palace, perpetually accompanied by the fragrance of alchemical incense. Yet, the surrounding beings can only savor the aroma of the elixirs, but cannot ascend the mountain or behold the saint's true visage. Of course, many humans reside near Shouyang Mountain, as the stronghold of the human teaching. The surrounding populace has long been under the protection of Shouyang Mountain and lives relatively well. However, Hao Tian's purpose in visiting this time is not to pay respects to the Taiji saint. To the south of Shouyang Mountain lies a small hill, barely 1,000 meters high. At its waist, there exists a small stronghold bustling with humans coming and going, thriving with prosperity from the foot of the mountain. Hao Tian descended from the clouds, stepping toward the hillside. Though he descended from the clouds, his aura was slightly perceptible, allowing the humans on the mountain to accurately sense his presence. Thus, when Hao Tian arrived at the village entrance, there were already human experts awaiting him. It was a woman. Her cultivation was not particularly high, yet she had already reached the heavenly immortal realm. She approached to welcome Hao Tian. I am Huashu of the human race. Paying my respects to the esteemed elder, may I inquire what brings you to our ancestral land today? Huasu performed a salute, exuding profound respect. Upon his emergence, the clan elders had already informed him that this was an entity of supreme existence. I beseech you to inform the higher echelons of the human race. I am Hao Tian, here to pay my respects to the 3 ancestors of humanity. Hao Tian glanced at Huasu and spoke softly. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the entire mountain range. Not only could the nearby village hear it, but even those atop the peak could not escape its reach. Huasu was momentarily taken aback, poised to respond when suddenly a somewhat aged voice echoed from the mountain summit. The Heavenly Emperor has arrived, and I have failed to extend a proper welcome. Please accept my apologies and allow the Heavenly Emperor to enter for a detailed discussion. The aged voice emanated from the mountaintop. Subsequently, a beam of golden light surged down from the peak toward the foot of the mountain, landing directly before Hao Tian. Without hesitation, Hao Tian stepped onto the golden light and ascended toward the summit. Atop the peak stood an elder clad in a coarse linen robe, with red hair and crimson eyebrows, patiently awaiting Hao Tian's arrival. Upon seeing the elder, Hao Tian's brow furrowed slightly. Something seemed amiss with the elder's condition. A scent of decay emanated from the elder's being. Despite possessing the great Luo realm, the elder could not conceal the rot within. Yet, this was entirely illogical. After all, once a cultivator reached the golden immortal realm, they could attain longevity and an endless lifespan. Those in the great Luo golden immortal tier could traverse the chaos. Thus, it was inconceivable for them to exude a scent of decay. I am Suiren, honored to meet the Heavenly Emperor. Upon witnessing Hao Tian's arrival, the elder clasped his hands in greeting. Hao Tian dared not show any disrespect. Although he was a quasi-saint, the elder was a great Luo. Moreover, Suiren was the progenitor of humanity, wielding significant influence among the human race. Furthermore, Hao Tian held a modicum of reverence for the progenitors of humanity in the past. When the demon race slaughtered the human race, the 3 ancestors of humanity could have remained safely at Shouyang Mountain, sheltered by the Taching saint. Yet, they chose to sacrifice themselves for their kin, engaging in fierce battles that ultimately weakened their foundation. Otherwise, with the fortunes of humanity coupled with Suiren's merits, they might have long since transcended to quasi-saint status. You are too kind, honored progenitor. I have intruded. Please do not take offense. Hao Tian returned the gesture, expressing his respect. The two engaged in polite exchanges, establishing that neither bore ill intentions. Might I inquire whether the Heavenly Emperor has come to impart wisdom to our human race? After the pleasantries, Suiren was the first to broach the main topic. With the aftermath of the witch-demon conflict and the nascent establishment of the Heavenly Court, the human race was rife with challenges. This was a pivotal moment for the human race and the heavenly court to collaborate. Hao Tian smiled as he spoke. I have indeed come to discuss cooperation with the human race. I am eager to hear more. Suiren responded, showing a keen interest in the proposal. The matter is quite straightforward. Your human race has a vast population but lacks high-tier powers, whereas my heavenly court possesses ample advanced combat strength. However, we are short on personnel. I require your human race to provide foundational immortals. Of course, these foundational immortals shall not be treated as expendables. They will receive benefits and merits. In return, I can provide methods for cultivating high-tier talents for the human race. And I can even assist on a few occasions. Hao Tian elaborated. Since the Heavenly Court's recruitment initiative spread throughout Wanggong, Hao Tian had been contemplating a visit to the human race. After all, no one could guarantee the outcome of a recruitment. Thus, it was essential to secure suitable candidates in advance. His purpose in visiting the human race was to prearrange a group of employees to serve as guides during the recruitment event. To avoid the awkwardness of having no one show up, Suiren listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Once Hao Tian finished, Suiren closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Hao Tian did not rush. He had already presented his conditions that if the human race declined, he could seek the Dragon Clan in the East Sea or the Phoenix Clan in the unyielding Fire Mountain. If all else failed, he could capture some beast spirits from across Wanggong to make do. Suiren did not deliberate for long. Merely about 15 minutes passed before he opened his eyes. Your proposal is exceedingly beneficial for our human race, and I can authorize the dispatch of 10,000 human celestial beings, 100 golden immortals, and 3 great immortals to join the heavenly court. Hao Tian nodded, prepared to hear Suiren's conditions. Yet he waited, sensing an expectation for further stipulations from Suiren. However, after a moment of silence, Suiren did not voice any additional demands. Hao Tian looked at him curiously. Is there nothing else you wish to discuss? Honored progenitor? Suiren sighed. Though the human race is vast, we are not strong in this era of saints. Our circumstances are not vastly different from those during the witch-demon conflict. Joining the heavenly court may be the best path forward for the existing strength of our human race. Hao Tian fell silent upon hearing this. Who says the human race lacks wisdom? The wisdom of the progenitor spans millennia. Suiren's words revealed a profound foresight. Teeth will be large yet weak, affluent yet benevolent. What difference is there from being a piece of prime meat? The current plight of the human race mirrored this predicament. Suiren was not being pessimistic. Rather, the reality was as such that in the conflict against the witch demons, the human race fought for survival, facing tangible enemies on battlefields where they could contend. Yet in the struggle against the saints, the human race found itself akin to a domesticated herd, subject to the whims of the saints, similar to cattle and sheep raised by humanity. When do you intend to send these personnel to the heavenly court? Rather than directly answering Suiren's inquiry, Hao Tian continued discussing the details of their cooperation. After all, even Hao Tian himself was constrained, let alone assisting the human race in self-sufficiency, since the time of the 3 sovereigns. The fortunes of the human race had largely become the possession of the saints. Fuxi, Shennong, and Xianyuan all bore the shadows of the saints, and even Fuxi's previous incarnation was that of a demon emperor. These personnel were all gathered at Shouyang Mountain, and Hao Tian could take them when he departed, hoping that he would treat them well and not allow the primal bloodline of the human race to be severed. Suiren spoke with a hint of sorrow. Hao Tian rose, clasping his fists in salute to Suiren. Though this was a choice made out of necessity, or perhaps a gamble by the upper echelons of the human race, it served as a timely boon for the heavenly court. Regardless of how high the heavenly court's achievements may rise in the future, they would owe gratitude to this angelic investor. There is no need for such formalities. For this action is mutually beneficial, Suiren replied with a smile. Regaining his composed demeanor, I, Hao Tian, have never been one to owe favors. With the progenitor treating me with such courtesy, I cannot allow you to suffer losses. I have observed that you seem unwell. Progenitor, if you do not mind, I possess some knowledge of certain arts. Perhaps I might assist in healing your ailment? Hao Tian inquired, gazing at Suiren. You cannot conceal anything from the heavenly emperor. However, I am well aware of my own injuries. This wound is beyond your capacity to heal, so do not waste your efforts, Suiren replied with a sense of magnanimity. I have traveled with the Dao ancestor in the Purple Cloud Palace and have seen much. Yet I have never heard of an injury that cannot be healed. Hao Tian chuckled lightly, somewhat dismissively. This injury is known as the 5 decays of heaven and man. The 5 decays of heaven and man? Hao Tian was taken aback. The 5 decays of heaven and man marked a rare occurrence in Wanggong. The so-called heavenly man is one who shares a lifespan with the heavens. The 5 decays of heaven and man refer to the process whereby such a being's body deteriorates. Their spirit weakens, ultimately leading to death. This phenomenon was mentioned by the Dao ancestor during his teachings, yet this was the first occurrence in Wanggong. According to the Dao ancestor's teachings, the 5 decays of heaven and man typically manifested during the infinite calamity, when the energies of heaven and earth declined, affecting those whose lifespans coincided with the heavens, leading to their decline alongside the cosmos. However, the 5 decays of heaven and man predominantly appeared in those who had exhausted their fortunes. Presently, the fortunes of the human race were exceedingly robust, as one of the 3 ancestors of humanity. Suiren should, in theory, be flourishing with fortunes, making the occurrence of the 5 decays of heaven and man implausible. Perhaps perceiving the confusion in Hao Tian's eyes, Suiren sighed and released the suppressed power enveloping his body. That a scent of decay and deterioration wafted from Suiren, akin to the aura that accompanies impending death. To speak frankly, I should consider myself already dead. Were it not for the flickering flame of hope, I would have succumbed to decay long ago, Suiren admitted, a hint of resignation in his tone. At the center of his brow flickered a flame, steadfastly safeguarding his spirit, allowing him to endure until now. This flame was the first fire of the human race, forged from the primal force of humanity and the merits of the heavenly Tao, resonating with the sounds of countless voices chanting prayers, exuding an extraordinary aura. His hair was tarnished, his skin marred, and dirt clung stubbornly. It was undoubtedly the 5 decays of heaven and man, Hao Tian observed meticulously, even probing with his spiritual essence, and concluded that his findings bore little difference from those of Suiren. He was undeniably ensnared in the 5 declines of heaven and man. Perhaps this was also the reason Suiren readily agreed to cooperate with the celestial court. The circumstances were more formidable than any individual. This quasi-saint, Hao Tian, required the human race. At the very least, he needed to engage in negotiations with them and establish certain bottom lines. Should Suiren perish, the human race would be nothing but a scattered mass, mere prey. Thus, seizing the final opportunity, Suiren dispatched the elite of humanity to the celestial court, thereby securing a retreat for the human race. Might the ancestor of humanity elaborate on this matter? Hao Tian inquired, his demeanor inscrutable as he regarded Suiren. Perhaps due to a prolonged absence of communication, Suiren did not rebuff Hao Tian's question. Instead, after a sigh, he produced a fruit rich in the essence of flora. Then, to Hao Tian's astonishment, he devoured it in rapid succession, subsequently seizing a goblet of wine from the table and draining it in one gulp. If he was not mistaken, that appeared to be a ginseng fruit. Hao Tian pointed at the corner of Suiren's mouth while tapping his own table, questioning why he had not been granted one himself. Indeed, it was a ginseng fruit in the bygone era of the great calamity for humanity. Some sought refuge with the Mount of Eternal Longevity, where the benevolent master Zhenyun sheltered a portion of the human populace. After the calamity subsided, the 3 ancestors visited to express their gratitude, and the master plucked several fruits to bestow upon them. To this day, only one remained. At this point, Suiren awkwardly admitted, "There are no more left. I have sensed that death is imminent. This fruit is of no further use." "I trust the Celestial Emperor is not lacking in such divine fruits." Suiren's words flowed like a final testament. During the great battle, both he and the other 2 ancestors, Zi and Wu Chao, suffered grave injuries. Yet, they managed to survive, as all 3 were great Luo golden immortals, and did not believe their wounds to be irreparable. However, during the subsequent healing process, they discovered that not only could their injuries not recover, but they also grew increasingly severe. Although their fortunes were robust, it felt as though the heavens had turned against them. After 10 millennia of this plight, they sought assistance, even appealing to the Taiji sage. But to no avail. This day, Wu Chao and Zi lay in a comatose state, on the brink of death, and he could scarcely hold on for much longer. At best, a few years, at worst, a century. And he too would perish, Suiren murmured, his words laden with bitterness. Since the dawn of humanity, they had endured countless tribulations and fought through adversity, witnessing the emergence of the present day, with the prospect of existing freely within the primordial chaos. If he were to depart, what fate awaited humanity? He had already come to understand the heavenly decree. Humanity would have 3 sovereigns. But were those 3 truly of the human race? He dared not contemplate. Nor did he wish to, for he would not live to see that day. The ancestor of humanity is the progenitor of the human race, while the emperor of humanity presides as its sovereign. The progenitor is human, yet the emperor may not necessarily be so. Thus, the ancestor obstructs the heavenly path, while the emperor serves as its instrument. Therefore, as long as the ancestor lives, the emperor cannot emerge. By this day, Suiren, you should comprehend who wishes for your demise. Hao Tian's words resonated deeply, akin to a sudden epiphany that awakened Suiren from his stupor. Suiren laughed heartily, though the laughter was hollow and fraught with anguish. He understood the decree of fate. On that fateful day, when the Taiji sage examined their injuries, he merely shook his head in silence. Not that he was unable to heal them, but rather that he dared not intervene. Who could defy the edicts of the heavenly path? At that moment, Hao Tian felt a sense of helplessness. He harbored certain suspicions regarding the actions of the heavenly decree. Should the ancestor remain, it would hinder the emperor's control over the human race. The heavens did not wish for another race capable of traversing the cosmos at will, reshaping mountains and filling seas, as such a power would be detrimental to the overall stability of the primordial chaos. Thus, an emperor must descend. After the 3 sovereigns, the human race fell into disarray, embroiled in incessant conflict, each faction engaging in daily strife, no longer uniting to challenge the primordial chaos. Understanding was one thing, yet agreement was another. Perhaps there exists a means to assist the 3 ancestors in prolonging their lives. However, the elders must pledge not to impede the emergence of the emperor of humanity. And they must not walk among humanity in their true forms until the 5 emperors arise, observing Suiren's descent from greatness to a state of resignation, appearing as if he awaited death with a heart turned to ash. Hao Tian could no longer bear it. He felt compelled to speak, for it would not do to inquire and leave it at that. Suiren remained unresponsive. He had lived for the human race, yet now perceived a bleak future for humanity. Feeling as though life held no allure, the ancestors' useful form could feign death, observing the world from above, concealing their strength for the human race. Should the human race undergo transformation in the future, the ancestors could act when the opportunity arose, which would be far preferable to perishing today and relinquishing humanity's future entirely. Hao Tian frowned and continued to persuade him. Indeed, I cannot perish. I must live on. For the human race still needs me. A glimmer of resolve ignited within Suiren's eyes as he bore a natural mission toward humanity. Yet, despite his lack of fear toward death, Suiren harbored concerns for humanity as well as for Hao Tian. What does the Celestial Emperor think of the Emperor of humanity? Suiren posed his final query. With the Celestial Emperor in existence, the Emperor of humanity cannot linger among mortals, Hao Tian replied. Upon hearing this, Suiren's heart was finally set at ease. The Celestial Emperor and the Emperor of humanity both embody the path of emperors. If the Celestial Emperor disallows the Emperor from enduring, then the destiny of humanity will not be confined to a singular ruler. In summary, there remains hope for the human race, and I implore the Celestial Emperor to proceed unhindered. Should misfortune arise, I will ensure that the agreed-upon individuals are sent to the Celestial Court. Suiren rose, regaining the stature of the ancestor of humanity, and after bowing respectfully to Hao Tian, he spoke. I have formulated a plan regarding your affairs. However, before proceeding, I must first consult my master. If he does not object, I shall wholeheartedly assist the 3 in their healing. Upon concluding, Hao Tian reached into the mustard seed space and retrieved a scroll, which he unfurled. The scroll depicted a Daoist sage, embodying tranquility and non-action. Devoid of sorrow, or Joy.it, was none other than the revered Tao ancestor Hong Xuan from the Purple Cloud Palace. Hao Tian reverently hung the image of Hong Xuan. This painting was one Hao Tian had crafted during his time in the Purple Cloud Palace. Since departing from the palace, this painting had been hung deep within the celestial court, where Hao Tian offered incense and prostrated himself daily. That it was unavoidable. Hong Xuan was his greatest ally, and in turn, he had been quite kind to Hao Tian, teaching him the ways of cultivation and arranging his duties that in terms of grace, it was indeed considerable. Thus, the daily incense offerings were not an exaggeration. With the image hung, Hao Tian took 3 incense sticks, flicked his fingers, and the incense ignited instantaneously. He inserted the incense into a prepared censer. Then he bowed thrice before the image, declaring, "Disciple Hao Tian, with utmost sincerity, implores my revered master." Today, the 3 ancestors of humanity find themselves in dire straits. I recognize their profound fortunes and abundant merits, and wish to bring these 3 into the celestial court. I beseech my master for guidance. Shall it be so? The swirling smoke accompanied Hao Tian's prayer as it ascended into the void, entering realms beyond comprehension. The power of the incense spread across the heavens, even reaching the Purple Cloud Palace. Moreover, Hao Tian did not doubt that, given Hong Xuan's cultivation, there was little that transpired in the primordial chaos that could elude his awareness. After posing his query, Hao Tian awaited Hong Xuan's response before the image. Though the heavenly decree forbade the 3 ancestors from existing, it did not imply that Hong Xuan would do the same. The presence of the 3 ancestors was a trivial matter. The emergence of the Emperor of humanity was of paramount importance. As long as the Emperor could descend smoothly, whether the ancestors lived or perished mattered little. The 3 sovereigns must not walk among humanity until the emergence of the Emperor. A simple, indifferent response reverberated in Hao Tian's ears. Elated, he continued to bow before the image. Only when all traces of life had vanished did Hao Tian carefully stow the image away. Although Hong Xuan's request was succinct, it was not dissimilar to Hao Tian's own. Hao Tian stipulated that until the 5 emperors arose, the 3 ancestors must not walk among humanity, while Hong Xuan merely requested that the 3 sovereigns refrain from doing so. Clearly, once the 3 sovereigns governed, the overall landscape of the human race would be largely determined. With the feedback received, Hao Tian did not delay. Turning to Suiren, "Wine Master has consented to my plan. Please, ancestor, bring the other 2 along." Hao Tian stated. Suiren's face lit up with joy, but then he awkwardly replied, "Those 2 old fellows are incapable of moving. It would be best for the Celestial Emperor to accompany me. Let us go." Hao Tian dismissed the details, gesturing for Suiren to lead the way. Suiren turned, channeling his magical power, and an entrance materialized atop the mountain, indicating that a cave abode existed within. Hao Tian nodded. Indeed, the 3 ancestors of humanity, regardless of their circumstances, were great Luo golden immortals and should not lack even a cave abode. Clearly, a cave abode lay nearby the Shennong mountain, and the entrance was right here. Upon entering, Hao Tian immediately sensed a multitude of beings gathered within, their strengths not to be underestimated. Evidently, a significant portion of humanity's combat power lay concealed here. Suiren hurriedly led Hao Tian deeper into the cave abode. Before a grand formation stood a guardian of the Taiji realm, and to Hao Tian's surprise, it was a female immortal. Upon seeing Suiren return with Hao Tian, the Taiji guardian promptly bowed, exclaiming, "I greet the ancestor and the esteemed elder. This is my descendant from the human race, and currently the leader of our ancestral land, known as Suiren." He introduced to Hao Tian. "This is the Emperor of the 3 realms, and he shall be your master henceforth." After introducing Xiannu to Hao Tian, Suiren proceeded to introduce Hao Tian to Xiannu. Xiannu was momentarily taken aback. Although her heart was filled with countless questions, she respectfully bowed and said, "I pay my respects to my master. Excellent, excellent." Though she possesses a mortal form, there is an innate aura surrounding her that I believe she must be the offspring of a certain female immortal of the human race. Hao Tian observed Xiannu with satisfaction in his eyes. Xiannu's origins were extraordinary. Despite being of human form, she harbored the potential of primordial beings. With proper cultivation, she could become a formidable force for the heavenly court in the future. The Emperor speaks truth. Xiannu's background is indeed remarkable. However, one could argue that it is my human race that has burdened her, Suiren remarked with a smile. Ancestor, why do you say such a thing? If not for the nurturing of the human race, how could I have the opportunity to come into this world? In this life, Xiannu belongs to the human race, Xiannu interjected. Thereafter, Suiren thoroughly relayed the agreement with Hao Tian to Xiannu. Xiannu listened attentively, nodding from time to time that oh, not worry, ancestor. Xiannu knows what to do. After hearing the explanation, Xiannu nodded in agreement. The senior figures of the human race in the ancestral land were all under Xiannu's command. She was the only female Taiji of the human race and the highest cultivator beneath the three ancestors. Even in the absence of the three ancestors, Xiannu could fulfill the agreement between Hao Tian and the human race. Open the formation. From this day forth, should we three old fellows fail to emerge, you shall heed the Emperor's commands. His words shall be my words. Obey well, Suiren concluded with a sigh. Understood, Xiannu replied, a hint of sorrow in her tone, yet she said no more and proceeded to open the formation. Clearly, she was somewhat aware of the state of the three ancestors within the protective formation. At its center, two elderly figures sat cross-legged, exuding a similarly decayed aura and feeble souls, their fates entwined with the remnants of their former glory. They were undoubtedly the other two ancestors of the human race, Zhi and Yuchao. Both were now on the brink of physical decay, their bodies nearing ruin, with only a wisp of their divine souls remaining to facilitate communication. Suiren recounted the events once more. Zhi and Yuchao immediately expressed their agreement. After all, they were nearing extinction, and any problems could only be resolved if they remained alive. Survival was paramount. Though they did not fear death, they believed their existence might still serve a greater purpose. That moment, Suiren ignited a spark, and a fragment of divine flame descended upon the heads of Zhi and Yuchao, summoning three ethereal figures from the flames. This was Hao Tian's first encounter with Yuchao and Zhi. Both appeared as elderly men, though Yuchao was somewhat shorter while Zhi stood tall. The three divine souls before him were the three ancestors of the human race. Their physical forms were beyond repair, and while their primordial spirits were weak, they remained somewhat intact. We humbly request the Emperor to cast his spell. We three are willing to cooperate fully. Suiren was the first to speak. Hao Tian nodded, and with a flash of divine light, his ordinary attire transformed into the majestic dragon robe of the heavenly Emperor, revealing the Dao fruit at his brow, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Today, with the presence of the human race's Suiren, whose merits are complete and virtues unparalleled, I, in the name of the heavenly Emperor, bestow upon Suiren the title of Nanjifu de Tianguan, overseer of the fortunes of the mortal realm. That moment, a beam of divine light radiated from the heavenly Emperor's Dao fruit, and a resplendent Dao fruit manifested at Suiren's brow. The power of the Dao fruit surged forth, instantly dispelling the 5 declines of celestial beings within Suiren's body. His appearance transformed from that of a tall warrior into a venerable figure, with white hair and beard, leaning on a crooked staff, resembling the deity of longevity. This was the manifestation of divine law. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for the decree. Suiren completed his metamorphosis, becoming the longevity deity, presiding over the star of longevity. Filled with joy, he bowed deeply to Hao Tian. Without pausing, Hao Tian continued, now, with the human race's Zhi, whose roots run deep and whose fortunes are long-lasting, I decree him as the Fu de Tianguan. And now, with the human race's Yuchao, who has rendered great service to the primordial chaos, I bestow upon him the title of Fu Lu Tianguan. With the 2 decrees, 2 Dao fruits descended upon the foreheads of the 2 figures, merging with their fortunes. Their appearances swiftly transformed. Adorned in crimson official robes, and unique artifacts of fortune and longevity took shape under the influence of the Dao fruits. Your subordinates pay their respects to the heavenly Emperor after receiving their titles. The three bowed deeply to Hao Tian. He did not shy away from their reverence. This was the ritual of lord and subjects, rightful acknowledgement for Hao Tian. The transformation of the three ancestors into the three stars of fortune and longevity had been a plan carefully orchestrated by Hao Tian from the outset. Although the stars of fortune and longevity possessed enduring fortunes, their high status bore little authority, making them perfectly suited to accommodate the three ancestors of the human race. After all, Hao Tian's original intention was to recruit powerful figures from the human race, without any intention of summoning the three ancestors. Now, by fortuitous circumstances, the three ancestors entered the heavenly court, effectively resolving the issue of personnel shortages within the heavenly court. With these individuals as a foundation, Hao Tian could now strategize with ease, meticulously study, and no longer worry about matters of manpower. He instructed the three ancestors to arrange for certain skilled members of the human race to accompany Hao Tian first. After all, the recruitment event would require a considerable number of hands, while also organizing the remaining personnel to ascend to the heavenly court during the Grand Assembly to add grandeur to the occasion. Hao Tian set forth with an elite group, departing ahead of the rest, that of course, before leaving, he received intelligence from the human race. The fairy Yuhua had previously appeared in Dongshang Shenzhou, but after slaying a dragon, she seemed to have sustained injuries and hidden away. Subsequently, the prince of the demon race emerged in Dongshang Shenzhou, while the demon race there began to stir, seemingly gathering strength. Concerning the news of Yuhua, Hao Tian felt a twinge of concern and instructed the human race to keep a close watch while he recalibrated his calculations, though to no avail. With no other options, Hao Tian had no choice but to return to the heavenly court first. There were numerous matters awaiting him there, and he could not afford to delay any longer. Initially intending to return to the heavenly court and study other affairs, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. "Since you have arrived at Shouyang Mountain, please come to my palace for a discussion." It was a message from the Taiji saint. Naturally, Hao Tian could not refuse. Setting aside the identity of the Taiji saint, the mere fact that the saint had dispatched an avatar to oversee the heavenly court demonstrated his earnest intentions. And Hao Tian felt compelled to visit. He arranged for the human race cultivators to head to the heavenly court and conveyed the message to Yao Qi, instructing her to make the necessary arrangements. He then set off for Shouyang Mountain to the Bajing Palace. Upon arrival at Shouyang Mountain, in front of the Bajing Palace, a disciple was already waiting. Xiandu pays respects to Master Uncle Hao Tian. This individual was none other than Xiandu, the only living being upon Shouyang Mountain besides Laozi. Very well, very well. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I have no extraordinary gifts, but please accept this top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Starlight Shield, as a token of our first meeting. Hao Tian extended his hand, presenting a top-grade innate spiritual treasure to Xiandu. This treasure, a concentration of stellar essence, could gather starlight to expedite cultivation in battle. It could transform into a shield of stars, proving exceptionally useful. Master Uncle, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept. Xiandu's eyes glinted with longing. As a disciple of a saint, he naturally possessed spiritual treasures, yet he had not acquired a second top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Take it. It is merely an inconsequential item. Hao Tian waved his hand, insisting on placing the treasure in Xiandu's hands. Xiandu wished to refuse, but the voice of Laozi echoed from afar. Accept it. Consider it a token of your master uncle's goodwill. With his teacher's permission, Xiandu graciously accepted the gift, his demeanor towards Hao Tian becoming increasingly respectful. Master Uncle, please follow me. My master is waiting for you inside. Hao Tian nodded and followed Xiandu forward. Although top-grade spiritual treasures were scarce for him as well, bestowing such a gift held its significance. After all, giving a grand gift to Laozi would earn him scorn, but presenting it to his disciple carried considerable weight in terms of goodwill. The art of gift-giving is profound indeed. Presenting grand gifts for minor favors strengthens relationships and builds rapport, while offering modest gifts to significant individuals can yield substantial results. Upon entering the Bajing Palace, Laozi had long awaited within, his rare smile breaking through his usual demeanor. Master brother, you've arrived at Shouyang Mountain, but did not come here. Do you harbor any grievances against me? Though the inquiry bore a hint of reproach, a broad smile illuminated his face, clearly indicating that Laozi was not truly upset. Master brother, I fear that my presence would disturb your tranquil cultivation. Mundane matters are convoluted and could disrupt the serenity of Shouyang Mountain, and I would be guilty of a grave offense, Hao Tian explained with a smile. After some pleasantries exchanged between them, the atmosphere was amicable. I wonder if my master brother summoned me for any particular matter. After a brief conversation, Hao Tian transitioned to the main topic. Indeed, there is a matter that requires your attention. Dear brother, Laozi replied with a calm smile. Please, do speak. Whatever can be done, I shall not shy away. Hao Tian readily agreed, recognizing that as a sage, he would most likely be unable to refuse, since refusal was not an option. He decided to respond with alacrity that I seek a prestigious position for my disciple. Laozi continued that if Xuandu is willing to join my heavenly court, he may start as a third-rank heavenly king and accumulate merits over 10,000 years. After which I will ensure he attains a first-rank position within the heavenly court. Hao Tian exclaimed joyfully. Xuandu, to think he could come to the heavenly court, such a notion had never crossed his mind, especially being the sole legacy of the old lord. Hao Tian coughed and said, Ah, junior brother, is not Xuandu? Observing Hao Tian's enthusiasm, Laozi hastily interjected, Ah, does my elder brother have other disciples? Pray, let them be introduced so I may meet them. Hao Tian inquired, scratching his head, for he had not heard of Laozi taking on new students. Well, to be honest, this disciple cannot be revealed to you at present, but perhaps you may take him with you later. Laozi spoke once more. Hao Tian gazed at Laozi in disbelief. Do you comprehend the absurdity of your words? Laozi, aware that his words were somewhat convoluted, cleared his throat and said, Junior brother, allow me to explain in detail. If one were to speak of the matter at hand, the blame lies with Hongjun. In ancient times, Hongjun had conferred the title of the foremost male immortal upon Dong Wanggong, who was born of primordial purple energy. However, in later times, Dong Wanggong's fortunes waned, and he was defeated by the formidable Taiji of the demon clan. Although he narrowly escaped, his true spirit was shattered, and he nearly perished. Fortunately, Laozi managed to rescue Dong Wanggong's remnants. As the disciple of Hongjun, it was imperative that Laozi did not allow Dong Wanggong to fall down as of today, with both the witch and demon clans in a state of stagnation. Laozi contemplated sending Dong Wanggong into reincarnation, while also preemptively informing Hao Tian to reserve a position for him, thereby fulfilling the cause and effect dictated by the Dao ancestor. Thus, the meeting today came to fruition. Laozi had initially intended to send him into that cycle of rebirth, to live as a mortal and then guide him anew. Today, however, junior brother fortuitously encountered this opportunity, and I must entrust this matter to you. Please assist in his revival at an opportune moment. The heavenly court. After several days of toil, a relatively satisfactory conclusion was finally achieved. The Yaoqi had fully utilized its capabilities, organizing the affairs of the celestial human race with great efficiency. And all arrangements for the recruitment event were nearly complete. Hao Tian remained hidden deep within the heavenly court, diligently cultivating. After enduring so much, he could finally enjoy a period of tranquility at this moment. Hao Tian felt that the essence of his Dao fruit had nearly coalesced halfway. His cultivation had smoothly reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The elite of the celestial human race had become the first to gain the fortune of humanity. If one were to quantify the fortune of humanity as 10, then the three ancestors each claimed a share, with the elite of the ancestral land claiming another. The remaining fortune was divided between Enhua and Laozi, with the least portion distributed among the many humans. Thus, the heavenly court possessed approximately 4, with Enhua holding 2, Laozi 2, and the remaining 2 among the other humans. Of course, humanity and the heavenly court were not subservient to one another, but rather coexisted. The fate of humanity now rested upon Hao Tian's ability to assimilate it, blending the two as one. Overall, Hao Tian felt that destiny was in his favor. Deep within the heavenly court, after several days of recuperation, Hao Tian retrieved a piece of purple jade from his bosom. Within this purple jade resided the true spirit of Dong Wanggong. It must be said that Dong Wanggong was a proud figure. Destined for imperial greatness, conferred the title of the foremost male immortal by the Dao ancestor. In truth, his situation bore similarities to Hao Tian's own. Both were conferred by the Dao ancestor, and each had a partner. Yet, while Dong Wanggong faced the challenges posed by the heavenly courts Dijuan and Taiji, Hao Tian's adversaries were the myriad saints of the heavenly realms present. Dong Wanggong's true spirit was rather unstable. Perhaps it was due to the loss of the sage's immense power, exhibiting signs of imminent dissolution. The most prudent course of action was to immediately send Dong Wanggong's true spirit into reincarnation. Utilizing the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation would swiftly restore the true spirit, although this might lead to a series of side effects, including but not limited to amnesia or mental fragmentation. It would at least ensure its preservation. However, as he was about to leave the 8 Scenes Palace, perhaps out of consideration for Hao Tian's offering of a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure to Xuandu, Laozi specifically instructed that Hao Tian should send Dong Wanggong into reincarnation at an appropriate time. This timing was of great significance. Hao Tian felt that Laozi's words were laden with deeper meaning, hinting at something. Yet as Laozi did not elaborate, Hao Tian refrained from further inquiry. Thus, holding on to Dong Wanggong's true spirit, Hao Tian sensed that it was not yet the right moment to act. After some contemplation, Hao Tian waved his hand to summon a treasured it had 4 legs and 2 ears, its form heavy and imposing, exuding waves of worldly power. This was the Qian Kuan Ding, a treasure bestowed upon Hao Tian by Hong Jun upon his appointment. Taking hold of the Qian Kuan Ding, Hao Tian subsequently infused it with a ball of golden merit. The merit ignited within the ding, producing a golden flame that enveloped him in warmth. Not daring to delay, Hao Tian placed the purple jade within. The merit flame blazed. Within the Qian Kuan Ding, mysterious forces began to manifest, reminiscent of the primordial pure yang rising from within the ding, merging into the purple jade. The Qian Kuan Ding, an innate supreme treasure. It had previously aided Enhua in mending the heavens and refining the 5-colored stones. Later, it was granted to Hao Tian by Hong Jun. This ding possessed negligible offensive capabilities but boasted commendable defensive abilities. However, its true core function was astonishingly defiant. The most essential function of the Qian Kuan Ding was to reverse the primordial state, to return to the source. Naturally, all of this was contingent upon certain conditions. The ding consumed merit to activate. Of course, if merit was lacking, fortune could suffice. Seeing the true spirit within the ding growing increasingly solid, and with no imminent threat of dissolution, Hao Tian hurriedly extinguished the flames within. In just a few brief moments, he had already expended a considerable amount of merit. As long as the true spirit remained intact, it was not worth depleting excessive resources. Hao Tian stowed away the purple jade. At this moment, Taiji had arrived outside the hall. "Your Majesty, here is the list of individuals who have registered thus far. I kindly request your review." Taiji presented a volume to him. Hao Tian casually took it and observed the densely packed names before his eyes. Flipping through the pages, he sought to identify any familiar names among them. After perusing, Hao Tian indeed discovered several recognizable names: Gao Ming, Gao Ju, Yuan Hong, Jin Dasheng, and others. These 2, Gao Ming and Gao Ju, need not undergo assessment. They should be directly recruited. They possess innate divine abilities that can assist the heavenly court in monitoring the 3 realms. Hao Tian pointed out. Gao Ming and Gao Ju were the 2 demons of Capanchen. Their realm that of celestial immortals, yet their combat prowess was inferior even to an ordinary human. However, these 2 possessed innate divine abilities, 1,000-mile eyes and wind-following ears, that would enable them to effectively perceive the conditions across the 3 realms. "Understood, Your Majesty." Taiji jinxing nodded, noting this down to AS for Yuan Hong and Jin Dasheng. They were among the 7 monsters of Meishan, though their origins remained somewhat ambiguous. In light of this, Hao Tian turned to Taiji, stating that the recruitment of these individuals required thorough examination. First, to investigate their karmic depth. Second, to ascertain their backgrounds. Third, to determine if they were spies for any major sects. Taiji nodded, understanding the significance of such scrutiny. This was crucial to prevent any internal corruption within the heavenly court. Casually flipping through the roster, he noted that most of the individuals listed were celestial immortals and Xian immortals, with only a few golden immortals, and not a single Taiji among them. Alas, the strength of the Honghuang is still too feeble. At this moment, Hao Tian couldn't help but reminisce about the ancient era when the Daoist walked freely. And golden immortals were as common as dogs, a period that had been marred by multiple calamities that led to the decline of the Honghuang. Flipping another page, two more names caught Hao Tian's attention, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. Speaking of these two, they were not particularly renowned. However, they possessed a rather famous treasure. The falling treasure money. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao were scattered cultivators from Wui Mountain who later allied themselves with the Chan sect during the Fengshan era, aiding in the conquest of the Great Shang. They had previously assisted in retrieving treasures such as Zhao Gongming's Dinghai Pearl and the Binding Dragon Rope, all while they themselves were merely celestial immortals. Yet they managed to use falling treasure money to seize the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Dinghai Pearl, from the hands of the Daoist golden immortal Zhao Gongming. Such a treasure could hardly be deemed ordinary. Thus, upon seeing their names, Hao Tian resolved to meet them forthwith, determined to acquire the falling treasure money for himself. Now, immediately summoned Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao to present themselves before me. Hao Tian closed the roster and instructed Taibai jinxing. Taibai did not dare to delay and promptly turned to leave. It soon proved that Taibai's efficiency in executing tasks was quite high, as he did not keep Hao Tian waiting for long. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Taibai returned, ushering in the two individuals. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao were filled with trepidation. They knew that even to meet the leader of the human race required queuing, let alone an audience with the heavenly emperor. Thus, upon hearing the summons, their anxiety was palpable. Xiao Sheng, Qiao Bao, we pay our respect to the heavenly emperor. Upon their first encounter, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao immediately knelt before the ground. I have heard that you two possess a spiritual treasure known as falling treasure money. Might I have the honor of viewing it? Hao Tian inquired directly. Gazing at the two, after all, they are merely two celestial beings. A single breath from me could extinguish them, so there is no fear of their escape. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao exchanged glances, perceiving a hint of hesitation and helplessness in each other's eyes. Yet this was not the time for indecision. By a stroke of fortune, we have obtained this extraordinary treasure, and if His Majesty wishes to see it, then so be it. With a smile, Xiao Sheng produced a copper coin from his bosom. It was circular with a square hole, adorned with two slightly ethereal wings. The coin fluttered upwards, soaring towards the vast heavens. Hao Tian chuckled heartily, extending his hand to receive the treasure, his divine sense probing it momentarily, swiftly unraveling its secrets. This treasure is fated to be with me. Would your brother be willing to exchange it with me? Hao Tian inquired directly, without pretense. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, despite their myriad of reluctances, found themselves unable to refuse given the overwhelming circumstances that we are willing. They replied, "Excellent. Since you two are willing to exchange, I shall ensure you do not suffer any loss. Today, I present you with two choices." Hao Tian declared two choices. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao glanced at each other, both sensing curiosity and anticipation in the other's eyes. Hao Tian continued without delay. The first option is an exchange that I can offer you either a supreme innate spiritual treasure or several exquisite innate spiritual treasures in exchange for this falling treasure coin. I do not possess many supreme innate treasures, but I do have a few for you to choose from, either an offensive or defensive type. That, if you prefer the exquisite ones, I can provide 3 to each of you. The terms offered are undeniably generous. The falling treasure coin, while in their possession, served limited utility, functioning solely as a functional magical artifact. It could only drop treasures but not weapons or arms. Hence, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao met their swift demise during the Battle of Investiture. Consequently, all corresponding treasures fell into the hands of Randanged at this moment. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao were somewhat dazed. As two impoverished individuals, they did not even possess a single inferior innate spiritual treasure. Now, the Celestial Emperor was offering them 3 exquisite innate treasures each. It was akin to winning a fortune of 10 million. Their eyes gleamed with greed and excitement, eager to acquiesce. However, fortunately, they had managed to cultivate themselves as celestial beings, and thus retain some degree of moral integrity. Though Hao Tian's offer left them dizzy, they still wished to hear the second option. "What is the second choice you speak of, Your Majesty?" Shao Sheng inquired, taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to immediately agree. "The second option is quite simple, that if you do not desire the spiritual treasures, I can arrange suitable divine positions for both of you in the heavenly court. I assure you, your cultivation shall reach Taiji. Whether you achieve the Luo in the future depends on your own fortunes, of course. If you choose this option, you can receive either one exquisite innate treasure or 3 middle-grade innate treasures." Hao Tian said with a smile that if the first option pertained to magical artifacts, then the second concerned cultivation. Faced with the allure of magical artifacts, Shao Sheng and Xiao Bao were undeniably fervent. Yet the prospect of cultivation proved even more irresistible. The plight of wandering cultivators was indeed arduous. Hao Tian desired the falling treasure coin, yet he chose not the most direct method of killing to seize the treasure. It was not that Hao Tian lacked principles, but rather that his path dictated such restraint as the ruler of the heavenly court. The celestial emperor, Hao Tian was unwilling to employ overwhelming powers to coerce or to engage in unscrupulous acquisition. While murder and theft were efficient, the repercussions for the heavenly court would be significant. If those who sought refuge in the court could be robbed, who would dare to seek allegiance with them? Although Shao Sheng and Xiao Bao had little experience, the mere exchange of a couple of inferior innate treasures would suffice. Nevertheless, Hao Tian resolved to offer 6 exquisite ones. The rationale was simple. One must invest heavily to reap bountiful rewards. This matter would inevitably circulate, and thus every action of Hao Tian would be scrutinized. Shao Sheng and Xiao Bao exchanged glances, their eyes communicating a silent dialogue. "We humbly pledge our choice of the second option," they declared in unison, bowing respectfully to Hao Tian. Hao Tian nodded, approving of their decision. An ordinary person may bear no blame for possessing a treasure. Had these two chosen the exquisite innate treasures, it would surely spread, and they would likely not survive the night. However, opting for divine positions offered a different outcome. Although the treasures diminished, their cultivation was assured. "Today, I decree Shao Sheng as the Lord of the Northern Dipper, with a rank of the 4th grade, and grant him the Earth Origin Sword as a protective spiritual treasure. Today, I decree Xiao Bao as the Lord of the Northern Dipper, with a rank of the 4th grade, and grant him the Heavenly Origin Ring as a protective spiritual treasure." With a word from the Emperor, the decree was enacted. From the depths of the heavenly court, 2 beams of golden light shot forth, condensing into 2 divine positions that entered the bodies of Shao Sheng and Xiao Bao. As the divine essence infused them, their auras transformed instantly. Once mere celestial beings, they swiftly ascended to the rank of golden immortals under the influence of the divine essence. The divine essence represented authority. The fortunes of the heavenly court surged, cleansing their fates and enhancing their cultivations. The Northern Dipper Lords were genuine divine positions with potential for the Luo in the future. After all, during the ancient times, the star deities under Emperor Jun and Taiji were all the Luo. With their cultivation elevated and treasures acquired, Shao Sheng and Xiao Bao departed joyfully for their new appointments. Such a leap from celestial to golden immortal could only be achieved by the heavenly court. After their departure, Hao Tian retrieved the falling treasure coin, preparing to refine it. It was indeed an extraordinary artifact. Upon contact, Hao Tian sensed that this treasure contained an almost complete path. The falling treasure coin. Money can connect with the divine. The core function of the falling treasure coin is exchange. Wealth stirs the heart. Gold captivates the eye. This is the reason the falling treasure coin can temporarily seal the spirituality of magical artifacts, allowing them to descend. Of course, this process is not without cost. The price is exchange. Utilizing other treasures consumes spiritual energy and magical power, or even divine soul energy. However, the falling treasure coin is different. It consumes fortune. Each time a treasure is dropped, a certain amount of fortune is expended, with the consumption increasing with the grade of the artifact. This moment, Hao Tian realized that the deaths of Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao during the Battle of Investiture were likely related to this treasure. After all, two celestial beings deploying magical artifacts caused several innate treasures to fall, particularly Zhao Gongming's sea-settling pearl, a supreme innate treasure. After its use, Xiao Sheng and Xiao Bao exhausted their fortunes, leading naturally to their demise. However, Hao Tian valued this treasure for more than just this reason. Such a function alone did not warrant an exchange of 6 exquisite spiritual treasures. The falling treasure coin possesses another vital function: the materialization of merit and fortune. In simpler terms, it can manifest merit and fortune in tangible form. While merit is visible, fortune is intangible, yet both merit and fortune belong to the realm of the intangible. The falling treasure coin serves as the primordial currency, capable of materializing the ethereal. Do not underestimate this seemingly simple function. It heralds the dawn of a new era. As long as merit coins can be widely circulated, the heavenly court's merit and fortune will flow abundantly. After all, there was no unified currency in the primordial world at this time. But Hao Tian knew that once merit coins emerged, they would circulate throughout the primordial realm in no time, as the sole authority of exchange. The heavenly court would naturally reap immense rewards. Hao Tian meticulously studied the usage of the falling treasure coin, contemplating the next course of action. This truly was a plan brimming with promise. Just as he was immersed in his research, Hao Tian suddenly sensed a powerful aura drawing near the heavenly court, accompanied by a familiar presence. Who could it be? Hao Tian pondered, perplexed that a quasi-saint was approaching the heavenly court. And that familiar aura? Is it Yuhua? Hao Tian frowned. Yuhua had come with a quasi-saint. Considering the current strength of the heavenly court, it would be difficult to attract a quasi-saint. However, since they were already at the gates of the heavenly court, they must enter. It was best to observe the unfolding events. Indeed, before long, Taiji hurriedly arrived. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother of the West has come with Fairy Yuhua to visit. Fairy Yuhua is currently kneeling outside the southern heavenly gate, beseeching your Majesty for justice. Taiji spoke hurriedly, his words slightly disjointed. You mean to say, Yuhua is kneeling outside the southern heavenly gate, refusing to enter? Hao Tian asked, rubbing his ears in disbelief. Indeed, your Majesty. Fairy Yuhua appears haggard, her speech somewhat erratic, as though her divine soul is unstable. She is currently kneeling outside the southern heavenly gate, unwilling to enter, merely calling for your Majesty to provide justice. The considerable number of onlooking immortals have gathered at the southern heavenly gate, Taiji reported. And what of the Queen Mother of the West? Is she also outside, refusing to enter? Hao Tian inquired once more. Indeed, Zuema mentioned that Yuhua's situation was rather dire, hence she was specially sent to the heavenly court, where she now awaits outside the southern heavenly gate alongside the multitude. Taiji interjected, let us proceed. Hao Tian nodded in affirmation, subsequently rising to make his way outside. This moment, a considerable gathering of celestial beings had already assembled outside the southern heavenly gate. It is certain that regardless of the outcome today, the news will swiftly disseminate throughout every corner of the 3 realms. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Yuhua, with disheveled hair, knelt, fervently calling out for your Majesty to uphold justice. Beseeching your Majesty, please ensure fairness. Numerous onlookers pointed and whispered among themselves. Beyond the crowd, a female celestial, resplendent and dignified, bore a hint of helplessness in her brow, gazing at Yaoji with eyes full of compassion. This was evidently the revered Zhuangmu, the matriarch of female immortals, personally honored by the Dao ancestor in days of yore. Greetings, Queen Mother. With the voice of the celestial beings, a magnificent palanquin swiftly approached from deep within the heavenly court. The figure emerging was none other than the Empress of Heaven, Yuhua. Behind her, a golden umbrella adorned the scene, accompanied by celestial music. Yuhua herself, clad in a phoenix crown and flowing robes, radiated grace and grandeur. Imbued with the heavenly court's potent aura, projecting an aura of formidable majesty, Yuhua and Zhuangmu exchanged distant glances, the 2 most esteemed female, celestial beings of the Primordial Era, their eyes sparking with electric intensity. I was unaware of your arrival, dear friend. I failed to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive my oversight. Yuhua smiled as she addressed her. It will not be so formal, sister. I have long heard of your ascendance from Zixiao to become the Queen Mother of Heaven. Today is a fortuitous occasion, and I am here to celebrate your achievements, Zhuangmu replied, her smile radiant. Despite the gentleness of their words, the atmosphere crackled with an intensity akin to a mountain's roar or a tsunami surge. The surrounding crowd instinctively retreated, acutely aware that entanglement in the clash of these two empresses could lead to dire consequences. Dear friend, I have just harvested ripe peaches from my orchard. Do join me within for a brief discourse. So I may extend my hospitality, Yuhua proposed to Zhuangmu. However, Zhuangmu simply waved her hand. I merely delivered Yuhua to the heavens. Having completed this task, we may exchange pleasantries later. With a sigh, Yuhua realized that the chance for a peaceful resolution had vanished. Zhuangmu was resolutely determined to witness the heavenly court's discomfiture. Nevertheless, one must confront the inevitable. At that moment, Yuhua approached Yuhua, who appeared dazed and disoriented. Yet upon sighting Yuhua, a flicker of clarity ignited in Yuhua's eyes. Your Majesty, please advocate for me. Seeing Yuhua in such a state pained Yuhua deeply. After all, she had once enlightened this being, and now, part of her essence was lost, leaving her spirit in disarray. A most troublesome predicament. Speak freely. I shall advocate for you. Yuhua's expression darkened as a glimmer of divine light descended, temporarily stabilizing Yuhua's mind. Your Majesty, I implore you for understanding. My descent to the mortal realm was due to the seduction of a man. He once vowed undying love, claiming he would brave any peril for me, seeking neither immortality nor longevity, merely a promise of shared old age that I was foolish enough to believe his words, as Yuhua recounted her tale. Yuhua's brow furrowed ever tighter. This was a tale as old as time, a celestial maiden deceived in the mortal realm. Initially believing in everlasting love, she was ultimately abandoned without a trace to eye in her anguish. The maiden's heart turned to bitterness. However, this was a story of mortals. How could it possibly apply to a celestial being? After all, Yuhua was a Tai golden immortal, a divine entity born of innate power. Such a mundane narrative felt bizarre in this context. Yuhua, you have already erred by descending to the mortal realm, and to be deceived by a mere mortal is an even greater folly. Now you seek my intervention. Can you not resolve this matter yourself? Yuhua spoke, her tone tinged with exasperation. Having listened to gossip all night, the gathered celestial beings now found themselves disinterested, while gossip was entertaining. This tale seemed rather foolish. Such a situation only highlighted Yuhua's own naivete, having no bearing on the heavenly court. Your Majesty, it is not that I lack ambition. It is simply that this man is a celestial being from above. Or else I would not have come before you. Yuhua continued, revealing shocking information. Who is he? Who accompanied you to the mortal realm? Yuhua demanded, her eyes ablaze with fury. Who is it? Who? At that moment, Yuhua succumbed to confusion. Clutching her head in anguish, Yuhua frowned. This situation was awry. My dear brother, I have previously inquired about this matter, yet each time I reach this point, Yuhua descends into madness. However, I once used my divine abilities to probe her memories. This individual should be present. Zhuangmu interjected, stepping forward. She pointed a finger, and a fragment of memory materialized in the void. A man appeared within the vision, his features indistinct, yet the essence of solar power was unmistakable. It is he. Yuhua's brows knitted together. Although his visage was obscured, the solar energy was undeniably potent. Moreover, given Yuhua's prior gazes toward the sun before her disappearance, Yuhua instantly connected the dots to Jinyang. The god of war from the heavenly court. Amidst the crowd, someone ventured. Who could this be? Yuhua cast a helpless glance at Yuhua. Though she understood Yuhua had been manipulated, her anger remained palpable. It seems my sister already possesses an answer. Zhuangmu remarked lightly. Yuhua's heart brimmed with indignation, acutely aware that the heavenly court had fallen prey to a rather significant scheme. While this would not undermine their foundation, it undeniably tarnished the court's dignity. At this juncture, Yuhua found herself in a quandary. How to respond? Summon Jinyang for confrontation. Such an action was clearly implausible. Once Jinyang arrived, the truth would remain elusive, regardless of his involvement. In that instant, another voice resonated. Zenyuzi requests an audience with the Heavenly Emperor. Who is Zenyuzi? One of the peak quasi-saints of the Primordial Era. Among the existing quasi-saints, he is one of the foremost in cultivation. Today, Zenyuzi seeks an audience with the Heavenly Emperor. The weight of that request was laden with emotion. Jinyu Daxian's visit was a significant matter. Hao Tian could not afford to be remiss. He discerned from Zenyuzi's tone that he came with goodwill. At this moment, a surge of purple energy erupted from deep within the heavenly court, capturing everyone's attention. Yuhua furrowed her brow, unfamiliar with this purple aura. However, Zhuangmu's expression shifted dramatically as the purple energy faded. It appeared as fleeting as a blooming flower, blossoming only to wither away in an instant. Yet for those attuned to such energies, its essence was unmistakable. Hao Tian strode forth from the depths of the heavenly court, and Zenyuzi had already arrived at the southern heavenly gate. "Greetings, brother!" Hao Tian bowed deeply upon encountering Zenyuzi. "Recently, high-ranking members of the human race sought me out, recounting your heroic deeds. The human race shares a connection with me. And today, I am escorting some of their elite to the heavens, coincidentally wishing to pay my respects." With a flourish of his sleeve, he unleashed spatial forces, and in an instant, a contingent of human elites materialized outside the southern heavenly gate. "Your visit is an unexpected honor. How could I trouble you over trifles of the heavenly court?" Hao Tian replied with a radiant smile. "That personally escort these human elites speaks volumes of your intentions." Zenyuzi remarked. Although Hao Tian was uncertain of what compelled Zenyuzi's staunch support, he had no desire to probe further. Zhuangmu's arrival had drawn countless eyes toward the heavenly court. Now, with Zenyuzi's appearance, many crises could be mitigated. Leading the human elite was none other than Xian Nu. Greetings to the Heavenly Emperor and to Jinyu Daxian. Xian Nu bowed deeply upon her arrival. "Sister, this is Xian Nu, the individual I mentioned to you. I would appreciate your assistance in accommodating her and her companions." Hao Tian expressed joyfully upon seeing Xian Nu, of course. But here, Yuhua nodded, though she still felt a twinge of difficulty as she gestured towards Yuhua. "Leave everything to me." Hao Tian gently patted Yuhua's hand, smiling reassuringly. "Very well. Be cautious, brother," Yuhua replied, offering a warm smile before proceeding to arrange accommodations for Xian Nu and her fellow human cultivators. Meanwhile, Zenyuzi cast a puzzled glance at Hao Tian. "Brother, what is this matter? Please hold for a moment. Allow me to address these minor affairs before we engage in further discussion." Hao Tian replied with a respectful gesture. "Go ahead. Brother, I have no pressing matters here." Zenyuansi smiled and nodded, displaying considerable cooperation. Hao Tian strode purposefully to Yunhua's front and pointed his finger at the center of his brow. That moment, within Yunhua's sea of consciousness, a pink aura was swirling chaotically. While the power of the Taiji was rampantly surging, causing his spirit to suffer damage and rendering his expression unclear. "My friend, I too have witnessed the scene you just displayed. The man in that painting, brimming with solar essence, is evidently no ordinary being, in your esteemed opinion, who possesses the power of the sun in this world." Hao Tian inquired with a smile towards the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother fell into a contemplative silence, her gaze revealing a complex emotion as it met Hao Tian's. "I must admit, my perception is limited. Aside from the likes of Dijuan and Taiji from years past, I truly cannot recall anyone who possesses such solar might," she replied, deliberately avoiding a direct reference to the heavenly court. "Though Dijuan and Taiji have perished, they have left behind offspring. One of the golden crows still lives. In my view, this one is unmistakably that little golden crow," Hao Tian stated gravely, directing his gaze towards the Queen Mother. "Indeed, what you say may very well be true regarding that little golden crow." The Queen Mother did not speak further, but Zenyuansi interjected. At this juncture, the Queen Mother could only nod in acquiescence. Outside the heavenly court, some observers began to discern underlying implications. The rapid shift in the Queen Mother's demeanor was notably conspicuous. It became apparent that her intent was to stir up trouble, to witness the heavenly court's misfortunes. Now, however, she had suddenly fallen silent. Was the Heavenly Emperor's word now law? Clearly, some undisclosed events had transpired between the two. The Queen Mother lowered her head, and for others, the situation became considerably simpler. After all, apart from those of the quasi-saint level, even the great Luo could not contest the judgments of a quasi-saint. Naturally, Hao Tian's words were regarded as absolute. Given Yuhua's spirit has been damaged, does the Heavenly Emperor possess a means to heal him? The Queen Mother, despite her retreat, still posed a challenging question to Hao Tian. How to handle Yuhua? In this matter, Yuhua had made grave mistakes. There were many issues that could not be openly discussed, even within the heavenly court. If she were to secretly ascend to the heavens and seek Hao Tian's judgment, he would exhaust the 9 heavens and 10 earths to seek justice. However, to come boldly today with outsiders, aiming to mock the heavenly court, was a different matter altogether. Seeking justice was secondary. Yuhua had to contend with Hao Tian's wrath. Yet, anger was one thing. All decisions would have to wait until Yuhua regained consciousness. A flash of golden light emanated from Hao Tian's hand, a manifestation of merit. The power of merit, palpable as substance, was placed upon Yuhua's brow, sufficient to temporarily quell the turmoil within his sea of consciousness. As the merit entered his body, Yuhua's eyes shifted from confusion to clarity, the sequence of events rapidly unfolding in his mind. And tears began to flow unbidden. I recognize my guilt and am willing to accept the Heavenly Emperor's punishment. Yuhua cried out, kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely. Hao Tian's expression remained unchanged, yet witnessing Yuhua's distress stirred a bittersweet sensation within him. Who in this world can truly be devoid of feelings? Even a pet, nurtured over time, cultivates a bond, let alone Yuhua, who had been in the heavenly court for centuries. Celestial beings possess love, which is a grand love. Celestial beings have desires, which are grand desires. For cultivators, affection and joy are akin to poison. You have fallen to such a state today, while others have plotted against you. The root cause lies significantly with you. If I were to punish you, would you accept it? Hao Tian's demeanor was solemn, exuding immense authority. I would accept it wholeheartedly. Yuhua nodded in agreement. Thus, I decree that you shall be confined to suppressing the realm of desires. And without an edict, you are forbidden to leave. Hao Tian sighed as he spoke. Yuhua obeys. Yuhua replied, bowing deeply. Hao Tian cast a glance at Yuhua, ultimately unable to suppress his compassion, and thus spoke again. Your spirit is currently unstable, primarily due to the turmoil of the Taiji essence within you. It seems your essence is too weak, influenced by the lingering emotions of the Taiji essence, which has clouded your original intent. Today, I shall sever the Taiji essence within you. Your cultivation will diminish, but the issues with your spirit should be resolved. All will follow the Heavenly Emperor's commands. Yuhua nodded, not declining. Severing this portion of the Taiji essence would indeed lower Yuhua's cultivation. Yet with pure chaotic jade, his future remained promising. Sever. Hao Tian wielded his palm like a blade, striking down fiercely in the void. A fragment of the Taiji essence flew from Yuhua's body, causing him to weaken and collapse. While the severed Taiji essence inexplicably journeyed towards the Taiji star, Hao Tian observed the essence, making no attempt to intervene, allowing it to soar towards the Taiji star. He sensed an inexplicable force guiding this Taiji essence. At this moment, upon the Taiji star, since the death of Shiha, it had been engulfed in eternal desolation. A man, tirelessly chopping the laurel, remained there. It was Hoi. In ancient times, he had been ensnared by the demon clan. The demon emperor, wishing to punish Hoi, did not execute him. Instead, he muddled his mind and confined him to the Taiji. As the Taiji essence flew into the Taiji, a branch from the laurel tree detached, merging with the Taiji essence. After a flash of radiance, a bewildered female immortal emerged. Hao Tian frowned, suspecting this newly born female immortal was likely Chang'e. Yet he was uncertain whether she retained any of her former memories. Regarding the laurel, Hao Tian harbored a degree of trepidation. From what he had just witnessed, it was evident that the laurel had already developed sentience. Her cultivation was not inferior to Hao Tian's. For the time being, the status quo was acceptable. Hao Tian saluted the laurel from a distance, to which the branches on the laurel trembled slightly in response. A tacit understanding was thus achieved between the two, returning to the heavenly court. At this moment, Yuhua, having lost the Taiyan essence, felt his aura diminish. His original Tai cultivation had fallen to the golden immortal realm due to the absence of the essence. Although Yuhua's gaze remained somewhat dazed, clarity had returned to a significant degree. The previously chaotic primordial spirit, though weakened, now felt unprecedentedly tranquil. Yuhua, do you recognize your mistake? Hao Tian's voice resonated, prompting Yuhua to instinctively lift his head. At this juncture, Hao Tian intended to tighten the reins on Yuhua once more. Yuhua has been schemed against, bringing disgrace to the heavenly court's dignity, and is willing to accept punishment. Yuhua replied, bowing his head. Having severed a portion of your essence, this serves as a minor punishment for a major lesson. Given that you have lost your glory, do not continue to call yourself Yuhua. From this day forth, you shall be renamed Yaoji. Hao Tian contemplated before speaking. Yuhua, Yuhua, the radiance of the clouds, encompassing the splendor of the heavens. Now, Yuhua resembles a stray dog, unworthy of this name. Yes, Yaoji acknowledges the decreed to atone for my transgressions. I am willing to venture into the realm of desires to suppress the desires of sentient beings, safeguarding peace for the heavenly court and all living beings. Yaoji nodded earnestly, tears glistening in her eyes. Hao Tian furrowed his brow, casting a deep gaze at Yaoji. Her current condition was not particularly favorable, raising concerns about whether she would succumb to the desires she was meant to suppress. Nevertheless, Hao Tian refrained from elaborating further. The journey to the realm of desires is fraught with challenges that I bestow upon you, the unparalleled heavenly eye, capable of discerning illusions and safeguarding your spirit. Yaoji, you now carry the burden of guilt. Should you err again, it may lead to irreversible consequences that you understand. Hao Tian looked earnestly at Yaoji, imparting his heartfelt counsel. Born as one, Yaoji naturally bore a portion of Hao Tian's fortune. To be fair, Hao Tian wished to shield Yaoji from excessive harm. At this moment, Hao Tian concentrated his divine power, summoning a wisp of heavenly might from a void. A fragment of the heavenly path, representing a sliver of authority from the heavenly court. This was infused into a heavenly eye. With this bit of heavenly power, as long as Yaoji remained true to her heart, she would not fall prey to temptation. The heavenly eye transformed into a jade pendant, which Yaoji accepted with gratitude. Thereafter, Hao Tian waved his hand, signaling Yaoji to take her leave. Rising once more, Hao Tian now faced Xinyuansi and the Queen Mother of the West, both quasi-saints. At this moment, Hao Tian stood and looked towards them. The two simultaneously turned to gaze at Hao Tian. In the silence between them, Hao Tian broke into a smile, indicating the matter had concluded. I wonder if the Queen Mother has anything further to discuss? The Queen Mother's expression stiffened. Although she was compelled to ascend to the heavens, she had nonetheless offended Hao Tian. Now that Hao Tian had dealt with the mundane affairs of the heavenly court, according to customary protocol, it was time for the Queen Mother to take her leave. However, she bowed her head, showing no intent to depart. Xinyuansi is present, which brings me great joy. How about we linger in the presence of the Heavenly Emperor for a while longer and discuss the great Tao together? The Queen Mother glanced awkwardly at Xinyuansi. If Xinyuansi were to suggest that their relationship was merely cordial, it would be truly awkward. Yet, Xinyuansi was a man of integrity. If my friend wishes it, there is no issue. I merely wonder if the Heavenly Emperor has the time. Of course, please, both of you, accompany me inside that I invite the Yao Pool to join us. It would be splendid to delve into the mysteries of the Tao together. Hao Tian laughed heartily. Thus, the three of them proceeded deeper into the heavenly court. The heavenly court, in truth, did not wish for another quasi-saint adversary to emerge. However, once targeted, they could not pretend as if nothing had occurred. Consequently, a small measure of yin and yang was directed towards the Queen Mother, a subtle expression of Hao Tian's dissatisfaction with her. The Queen Mother, unwilling to lose face, chose to stay, and Hao Tian graciously accepted her presence. Reflecting the magnanimity of the Heavenly Emperor within the depths of the heavenly court, the four quasi-saints engaged in a profound dialogue, each feeling they had gained something valuable from the exchange. However, It is evident that Xinyuzi and Zhuangmu are not in the right state of mind. Both are clearly burdened by their concerns. In light of this, the discourse must regrettably come to a hasty conclusion. At this moment, the four of them sit cross-legged. Hao Tian gazes at Xinyuzi and speaks. My friend, your heart is troubled, and it is my fault for insisting on engaging you in this discussion. Xinyuzi sighs and replies, You are too courteous, my friend. It is I who has matters to request, thereby dampening your spirits, which is truly regrettable. Zhuangmu still feels a bit awkward, as it was she who initiated this discussion with the intention of staying, yet now she can only feign nonchalance. Asserting that nothing is amiss, if you have something to say, please do, my friend. If I can assist, I shall not refuse. Hao Tian responds with a smile. Xinyuzi did not come alone. He brought with him the elite of the human race. Regardless of the human race's standing or Xinyuzi's personal connections, both are of great significance to Hao Tian. Most crucially, Xinyuzi truly understands how to seek help. He adopts a very humble demeanor. Hao Tian finds it difficult to refuse. This matter is long to explain, yet rather simple. I wish to ask the Heavenly Emperor to assist me in saving a life. Xinyuzi sighs, producing a crimson gourd in his hand. Could this be the legendary 9-9 dispelling spirit gourd? Is this what you wish for me to save? Hao Tian points to the gourd in Xinyuzi's hand, uncertainly inquiring. Indeed, it is. Xinyuzi nods with a hint of bitterness. He then hands the crimson gourd to Hao Tian. Upon receiving the gourd, Hao Tian uses his divine sense to probe it and discovers a trace of true spirit within. It must have been left in the gourd during the refinement by the esteemed Elder Hongyun back in the day. After a moment's contemplation, Hao Tian returns the gourd to Xinyuzi, stating, The true spirit within this gourd is but a mere remnant. Given my current capabilities, I fear I cannot be of assistance. Hao Tian laments the severity of Elder Hongyun's injuries. Of course, this statement is not entirely precise. It would be better to say that he is not completely deceased. This is not a complete true spirit, but merely a lingering trace. Hao Tian even hesitates to use the fire of merit to refine it, fearing it might turn to dust in an instant. Upon hearing Hao Tian's helplessness, Xinyuzi's eyes reflect a palpable sense of despair. The bitterness in his gaze is unmistakable. In truth, I held little hope, and my old friend faced this calamity long ago. And for many years I've been unwilling to accept it, wishing to help him return to life. Yet now, it seems I was overly ambitious. Xinyuzi's spirits seem to wane as he murmurs. At this moment, Hao Tian, too, feels a wave of sorrow. Xinyuzi and Hongyun embody the essence of true friendship in the primordial world. For countless years, Xinyuzi has toiled for his old friend, even confronting Taiji and Emperor Haotian for the sake of avenging Hongyun. From a friend's perspective, this is truly a bond worth sacrificing everything for. Brother Jinyu, do not be disheartened. I possess ample Wanggong divine water, which I hope may aid Hongyun's true spirit. Zhuangmu's eyes are slightly reddened, perhaps feeling a sense of shared plight. The Wanggong divine water is exceedingly precious, the nourishing essence for all spiritual roots. Especially beneficial for spiritual roots, it holds great significance. In that case, I thank you. My friend, Xinyuzi does not decline, recognizing the value of the Wanggong divine water. If the gourd proves unhelpful, his own ginseng fruit may yet serve. Perhaps I could devise another approach. As the two engage in their transaction, Hao Tian suddenly speaks. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to restore the remnants of Hongyun's spirit. Conventional methods are futile. After all, there is but a single trace of Hongyun's spirit, which cannot withstand any harsh measures. In other words, even a slight surge of energy could lead to disaster. Should the patient be lost in the healing process, it would spell great trouble. One cannot rule out the possibility of the first medical dispute in the primordial world. Thus, the treatment must be approached with utmost caution. Heavenly Emperor, please elaborate. Xinyuzi's eyes gleam with anticipation. A glimmer of hope igniting within Hongyun's true spirit is exceedingly fragile. We dare not act hastily upon it, which is one of the constraints we face. Hao Tian gestures towards the crimson gourd, explaining. Xinyuzi nods in agreement. The primary reason for our hesitance to proceed with the operation lies in the fear of inadvertently causing the patient's demise. If we shift our perspective, the true spirit of Hong Yuan is intrinsically linked to this gourd, that if we could cultivate this gourd, might we not then utilize it to nurture Hong Yuan's true spirit? While the process may be slow, it possesses a significant advantage: safety. Hao Tian gestures toward the gourd before them. Xinyuzi's eyes shine with excitement. Indeed, cultivating the gourd, as long as we can plant this gourd, we may be able to channel energy back into Hong Yuan's true spirit, perhaps even resurrecting him. However, this gourd is a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. How can it be planted? It is known that such innate gourds are incompatible with the heavenly Tao and have long since withered. Zhuangmu's voice interjects, grounding the fervent Xinyuzi. Indeed, how to plant it? This gourd currently has no roots. Xinyuzi frets, anxiously turning the gourd over in his hands. Calm down, my friend. Hao Tian suddenly produces a golden bell. As he rings the bell, it instantly draws the frantic Xinyuzi back to his senses. This golden bell is an artifact from the Purple Cloud Palace. Although merely a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, it bears the resonance of the Tao ancestors' teachings. With a single strike, it swiftly quells Xinyuzi's tumultuous state of mind. Xinyuzi exhales deeply, finally regaining his composure. I apologize for any disturbance caused. He bows slightly in acknowledgement. The bond of friendship among us is rare in this world. There is no need for apologies. Hao Tian reassures him with a smile that if I have friends like you, I shall have no regrets. Zhuangmu echoes with a sigh. Xinyuzi remains silent, not responding, only letting out a sigh. To cultivate a spiritual root, one requires two essential elements: soil and water. As for water, we possess the Sangwang divine water. Concerning soil, we have the essence of Wutu. Now, we need only to find the gourd vine. And I can devise a method to restore the gourd vine to its original state. Hao Tian smiles as he looks at Xinyuzi. Essence of Wutu. That is Xinyuzi's own essence. Cultivating the vine will require some of his origin. Zhuangmu possesses the Sangwang divine water. As for the gourd vine, it had matured on Mount Buzhou long ago. The three pure ones, Taiji and Hong Yuan, had successively harvested it, with the final gourd and vine ultimately taken by Yuhua. The remaining gourd vine was repurposed as a tool for creation, imbued with a touch of merit from the act of creation, thus becoming a treasure of merit. Even now, it is still enshrined in the ancestral land of the human race. I shall head to the human realm and retrieve the tool for creation. Xinyuzi, clearly aware of this news, rises decisively, but he suppresses his excitement and prepares to depart. However, Hao Tian stops him. No need. The tool for creation is currently in the heavenly court. Hao Tian waves his hand, then sends a message. The elite of the human race have all ascended to the heavenly court. Thus, the tool for creation enshrined in the ancestral land has also been brought to the heavenly court. It is now in the hands of the three ancestors of humanity. Hao Tian explains the situation to Xinyuzi. The three ancestors hold great favor towards Xinyuzi, who has rendered immense kindness to the human race. They harbor no objections to offering the tool for creation. Moreover, it is likely that the heavenly court possesses the capability to heal Hong Yuan's injuries, a fact that the human race has communicated to Xinyuzi. After all, they believe that if the heavenly emperor can heal the ailments of the celestial beings, he may possess other means to mend the injuries of true spirits. The tool for creation is quickly delivered. With the tool for creation, Sangwang water, and Wutu essence all at hand, Hao Tian wastes no time. He rises and summons the Qian Kuan Ding. Then he points with his hand. A flame of merit begins to burn within the Qian Kuan Ding. Brother Jinyu, this Qian Kuan Ding requires merit as fuel. I wonder if your merit is sufficient. Hao Tian inquires, looking at Xinyuzi. Not much, not much. Over the years, I have accumulated some merit. Behind Xinyuzi, several golden wheels of merit appear, each radiating blinding brilliance. With a wave of his hand, Xinyuzi shatters the golden wheels, releasing a vast amount of merit into the Qian Kuan Ding. Hao Tian silently marvels at his generosity. The flames of merit ignite. Under the influence of merit, the tool for creation begins to transform. The originally verdant vine swiftly extends, rapidly morphing into the shape of a gourd vine, empowered by the merit. The transformation of the gourd vine is swift. Simultaneously, the consumption of merit is equally rapid. As the gourd vine gradually sprouts new shoots, its roots begin to take form, Hao Tian's eyes gleam with joy. It has effectively reached the halfway mark. Gourd, Hao Tian calls out softly, and the gourd in Xinyuzi's hand immediately flies into the flames of merit. The two intertwine, and the gourd stem slowly regenerates, connecting with the gourd vine, just as it seems they are on the verge of successful integration. A thunderous sound reverberates through the void, yet it is the heavenly Tao that disallows it. At this moment, what they sought to recreate was the primordial root of all creation, the innate gourd. This was an existence with potential that surpassed even the finest spiritual roots. After all, the innate gourd vine bore a total of 7 gourds, each of which was a superior spiritual treasure. Should these 7 gourds unite, harmonize through the innate gourd vine as a conduit, it might transcend the innate spiritual roots and ascend into the realm of chaotic spiritual roots. The heavenly Tao of the wilderness would not permit such an extraordinary spiritual root to exist. Thus, the thunderous roars of the void echoed, a manifestation of the heavenly Tao's power attempting to thwart the re-emergence of the innate gourd. "Merge for me," Xinyuanzi bellowed in fury, pouring in more of his merit. Having come this far, he had no reason to give up. Within the Qian Kuanding, the red gourd and the gourd vine drew nearer once again, yet they were met with another thunderous clap. The voice of the heavenly Tao, deep and formidable, caused the gourds, which were so close to uniting, to separate once more. A look of sorrow appeared in Xinyuanzi's eyes. He then infused more merit, again and again. After 8 consecutive failures, Xinyuanzi had exhausted nearly all of his merit. Yet, success still eluded him. Not only Xinyuanzi, but also the West Queen Mother felt a surge of urgency in her heart. For her, Xinyuanzi was a pioneer. His success or failure mirrored her OWNT this moment. Their shared experiences and identical hopes coalesced into a source of support. The West Queen Mother, though possessing little merit, also contributed what she could. Perhaps this is simply the fate of Hong Yun, as well as mine. Xinyuanzi, having depleted his merit, felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Yet he understood that some things were beyond his control. "Xinyuanzi, let me tell you, there is nothing that cannot be achieved in this world," Hao Tian declared with unwavering determination, gazing at the Qian Kuanding. The heavenly Tao would not only reject Hong Yun, but also the burgeoning future of the heavenly court. If this endeavor were to fail, how would the heavenly court attract Xinyuanzi? How could they retain the West Queen Mother? Did the heavenly emperor have any solutions? Xinyuanzi spoke with a hint of bitterness. At this moment, the West Queen Mother turned to Hao Tian, awaiting his response. "The solution is quite simple. There is no price that cannot be negotiated in this world. If there is, it simply means to raise the price. Today, there's only one way to resolve this matter, and that is to increase the merit." A glint of brilliance flashed in Hao Tian's eyes as he conjured a vast amount of merit. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured it all into the effort. Unlike Xinyuanzi, who contributed in portions, he unleashed a concentrated force. Gifts should be presented in a decisive manner, not in dribbles. That would be a strategy akin to pouring oil on a fire. A grave error in warfare. The merit surged like flames into the sky. The powerful flames burst forth from the heavenly court, plunging directly into the chaos. This moment, 2 thunderous roars echoed in the void, gradually receding. Clearly, when the merit flames reached a certain magnitude, they could temporarily repel the heavenly Tao. This was not a sign of weakness from the heavenly Tao, but rather a necessity to adhere to its own established rules. Merit was a reward from the heavenly Tao. At the same time, it also represented a contribution to the universe. The one thing the heavenly Tao disallowed was insufficient merit, as long as the merit was ample. The heavenly Tao had to yield. The Qian Kuanding hummed with a profound and ancient energy. It has succeeded. The immense flames of merit had temporarily driven back the will of the heavenly Tao. Seizing this moment, the gourd vine finally fused perfectly with the gourd. A lush green gourd vine, a vibrant red gourd. The two intertwined, rapidly growing stronger amidst the flames of merit, from inferior innate spiritual root to medium-grade innate spiritual root, then to superior innate spiritual root. Yet the gourd vine's rank could not ascend any further. Hao Tian channeled his magic, and the innate gourd instantly descended. Xinyuanzi hurriedly caught it, carefully planting the innate gourd in the spiritual soil. At this moment, the West Queen Mother offered some divine water of the three lights to help the gourd vine take root properly. I enter heavenly court. There exists a secret realm suitable for cultivating this gourd vine. If Dao Brothers in Yuan is interested, I can grant you access to this secret realm, Hao Tian proposed to Xinyuanzi. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Thank you very much, Heavenly Emperor, seeing Xinyuanzi not decline. Hao Tian let out a hearty laugh. He then opened the entrance to the cave, and Xinyuanzi rushed inside, eager to find a place to plant the gourd. This act of sowing marked a new beginning. As the gourd matured in the future, the true spirit of Hong Yun would gradually recover. As for whether it would be Hong Yun or the gourd's little golden warrior that returned, it was hard to say. After all, the true spirit of Hong Yun was exceedingly faint, and even if the gourd were to nurture it, it was uncertain how much memory could be preserved. Nonetheless, this was already a significant improvement. At least there was still life. Xinyuanzi dove into the secret realm, tending to his gourd, indicating that he would need some time. At this point, only the West Queen Mother and Hao Tian remained in the vicinity. The atmosphere between them, devoid of intimacy, felt somewhat awkward. After all, not long ago, the West Queen Mother had introduced the incident concerning Yuhua. Although the issue had ultimately been resolved, the awkwardness was undeniable. Dao friend, you usually meditate in the West Kunlun. What brings you to the heavens to wade through this murky water? After a prolonged silence, Hao Tian finally broke the ice. This served as an opening to address the misunderstanding between them. It is not that I came here of my own volition. I was compelled to do so. The West Queen Mother sighed, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Despite being a quasi-saint, she too was subject to the whims of fate. Few in this world can compel a Dao friend. Could it be those two? Hao Tian gestured towards the west, implying something. The West Queen Mother shook her head in response that I reside in Kunlun, a place where the Western forces hold no sway. My arrival here is due to the decree of the Yuqing talisman. After speaking, she shook her head in a defeated manner. Hao Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that it was indeed the handiwork of his elder brother. Yuan sure. Since he had not shown his elder brother due respect in the heavenly court, the latter retaliated by exerting pressure on the court. Yet upon reflection, this was to be expected. Yuan sure was never one to be magnanimous. You and I, though quasi-saints, are but pawns in the hands of the saints, subject to their whims, the West Queen Mother lamented once more. Hao Tian fell silent. After a long period of contemplation, he finally looked up at the West Queen Mother. I'm aware of the reason you have remained. It is indeed for the true spirit of Donghua, which is currently in my possession, Hao Tian stated, producing the piece of purple jade from his robe and offering it to her. The West Queen Mother's hands trembled as she received the purple jade, the familiar aura stirring emotions within her, causing her eyes to glisten. The bond between Wanggong and the West Queen Mother spanned countless eons. And now, with millions of years since his passing, she had thought her old friend lost to time. Yet now, the opportunity for reunion had presented itself, truly a serendipitous twist of fate. Once this true spirit is sent into reincarnation, it will naturally undergo restoration and be reborn as a human, leading to a day of reunion, Hao Tian sighed, acknowledging the potential for maximizing benefits by leveraging the true spirit to entice the West Queen Mother into joining the heavenly court. However, such a maneuver could easily sow seeds of discord, which Hao Tian was reluctant to entertain. Does the Heavenly Emperor not know that the cycle of reincarnation has long since been sealed? The cycle of reincarnation has been sealed? Hao Tian inquired, perplexed as he gazed at the West Queen Mother. When did this occur? At this moment, the cycle of reincarnation lacked a complete management system, with Hutu embodying the reincarnation itself. After the emergence of the 6 paths of reincarnation, living beings were drawn into it to undergo rebirth. The likes of the 10 Yama Kings and the ox-headed and horse-faced beings had yet to materialize. Currently, the cycle of reincarnation was merely a sanctuary for the Witch Clan. Following their defeat, remnants of the Witch Clan had retreated into the cycle. After the battle between the witches and the demons, the passage to reincarnation had nearly closed. Recently, few living beings had ventured into the cycle, and even fewer had been reborn, indicating issues within the cycle. Thus, Relying on reincarnation to restore the true spirit seemed rather unrealistic. The West Queen Mother furrowed her brow. Hao Tian found himself at a loss. With no master over heaven and earth, chaos reigned. The issues of the heavenly court remained unresolved, and now problems with reincarnation emerged in succession. What does Dao Friend propose? Hao Tian asked the West Queen Mother. I implore the Heavenly Emperor to employ your powers. Since the Qian Kuan Ding can return to its origin, the true spirit of Wanggong within this purple jade is not fragile and should withstand the flames of merit. This way, we can restore it without the hardships of reincarnation, perhaps allowing it to ascend to a higher realm in the future. The West Queen Mother gazed at Hao Tian with a glimmer of hope. I am entrusted by the saints to send it into reincarnation. If I were to assist in its restoration, it would likely require a substantial amount of merit, Hao Tian remarked, his expression somewhat troubled as he looked at the West Queen Mother. The ding can be borrowed without issue. However, must the merit also come from me? The West Queen Mother awkwardly fumbled in her pocket, unlike Xinyuanzi, who had accumulated merit through years of nurturing the land. She had little to her name since she had remained in the West Kunlun after the Ancient War. After much effort, the little that had been accumulated was just lent to Xinyuanzi. The Queen Mother of the West felt a tinge of helplessness. Earlier, when Hao Tian assisted Xinyuanzi, the merits seemed to flow freely, with no mention of cost. Yet, when it came to her, he began to haggle over merits. Of course, the Queen Mother understood that Xinyuanzi was quite different from herself. Xinyuanzi had proven his reputation through years of steadfastness, being grateful and deeply loyal. Hao Tian's unreserved assistance was naturally reciprocated by Xinyuanzi. Unspoken but understood, as a former adversary, the Queen Mother knew that Hao Tian's help must come at a price, with conditions attached. If the Heavenly Emperor has any stipulations, please feel free to state them. As long as it can bring back Wanggong, I am willing to comply. The Queen Mother grit her teeth and said, turning to Hao Tian, assistance is a matter of duty, but even among brothers, accounts must be clearly settled. Whatever merits are expended, dear friend, you must repay me in due time. Hao Tian replied with a smile. Indeed, I shall certainly repay what I borrow, the Queen Mother nodded. But the question remains, where will you acquire such abundant merits? Hao Tian waved his hand dismissively. Clearly, after countless years, you have accumulated merely this little. Now that I lend you merits, must I wait until the time of the boundless calamity for you to repay me? The Queen Mother fell silent, momentarily taken aback by this question. After some contemplation, she smiled brightly. What guidance does the Heavenly Emperor have? Please, do not hesitate to speak. If you join my heavenly court, you shall hold a high office. With merits in the millions, Hao Tian declared with a grin. The plot thickens. Join the heavenly court, and I will cover these investments. Very well. As long as it aids in the rebirth of Wanggong, I shall join the heavenly court, and for the remainder of my life, I shall never stray. The Queen Mother stood resolutely. Excellent. Let us commence. Hao Tian did not hesitate, and the flames of merit ignited once more. Enter, purple jade. The flames of merit shall refine. The true spirit began to recover at an astonishing pace. At that moment, within the depths of the heavenly court, a surge of purple solar energy began to rise, enveloping the skies in purple mist. It was the primordial time, as a ray of yang energy began to revive deep within the heavenly court. A single breath rises, 10,000 paths flourish, the purple energy flowed forth. And a male immortal gradually took shape from within the Qinkuan cauldron. The revival of Dong Wanggong was far simpler than that of the innate gourd, with the merits in place. Everything fell into place. After all, Dong Wanggong's highest achievement was merely that of a quasi-saint. Now, the newly formed body exuded an aura no more than that of a golden immortal. Amidst the swirling purple mist, a pair of eyes suddenly opened wide. The man then rose swiftly, flying out of the cauldron. Where is this place? And who are you? He asked, somewhat bewildered, as his gaze swept across his surroundings, only to find he did not recognize a single person. At that moment, the Queen Mother, filled with excitement, approached him. You do not recognize me. I am Jean Mu. I have just been born, but I have no memory. Esteemed fairy, have we met before? The man inquired, looking at the Queen Mother with a hint of familiarity. The Queen Mother felt a pang of sadness, yet upon further confirmation, she realized the true spirit's essence was unmistakable, albeit with partial memory loss. Perhaps this is for the best. The past is behind us, and worldly matters should fade away. From now on, we ought to pursue the great Tao, she murmured softly. The newly born man was given the name Chunyang by Hao Tian and was sent to the Do Shui Palace to apprentice under Lao Jun. The Queen Mother had no objections to this. In the grand scheme of the world, being able to apprentice under a sage was far more secure than being among their group of quasi-saints. Rest assured, Heavenly Emperor, although Wanggong has lost his memory, our agreement must be fulfilled. From this day forth, I am a subject of the Heavenly Court. The Queen Mother bowed to Hao Tian, signifying her stance. What you say is true. From now on, we shall serve together in the same court, assisting the Heavenly Emperor and contributing to the well-being of the beings across the three realms. Zhen Yuanzi appeared by their side. Having arrived unnoticed, Hao Tian felt a sense of relief. His efforts had not been in vain. With two allies, the Heavenly Court's fortunes were secure, and it was time to commence the next phase of their plan. Hao Tian smiled at the two of them. Please, Heavenly Emperor, enlighten us. Zhen Yuanzi bowed respectfully. We await your command. The Queen Mother echoed, bowing as well. With the two of you, the four sovereigns of the Heavenly Court can re-emerge in the primordial wilderness, exerting dominance over the world, subduing the disobedient, and controlling the vast wilderness. However, we must be mindful that our greatest enemies are not the Wu and Yao, nor the cycles of reincarnation, but the saints themselves. Therefore, in our quest for supremacy in the wilderness, we must avoid tyranny and aggression. We should adopt the path of kingship, winning hearts rather than conquering lands. We must simmer gently, preparing for the moment the saints recognize the threat of the Heavenly Court and take action. We need to harness the power to contend with the saints, Hao Tian declared, directly targeting the saints. Hearing Hao Tian's words, Zhen Yuanzi and the Queen Mother exchanged shocked glances. After all, Hao Tian was originally a disciple of the saints. Now, he spoke of the saints as foes. Heavenly Emperor, tread carefully. The saints of the primordial wilderness are formidable. Such words should not escape your lips, the Queen Mother cautioned. She held profound respect for the saints, fully aware that, in their eyes, her status as a quasi-saint rendered her no more than a mere insect. Thus she conducted herself with utmost caution. Dear Queen Mother, at this juncture, do you still not comprehend? We quasi-saints have long been thorns in the saints' sides. While the strategy of hiding may be useful, we cannot escape the fate that awaits us. Hao Tian responded gravely. This is a reality many quasi-saints fail to grasp. After the six saints, the primordial wilderness will not see a seventh. And we quasi-saints, though once companions of the saints, are destined to be sacrifices in the primordial wilderness. After the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the primordial wilderness is fated to decline. The heavenly way has accumulated great power, sufficient to recreate the universe. The saints, as key players, will undoubtedly preserve their seeds, while we quasi-saints are bound to be the ones facing calamity. Moreover, we are the ones who must face it. Will the saints protect the quasi-saints? Generally speaking, they probably will not. The reason is simple. No common interests. If you are a disciple of a saint, they may provide protection, but as one born of heaven and earth, the saints have no reason to shield you. When calamity strikes, all quasi-saints are destined to perish. After all, in the new cosmos, there is no need for several contenders to divide the spoils. Hao Tian meticulously explained the rationale to the Queen Mother and Zhen Yuanzi. The two listened in profound silence. Of course, this was Hao Tian's intention. Quasi-saints must possess a sense of crisis. The pursuit of the Tao brooks no negligence. If one deludes themselves into thinking they are a quasi-saint, abandoning the pursuit of the Tao, they will only face calamity in the future. The Queen Mother had remained in the West Kunlun for countless years, with no advancement in her cultivation. Zhen Yuanzi had held his ground at Mount Wanshou, yet during his travels, he had been oppressed by the Buddhist sect. These are the consequences of complacency. Those in high positions should be particularly vigilant, as if treading on thin ice, for the resources you occupy are being eyed by many, especially when there are those above you who are constantly plotting your downfall to elevate their own subordinates. To survive, that is the ostrich strategy, which only invites the slaughter. Thus, one could say that we quasi-saints are like fish on a chopping board, destined to meet our end sooner or later. Zhen Yuanzi inhaled sharply. Having never contemplated so much, over the years with the Earth Book in hand, he felt secure in his defenses, believing that the saints would find it challenging to breach them. Hence, he had never worried about his safety. However, those who lack foresight will inevitably face immediate troubles. What of the future? When the land ceases to exist, what use is the Earth Book? Becoming a saint is no longer feasible in the current primordial wilderness. The saints have already been established, and the path of the heavenly way holds no prospects. To transcend, we must only cultivate the divine way, Hao Tian declared, turning his gaze toward Zhen Yuanzi and the Queen Mother. The divine way? Both were taken aback, having never heard of such a path. At this moment, the deities of the heavenly court still resonated with the essence of immortals, and the divine way had yet to circulate through the primordial wilderness. The divine way represents authority. It governs heaven and earth, seeking not the heavenly way. The heavenly emperor shall be the progenitor of all gods, Hao Tian explained in the presence of his two supportive quasi-saints. He revealed a fragment of the mystery, the Pangu divine way. Although the opportunity for cultivation has passed, with the destruction of heaven and earth, the divine way is incomplete. However, this path is ultimately superior to the heavenly way. For the heavenly way has already been fully occupied. The progenitor of all gods, Zhen Yuanzi and the Queen Mother gazed at Hao Tian in astonishment. Hao Tian smiled. With a Tao ancestor, there must also be a God ancestor. I am a disciple of the Tao ancestor, yet I aspire to be the God ancestor. If you too assist me, there may yet be a chance for enlightenment, even if enlightenment eludes us. Once I achieve the Tao, I shall certainly protect you both. Hao Tian began to weave a vision of possibilities for the two. It was not merely fanciful dreaming. He was outlining the myriad possibilities of the future. Quasi-saints are among the rarest and most elite existences in the cosmos, and the likelihood of luring them with benefits is rather slim. As quasi-saints, their only concern is whether they can attain the Tao. As the Celestial Emperor, Hao Tian is the primordial ancestor of the divine path. His potential success signifies the ultimate fate of those who follow him. Zhen Yuanzi and the West Queen Mother exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a glimmer of hope. Although this path is fraught with challenges, it undeniably leads to a grand avenue, at the very least, compared to the arduous journey of cultivating the heavenly way. There exists a modicum of possibility. One should not underestimate this slender chance. Though it is but a thread, it is sufficient for countless powerful beings to forsake their lives. May we follow the Celestial Emperor. After a moment of silence, Zhen Yuanzi and the West Queen Mother respectfully bowed before Hao Tian. At this juncture, the long silent system finally stirred into action. Congratulations to the Celestial Emperor for subduing two quasi-saints, significantly enhancing the strength of the heavenly court. Reward, seed of the world tree. The news of the reward, the 12th grade pure world white lotus, filled Hao Tian with elation. The previously dormant system had once again come alive, reminding Hao Tian that his fortunate circumstances remained intact. The rewarded item, the seed of the world tree. This serves as the foundation of the divine path, destined to grow into a sustenance for the world. It is the key that may one day replace Buzhou Mountain and prevent the decline of the primordial lands, for the 12th grade pure world white lotus. It is merely a commendable spiritual root in Hao Tian's eyes. After gathering his rewards, Hao Tian turned to Zhen Yuanzi and the West Queen Mother. The immediate priority is for both of you to relocate your realms to the heavenly court. Unity breeds strength. If we remain scattered, we risk being easily overwhelmed. Brother Zhenyan, I require your assistance in selecting suitable personnel for the heavenly court, and then to establish the earth god lineage. Mountains and rivers, all possess deities. The opening of the earth god lineage will officially extend the reach of the divine path into the vast expanse of the primordial lands. Moreover, your cultivation will grow stronger with the completion of the earth god lineage, and at the very least, you may attain longevity equal to that of the heavens. Hao Tian gazed at Zhen Yuanzi as he spoke. the ancestor of Earth immortals, the ancestor of Earth gods, the deities of the primordial land shall naturally be ushered in by Xinyuanzi. Xinyuanzi accepted the command. West Queen Mother, your immediate task is to oversee the celestial expanse beyond, utilizing the three light, divine water to create the myriad stars, fostering more celestial deities that I in tandem with this. Your primary duty is to expel any thieves lurking in the outer celestial realms. No matter who they are, they shall not be shown mercy. The West Queen Mother acknowledged her orders. Once the two quasi-saints departed, Hao Tian summoned Yao Qi, entrusting her with the golden treasure of the fallen, assigning her the responsibility of promoting the merit currency. After all, the exchange and management of merit currency hold vast commercial opportunities. Amidst the bustling activities, the Heavenly Court's recruitment fair came to a close. On the final day of recruitment, a grand platform suddenly rose outside the southern Heavenly Gate. It was the various emperors of the Heavenly Court preparing to bestow titles upon the newly appointed heavenly officials. A significant event was unfolding in the primordial lands today. The Heavenly Court, previously hidden within the 33 heavens, was now proactively presenting itself before all beings. Above the remnants of Buzhou Mountain, the Heavenly Court dismantled the outer formations, exposing parts of the Heavenly Palace. A towering platform stood resplendently. Below the platform, a multitude of immortals stood, silently observing. At this moment, countless celestial beings across the primordial lands raised their gazes, witnessing the spectacle of the Heavenly Court. Unbeknownst to them, for majestic and sacred figures, each embodying a distinct Tao rhythm, appeared upon the platform. The two figures of the center were none other than Hao Tian and Yao Qi, as the celestial beings bowed in reverence. They greeted, "We have met the celestial emperor, we have met the Queen Mother." Even the West Queen Mother and Xinyuanzi, standing beside them, slightly inclined their bodies in respect towards the two. Hao Tian nodded slightly, his powerful aura elevating the spirits of the celestial beings. "Rise." "Thank you, Celestial Emperor." Following the ceremonial proceedings, Hao Tian slowly began to speak. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Heavenly Court, as all celestial beings recruited for the first time have assembled. And it is time to assign you your duties. You are all aware of the benefits and rewards of serving in the Heavenly Court, and I hope you will diligently fulfill your roles, lest you become complacent. Otherwise, under heavenly law, there shall be no mercy. The celestial beings responded with utmost respect, pledging to heed the celestial emperor's teachings. Thereafter, Hao Tian gestured, and the illustrious Tai by Jingxian stepped forward, unfurling a roll of bright yellow parchment. By the mandate of heaven, the celestial emperor proclaims, "Today, I hereby appoint Xinyuanzi as the Earth Sovereign of the Heavenly Court, holding the first rank, responsible for all affairs concerning the Earth gods of the primordial lands. I accept the command. Thank you, Celestial Emperor." Xinyuanzi stepped forth, bowing in acceptance that I hereby appoint the West Queen Mother as the Dumu Yuanjun of the Heavenly Court, holding the first rank, overseeing all matters beyond the celestial expanse. I accept the command. The West Queen Mother likewise stepped forward, bowing in response. The appearance of these two quasi-saints invigorated the entire Heavenly Court. They are quasi-saints, the pinnacle of existence in the primordial lands. And now the Heavenly Court possesses 4 of them. Which force in the world would dare to compare themselves to the Heavenly Court? I hereby appoint the human race's elder, Suiren, as the fortune and virtue heavenly official. Holding the second rank, I hereby appoint Zun as the 9 heavens Zun. Holding the third rank, leading an elite force of 10,000 from the human race, establishing the War Department of Celestial Deities. I hereby appoint Yuan Hong as the Tongbi Heavenly King, commanding an elite force of 5,000 from the human race, establishing the Fire Department of Celestial Deities. This series of appointments serves to clarify the strength of the Heavenly Court, distributing the elite forces of the human race, which originally hailed from a single source. Should they remain under a singular command, it would lead to potential chaos in the future, although Hao Tian does not fear such outcomes. It is always prudent to avoid them. Additionally, it is a declaration of the Heavenly Court's return to the primordial lands. The simultaneous emergence of these 4 quasi-saints is a rare spectacle, even in the time of Emperor Jun and Taiji. Under the overwhelming pressure of this formidable assembly, the Heavenly Court's policies should be expedited. Following the appointments, all celestial beings bowed to the celestial emperor. Hao Tian once again declared that from this day forth, the Heavenly Court shall reclaim the celestial expanse and all forces within the primordial lands. Regardless of whether you are a demon, a devil, an immortal, or a god, any activities in the outer celestial realm shall be subject to the constraints of the Heavenly Court. Any actions not reported will be deemed as theft, and the Heavenly Court shall resolutely retaliate. My friends, do not claim you were not warned. These 6 words echoed throughout the entirety of the primordial lands. This proclamation was directed not only at the celestial beings, but also at the myriad forces within the primordial lands. At this moment, upon the western lands, Zuni bore a slight smirk. Brother, this Hao Tian lad is merely a child. Does he truly believe himself to be the celestial emperor? He now prevents others from harvesting the essence of the stars, which is utterly preposterous. Jane chuckled helplessly. Do not worry, brother. We have ample essence of the stars at our disposal. Let us observe the situation before deciding. Will the matter of the little golden crow's nation be accepted? Zuni inquired again. That of course it will be accepted. The demon nation will directly confront the Heavenly Court. We shall see how it unfolds and provide some support if necessary. Jane replied with a smile. Meanwhile, deep within the northern sea, a colossal Kuan fish breached the water's surface, casting a cold glance at the heavens before submerging back into the depths. The essence of the stars is indeed a precious resource. However, there are not many capable of harvesting it in the primordial lands. To delve deep into the celestial expanse, one must at least possess the power of Taiji. To avoid being robbed, one must be at the very least a Deluo. Thus, those who gather the essence of the stars are predominantly Deluo and some quasi-saints. As for saints, saints need not lift a finger. Hao Tian had already conferred with several saints in advance. Although he was formidable, certain matters still warranted caution, that he promised to allocate a specific share of the essence of the stars to the great teachings of the saints each year in exchange for their support in this matter. After all, this arrangement benefits the saints. As for the dissatisfaction of the 2 Western saints, it was to be expected. These 2 individuals have always been unyielding, frequently resorting to their own means to excavate the essence of the stars, employing destructive methods not unlike petty thieves. This time, Hao Tian coordinated with the saints to reach a consensus prohibiting unauthorized harvesting. Although they were displeased, they could not openly express their grievances, thus they had no choice but to comply. While they could not personally intervene, they still allowed their disciples to secretly gather resources. After Hao Tian concluded his announcements, he set the others on their respective paths. The quasi-saints, accompanied by their subordinates, prepared for grand undertakings. The West Queen Mother summoned a group of female immortals, her foundational team from the Western Kunlun, among whom were several highly skilled individuals. They surged forth into the celestial expanse. Yaoqi likewise gathered a group of human beings. Having been entrusted with the promotion of merit currency by Hao Tian, who hoped she would excel in her endeavors as for Xinyuanzi, he also selected a group of personnel within the Heavenly Court to serve as the seeds for the Earth God lineage. However, Hao Tian could not help but feel a twinge of peculiarity as he gazed at the dragon-headed staff in Xinyuanzi's possession. Was this not originally the staff of Dong Wanggong? After his demise, it should have rightfully belonged to the West Queen Mother. Nonetheless, Hao Tian dared not inquire further. Matters between willing parties cannot be obstructed. As the Heavenly Court fell into its proper rhythm, Hao Tian intended to take a moment to relax and contemplate future arrangements. At that moment, a knock resounded at the palace door, seeking an audience. Xinong, the Tai war god crafted by Hao Tian. He is undoubtedly Hao Tian's most trusted confidant. Now kneeling before Hao Tian, he earnestly requested, Your Majesty, I beseech your grace to allow me to descend to the mortal realm. Xinong's voice was resolute. Why must you descend to the mortal realm? Hao Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, T.O. Avengenwa. Xinong vowed to seek out the golden crow and slay him. His voice was filled with humiliation and fury. Within the Heavenly Court, none had broached the subject of Yuhua. All had selectively forgotten, yet Xinong did not. Not only had he not forgotten, but now he sought to descend to the mortal realm to confront the little golden crow and exact vengeance. You are no match for the little golden crow. He is likely already at the Luo level, while you are merely at the pinnacle of Tai. You stand alone, while the little golden crow is surrounded by powerful members of the demon race. You will surely perish. Hao Tian cast a frowning glance at Xinjiang, that he is a golden crow, and so that he may serve as the prince of the demon race, and naturally, I can also become the prince of the demon race. Your Majesty, my reputation in the heavenly court is insignificant. If I descend, I will undoubtedly stir up the winds and clouds and ensure that the demon prince gains not a shred of advantage. Xinjiang declared through gritted teeth. Hao Tian regarded Xinjiang with a deep gaze. The words just spoken had indeed reminded him. The demon forces are currently entrenched in the North Julu continent. The remnants possibly harbor at least 3 great Luo and perhaps even quasi-saint powerhouses. Given the current situation, the heavenly court cannot allow the demon forces to carve out their own territory. Thus, a confrontation between the heavenly court and the demon race is inevitable. Xinjiang's assertion is indeed valid. If chaos is to be instigated, Xinjiang may not be a match for the little golden crow. However, if you're to infiltrate and assume the role of the demon race's second emperor, there would be a chance. After all, the little golden crow is a prince, and so is Xinjiang. The little golden crow merely embodies a singular essence of the golden crow, while Xinjiang possesses 9. As for his origins, Xinjiang is a fusion of 9 golden crows, and the art of creation is a legacy of Yuhua as Qianyuan creation. Put it bluntly, it could be said that it is indeed the arrangement of Emperor Jun or Taiji. Since you are so determined, I shall grant your request and send you down. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Tian resolved to acquiesce to Xinjiang's plea. This was not solely to restrain the demon race, but also for Xinjiang's cultivation. At this moment, his inner demons had manifested. If he could not vent them, he would be consumed by the fire of his heart, ultimately leading to his demise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty, upon hearing Hao Tian's agreement. Xinjiang hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Your journey to the lower realms will be fraught with peril, but your identity will be your greatest asset. From this day forth, you are no longer merely a creation of mine. You are a means left behind by Emperor Jun to resurrect you. Your father is the heavenly Emperor Jun, and your mother is Shiha. Your descent will inevitably provoke the demons' probing and suspicion. They will regard you with both anticipation and wariness. What you must do is encapsulate it in 2 words: indifference. Hao Tian instructed Xinjiang. Xinjiang gazed at Hao Tian in confusion, utterly perplexed by his meaning. Indifference. They harbor suspicions about your identity while simultaneously holding expectations. Your aloofness will compel them to reach out to you first. Once you are reluctantly drawn into their fold, they will perceive you as lacking ulterior motives, believing instead that they require you. Thus fostering greater trust in you. In your descent, you must embody nobility, strength, and coldness. You are the son of the heavenly emperor. This persona must be firmly established. Your sole focus must be on cultivation, with the intent of avenging your parents in the future. Hao Tian spoke eloquently, commencing a series of teachings for Xinjiang. The essence of being an undercover agent lies in the element of surprise. Hao Tian even presented Xinjiang with the principles of an actor's self-cultivation and the 36 stratagems. All that remains is for him to attain his own enlightenment. This is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The Sun Essence Wheel. I bestow it upon you as a means of protection. Keep it and state that it is a legacy from Emperor Jun, Hao Tian said, producing a fine innate spiritual treasure to hand to Xinjiang. Xinjiang accepted the spiritual treasure, departing the heavenly court with a sense of bewilderment and confusion. He needed time to digest the series of issues Hao Tian had raised while also refining the spiritual treasure. Of course, Hao Tian did not harbor deep expectations for him. This was merely a casual maneuver, and any benefit would be welcome, though its absence would not be regrettable, given the current strength of the heavenly court. As long as Xinjiang was not struck down instantly and could endure for a few breaths, salvation would surely arrive. Even if he were to be exposed, the likelihood of preserving his life would still be high. With Xinjiang's departure, Hao Tian once again pondered the issues confronting the heavenly court. The 4 quasi-saints still provided ample high-end combat power. However, There was a significant gap in the ranks above Tai. The Heavenly Court had only a handful of Tai. While although there were the three ancestral beings of the human race among the great Luo, they were assigned to idle duties and did not partake in the Heavenly Court's external campaigns. At present, several other forces in the wilderness were rife with turmoil, with numerous Tai and great Luo. While Hao Tian possessed certain strategies, facing the great Luo of his opponents, deploying a quasi-saint seemed rather inappropriate. Consequently, the pressing issue before Hao Tian remained a lack of personnel. There was an urgent need for a cohort of great Luo and Tai. But where in the wilderness could one find such individuals? It must be said that without high-end combat power, the Heavenly Court would not stand a chance against the witch and demon races. A dying camel is still larger than a horse. Among the witches and demons, there exists a considerable number of Tai and a significant quantity of great Luo. Where could they be found? Hao Tian found himself in a quandary, but soon a flash of inspiration struck him. The witches and demons possess a considerable legacy left behind by the protagonists of the last calamity. Surely, the protagonists of the previous calamity also left behind substantial wealth. After all, another calamity has passed, and they must have accumulated quite a fortune by now. It is time to pay a visit to the three races. Hao Tian mused quietly. Just as he was deep in thought, Yaoqi entered quietly. "Senior brother, I have some ideas regarding the promotion of merit coins that I wish to discuss with you." Yaoqi immediately broached the subject upon entering. "I believe that the promotion of merit coins should not be overly forceful. I intend to establish branches of the Heavenly Court throughout the wilderness, primarily for the sale of various goods, creating a vast platform. This is quite feasible for the Heavenly Court, as we can gather spiritual talents from various regions of the wilderness for unified pricing and transactions using merit coins." Yaoqi remarked to Hao Tian. Hao Tian nodded in agreement. This notion bears resemblance to an online trading platform of later generations. In the wilderness, only the Heavenly Court possesses the capability and means to establish such a platform and ensure its continued success. The Heavenly Court's promotion of this initiative could be likened to state-sponsored trade, with a monopoly on the essence of celestial stars, a verified currency of merit coins, and the most comprehensive platform across the wilderness. It is only logical that profit would be inevitable. It is foreseeable that this platform will rapidly grow and evolve into a colossal entity capable of consuming the very heavens and earth. "Sister, your idea is splendid. You must take it to heart." Hao Tian proceeded to explain the operational models of certain online marketplaces from later generations to Yaoqi, who listened with sparkling eyes. First, establish the platform. Then set up a number of direct stores to attract franchisees, subsidizing users in the initial stages to draw in customers, employing big data analysis for targeted recommendations. Who could resist such an offer? Furthermore, I suggest that in addition to the trading platform, you should also start building a lending platform, aptly named the Heavenly Court Bank. It could lend out merit coins to those in need and charge a certain interest rate, while also allowing those with ample merit to deposit their coins and earn some interest in return. Using others' wealth to further one's own interests. Is merit valuable? Naturally, it is. How can we enhance the value of merit? By facilitating its circulation, by invigorating the economy, by encouraging all beings to partake in consumption. At this stage, do beings possess wealth? No. Does the Heavenly Court possess wealth? Yes. Do the affluent clans and great sects possess wealth? Clearly they do. What the Heavenly Court must focus on now is promoting development. The primary contradiction facing the wilderness is the growing aspiration of its inhabitants for a better life, juxtaposed with an imbalance in developmental capacity. For countless years since the dawn of creation, no one in the wilderness has contemplated development. All have been engaged in the struggle for supremacy. The policy Hao Tian proposed to Yaoqi is aimed at shifting the focus of the beings in the wilderness towards development. Development can resolve numerous issues: the lack of strength in the Heavenly Court, the insufficiency of merit, the shortage of powerful figures within the Heavenly Court. The establishment of the Heavenly Court Bank and the Trading Center is virtually a cohesive entity. It can be said to be a single team with two institutions. The Heavenly Court can provide you with everything you desire, as long as you possess wealth. And if you lack wealth, the Heavenly Court may even lend you some Of course, the prerequisite is that you possess assets required by the heavenly court. After all, being born innate surely entails possessing spiritual treasures, does it not? Must one not have a cave abode? If you possess neither, then you may sell yourself to the heavenly court and work off your debts. After articulating his grand scheme to Yao Qi, she began to formulate her plans. Subsequently, Yao Qi sought out the 9 heavens Xiannu and commenced the establishment of trading centers and branches of the Heavenly Court Bank throughout the wilderness. At this moment, the Heavenly Court's advertisements spread far and wide. Countless beings found themselves bewildered by the Heavenly Court's offerings. Naturally, many were drawn to it with great enthusiasm. In the direct stores of the Heavenly Court, there were various specialty goods and some techniques, divine powers and cultivation methods. Among the human race, numerous cultivators rejoiced, proclaiming that the Heavenly Court had opened the gates of heaven for all beings, granting them an opportunity for advancement. Of course, some races, upon seeing the advertisements for franchise opportunities from the Heavenly Court, were equally tempted. After all, offering free assistance and free shelf space for products while only charging a nominal fee is quite reasonable, is it not? To indulge in idle pleasures is to lose one's ambition. Once I have consolidated the demon race, I will surely ascend to the heavens and make this Hao Tian regret it. In a certain locale of Baijilu continent, Liu gazed up at the firmament, his eyes brimming with ambition. Deep within the cycle of reincarnation, Hutu cast her anxious gaze towards the heavenly court. At this moment, Xingtian stood behind Hutu, reassuring her, "Why must you worry, my lady? The heavenly court is preoccupied with trivial matters. They have neither the time nor the inclination to concern themselves with the affairs of our witch clan. Once we restore our strength using these divine souls, we shall undoubtedly break free from the confines of heaven and earth, vying for supremacy over the realm. Kunlun, this boy, Hao Tian, indulges in such frivolous pursuits, bringing shame upon the Dao ancestor." Yuan Shi Tianzun remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. The primordial world absorbed one new phenomenon after another from the heavenly court. Hao Tian had quietly departed from the court, heading towards the eastern sea. The heavenly court was rapidly amassing wealth, yet its power remained insufficient, although Hao Tian initially harbored plans to ally with the 3 clans. He ultimately decided against it for the time being. The remnants of the old era could not make their appearance on the stage without the approval of the current authorities. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to go to the eastern sea in search of Tong Tian Jiazhu. Tong Tian Jiazhu, the youngest among the 3 pure ones of Pangu, known by the title Tong Tian, established the Jie sect. He typically resided on Golden Ao Island. Exerting his sage power to suppress the fortunes of major sections, his disciples were numerous, with myriad immortals visiting Golden Ao Island. Among these countless immortals, few were celestial immortals. Most were at least profound immortals, with many golden immortals and Tai. Notably, several of Tong Tian's direct disciples possessed the stature of the Luo. Hao Tian's purpose for coming to Golden Ao Island was to discuss a potential collaboration with Tong Tian Jiazhu. Upon the arrival of the Celestial Emperor, Golden Ao Island naturally opened its gates. The beam of golden light emanated from within the island, guiding Hao Tian towards the Bo Palace. Hao Tian did not resist this forceful pull, allowing it to lead him into the palace. Inside Bo Palace, Tong Tian sat upon a throne of auspicious clouds. Upon seeing Hao Tian approach, he smiled warmly, saying, "Brother, your visit amid your busy schedule truly brings glory to this humble abode." Though his words were polite, there was an undercurrent of sarcasm in Tong Tian's tone. Hao Tian, however, was not perturbed. In the Zixiao Palace, Tong Tian's personality was quite unrestrained, and his relationship with Hao Tian was amicable. "Brother, now that you have become the leader of a major sect, do I really need to come here to beseech you for assistance? Surely you could spare a couple of disciples? Go away. I have no one to spare. My Jie sect can barely muster a formation of 10,000 immortals. If I give you any disciples, I will one T be able to set up the formation." Tong Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Hao Tian should cease his complaints. The two engaged in playful banter, their conversation filled with wit and repartee. The 3 pure ones were disciples of Hongjun, having been accepted long ago. Before the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun had already taken the 3 as his disciples. Otherwise, if he had suddenly decided to accept them, It would have been quite awkward had they declined. Moreover, compared to Hong Xuan's other disciples, the treasures received by the three Pure Ones were evidently of a higher caliber. Clearly, the three Pure Ones had long been acquainted with the Tao ancestor, and naturally, they were familiar with his attendant. In their early years of cultivation, the eldest brother was steady, the second brother was imposing, while the third brother was amiable, often engaging in playful antics with Hao Tian. Thus, Hao Tian held a favorable view of Hao Tian, and their rapport was quite relaxed. After exchanging a few jests, Hao Tian's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he asked, "Brother, have you come seeking me because you encountered trouble?" Hao Tian shook his head with a smile. "I have come to discuss the Tao of Heaven with you, brother." Hao Tian chuckled. A mere quasi-saint daring to discuss the Tao of Heaven with him? However, upon noticing Hao Tian's grave expression, Hao Tian refrained from mocking him, considering it a small act of kindness toward his younger brother. "What do you wish to discuss regarding the Tao?" Hao Tian inquired further. "I will pose the questions, and you shall provide the answers." Hao Tian replied, looking at Hao Tian with a smile. Hao Tian chuckled at the absurdity of Hao Tian's phrasing, but settled comfortably on the cloud platform, awaiting his younger brother's inquiries. "Please enlighten me, brother. What is the reason that the witch and demon clans did not ascend to become the sovereigns of heaven and earth under the heavenly principles?" Hao Tian began. "This matter is simple. Not only the witch and demon clans, but also the three clans failed to dominate the primordial realm due to one straightforward reason. The Tao of Heaven does not permit it. Therefore, when one faction's power surpasses another by a significant margin, the Tao of Heaven intervenes to maintain balance. The essence of the Tao of Heaven is to diminish the excess and replenish the deficiency. Hence, it prioritizes equilibrium. The witch and demon clans in a stalemate can endure, but when one seeks supremacy, the Tao of Heaven will not allow it." Hao Tian remarked with a hint of lamentation. Hao Tian articulated his point clearly. In essence, it boiled down to this. The Tao of Heaven is centered on balance. It does not permit the emergence of a singular dominant force, as such a force would disrupt the equilibrium of the Tao. To the Tao of Heaven, that is heretical and must be eradicated. After delivering this statement, Hao Tian felt quite pleased with himself, believing he had a solid understanding of the Tao of Heaven. Hao Tian nodded in agreement, resonating with Hao Tian's explanation. "Brother, if the protagonists of the previous calamity were the witch and demon clans, then who do you boldly predict will be the protagonists of the next calamity?" Hao Tian continued his inquiry. Gazing at Hao Tian furrowed his brow. Compared to the first question, the second was decidedly more profound. He pondered deeply. If the previous calamity's protagonists were the witch and demon clans, then who would take center stage in the next calamity? "The heavenly court?" Hao Tian ventured, glancing at Hao Tian, but then shook his head. He did not underestimate the heavenly court, yet with fewer than 20,000 golden immortals and not a single Deluo, coupled with only 4 quasi-saints. It could not rival any major sect. The witch and demon clans? Even less likely, as they were remnants of the past era and could not be the protagonists of this age. The human clan? As the destined protagonists, they were initially the most probable candidates. Yet their strength remained woefully inadequate. Though countless in number, could they rival a dragon? "Do you have any insights to share, brother?" Hao Tian inquired after his contemplation. "Brother, since you have eliminated all other options, can you not arrive at a conclusion? The next calamity's protagonists will undoubtedly be the saintly sex," Hao Tian declared emphatically. Hao Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, was keenly aware of the truth. With the advent of the era of saints, other sects without saints could hardly be deemed peak forces. Thus, those capable of instigating calamity would surely be the saintly sects. "What exactly are you trying to convey, brother?" Hao Tian asked, a hint of irritation in his gaze. My primary aim is to help you recognize reality and prepare for the future, so that you are not left isolated and unsupported when the major sects fracture and their disciples are scattered or perish. Hao Tian continued, his tone remaining remarkably calm. "You? How could you?" Hao Tian exclaimed, pointing at Hao Tian, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. Should the next calamity's protagonists be the saintly sects, then his singularly dominant Jie sect would undeniably become the target of the saints. After all, he had just stated that the Tao of Heaven seeks to diminish the excess and replenish the deficiency. The Jie sect, with its multitude of disciples, would be deemed the excess, and their disciples would need to be redistributed to those undernourished sects. Only when the strengths of the major sects were relatively comparable could a semblance of balance be maintained. Then, I implore you, brother, to obscure the truth of the Tao. At this moment, Hao Tian gazed solemnly at Tong Tian. Tong Tian nodded, then extended his hand, pointing into the void, causing 4 swords of slaughter to tremble in the air, isolating their surroundings. Hao Tian refrained from speaking further and instead produced a volume of the Investiture of the Gods, presenting it to Tong Tian. This is a celestial tome I fortuitously acquired. I gift it to you for your perusal, as a reminder of sorts, Hao Tian stated with a smile. Tong Tian accepted the Investiture of the Gods, and, upon probing it with his divine sense, his expression shifted dramatically. The Investiture of the Gods was, in fact, a work authored by Hao Tian himself. However, he had meticulously edited its contents. The more Tong Tian read, the more distressed he became. The unstable aura of the saints fluctuated intensely within the Bo Palace, accompanied by waves of energy surging in tandem with Tong Tian's emotional turmoil. Truly, this was intolerable. In a fit of rage, Tong Tian smashed the Investiture of the Gods before him into oblivion. Brother, do not be angry. This is merely one possibility. Hao Tian hurriedly interjected to placate him. Tong Tian, unable to calm his fury, unleashed 18 strikes into the void, shattering it and transforming the entire Eastern Sea into a tempestuous spectacle. You speak the truth. It is indeed merely a possibility. Yet, under the Tao of Heaven, the trend has already been esteemed, and why Jie sect may very well be the protagonists of the next calamity. Tong Tian sighed heavily. Brother, it is good that you understand. Hao Tian nodded in agreement. Therefore, are you suggesting that I should send my Jie sect disciples to serve in the heavens? Tong Tian inquired of Hao Tian, his demeanor somewhat despondent. Your outer disciples are of little use. However, if you are willing to part with your direct disciples and the 7 immortals in attendance, I would gladly accept, Hao Tian replied casually. Disciples of the Jie sect were a mixed bag. While the direct disciples were of higher quality, among the outer disciples, although there were many talented individuals, there were also numerous traitors. It would be unwise to send them all to Hao Tian without discretion. Are you being choosy now? You expect me to give you disciples, and yet you are picky. Tong Tian jested with a grin. The two fell into silence. Despite having anticipated this outcome, Tong Tian was still reluctant to part with his disciples until the very end. I will make an effort to send a batch of disciples to the heavens, he finally declared. As for those who are unwilling to go, that is simply their fate, and, at that moment, I can only do my utmost to support the Master of Heaven with a hint of helplessness, he remarked. Although it is merely a possibility, it is prudent to take precautions, at the very least. Some seeds must be preserved for the Jie sect. That we require at least 2 great luo, otherwise it is unacceptable, the audacious Hao Tian declared. If Tong Tian were to send over some inferior products, Hao Tian would find himself utterly exasperated. Very well, to Hao Tian's surprise, Tong Tian actually nodded in agreement. In that case, thank you, senior brother. Please leave now. I need some time to contemplate, Tong Tian said, slightly irritated, waving his hand to indicate that Hao Tian could depart. Senior brother, I did not come solely to request personnel. Rather, I am here to discuss a potential collaboration with our Jie sect. Hao Tian adjusted his attire and regarded Tong Tian once more. Speak then. What sort of collaboration do you envision with my Jie sect? Tong Tian inquired, non-committal. Please observe the VCR. Hao Tian gestured, and a mystical light appeared in the void. Within the image, a colossal warship was traversing the ether, continuously assaulted by energy, yet all was repelled by the ship's protective shield. The stars shifted, and a massive cannon suddenly materialized atop the vessel. Subsequently, the cannon began to charge, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that shot forth, striking the distance. A great star was instantaneously shattered into countless fragments. The footage concluded at this point. I have come today to beseech you, senior brother, to spearhead the construction of such a celestial battleship for the heavenly court. Hao Tian pointed to the designated frame where a massive warship was displayed. This vessel possesses combat capabilities equivalent to that of a great luo, and its construction is exceedingly intricate. While it is undoubtedly useful, it holds limited significance for you and me. Hao Tian glanced at the starship, and although he scoffed verbally, his eyes gleamed with curiosity. This is a war machine. When the heavenly court engages in external conflicts, it can transport celestial soldiers as a fortress. It avoids close combat and minimizes mass casualties. Of course, for you, senior brother, the primary benefit lies in providing those idle disciples of the GS sect with some meaningful tasks to occupy their time. Hao Tian nodded silently, clearly in accord with Haotian sentiments. In truth, the best approach for disciples is not to teach them to pursue unattainable transcendence, but rather to arrange for them a stable and respectable vocation, one that can accompany them throughout their lives. The rewards provided by the heavenly court would be sufficient to ensure they remain free from calamity for eons. Hao Tian continued. Parental love for their children is profound, thus one must plan for the long term. It is evidently misguided for a teacher to solely enlighten disciples in their quest for the Tao. Among the multitude of disciples within the GS sect, only a scant few have the opportunity to achieve great Luo. The majority reach their pinnacle at the golden immortal stage, with exceedingly few attaining the Tai, let alone the great Luot that moment. Hao Tian suddenly realized the truth in Hao Tian's words he had taken in these disciples. Yet their future achievements are limited. For those who cannot become great, it is indeed a teacher's responsibility to arrange for them a stable and dignified occupation. Junior brother, I shall accept this endeavor. I will personally oversee the construction of the celestial battleships. Hao Tian nodded, indicating his agreement to collaborate. Now, let us discuss the terms of our cooperation in my view, there are two potential arrangements. The first, you supply the materials, you provide the technology, and I will purchase the finished product, settling the balance with merit currency. The second, I will supply the materials, you provide the technology, and I will pay a processing fee. The two proposed methods of settlement fundamentally test the core capabilities of the GS sect. If it is merely a straightforward processing task, it should be feasible for Hao Tian. However, adding the collection of materials and coordinating various progressions would significantly challenge the comprehensive strength of the GS sect. At the very least, if the GS sect successfully constructs the first celestial battleship from scratch, their overall power will undoubtedly elevate to a new tier. The disciple overseeing this venture will also earn immense respect. Hao Tian pondered for a moment and replied, My GS sect currently struggles to amass all the necessary materials. Let us each contribute a portion. However, the heavenly court will provide the bulk, while my GS sect will contribute a smaller share. As a concession, for every 3 celestial battleships crafted for the heavenly court, my GS sect shall retain 1. 5 for 1. Hao Tian counterpoint 4 for 1. Hao Tian continued. Deal. Amidst laughter and joy, the two parties finally reached a consensus. Wait a moment. I recall that it was you who proposed the canonization in the Investiture of the Gods. Don't leave. Let us discuss this further. Senior brother, I have matters to attend to. Senior brother, I'm the Heavenly Emperor. Do take note. Oh dear, you are serious. Old thief, take this punch. Ultimately, Hao Tian emerged from Jinao Island with a bruised visage. One can foresee that for a considerable duration henceforth. Jinao Island will transform into a manufacturing hub for the Heavenly Court's warships. Not only the celestial battleships, but a plethora of other equipment will also be forged here. The concept of the celestial battleship was proposed by Hao Tian. Though its utility beyond the quasi-saint level is limited, it remains resilient against the great Luo realm. Thus, it can consolidate the strength of celestial soldiers, ensuring that they do not become expendable in warfare. Simultaneously, it prepares the heavenly court for the forthcoming phase of war that is on the horizon. Forgetting the art of war invites peril. Although Hao Tian has consistently developed soft power, he has never lost sight of the necessity for formidable strength. However, the mere thought of the disciples of the Chan sect facing off against those of the Jie sect, who are seated aboard celestial battleships, fills Hao Tian with an indescribable excitement that I truly anticipate this. Congratulations, host, on successfully securing the First Order. Jinao Island has officially become a subsidiary enterprise of the Heavenly Court Group. Reward, 3 drops of time, divine demon blood. Hao Tian smiled. Time divine demon blood is indeed a prized possession. Refining this blood may grant insights into divine abilities, potentially allowing him to comprehend aspects of time-based powers. It is known throughout history that time is revered, while space is exalted. Time and space transcend the 5 elements and 6 paths, standing as supreme principles. Exiting the Bo Palace, Hao Tian initially intended to discuss collaboration with the Dragon Clan. However, upon reflection, he realized the Dragon Clan's current status is rather insignificant, akin to a couple of large cats. Is it necessary for him to personally pursue collaboration? Clearly, it is rather inappropriate. In due time, dispatching a great Luo to visit the Dragon Clan would suffice to bestow them with due respect. After all, without the ancestral dragon, the highest authority across the 4 seas is merely the Great Luo. Having acquired the time divine demon blood, Hao Tian promptly returned to the heavenly court to enter seclusion. Regardless of the circumstances, strength remains the most essential element. Deep within the heavenly court, Hao Tian sat cross-legged in a secret realm. With a casual wave of his hand, 3 drops of amber-hued, divine demon blood materialized before his eyes. Without hesitation, Hao Tian opened his mouth and swallowed the divine demon blood. In terms of lineage, Hao Tian can be considered a product of chaos, and in that regard, he shares a fundamental connection with the chaotic divine demons. Refining the divine demon blood posed no significant challenges. His physical form tingled slightly, yielding a modest enhancement in his corporeal strength, yet was not substantial. However, the fragments of laws contained within the blood captivated Hao Tian immensely. Time. Truly, it is the most enigmatic element in this world. Ultimately, the 3 drops of time divine demon blood bestowed upon Hao Tian a new divine ability. Time stasis. Although when employed by Hao Tian, it merely suspends time for a few seconds. Those seconds are more than sufficient for a quasi-saint to execute myriad actions. Time swiftly passes, and before long, several years have elapsed. Upon emerging from a secluded meditation, the familiar sound of the golden bell rang, signaling the heavenly emperor's return to the world. Typically, during this time, any issues faced by the heavenly court would prompt a report to Hao Tian. Yet this time, the bell tolled for quite some time. But only the Taiji jinxing appeared. Where is everyone? Where has the empress gone? Hao Tian inquired, perplexed, as he turned to Taiji. Surely, time cannot dull affections to the point of neglecting a visit upon his emergence. Oh dear, your majesty, a grave matter has arisen. Our group's enterprises have been continually assailed by an unknown force. The Empress has already set off with the West Queen Mother, upon learning of your emergence. She instructed that you should come at once, Taiji relayed with urgency. What on earth is happening? Please elaborate, Hao Tian demanded, looking towards Taiji. Taiji grasped Hao Tian's arm and urged him to follow, explaining as they walked. Approximately a year ago, our Heavenly Court's southern branches, specifically the Heavenly Court Trading Center and the Heavenly Court Bank branches, have been persistently attacked by unidentified forces. These individuals do not engage in murder. Their primary objective is theft. The Heavenly Court has dispatched personnel multiple times to encircle and eliminate them. Yet they remain elusive. Their audacity has only grown, and our enterprises have suffered significant losses, exceeding 10 million in merit. The southern trading centers are nearly paralyzed, prompting the Empress to take matters into her own hands to eradicate this menace once and for all. Hao Tian furrowed his brow. Was calamity truly descending upon him? He understood that such a situation necessitated decisive action, that if unresolved, it could trigger a chain reaction, jeopardizing the entire group's channels. The more he listened, the more perplexed Hao Tian became. Did the robbery happen right above my head? In this vast primordial world, aside from the saints, who dares to rob me? Who is the perpetrator? Are there any clues? Hao Tian turned to Taiji and continued to inquire. I don't know. It's unclear. Our people only witnessed a myriad of 5-color divine lights, and then everything vanished, Taiji replied with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, the prowess of this assailant was somewhat unexpected. Has anyone of the Luo ever encountered this individual? Hao Tian asked, and upon reflection, he immediately realized that they had no Luo among them. The 9 Heavens Xian knew had previously clashed with this foe, but was defeated in a single exchange. Unable to even discern the identity of the opponent, Taiji sighed. Hao Tian frowned. The 9 Heavens Xian knew, A practitioner at the pinnacle of Taiji, her combat strength is formidable to be defeated in one encounter. The adversary must be at least of the Luo caliber. Let us move. Hao Tian, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastened to the scene of the incident, in the southern region of the Primordial Realm. At the largest branch of the Heavenly Court, Yaoqi was personally overseeing the situation. At the same time, she was organizing the swift reconstruction of the Heavenly Court's southern branch. Upon Hao Tian's arrival, Yaoqi appeared troubled. The moment she saw Hao Tian, she pulled him over and began assigning tasks. With her commanding demeanor, she truly embodied the Empress of the Heavenly Court. Present in the gathering was not only Hao Tian, but even the West Queen Mother had been summoned to serve as an aide. It was now certain that the adversary had not yet reached the quasi-saint realm. Rather, they were a cunning individual with the Luo combat capabilities, adept at obscuring heavenly secrets, making calculation nearly impossible. Thus, we are left with but one strategy. Yaoqi raised her head, her eyes brimming with confidence. Let us lay in wait. A map appeared in her hands, depicting the southern region of the Primordial Realm, marked with 5 red dots. Senior brother, you will oversee this branch, while I will oversee this one. Currently, the Heavenly Court has only 5 branches remaining in the southern Primordial Realm. We will each command one, and I will also arrange for the West Queen Mother to command another. With the 3 of us quasi-saints stationed at 3 locations, should the enemy dare to approach, we will surely capture them. Yaoqi pointed at the map, her tone laced with indignation. The Heavenly Court's trading center and bank were her life's work, and now a grand robbery had destroyed much of her efforts. If she were to capture the enemy, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. What if they choose a branch without a quasi-saint? Hao Tian pondered aloud that I will permit them to select 3 times. They shall inevitably stumble into our hands. As long as we can capture them, a reasonable loss is acceptable. Yaoqi declared imperiously. Following her orders, the group began to take action, splitting into 3 routes. The remaining 2 outposts were subtly surrounded from different angles. Should the enemy show even a hint of hesitation, they could very well be left behind, that if they were to confront any of the 3 quasi-saints stationed at their respective branches, the petty thief would surely be captured and dealt with accordingly. It should have been foolproof. Yet, as fate would have it, an unexpected twist soon emerged. Before long, a celestial soldier reported that one branch had been attacked, and the assailant struck swiftly, robbing and retreating in less than 10 breaths. Yaoqi remained unfazed. As long as the enemy continued their actions, they would inevitably fall into their grasp. However, as Yaoqi fumed, news arrived from another branch, reporting a similar swift attack. The 2 locations were less than half an hour apart. Clearly, the assailants were exceptionally quick and precise in their execution. Upon hearing the report of the second branch's robbery, Yaoqi's anger transformed into delight, and she began to communicate with Hao Tian and the West Queen Mother, urging them to remain vigilant. Yet, after waiting for a considerable time, there was no further movement from the adversaries, which infuriated Yaoqi. After a while, she reluctantly ordered Hao Tian and the others to return so that the 3 could confer on a counter-strategy. Hao Tian remained non-committal as the trio reconvened. Yaoqi, her expression as dark as thunderclouds, turned to Hao Tian. Senior brother, I suspect there is a traitor among us. Yaoqi solemnly directed her gaze towards the West Queen Mother. Hao Tian furrowed his brow. The signs indicated that the enemy seemed capable of foreseeing Yaoqi's every move. Only a saint could perceive the machinations of a quasi-saint. There had not yet emerged a saint capable of seeing through the strategies of a quasi-saint wielding a supreme treasure. Thus, after eliminating all other possibilities, Yaoqi arrived at her final conclusion. There is a traitor. Yaoqi was certainly not the traitor. Hao Tian was also beyond suspicion. The West Queen Mother. A 2-faced lackey who had been subdued by the Heavenly Court. Certainly a potential traitor. So, when Yaoqi's gaze fell upon the West Queen Mother, the latter's face darkened. Your Majesty, how could you suggest such a thing? I would never betray for the sake of mere mortal merits. Seeing the West Queen Mother's vehement reaction, Yaoqi fell silent. Junior sister, do not lose your composure, that I believe the West Queen Mother would not act thus. Hao Tian reassured Yaoqi with a smile, patting her shoulder. To prove my innocence, I implore the Heavenly Emperor to detain me. The West Queen Mother, equally stubborn, spoke up. You jest. Such losses are insufficient to sever the bond between us. I have my own speculations regarding this matter. All of you need only cooperate with me. Hao Tian addressed Yao Qi and the West Queen Mother. The two exchanged glances. The West Queen Mother's face was one of defiance, while Yao Qi appeared perplexed. What was the issue at hand? Hao Tian did not articulate directly, but instead he inscribed a few characters in the void with his hand. Then, looking at the West Queen Mother and Yao Qi, he said, "This place has fallen into disrepair. We currently have no viable options. To remain here would yield more losses than gains. Thus, it would be wise to abandon this location and return to the heavenly court. Seeing your brother speaks true. If we occupy this place, we will only face continuous depletion. It is better to retreat." Yao Qi conceded with a hint of resignation. "We shall heed the heavenly emperor's command," the West Queen Mother affirmed. The adversaries had just acquired a portion of the merit currency and would likely refrain from emerging in the short term. "Tomorrow, I will arrange for Taiji to gather the remaining merit from the 3 branches within a day, then return to the heavenly court. The 3 of us should first return, as lingering here has become meaningless." Hao Tian waved his sleeve, leading Yao Qi and the West Queen Mother out of the branch, heading toward the heavenly court. Left behind were some celestial soldiers to clean up the aftermath, along with Taiji, the heavenly court's primary laborer, overseeing the retreat efforts. Time passed swiftly, and through the night, they needed to gather all belongings and leave to prevent the enemy from seizing them again. The workload was substantial. After a long night of toil, they finally managed to collect everything. Taiji was exhausted, preparing to begin inventorying the items with his subordinates. At that moment, a figure had already stealthily arrived outside the heavenly court branch. Without uttering a word or hesitating, with a mere wave of his hand, a torrent of divine light surged forth, crashing into the protective formation of the branch. The divine light filled the sky. The formation emitted a faint sound as the powerful force threatened to bring it to its knees. "Ah!" The newcomer let out a soft exclamation, and behind him, the 5-color divine light erupted once more. An overwhelming brilliance that instantly shattered the protective formation. The divine light surged in, intent on seizing all the merit currency within. Taiji, merely a Tai, sensed an attack, but had no time to react before the formation was breached. He watched helplessly as a batch of merit currency was whisked away. "Tell your heavenly emperor to welcome me back to open a branch here." After swiping the merit currency, the intruder turned to leave, even daring to mock them before departing. "And no need for a welcome. I shall soon return to establish a branch here," a cold voice echoed, making the thief's figure tremble. "There is an ambush at this moment." In the void, Hao Tian and the others loomed over the ground, forming a triangular formation to encircle the intruder. Especially Yao Qi, her eyes ablaze with fury, transformed her delicate cloud banner into a long sword. Ready to strike, the West Queen Mother summoned her treasure, wielding the pure water bowl, unleashing torrential divine water and thunder to ensnare the intruder. Son of the Phoenix, why engage in such petty thievery today? Hao Tian questioned the assailant. The man, now surrounded, burst into laughter. "I, Kong Xuan, merely seek to reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to me." Indeed, the notorious thief who had repeatedly robbed the heavenly court branches was none other than Kong Xuan. His signature 5-color divine light, capable of sweeping away all. There was no denying Kong Xuan's might. "Where are your accomplices? Why don't you summon them quickly? Alone, you cannot eavesdrop on our movements." Hao Tian glared at Kong Xuan, his tone grave. Kong Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Hao Tian with newfound respect. "Truly, you are the heavenly emperor. I underestimated you, for you are quite knowledgeable." Kong Xuan's eyes narrowed, his gaze toward Hao Tian brimming with hostility. "Surrender, and I shall spare your life." Upon seeing Kong Xuan, Hao Tian's desire to recruit him intensified. If he could bring him under his wing, it would sufficiently address the heavenly court's need for formidable power. In later times, Kong Xuan would be hailed as the foremost individual beneath the saints. "Haha, Hao Tian, had this been a few days ago, I might have feared you somewhat, but in these recent days of plundering merit, I have already broken through to the Daluo realm. Now, You may not be my equal. Prepare to face my attack." Kong Xuan laughed heartily, and with it the five-color divine light surged forth, aimed directly at Hao Tian and his companions. "You audacious thief, do you dare to act recklessly?" Yao Qi, unable to contain herself, swung her long sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy toward Kong Xuan. The West Queen Mother, too, summoned the divine water thunder to commence a relentless bombardment upon Kong Xuan. "I possess the five-color divine light, and even if you are quasi-saints, you cannot escape my divine powers." The five-color divine light is ferocious, shattering the sword light of Yao Qi in a single strike, simultaneously dispelling the approaching thunder of the water god. Yet this is not the end. After neutralizing the incoming sword energy and divine thunder, the five-color divine light rises once more, rushing towards the Queen Mother of the West and Yao Qi. As the five-color divine light approaches, Yao Qi unleashes a tremendous torrent of water from her pure water bowl. However, despite the deluge, it cannot halt the advance of the five-color divine light. Left with no choice, the Queen Mother of the West can only retreat temporarily. Yao Qi continuously unleashes sword energy, yet countless sword strikes are effortlessly swept away by the five-color divine light. Alone, Kong Xuan manages to suppress two formidable quasi-saint powers. Witnessing their struggle against him, Kong Xuan bursts into laughter, pointing a finger at Hao Tian. "Come, let us battle." His arrogance is unparalleled, and one cannot deny that Kong Xuan possesses the capital for such pride. With the five-color divine light, he can sweep away all that exists. With the five-color divine light surrounding him, his potential rivals that of the primordial deities. Hao Tian, remaining silent, descends towards the ground, for when facing a madman, one can only strike. In the void, Hao Tian walks downward step by step. At this moment, 9 dragons of qi swirl above his head, gathering the fortune of heaven and earth, a manifestation of the authority of the heavenly emperor. A flicker of seriousness crosses Kong Xuan's eyes, yet he continues to wield the five-colored divine light. The 9 dragon energies surge forth, standing resolute against the approaching five-colored divine light, although your five-colored divine light seems to sweep away all. At this stage, you can only counter attacks within the 5 elements. Against me, you are powerless. Hao Tian commands the 9 dragon energies, transforming them into 9 azure dragons that lunge towards Kong Xuan, with no energy impact. It is merely a primal clash of flesh, sending Kong Xuan reeling and spitting blood. That a glimmer of fear flashes in Kong Xuan's eyes, his gaze darting as he shouts, well, you truly have some skill, Heavenly Emperor. However, if those 9 dragons are your only strength, then do not use them, lest others claim you, a quasi-saint, are bullying a Deluo. Though his provocation is crude, I can accept it, even without the 9 dragon energies. I need no second hand to suppress you. Hao Tian eyes Kong Xuan coldly, snorting as he withdraws the 9 dragon energies. Overjoyed, Kong Xuan suddenly channels the five-color divine light towards Hao Tian. "Be careful, senior brother." Yao Qi cries out as the five-color divine light surges forth. Yet Hao Tian remains unmoved. Should Hao Tian fall for this trick, the heavenly court will be forced to disband today. Witnessing Hao Tian's stillness, joy flickers in Kong Xuan's eyes. But then his smile freezes on his face. How is this possible? Kong Xuan's mouth agape in disbelief. The five-color divine light strikes Hao Tian, yet fails to budge him. Undeterred, Kong Xuan commands the five-color divine light to continue its assault on Hao Tian. However, Hao Tian stands resolute against the onslaught, entirely unaffected. "I'm a being of chaos, not bound by the 5 elements. You think your five-color divine light can affect me. He does not belong to the same system." Hao Tian sneers, swinging his fist at Kong Xuan. Though Kong Xuan's abilities are not insignificant, his cultivation is a major realm lower than Hao Tian's. Hao Tian's punches land with gratifying impact. "So, you are a robber, are you? Do you know who my grandfather is? Robbing me." Each punch strikes Kong Xuan, causing him to cry out in distress, desperately retreating to find an opportunity. "You are merely strong in body, if you have skill. Do not rely solely on your flesh." Kong Xuan shouts, "Not rely on my flesh, am I? I have no flesh. I am stone." Hao Tian does not relent, seizing Kong Xuan and delivering several more blows. I surrender. I surrender. Please stop hitting me. After receiving another heavy punch from Hao Tian, Kong Xuan has no choice but to wave his hands, conceding. You submit? I submit, O Heavenly Emperor. I submit, Kong Xuan replies helplessly, though a glimmer of light remains in his eyes. Hao Tian studies Kong Xuan, still harboring doubts about the sincerity of his surrender. Where are your accomplices? Confess quickly. Hao Tian delivers another punch to Kong Xuan. Here they are, all present. A flash of divine light from Kong Xuan unveils a monkey. The monkey possesses 6 ears. Upon seeing Hao Tian, its first reaction is to kneel. 6 ears pays respects to the Heavenly Emperor. Hao Tian nods, having anticipated this character's appearance. Just then, a sudden cicada's call pierces the air. At this moment, Hao Tian notices a golden insect with 6 wings buzzing above the head of the 6-eared macaque. The cicada sings. Time flourishes. Around them, it feels as though time itself has come to a halt. The Queen Mother of the West and Yao Qi suddenly sense the flow of time has drastically slowed. Under the influence of the cicada's call, they experience an illusion of wanting to move, yet being unable to. In contrast to Yao Qi and the Queen Mother of the West stasis, Kong Xuan and 6 ears appear unaffected. Kong Xuan swiftly rises, channeling divine light to envelop 6 ears, and then the golden cicada flies directly to the top of Kong Xuan's head. Kong Xuan glances at Hao Tian, contemplating delivering another blow. However, considering that his attack would merely tickle Hao Tian, he turns to leave. The entire sequence transpires within mere breaths. Kong Xuan activates his escape light and prepares to depart. But just as he ascends, he finds himself unable to move. At this moment, Hao Tian stands beside Kong Xuan, a smile adorning his face. What a marvelous twist of fate. I never imagined you 3 could band together. Truly, a stroke of good fortune. Hao Tian exclaims, delivering another punch that leaves Kong Xuan with a black eye. At this juncture, the Queen Mother of the West and Yao Qi awaken from their astonishment. The 2 quasi-saints had just been momentarily immobilized. They now possess a deeper understanding of the primordial realm. As they observe Hao Tian thrashing Kong Xuan, Yao Qi finally breathes a sigh of relief. Without Hao Tian, she and the Queen Mother of the West might have faced utter defeat today. As ancient deities, should they be defeated by a Luo, they would have no face left to continue serving the heavenly court. At this moment, Hao Tian seizes Kong Xuan, thoroughly administering a beating, regardless of Kong Xuan's pleas for mercy. Hao Tian does not release him, instead continuing to pummel him. Senior brother, please stop. You'll kill him. Witnessing Kong Xuan being beaten to a pulp, Yao Qi hurriedly urges, Sister, there is no need to plead. This fellow is not so easily killed. Hao Tian delivers 2 more punches to Kong Xuan before finally releasing him. Release your accomplices. Let me land a few punches. Hao Tian looks at Kong Xuan, grinning. Of course, if you prefer not to release them yourself, I can assist. However, I cannot guarantee your 5-color divine light will remain intact. At this moment, Kong Xuan has no strength left to resist, begrudgingly releasing his 2 accomplices. This time, the 6-eared macaque appears, repeating the same script. I pay my respects to the Heavenly Emperor. Please spare me. In response, Hao Tian delivers a punch, transforming the 6-eared macaque into a bent-over shrimp. This 6-eared macaque possesses low cultivation, barely at the golden immortal level. Hao Tian deliberately restrains his strength to avoid killing him with a single blow. Even so, the punch nearly shatters the macaque's form. As for the golden cicada, it now transforms into a handsome young man in white, trembling in a corner. Did you eavesdrop on our plans and inform this fellow? Has the lesson from the Dao ancestor not been enough for you? Is living not preferable? Hao Tian questions, stepping on the head of the 6-eared macaque with a cold smirk. Heavenly Emperor, please spare me. I was forced into this. It was all Kong Xuan's doing. If I had not complied, he would have killed me, that I was left with no choice. I only wish to survive. The 6-eared macaque pleads desperately. The 6-eared macaque, a brazen little demon. In the past, when the Dao ancestor delivered teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, all who were fated could attend. 3,000 Luo traversed the chaos for the chance to hear the teachings. But the 6-eared macaque was merely a golden immortal little demon at the time. Relying on his innate abilities, He dared to eavesdrop on the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace. As a result, the Tao ancestor decreed that the law would not be imparted to the 6 ears, sealing his divine powers and effectively severing his path of cultivation. For years, no one dared to teach him. Major sects would not accept him, and the demon clans feared him. Who could blame him for offending the Tao ancestor, the true supreme ruler of the primordial realm? What nonsense are you spouting? It was you who sought me out, claiming to have a path. You even mentioned the risks were considerable, but the rewards were substantial. Kong Xuan rises in anger, cursing. As a golden immortal, can I command you? A Deluo? Who would believe that a golden immortal could command a Deluo? The 6-eared macaque scoffs, looking at Kong Xuan with indignation. Kong Xuan's fury rises. Do you dare claim that if it were not for me sharing the merits, would your ears have been able to eavesdrop on quasi-saints? If I had not granted you merits, would your cultivation have advanced? You traitor, how dare you accuse me of being the mastermind? Golden Cicada, speak. Wasn't this monkey the one who led us into this? Initially furious, Kong Xuan's tone shifts as he turns to the Golden Cicada, who is stealthily attempting to leave the battlefield at this moment. The Golden Cicada appears as a 10-year-old boy, fair of face with rosy lips and white teeth. The Golden Cicada trembles, unsure how to respond to Kong Xuan's inquiry. Golden Cicada, if it weren't for me bringing you along, where would you be today? Speak, wasn't it this birdman who led the charge? The 6-eared macaque insinuates to the Golden Cicada. The Golden Cicada glances between Kong Xuan and the 6-eared macaque, ultimately remaining silent. All right, you 3 need not continue your arguments. Hao Tian observed the 3 individuals performing with great interest. Yet upon reaching a certain point, he deemed it unnecessary to continue watching and promptly interjected to halt their antics. In unison, the trio turned their gazes towards Hao Tian. However, he paid them no mind, extending his hand to unleash 3 beams of divine light, sealing away their cultivation. Subsequently, he had them detained. Once the trio was escorted away, Yaoqi and Zhuangmu approached, curiosity evident in their expressions regarding the trio. Sister, earlier I suspected you were mistaken. Today, I offer my formal apologies, and I implore you to forgive me. Yaoqi addressed Zhuangmu. Sister, you need not be so formal. It was merely my sister's concern for the heavenly court that caused her to become flustered. I certainly understand that it was not your intention. Zhuangmu replied with a smile. The two exchanged knowing smiles, effectively dissolving any lingering misunderstandings. Once again, it is thanks to our brother's astute calculations. Otherwise, these 3 could have wreaked havoc, potentially inflicting significant damage upon our heavenly court. Yaoqi remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice as she glanced at Hao Tian. It was merely a stroke of fortune. I too find it hard to believe that a single Deluo could scheme so meticulously. It was but a minor stratagem. Hao Tian chuckled lightly as the 3 debated their retreat. Hao Tian had previously conveyed his plans to the 2 through the void. The trio feigned departure, only to swiftly return, wishing to test whether their conversations were being overheard. Although the 3 possessed considerable talent, they were also quite unruly. Should the Heavenly Emperor wish to subdue them, it would require a significant effort. Zhuangmu remarked with a smile that in truth, the 3 were well aware of Hao Tian's intentions. They were undeniably gifted. The trio of robbers formed a remarkably efficient team. Though they were not 3 Deluo, their collective impact surpassed that of 3 Deluo. Kong Xuan's 5-color divine light could scout, while Luer's powers allowed for precise eavesdropping on quasi-saints. Should they find themselves in peril, Jin Chan's abilities could grant them a fleeting chance to escape. Such coordination was nothing short of perfection. There was no rush to subdue them. One must first endure a bit of hardship. Luer, the 6-eared macaque, Kong Xuan, and even the seemingly innocuous Jin Chan were all audacious individuals. The 6-eared macaque dared to eavesdrop on the Tao ancestors' teachings, and now they audaciously robbed the heavenly court's treasury. To let them off lightly would be out of the question. Kong Xuan, being the son of Yuan Feng, could suppress quasi-saints and was excessively arrogant. Jin Chan would later play the role of slumbering figure during the teachings of the Tathagata. Their rebellious nature was evident. Hence, Hao Tian decided that he could not afford to treat them with courtesy, at least for the time being. Unless their bad habits were corrected, they would not be of reliable use. Indeed, Yaoqi nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that these individuals were audacious to the point of recklessness. If they were not properly disciplined, they could not be entrusted with significant responsibilities at this moment. Yaoqi had yet to encounter the future Qi Tian de Sheng. Had she met him, she would surely perceive that the monkey shared a similar temperament. Though the robbers had been apprehended, Yaoqi chose not to ascend to the heavens. She intended to remain here and expedite the reconstruction of the Heavenly Court's branch. In recent days, the branch had been inundated with an abundance of resources, generating millions in mere moments. The nearly stalled operations in the southern region weighed heavily on Yaoqi's heart. With external threats resolved, Yaoqi devoted herself to resolving these pressing issues. After all, with each passing day, she felt as if she was losing countless merits. Thus, upon her return, only Zhuangmu and Hao Tian remained. The two engaged in conversation about the current state of the outer celestial realm. After all, when journeying alongside a leader, one must seize such an excellent opportunity to report on affairs. Zhuangmu recounted the conditions in the outer celestial realm, the measures taken, the achievements garnered, and the difficulties encountered to Hao Tian. Since the last announcement from the Heavenly Court, the instances of theft in the outer celestial realm had somewhat abated. The sporadic acts of pilfering had been largely curtailed. However, some challenges remained unresolved. Currently, three main factions continued to engage in theft. One was the Kunpeng from Baiming, another was the Mingyi from the Blood Sea, and the last was the Randang from the Chan sect. Zhuangmu said with a hint of exasperation. Hao Tian frowned. While he could overlook the Kunpeng and Mingyi, how dare Randang also attempt to engage in theft? What was the story with Randang? Was he not at a luo? Hao Tian inquired. Sensing the skepticism in Hao Tian's tone, Zhuangmu offered a wry smile. Randang's cultivation is negligible, yet he has recently joined the Chan sect, gaining a significant backing. I fear that by dealing with the minor, we may attract the attention of the major. Fear not. In a few days, the Jie sect will send two de Luo to the Heavenly Court. At that time, we shall have the Jie sect de Luo handle Randang, while we focus on dealing with Mingyi and Kunpeng. Hao Tian contemplated and arranged. Randang must certainly be captured, but the method must be tactful. We cannot afford to disrupt unity to AS for dealing with Kunpeng and Mingyi. That truly presents a headache. Both are formidable masters among quasi-saints in the mid-stages. They possess ultimate treasures, making them exceedingly difficult to confront. It appears that Kunpeng and Mingyi have established a connection, always operating in tandem. It is not that they are a single faction, but whenever Kunpeng appears, Mingyi is also present. That I once attempted to intervene, but could only stop one, while the other acted without restraint, which was quite troublesome, Zhuangmu lamented. Evidently, these two thieves had developed a tacit understanding, acting in concert to dilute the Heavenly Court's strength. It seems we must devise a method to teach them a lesson. Hao Tian frowned. The Kunpeng is incredibly swift and possesses the Hutu and Luoshu bestowed by Dijuan, rendering him a formidable opponent. Zhuangmu would not dare to claim victory in a direct confrontation, but Mingyi's abilities are enigmatic, further aided by dual swords that protect him, making him a formidable foe as well, especially with his immortality. Yet despite their tenacity, they must be dealt with. The arduous tasks must still be undertaken. Hao Tian understood that Kunpeng and Mingyi stood before him as the initial two significant obstacles. Only by resolving their threat could the celestial realm be reclaimed, thereby restoring the Heavenly Court's standing. After all, despite the Heavenly Court's efforts in recruiting deities and establishing banks, it lacked a foundational battle for its sovereignty. Such a battle is akin to the Wudi's northern campaigns against the Xiongnu or the Tang's annihilation of the Turks. Without these two pivotal conflicts, how could the illustrious legacies of Han and Tang endure through the ages? Thus, upon hearing of Mingyi and Kunpeng, Hao Tian had already resolved that this battle must be fought. Not only must they engage, but they must do so in a manner that captures the attention of the entire Hongguang. With the current strength of the Heavenly Court, for quasi-saints, victory would not be difficult, but achieving a resounding triumph without incurring future troubles was paramount. After all, while Kunpeng is powerful, he is not easily slain. Mingyi is virtually indestructible. The Blood Sea does not dry, nor does Mingyi perish. This is no mere saying. Hao Tian remained deep in thought, while Zhuangmu fell into contemplative silence as they approached the heavenly court. As they neared the heavenly court, Hao Tian requested that Demu Yuanjun temporarily oversee the court, as he intended to visit the Yuhua palace. Just as they were about to reach the heavenly court, Hao Tian received a summons from Yuhua, inviting him to the Yuhua palace. When a sage extends an invitation, one cannot refuse. Thus, he swiftly altered his course toward the Yuhua palace, as he also wished to strengthen his ties with Yuhua. Since attaining sainthood, Yuhua had left the Wanggong, opening a small world in the chaos, known as the Yuhua Palace. Yuhua, as the mother of humanity, lacked disciples and rarely established teachings. She could be considered the least troubled sage within the Wanggong. Upon entering the chaos, it did not take long for Hao Tian to arrive at the Yuhua Palace's entrance. Outside the palace, a young attendant awaited his arrival. Ling Zhuzi has seen the heavenly emperor. Please follow me. The empress is waiting for you inside. The attendant greeted Hao Tian respectfully, though his eyes held more curiosity than reverence. Very well, Ling Zhuzi. Hao Tian smiled, gesturing for Ling Zhuzi to lead the way. The two proceeded into the Yuhua Palace. Although referred to as a palace, it was actually a world crafted by Yuhua using her saintly power and personal principles. The space was vast beyond measure. Upon entering the hall, Yuhua was not engaged in cultivation, but rather tending to various flowers and plants. Hao Tian approached Yuhua, bowing respectfully. Sister, may you enjoy boundless longevity and eternal beauty. Brother, you are too courteous. Since you have settled in the heavenly court, I have yet to celebrate your ascension properly. I have some spiritual pills and a couple of high-quality, innate spiritual treasures to gift to you, as a token of my heartfelt regard. Yuhua gestured toward the table before her. Upon it lay 2 gourd-shaped spiritual pills and 2 high-quality, innate spiritual treasures. Sister, you are being overly polite. These treasures are precious, and I cannot accept them. Please take them back. Hao Tian frowned, hastily declining. What a jest! I have been established for several hundred years. You now present gifts? Surely you have ulterior motives or requests. I cannot accept. Spiritual treasures are not what my brother covets. It is merely that I lack sufficient personnel in my palace. However, I can spare a few golden immortals for you to take as support. Hao Tian furrowed his brow. It seemed as though she was insistent on bestowing something upon him. Sister, if you have matters to discuss, please be direct. This gift-giving and accompanying personnel is making me feel rather uneasy. Hao Tian stood and gazed at Yuhua with a wry smile. This woman is quite difficult to deal with, and this saintess is even more so. This female sage is exceedingly formidable. She summoned me here, insisting on offering me gifts. It is evident that she has important matters at hand. What concerns me is but the well-being of my junior brother. It is merely my duty as a senior sister to express my care. Yuhua chuckled softly, yet upon noticing that Hao Tian remained silent, she felt compelled to continue. The matter at hand is that I have summoned my junior brother for the sake of the heavenly Tao. The grand momentum of the heavenly Tao dictates that the human race shall flourish and that there must be the 3 sovereigns. However, currently, the cycle of reincarnation is sealed and the human path is incomplete. It is imperative that someone reopens the passage to the underworld and manages the cycle of reincarnation. Yuhua turned to Hao Tian with a smile. Hao Tian furrowed his brow, for he comprehended Yuhua's implication. The assertion regarding the grand momentum of the heavenly Tao is but a facade. The crux of the matter lies in Fushi's desire to reincarnate as the human emperor, which necessitates a human identity. To obtain a legitimate human identity, one must undergo the 6 paths of reincarnation. Yet, with the cycle currently sealed by the Witch Clan, today's wandering souls are scarce. Should Fushi be allowed to reincarnate, he would likely face obliteration. Thus, Yuhua's primary purpose in seeking out Hao Tian today is to urge him to mobilize forces to reclaim the management of reincarnation. This will undoubtedly result in a confrontation with the remnants of the Witch Clan. Although the Witch Clan has no ancestral witch left, they still possess one last formidable figure. Hutu. As for the matter of reincarnation, it is our celestial court's duty. However, at this juncture, the heavenly court is beset with numerous internal issues that remain unresolved, making it exceedingly difficult to send forth an army. Hao Tian expressed with a hint of helplessness as he gazed at Yuhua. Rest assured, junior brother, I shall personally confront Hotu should we mobilize for the cycle of reincarnation. Yuhua declared, continuing her discourse. Clearly, she assumed Hao Tian's concerns were directed towards Hotu. Within the realm of reincarnation, Hotu's power is not inferior to that of a sage. After all, she is the creator of the cycle. Possessing formidable combat prowess, my worries do not lie with Hotu, but rather with the fact that our heavenly court has yet to reclaim the outer starry skies, which are still home to the two quasi-saints, the river of Hades and Kunpeng, that if the heavenly court were to dispatch forces to the realm of reincarnation, we would inevitably face distractions and find it challenging to achieve progress. Hao Tian explained to Yuhua. Yuhua frowned, fully aware that Hao Tian was speaking the truth. If she were to counter Hotu, the heavenly court could indeed dispatch forces to subdue the remnants of the witch clan without issue. However, the heavenly court is not solely faced with one adversary. When mobilizing to the underworld, the heavenly court could muster at most two quasi-saints to lead the charge, or perhaps merely one. The advantage is not substantial. After a moment of contemplation, Yuhua sighed. Subsequently, a cyan gourd materialized in her hand. This gourd is a treasure we crafted together with Dijuan and Taiji, known as the Demon Summoning Banner, which contains a fragment of the true spirit of numerous great demons. Even the true spirit of Kunpeng is among them. I shall lend this treasure to you, junior brother. If you can wield it effectively, it should be capable of restraining Kunpeng for the river of Hades. I fear you will have to devise a strategy to deal with that. Yuhua presented the gourd to Hao Tian. The Demon Summoning Banner? Hao Tian exclaimed with surprise. With this artifact in hand, it is akin to possessing the entirety of the demon clan's legacy. Yet, it is evident that Yuhua has no intention of gifting it. However, the terms of borrowing such a treasure are quite delicate. With this artifact, I shall undoubtedly open the passage to the underworld within a millennium and assist my senior brother Fushi in his reincarnation as a human. Hao Tian proclaimed resolutely, very well. With this promise from you, junior brother, I am indeed pleased. I implore you to act swiftly. Although the grand momentum of the heavenly Tao is established, uncertainties still linger. Should the day come when my elder brother's achievements reach fruition, he shall undoubtedly remember the kindness of his junior brother. Yuhua nodded, smiling that in truth, she was not without means to send Fushi into reincarnation. She simply preferred not to intervene personally. Should she do so, it would necessitate negotiations with Hotu, and who knows, she might even have to address her as sister. Although her grievances with Hotu are not profound, they had previously belonged to opposing factions. Now that Hotu's siblings have all perished, she finds herself seeking a future for her elder brother, which would inevitably lead to complications. However, if Hao Tian were to take action, forcibly reopening the cycle, she could seize the opportunity to suppress Hotu. Ultimately, it boils down to matters of face. Among the sages, reputation holds paramount importance. Accomplishing tasks without losing face is of utmost significance, that a mere couple of spiritual treasures are trivial in Yuhua's eyes. Senior sister, I shall accept the Demon Summoning Banner, but what are these elixirs and spiritual treasures? Hao Tian inquired, gesturing toward the table. Since I promised to give them to you, take them all. Yuhua responded with a light laugh. Not regarding these items as significant. And what of the several golden immortals you mentioned earlier? After stowing away the elixirs and two high-grade innate spiritual treasures, Hao Tian continued to question Yuhua's expression darkened. This fellow was becoming a bit too demanding. You shall have them all of them. Now, be on your way, be on your way. Ultimately, Hao Tian emerged from Yuhua's palace accompanied by a golden immortal. To be precise, it was a small child, Ling Zuzi. There was no alternative. The entirety of Yuhua's palace housed but one golden immortal, the very Ling Zuzi. There was no sentiment of parting, only the joy of departure. Ling Zuzi eagerly accompanied Hao Tian along the way, asking an array of questions, full of vitality. He was originally a spirit pearl that had taken form, having lived his entire life within Yuhua's palace. Thus, he had never witnessed the splendor of the primordial world. This time, brought by Hao Tian to the heavenly court, it was uncertain whether Ling Zuzi would serve the heavenly court or if the heavenly court was merely babysitting for Yuhua. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Ling Zuzi was quite adorable. He could be entrusted to Zhou Qianzuan for a time. After all, Zhou Qianzuan is a woman. While caring for a child, she likely would not cause harm. With great pleasure, Hao Tian returned to the heavenly court. He admired the demon summoning banner several times. The true spirits contained within were no longer abundant, totaling fewer than 3,000. This implies that the number of elders who once followed Dijuan and Taiji has dwindled to under 3,000. Of course, the lowest among those 3,000 possess the cultivation of golden immortals. Among them, several are great Luo, with the sole quasi-saint being Kunpeng. The crafting of the demon summoning banner was not an endeavor for just anyone. Entry into the banner, while controlling, also serves as a form of protection. With that fragment of true spirit, there exists the possibility of resurrection. Regrettably, Yuhua harbors no desire for their revival. Those demon clans who perished in battle have had their true spirits returned to the cosmos by Yuhua. Their chances of revival depend solely on fate. During the creation of the demon summoning banner, the lowest cultivation of those true spirits was that of golden immortals. Those beneath the golden immortal level were deemed unworthy of entry. For Kunpeng, the demon summoning banner serves as a deterrent. Yet, to assert control over life and death, it may not be absolute. At least, Hao Tian believes that with the absence of that fragment of true spirit, Kunpeng ought not to perish. Hao Tian felt a twinge of melancholy. This artifact is useful to Kunpeng, but its efficacy may not be overly significant, just as he pondered how to contend with Kunpeng and the River of Hades. A resounding voice echoed from the northern region of Jiulu continent. With the heavenly Tao above, today, Liya shall re-establish the demon nation. At the juncture where the northern Jiulu continent meets the eastern Victory God continent lies a great mountain known as the Two Realms Mountain. At this moment, countless demons and monsters throng the Two Realms Mountain. The demon Prince Luya stood upon the stage, surrounded by a multitude of demons, to pay homage to the heavenly Tao and declare the establishment of the demon nation. In an instant, the realm was rife with chaos, as countless demons flocked toward the direction of the newly established demon nation. Clad in a bright yellow imperial robe, Liya ascended the throne, becoming the new demon emperor amidst the throngs of demons. Two elder deities, Bei's and Shangyang, stood behind Liya, signifying their support for him. The ascension of the demon prince to the position of demon emperor is entirely reasonable. The news of this event sent ripples across the primordial realm. Inciting considerable commotion, the winds and clouds converged, all focused on the demon nation. At this moment, many turned their gazes toward the heavenly court, while others looked toward the underworld. The heavenly court was originally the domain of the demon clan. Now that the demon clan has established a nation, will the heavenly court permit their actions? This is a matter of great concern for many. Simultaneously, there is anxiety regarding the underworld. The witch clan within the underworld is the mortal enemy of the demon clan. Now that the demon clan has regained some vitality and re-established a nation, will the witch clan sit idly by? Indeed, the heavenly court is currently convening a meeting of the emperor lords to discuss matters concerning the establishment of the demon nation. This involves the high-ranking officials of the heavenly court, Hao Tian, Yao Qi, Xinyuanzi, and Zhuangmu. The four are engaged in deliberation over this issue. In light of the demon clan's nation building, all factions within the primordial realm are observing the heavenly court's response. What measures should we take? Hao Tian spoke calmly, revealing no signs of urgency that I believe it matters little. There are many demon clans above the primordial realm, and the human race is also numerous. Sooner or later, someone will establish a nation. There is no need to overly concern ourselves. Xinyuanzi contemplated before speaking. He is not mistaken. Nation building will undoubtedly continue in the future, and there will be an increasing number of such endeavors. Whether it is the demon nation or the human nation, the implications for the heavenly court are not particularly significant. I find myself in agreement with Brother Jinyuan's perspective. Under the heavenly Tao, all beings are equal. The establishment of a demon nation and a human nation holds no difference to us. The heavenly court need not entangle itself with a nation on the earthly plane. It is not our duty. Zhuangmu likewise expressed her viewpoint. Yao Qi considered the matter and concluded that while nation building poses no issue, disrespecting the heavenly court cannot be tolerated. we ought to give them a slight warning. Otherwise, what will become of the heavenly court's authority? At this point, everyone had expressed their opinions and then stared blankly at Hao Tian. Hao Tian had already formulated his stance on the matter. He had summoned them not only to hear their thoughts, but also to unify their perspectives. The heavenly court is the celestial authority of the primordial realm, primarily overseeing the cosmic creation of the primordial world, responsible for the cycles of the seasons, the operation of heaven and earth, and the well-being of all beings, as long as they do not infringe upon the fundamental tenets of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly court generally refrains from intervening. Therefore, regarding the establishment of the demon nation, my overall opinion is to draw a red line. As long as they do not cross the line, they can be granted their freedom. Should they overstep, it will be a celestial assault, thought Hao Tian. The cycles of heaven and earth continue. Humanity flourishes, and the demon nation is merely the beginning. In the future, human realms will be as numerous as the stars in the sky, and the heavenly court cannot oversee everything. Nor should it. After all, the primary duty of the celestial deities is not to educate mortal beings, but to maintain the normal functioning of the cosmos, fostering the positive development of the primordial world. It can be said that the gods are the catalyst for the machinery of the primordial realm. As long as the beings of the world do not disrupt the balance of heaven and earth, they may engage in their own endeavors freely. My senior brother is correct. I believe it is imperative for the heavenly court to regain complete control over the outer starry skies, Yaoqi contemplated. The interests of the mortal realm are still too trivial. Solidifying the starry expanse and monopolizing the power of the stars is the optimal strategy for maximizing the interests of the heavenly court at this stage. Thus, a decree should be drafted and disseminated throughout the three realms. This is not only for the demon race, but also for other factions. Nation building is permissible, but defiance against heaven will be punished. With Hao Tian's declaration, the core principle was established. Understood, responded the three in unison. Moreover, junior sister, brother Zhenyuan, the establishment of the demon nation presents a favorable opportunity for us. Humans and demons cannot coexist. The rise of the demon nation will undoubtedly impact the surrounding human tribes. Emphasizing strength and developing the branches of the heavenly court near these human tribes. This is an excellent chance to deepen the heavenly court's influence among humanity. We shall not interfere with the expansion of the demon nation, but any encroachment upon our divine halls is unacceptable. Hao Tian continued with his arrangements. Historically, it has never been the aggressor who profits in war, but rather those who supply arms. The heavenly court can sell spiritual treasures and legal edicts to the human tribes, and provide them with merit loans. Of course, during wartime, the heavenly court will not accept unsecured loans. It is foreseeable that the conflict between the demon nation and human tribes will be a protracted one. Ultimately, a portion of the fortunes from both races will flow into the heavenly court. Although this may be deemed unethical, it represents the most favorable solution for both the heavenly court and humanity. After all, if the heavenly court intervenes against the demon nation, it would contradict its original intentions. However, it is only right to protect the adherents of the celestial deities. After briefing Yaoqi and Zhenyuan, Hao Tian further stated that efforts should be made to minimize the involvement of human cultivators, considering the risks to their clans. Should they act rashly and violate heavenly regulations, they would face consequences. Naturally, such matters must be assessed on a case-by-case basis, so you too must exercise discretion. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Regulations are regulations, yet there is considerable flexibility in their execution. After all, the majority of the celestial beings in the heavenly court are humans. If these humans were to abandon their kin, Hao Tian would be hesitant to rely on them. The establishment of the Earth deity system is progressing smoothly. The heavenly court's trading center and banks are nearly complete in their network of locations. We merely need to dispatch a group of skilled individuals to the outposts surrounding the demon nation. In summary, there are three red lines. First, the demon nation must not expand too rapidly. Second, the human tribes must not suffer excessive harm. And third, the heavenly court must not profit too little. Naturally, the first and second lines must yield to the third. Finally, Hao Tian assigned a task to the Queen Mother of the West to closely monitor the changes in the starry skies. as the heavenly court may engage in military action at any moment. The meeting lasted nearly half a day, as the affairs of the heavenly court are complex and numerous, leaving Hao Tian feeling overwhelmed. Yet he could not neglect his duties. If there were another such meeting, he would surely let Yao Qi preside, as he could not attend again. Just as he was about to rest after the meeting, he was once again intercepted on his way. The bright star Taiji came to report that the disciple Yun Xiao from the hat arrived, accompanied by Zhao Gongming and several hundred disciples of. He specifically requested an audience with the Jade Emperor. Hao Tian felt somewhat helpless. Although he was fatigued, he still had to meet with them. At this moment, Yun Xiao and Zhao Gongming were both great Luo golden immortals, possessing considerable cultivation. The disciples they led were also quite capable, evidently a targeted arrangement by Tong Tian in light of some pending tribulations. Every person has their own troubles. Each individual bears their own burdens. When one is impoverished, the only concern is to fill their stomach. Once well fed, however, troubles abound. For instance, this group of disciples now harbored significant worries. Ever since their arrival, the heavenly court had treated them with great courtesy. The celestial sovereigns and quasi-saint powers of the heavenly court held small feasts every 3 days and grand banquets every 5 days, creating quite the spectacle. Originally, these disciples had accomplished nothing, and their ascent to the heavens was a mix of Tong Tian's persuasion and coercion. Naturally, they were quite displeased. However, given the heavenly court's treatment, they found themselves in a dilemma. After all, what status did they hold? Apart from the leaders Yun Xiao and Zhao Gongming, there were merely a few golden immortals who were usually barred from entering the southern heavenly gate. The quasi-saints of the heavenly court feasted daily, and though they too drank wine, the more they drank, the more uncomfortable they felt. Being treated lavishly without any assigned duties made their drinking feel ungrounded. Thus, when the heavenly court summoned everyone for another banquet, after Hao Tian had arranged a feast of fine wine and delicacies, no one moved to eat. Gongming, why is no one partaking? Is the heavenly court's wine and food not to your liking? Hao Tian inquired, puzzled, as he glanced at Zhao Gongming. Bring in the best. Ensure everyone drinks and eats well. Hao Tian waved his hand, and celestial maidens promptly arrived to replace the wine and food that ate this moment. Zhao Gongming stood up and bowed to Hao Tian. Please, master uncle, do not be so courteous. What troubles you? Speak, and I shall resolve it for you. Hao Tian turned to Zhao Gongming and continued to inquire. Master uncle, ever since my disciples ascended, your majesty, with your supreme celestial authority and quasi-saint powers, has graciously hosted us daily. We are deeply grateful, but we find it difficult to bear this kindness, that we humbly request that you assign us tasks and duties. Otherwise, we will feel unworthy to face you and will have no choice but to return to Jineo Island. Zhao Gongming expressed earnestly. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao rose and said, Master uncle, we have come to fulfill our master's orders to ascend, and we shall certainly heed the Jade Emperor's commands. Please do not take our sect into account. We are determined to do our utmost to relieve your burdens, that we await your instructions. At this moment, the numerous disciples rose together, bowing as they sought orders. Observing their earnestness, Hao Tian felt assured, yet he maintained a fa of sorrow. In truth, Hao Tian had long contemplated how to ensure these disciples would comply. After all, they had come under duress, undoubtedly carrying their own emotions, that if he were to assign them tasks directly, it might backfire. Therefore, after much deliberation, Hao Tian chose this approach. People value their dignity, celestial beings value it even more. In a collective organization like, the sense of honor is even more pronounced. Loyalty is the core of their fellowship. Hence, Hao Tian hosted small feasts every 3 days and grand banquets every 5 days, providing ample wine and rewards, yet refraining from assigning any work. Within such a collective, gratitude and reciprocity hold immense importance. Thus, after several months of this arrangement, these disciples indeed felt as if they were on pins and needles. They must contribute to the heavenly court. Otherwise, they would feel unworthy of the Jade Emperor's daily hospitality. And thus, today's events unfolded. Hao Tian sensed that the time was ripe. He feigned a troubled sigh. Alas, he exclaimed. Shaking his head, each sigh seemed to strike at the hearts of the disciples. Master Uncle, please do not merely sigh. Speak, Zhao Gongming asked, somewhat irritated. Indeed, there is a matter that is rather difficult to resolve. I fear it may cause harm to you, Hao Tian replied, appearing somewhat troubled. Please instruct us, Master Uncle. Zhao Gongming did not remain standing, but knelt on one knee, requesting to be assigned to battle. Recently, there have been frequent incursions in the outer starry skies of the heavenly court, with individuals stealing the essence of the stars. Therefore, I plan to teach them a lesson. However, there is one individual who poses a dilemma for me, and I am unsure how to proceed. Hao Tian sighed once more. Who is it? Zhao Gongming inquired. This individual is the vice leader of the Chan sect, the lamplighting Daoist. He is a great Luo, and it would not be appropriate for us quasi-saints to intervene. Should others engage, I fear they may return empty-handed. Thus, I am in quite a predicament. Furthermore, I have heard that he is exceedingly arrogant, possessing a temperament akin to my brother Yuanshi. He looks down upon all beings, perceiving them as mere products of wet birth. He scorns even those transformed by the elements, wind, rain, clouds, believing only those who have transformed into objects are true primordial deities, which infuriates me greatly, yet due to status. I cannot strike him directly. Master Uncle, do not worry. This matter shall be entrusted to me. Even if the lamplighting Daoist is the vice leader of the Chan sect, I will capture him and teach him what true Pango orthodoxy is. Zhao Gongming declared, filled with righteous indignation. Behind him, hundreds of disciples echoed his sentiment, equally outraged. After all, the wet births referred to by the Yuanshi Tianzuan were indeed aimed at them. The wind, rain, and clouds transformed beings were none other than Zhao Gongming and the three clouds. Zhao Gongming was a primordial breeze, while the three clouds were the manifestations of three primordial white clouds. This was a direct insult to them. Gongming, be cautious. The lamplighting Daoist not only possesses his life treasure, the spirit lantern, but also a formidable offensive treasure, the Qian Kuan ruler. This Qian Kuan ruler has limitless potential. Should it be paired with spatial treasures to manipulate the heavens, he could ascend from great Luo to quasi-saint. And among quasi-saints, he would be exceptional. You must exercise extreme caution, Hao Tian warned. Zhao Gongming's eyes sparkled with determination upon hearing this. Yunxiao, deep in thought, displayed unwavering resolve. Master Uncle, rest assured, if the lamplighting Daoist dares to come, we shall unite our strength and capture him. Without waiting for Zhao Gongming to express his stance, Yunxiao spoke directly. He was well aware that Zhao Gongming possessed 24 Ding Heizu and could surmise the intentions of Hao Tian to some extent. However, this matter held extraordinary significance for Zhao Gongming, and even one as composed as she could only willingly enter the fray, since the agreement had been made. Let us proceed to the banquet. Hao Tian gestured for Zhao Gongming to take a seat. Zhao Gongming bowed in acknowledgement and then returned to her place. The other disciples of Jie Jiao also took their seats together. Hao Tian languidly reclined and then commanded, "Continue the music and the dance." During these days of feasting, Hao Tian realized that the trials of cultivation paled in comparison to the joy of daily performances. After all, the protagonist always favored the pleasures of song and dance, and it was only reasonable for the Heavenly Emperor to enjoy a good show. However, the days of merriment did not last long. The disciples of Jie Jiao were now fervently devising plans to capture the flame lantern in one fell swoop. After several days of watching performances, Hao Tian also began to feel a sense of aesthetic fatigue, just as the Western Queen Mother arrived to report that the time for the collective gathering of the essence of the stars was fast approaching. Hao Tian intended to have a lively time with Kunpeng and the River of Darkness. Just as he was about to head out, a celestial soldier arrived to announce that the nine heavens Shen Nu sought an audience with His Majesty. "Do not let her in. Inform her that I am in seclusion." Hao Tian waved his hand, signaling the celestial soldier to reply. With the nine heavens Shen Nu's arrival, Hao Tian could surmise her intent for the human race. At this moment, the demon kingdom was established, rampaging through the wilderness, and the human emperor had yet to be born. There was no way to gather strength to resist. In truth, even if all the elite of the human race were to return to the heavenly realm, they would still not be a match for the demon kingdom. Even the remnants of the heavenly court from years past could not withstand the might of the demon race. Now that the nine heaven Xian knew was here, it was surely to plead for the human race, or to request Hao Tian's assistance regarding their plight. Hao Tian was reluctant to intervene. All beings were subjects of the heavenly court, which governed the wilderness on behalf of the heavens. In the eyes of the heavenly court, humans and demons should be treated equally. For the sake of the heavenly court's development, Hao Tian could lean slightly in favor of the human race. However, should he do too much, it would be quite unreasonable. Thus, Hao Tian did not wish to meet the nine heavens Xian knew. To meet her would only invite trouble. But before long, the celestial soldier returned once more. The Xian Nu said that she came to strengthen the heavenly court, not to advocate for the human race. If the heavenly emperor refused to see her, she would kneel outside, waiting for the emperor's convenience. Hao Tian snorted coldly. Let her in. The notion of strengthening the heavenly court was a tale he found hard to believe. Yet, the sight of the Xian Nu kneeling outside was something Hao Tian found exceedingly distasteful. Such an act was akin to a coup. At this moment, Hao Tian's assessment of the Xian Nu had plummeted to an all-time low. However, since the heavenly court still required support from a human race, he refrained from taking action. Soon after, the nine heavens Xian Nu entered. As soon as she stepped in, she knelt on the ground, acknowledging her offenses and pleading for the heavenly emperor's punishment. Hao Tian suppressed his anger and asked in a voice devoid of sorrow or joy, I have heard that you possess a scheme that could lead to the flourishing of the heavenly court. I will be most pleased. What offense could you possibly hold? Beneath Hao Tian's words lay a hidden sting. Should the Xian Nu fail to present a worthy suggestion, she would not be spared during the reckoning. Initially, he believed the Xian Nu's visit was merely a temporary measure to gain an audience with Hao Tian, devoid of any substantial proposals. However, to his surprise, the Xian Nu spoke up, nodding as she said, I do indeed have an immature idea. I implore the emperor's permission. Do tell. Although he felt displeased, Hao Tian resolved to listen to the nine heavens Xian Nu's explanation, for it was not the way of kings to punish without teaching. In the wilderness, the human race was destined to take center stage, inevitably rising and occupying the land. The heavenly emperor believed this to be true, did he not? The nine heavens Xian Nu spoke while gazing at Hao Tian. Hao Tian nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts about it. The human race was bound to flourish. Given this, at this stage, while the heavenly court's fortune is indeed weighty, it is not everlasting. The emperor's grand plans lack support, and the vast wilderness cannot sustain such a magnificent heavenly court. However, the growth of the human race could provide that support. Do you not agree? The nine heavens Xian Nu continued. Hao Tian furrowed his brow in silence. He did not regard the Xian Nu's words as being so grave. This moment. The nine heavens Xian Nu continued. To this day, the spiritual energy of the wilderness has diminished, and the essence of the primordial has waned to less than 1/10 of what it was at the dawn of creation. The number of beings in the world has decreased, and the primordial beings have sharply declined, rendering the heavens and earth incapable of nurturing the six saints and the heavenly court. Thus, the human race has come into being, growing from infancy to strength, ultimately destined to occupy the wilderness. For the heavens can no longer sustain such a multitude of primordial deities that it is the human race that must provide for them. Therefore, your majesty, to assist the human race at this juncture is to act in accordance with the heavenly principles. The nine heavens Xian Nu spoke slowly. Upon hearing these words, Hao Tian felt as if he were caught in a tempest. For just moments ago, he had come to a realization, or rather, he recognized his mistake in overestimating the heavenly court and underestimating the human race. The human race must grow strong, for the heavenly principles demand it. This strength is not merely individual power, but rather the collective might of their numbers. The pillars of heaven that once sustained the world may now very well be the fortune of the human race. Why was Yuhua able to achieve sainthood through the creation of humanity? It was not merely because the human race was destined to be the protagonists, but because they introduced a novel method of procreation to the wilderness. When the heavens could no longer nurture life, the human race arose through the union of yin and yang, reproducing independently without the need for additional care from the heavens. Indeed, as the population of the human race grew, They could continuously consume their own kind, thereby nourishing the heavens in return. Hao Tian exhaled a long breath, and his gaze toward the 9 heavens, Xian knew, softened considerably. You speak the truth. The human race is destined to be powerful. If the heavenly court were to aid them, it would naturally reap a greater share of fortune. Hearing this, the 9 heavens Xian knew was overjoyed. I beseech the Emperor to permit the celestial soldiers to descend and assist the human race. That is not permissible. The heavenly court must not directly send troops. Hao Tian shook his head, resolutely refusing. Why not? The 9 heavens Xian knew's expression turned to one of astonishment. She had assumed that Hao Tian would agree with her perspective and would certainly dispatch troops to aid the human race against the demon kingdom. Though the human race held boundless potential, the heavenly court was not suited to intervene militarily. Recently, the heavenly court had just announced its stance to the wilderness. How could they possibly go back on their word? Of course, the most significant reason was quite simple. The strength of the heavenly court's celestial soldiers was too weak to contend with the formidable demons. Hao Tian lamented the situation as he spoke. The heavenly court had risen from nothing to its current state, possessing ample high-level combat power, yet lacking in foundational strength. Did the heavenly emperor truly intend to watch the human race suffer such dire straits? The 9 heavens, Xian knew, said with a hint of sorrow. Hao Tian gently shook his head. In the past, I viewed the heavenly court as too lofty and the human race as too lowly. Now that I have come to understand the necessities of the human race, I cannot remain indifferent. Presently, Hao Tian had emerged from his previous misconceptions. The 3 sovereigns are merely adjuncts to the human race. The 5 emperors are gifts to the human race. Even without the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the heavenly principles would still promote the strength of the human race, for the path of the postnatal is irreversible. The degradation of the wilderness's spiritual energy has become mainstream, and the human race is the true protagonist of this new era. Thus, from the human race's perspective, the heavenly court is biased. The heavenly principles themselves are biased. The wilderness requires the human race to grow strong. Therefore, Hao Tian retracted his overly detached attitude and resolved to assist. However, the manner of assistance is indeed an art. If done well, he would gain a multitude of followers. If done poorly, he would create a host of adversaries. I possess a technique. After you return, find a way to impart it to the human race in the wilderness. With this method, they may avert their calamities. Meanwhile, I shall also disseminate the cultivation techniques at various trading centers of the heavenly court, allowing the human race in the wilderness to learn from the heavenly court. With a flick of Hao Tian's hand, a jade slip materialized before the 9 heavens. Xian knew felt perplexed. What technique could possibly aid the human race in overcoming their plight? This seemed rather contrary to the heavenly order. While permitting the human race to study cultivation techniques in the various divine halls of the heavenly court had already indicated Hao Tian's stance, the 9 heavens, Xian knew, still felt uncertain. As she probed into the jade slip with her consciousness, she beheld a plethora of words within. The opening of the text boldly proclaimed 3 grand characters. Divine summoning technique. The divine summoning technique. This was precisely the divine art bestowed by Hao Tian. After much contemplation, Hao Tian had chosen this spell. The human race would invoke the heavenly deities through offerings and primal force, drawing down the divine consciousness to assist them in facing their tribulations. In truth, the essence of the divine summoning technique was a form of transaction. The human race exchanged their willpower for divine strength. Your Majesty bestows this divine art and the method for constructing divine halls. Intending to leverage the strength of the human race to extend the influence of the heavenly court throughout the wilderness, the 9 heavens, Xian knew, said somewhat helplessly. Once this technique is passed down, I shall arrange for the deities to impart the teachings. Thus, it shall serve as an explanation for both the human race and the heavenly court. Hao Tian smiled as he looked toward the 9 heavens, Xian knew. The 9 heavens, Xian knew, fell silent. The divine summoning technique. She did not desire the divine summoning technique, but rather the celestial soldiers to descend and assist the human race. Such a direct approach would be far more effective. Yet, Hao Tian was unwilling to proceed in such a manner. The heavenly court ought not to be a consumable. The divine summoning technique merely summoned a fragment of the deity's power, allowing for sustainable usage. At the very least, the lives of the celestial soldiers were assured. Thus, with the human race's endless vitality and the infinite lives of the celestial soldiers, the destruction of the demon race would merely be a matter of time. In this way, the consumption of the heavenly court would be significantly reduced. However, the losses for the human race would be far too great. Xin Nu sighed with a touch of resignation, saying, "Fear not. I have long since devised a plan. The demon kingdom shall soon find itself preoccupied." Hao Tian chuckled casually, yet he offered no further explanation that moment, in a hidden corner of the primordial land. Jin Yang gazed at the demon summoning banner in his hand, brimming with excitement. With this treasure, if he could not muster a team, then he might as well end his own life. Indeed, the gourd was a gift from Hao Tian. Using the gourd against Kunpeng, it may not wield decisive power, but in the hands of Jin Yang, it would surely yield remarkable results. After all, with the son of the heavenly emperor and the support of sage, who among the demon race would dare defy him? The nine heavens, Xin Nu wished to speak further, but Hao Tian waved his hand, declaring that the matter was settled, that I shall not permit your human race to use the lives of heavenly soldiers as bargaining chips against the demon kingdom. If Xin Nu truly possesses good intentions, she should study the rules of summoning deities. This art has a high ceiling, potentially even allowing for the mobilization of quasi-saint power. If the human race shows sincerity, repelling the demons should not pose a challenge. Indeed, the summoning technique devised by Hao Tian was less about invoking deities and more akin to an exchange. The populace of a village could summon heavenly soldiers. The citizens of a town could call forth heavenly generals, and the people of a nation could request the intervention of the celestial emperor. If all of humanity united in earnest worship, they could summon the heavenly emperor to act. Xin Nu departed, having arrived with great ambition, but leaving with a sense of uncertainty. It must be understood that fundamentally, the summoning technique could resolve the issues facing humanity. Simple and efficient, summoning requires no cultivation. Merely bowing is sufficient. The human race excels at this. Xin Nu was also aware that, as a result, humanity's reliance on the heavenly court would deepen. Initially, she intended to promote a closer collaboration between the heavenly court and humanity. But if matters continued according to Hao Tian's arrangements, the celestial beings would become the foundation of a human race. After all, sincere worship could summon deities and mobilize divine power. This truly embodies the principle that genuine investment yields rewards. Once Xin Nu had departed, Hao Tian did not wait for her to relay the message to humanity, but instead prepared to take action himself. Having recognized his own misconceptions, he knew it was time to correct them swiftly. Relying on others to promote change was less effective than taking matters into his own hands. At this moment, Hao Tian stepped forth into the void, beginning to extol the heavens, to the Tao of heaven. To the Tao ancestor, I, disciple Hao Tian, today establish a path for the incense and spirit way. Incense is primordial force, the essence of the postnatal divine way. When sentient beings earnestly bow and worship, the incense offered becomes the foundation upon which the divine realm is built, protecting all people. From this day forth, I establish the incense spirit way. Hao Tian's voice echoed throughout the primordial expanse. At this moment, the Tao of heaven resonated thunderously. A massive surge of merit descended upon Hao Tian's head from the void. Within his brow, the previously ethereal Tao fruit approached completion. The incense spirit way served as a supplement to the divine way. Presently, the divine way was divided into celestial gods, the enforcers of the heavenly court's cosmic law, earth gods, the spirits of mountains and rivers, yet lacked the postnatal gods, namely the gods of incense. With Hao Tian's establishment of this path, he filled this void. The divine way became more complete, and the Tao of heaven resonated with the contributions of the incense spirit way to humanity's development. Bestowing boundless merit, Hao Tian held the merit, feeling the primordial force emanating from the surroundings of the heavenly court. He understood that prior to his establishment of this path, the primordial force had been merely dissipating due to numerous deposits. Now, with merit in hand, the Tao fruit world and the primordial force from various corners of the heavenly court converged. The primordial force merged with the merit. The Tao fruit was further empowered by the Tao of heaven. A manifestation of faith took shape, embodying the mid-stage of quasi-saint cultivation. Its form radiated holiness, suffused with the intricate will of incense. Its visage bore a remarkable resemblance to Hao Tian, about 70% alike. This was Hao Tian's faith embodiment. Though you are my embodiment of faith, you are also the progenitor of the incense deities. Thus you shall not be called emperor, but rather you may be addressed as sovereign. From this day forth, you shall be the Jade Emperor of the heavenly court. In my absence, you shall assist Yao Qi in overseeing all matters of the heavenly court, while also taking charge of the incense spirit way. You may refer to yourself as the Jade Emperor, supreme deity. Hao Tian smiled at his faith embodiment. This manifestation was forged in conjunction with the incense spirit way. From this moment onward, as long as the incense spirit way exists, the embodiment of faith shall not perish. In terms of potential, with the future empowerment of incense, this Jade Emperor manifestation might even achieve primordial unity. So be it. The Jade Emperor embodiment chuckled, then summoned divine power, dispersing a portion of the incense force from the heavenly court, which fell across the primordial expanse. One by one, simple shrines suddenly arose throughout the primordial land. At the center of each shrine sat a divine idol. Surrounding the idol were representatives of various heavenly departments, arranged according to their ranks. The combined power of the quasi-saints and the heavenly court was sufficient to spread shrines across the entire primordial expanse in an instant. At this moment, the various factions of the heavenly court grew nearly numb. The court regularly engaged in grand endeavors, each yielding significant merit. Many voiced their frustrations, exclaiming that perhaps the heavenly court truly was the favored child of the Dao ancestor. Yet, this did not hinder the continued strengthening of the heavenly court. Meanwhile, the nine heavens Xiannu had entirely relinquished her inner turmoil, for when the shrines proliferated throughout the primordial expanse, the summoning technique had already been inscribed within them. Moreover, the method for carving the divine positions within the shrines was also included. As long as someone from the human race diligently studied, they could initiate the summoning of deities once they succeeded in their experiments. The summoning technique would swiftly spread throughout humanity. Deep within the heavenly court, Hao Tian had quietly summoned numerous high-ranking officials. Hao Tian, Yao Qi, Shi Wangmu, Zheng Yuanzi, as well as Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao. The heavenly court had received news that the plundering teams would gather for their operations in 3 days. By then, the ancestral figures of the Mingyi River, Kunpeng, and the Daoist of lanterns would arrive. At this moment, the 4 monarchs of the heavenly court, along with 2 great Luo, were strategizing. They were not contemplating whether they could win, but rather, they were considering how to achieve a resounding victory. After a thorough discussion, the heavenly court officials dispersed, hiding within the outer starry realms, awaiting the impending battle. Under the overwhelming suppression of the heavenly court, the acts of stealing the essence of stars from the vast cosmos had diminished greatly. On this day, a powerful aura flashed past the northern starry skies. Soon after, a Kunpeng swaggered into view within the outer celestial expanse. The Kunpeng was immensely powerful, its claws capable of effortlessly shattering a star with a mere swipe. Amidst the myriad fragments of shattered stars, it consumed a small portion of star essence. After gathering a bit of star essence, Kunpeng shook its head, feeling that the pace was still too slow. Contemplating briefly, it split into 2 figures, its virtuous and malevolent incarnations. Kunpeng had severed its 3 corpses long ago, utilizing its own elemental sources of wind and water due to the unavailability of suitable materials. It was also a formidable mid-stage quasi-saint. The 3 corpses dispersed, each heading in different directions. The 3 quasi-saints relentlessly shattered stars, plundering star essence that in the western starry realms. Mingyi wielded 2 killing swords, also plunging into the cosmos. The swords resonated through the heavens, their sword chi obliterating stars. Soon after, the twin swords safeguarded a portion of star essence as he made his return. Mingyi moved with remarkable speed, his sword chi scattering as stars shattered, swiftly gathering a bounty of star essence. Meanwhile, in the eastern starry realms, a Daoist appeared cautiously. He rode upon a 9-colored deer, wielding a cosmic ruler that struck a star repeatedly. This individual was none other than the Daoist of lanterns. Kunpeng collected star essence for a while, nodding in satisfaction, feeling that the harvest was sufficient. With no further obstructions from Shi Wangmu, its movements became much swifter, just as it was about to depart. Kunpeng suddenly received news from its incarnations, discovering a grand formation that might contain innate spiritual treasures. Overjoyed, Kunpeng, who was utterly impoverished, with its only artifact being a stolen treasure from Dijuan, decisively headed towards the sensed location. In the outer starry expanse, the possibility of nurturing innate spiritual treasures was quite plausible. After all, during its time as a demon master in the heavenly court, Kunpeng had witnessed many such treasures firsthand. However, most of those artifacts had fallen into Dijuan's possession back then. Now that Dijuan was deceased, these treasures should rightfully belong to it. Kunpeng excitedly bombarded the innate great formation, its eyes filled with exhilaration and anticipation. The formation's strength was formidable. The higher the strength, the more powerful the treasures within. To prevent leaks of information, Kunpeng released the Book of River and Luo, setting up a formation around the perimeter to conceal the commotion within. After months of relentless assaults, it finally broke through a gap. Without hesitation, Kunpeng unleashed its speed and flew inside. Generally speaking, once it secured the innate spiritual treasures inside, it would gain control over the surrounding formation. Kunpeng was ecstatic. This would be the first innate spiritual treasure it could call its own in its lifetime. Upon entering the formation, through the heavy mist, Kunpeng vaguely discerned 4 chairs ahead. What was this? Chairs as artifacts? Kunpeng felt puzzled, but did not dwell too much on it. After all, as long as it was a spiritual treasure, the type did not matter. Excitedly, Kunpeng advanced to see the true form of the treasures. After taking a few quick steps forward, Kunpeng's fury ignited. "Thieves, how dare you steal my treasures?" With a thunderous roar, it discovered that 4 figures were seated upon the chairs. Ha! Ha! Laughter erupted from all directions. As the mist dissipated, for powerful entities sat upon the thrones. The Jade Emperor, Yao Qi, Jin Yuanzi, and Shi Wangmu. In an instant, Kunpeng turned to flee. Faced with these 4 quasi-saints, defeat was inevitable, but upon turning, he was met with a sealed formation. "Kunpeng, today I invite you into the trap, allowing you to experience the taste of being besieged." Xinyuanzai rose, his voice booming with fury. Years ago, his dear friend Hong Yun met his demise at the hands of Kunpeng. Mingyi, Dijuan, and Taiji, who had besieged him in succession. Now, having finally lured Kunpeng into the grand formation, he had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with this creature. He was ready to strike. "Dao, brother, I come to assist you." Upon witnessing Xinyuanzai's decisive action, Zhuangmu promptly joined the fray. For days, she had kept vigil in the void, frequently crossing paths with Kunpeng, and now was the perfect moment to strike a fallen foe. Yaozi and Yuhua exchanged glances, opting to provide support to both parties. At this moment, Kunpeng was already contemplating retreat, simultaneously fending off Xinyuanzai's attacks, while seeking an opportunity to flee. Unfortunately, this place had long been ensnared by the 4 celestial beings, having meticulously crafted a trap to ensnare Kunpeng. Now that they had succeeded in cornering him, escape was no longer an option. The battle commenced. Under the constraints of the grand formation, Kunpeng's greatest advantage was severely diminished. Moreover, the Hichu and Luoshu had been left outside by Kunpeng to prevent any disturbances from being discovered. Thus, Kunpeng was effectively unarmed against his adversaries. Opposite him, Xinyuanzai wielded a pure and tranquil whisk in his left hand and a dragon-headed staff in his right. Zhuangmu held a basin of pure water in one hand, while the other brandished a Taiyin sword. Several innate spiritual treasures converged to assault Kunpeng. Relying on his divine beast form, Kunpeng struggled to withstand the onslaught. But he was already battered and bruised. "Dear friends, today, I, Kunpeng, concede. We are all disciples of the Zhixiao Palace. Must we resort to such violence?" Kunpeng bellowed in a bid for reason. "Strike." No one responded to him. Instead, Yaozi entered the battlefield as well. You rely on numbers to bully the few. If you possess the skill, do not depend on your numerical advantage. Kunpeng was struck repeatedly, his injuries worsening with each blow. Trapped within the formation, he could only endure. You are fortunate to have a friend to rescue you. Otherwise, prepare for your journey to the afterlife. Xinyuanzai's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he summoned the power of the earth, manifesting Wutu, divine thunder, to rain down upon Kunpeng. Kunpeng's heart sank in despair, but he also understood that he had no true friends. Thus, he could only respond with resignation to the onslaught. Meanwhile, Mingi had seized his stealthy axe. His opponent, Hao Tian, stood silently before him, wielding a divine sword. The one besieging Kunpeng was Hao Tian's Yuhua avatar, while the true body of Hao Tian confronted Mingi directly. Why confront Mingi alone? Quite simply, because Mingi could not be killed. He was the essence of the Blood Sea, and as long as the Blood Sea remained, Mingi would endure, although his combat prowess did not match that of Saint. His existence was second only to one. Since he could not be slain, one must refrain from excessively extreme measures. After all, even if this body were killed, a new Mingi could swiftly resurrect from the Blood Sea. Having a lone quasi-saint fixated upon the heavenly court was an undesirable predicament. Therefore, the best course of action was to resolve matters peacefully. To my surprise, Hao Tian, you also understand the sword. Mingi remarked with a smile upon seeing Hao Tian. Feeling no pressure in his presence, in my youth, I devoted much time to the study of swordsmanship. I have come today to seek guidance from the elder ancestor. Hao Tian replied, his face beaming with a smile. Guidance is acceptable, but what if you lose? Mingi inquired, if I lose, your share of the essence of the stars will be equal to that of the celestial saints. Hao Tian declared, eliciting a hearty laugh from Mingi. His greatest lifelong aspiration was to attain sainthood. Hearing Hao Tian's words, promising him a saintly reward if victorious, filled him with great joy that if I lose, I shall not take your life. Mingi indicated towards Hao Tian, choosing to accord him the highest courtesy. Should I prevail, I implore you to remain in the Blood Sea and not return to the wilderness. Hao Tian gazed at Mingi, smiling as he spoke. Let us wait until you win to discuss that. Mingi scoffed, his dual killing swords swirling the air, unleashing waves of sword energy towards Hao Tian. Hao Tian, wielding the divine sword, a chaotic artifact he had acquired, transformed it into a treasured blade, effortlessly countering Mingi's killing swords. Faced with the sword energy, Hao Tian did not engage in a direct clash like Mingi. Instead, he wielded his divine sword, continuously parrying while advancing towards Mingi. You dare to insult me so brazenly? Mingi roared in fury. The power of his killing sword surging exponentially, an infinite killing intent surged forth, directed at Hao Tian. A glint of brilliance flashed in Hao Tian's eyes as he maintained his grip on the long sword, steadily closing the distance to Mingi. At this moment, on the vast expanse of the wilderness, the clash of laws and techniques was commonplace, and the protection of magical treasures was a regular occurrence. Few, apart from the Wu clan, engaged in battle wielding mere swords like Hao Tian. Unfazed, Hao Tian transformed into a streak of light, his sword aimed at Mingi, forcefully breaking through the torrent of sword energy. Mingi saw Hao Tian drawing nearer. Despite his attempts to obstruct with sword energy, he could not halt Hao Tian's advance. The sword in Hao Tian's grasp appeared to accelerate in Mingi's eyes, increasingly swift and close. Ultimately, the long sword pierced through Mingi's chest. Mingi stood momentarily stunned. This one do, Hao Tian, he whispered, yet it resonated like a hammer striking at Mingi's heart. Hao Tian's combat style nearly overturned Mingi's understanding of the battles in the wilderness. The methods of a mere mortal. This was a tactic employed solely by the Wu clan? Why? Can such a strategy truly defeat me? Mingi gazed at the wound upon his chest, disbelief etched on his face. A quasi-saint sword could hardly deliver a fatal blow. Such a minor injury could be healed in an instant. However, behind this sword strike was the severance of Mingi's comprehension of the sword. Mingi, my friend, do you believe switching to another spiritual treasure would allow you to unleash the same overwhelming attack as before? Hao Tian posed without awaiting a response, sheathing his sword with a smile. Previously, he had forcefully breached Mingi's sword energy defenses, sustaining minor scrapes, yet nothing severe. Turning to face Mingi now, he exuded an air of nonchalance. Mingi furrowed his brows in silence, contemplating Hao Tian's earlier words. At this moment, Hao Tian, intent on attacking the heart, continued, "To you, the sword is merely a tool. Killing is your true passion. Regardless of whether it is murder or slaughter, the tool is inconsequential. Does this sword differ from a knife in your eyes?" Hao Tian spoke softly, aiming to penetrate Mingi's heart. Mingi gazed at the long sword in his grasp, its blade reflecting the autumn waters, mirroring his own eyes. Yet in those eyes, there was no longer determination nor killing intent, but rather a hint of confusion. "In truth, you do not comprehend the sword at all. Return to your blood sea." Hao Tian disregarded Mingi, turning to leave the battlefield. Upon hearing the phrase, "You do not comprehend the sword," a crack formed in Mingi's heart. He intended to retort, but realized that Hao Tian had already departed, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Truth be told, Mingi was immensely powerful, even after being pierced through the chest by Hao Tian's sword. The damage was negligible and would heal in a moment. Yet, Hao Tian's swordplay had left him astonished. He had embraced dual swords since birth, and today, someone dared to claim he did not understand the sword. Furthermore, that individual had triumphed over him. Mingi stood in a daze for quite some time, ultimately retreating to the blood sea in resignation. On the other side, Lantern Master, who had been observing the battlefield, was now making his escape. Witnessing Kunpeng's disappearance and Mingi's defeat, he finally gained a fresh perspective on the strength of the heavenly court. Thus, he paid no heed to mining for the essence of the stars, as he rode upon his 9-colored deer, racing back towards the wilderness. Only upon returning to Kunlun Mountain would he feel a semblance of safety. However, he soon halted in his tracks, for before him sat Zhao Gongming upon a black tiger, silently observing Lantern Master. "Zhao Gongming, what is your purpose here?" Lantern Master reined in his mount, for in Zhao Gongming's eyes he perceived a glimmer of murderous intent. Having heard of the unexpected guest from the Chan sect lingering at Kunlun, refusing to depart, and insisting on taking my second master as his mentor, "Today I shall teach you, a shameless thief, a proper lesson on behalf of my Xianmen." Zhao Gongming brandished a steel whip, pointing it at Lantern Master. Lantern Master felt a surge of anger. After all, he was a guest of the Zixiao Palace, having listened to the teachings of the Daoist patriarch until the end. How could Zhao Gongming, merely a third-generation disciple, dare to speak of teaching him a lesson? How audacious! "Zhao Gongming, you and my master are of the same generation. Though you enter the Chan sect, you are merely a deputy leader. The disciples all call me teacher. Today, you dare to show me disrespect and speak so boldly? Watch as I teach you a lesson and then send you to Bo Palace to apologize." Lantern Master glared at Zhao Gongming, his voice filled with fury. Lantern Master was at least a master in the late stage of Deluo, yet Zhao Gongming was merely in the mid-stage of Deluo. How could he dare to claim he would teach him a lesson? We disciples of the Xianmen, upon entering the great sect, have all paid homage to the Daoist patriarch, received our Dao titles, and transmitted the teachings of the 3 sects. You, deputy leader, surely must be self-appointed. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. Lantern Master had entered the Chan sect. Yuan Shi was most reluctant, being older in age, with less potential and average connections. Yet unable to resist a bit of incense affinity, he reluctantly accepted. Within the Chan sect, there was indeed no transmission of the teachings of the 3 sects. Lantern Master's face darkened. He understood Yuan Shi's stance. Knowing Zhao Gongming spoke the truth, he became enraged and was about to strike. "Prepare for battle." Lantern Master produced a green jade ruler, wielding it horizontally towards Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming, naturally unafraid, extended his hands. Summoning the golden flood dragon scissors before him, he then performed a hand seal, activating the golden flood dragon scissors to counter the Qian Kun ruler. Both treasures were innate divine artifacts, and, as they clashed in the void, they engaged in a fierce exchange. The Qian Kun ruler possessed immense force, each strike akin to a world crashing down. The golden flood dragon scissors, enveloped by the duality of yin and yang, shattered each world. The two fought with fervor, and Lantern Master brandished a black spiritual lantern, launching an attack on Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming wasted no words. A golden dipper soared above him, racing towards the spiritual lantern. The two treasures engaged in a fierce struggle, making it difficult to determine a victor. In a state of urgency, Ran Deng realized that he could not afford to delay. Thus, a long spear materialized in his hand as he urged the nine-colored deer to charge towards Zhao Gongming. This was a contest of physical prowess and divine abilities. However, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Zhao Gongming's eyes, and from his body, 24 brilliant orbs suddenly soared forth. The Dinghai Pearl exuded an overwhelming pressure that threatened the very stars. Hurtling towards Ran Deng and the nine-colored deer, realizing the peril, Ran Deng swiftly attempted to summon the Qian Kun ruler for protection. Yet, the golden Jiao scissors ensnared his magical artifact, preventing his escape. As the Dinghai Pearl descended, a life-and-death crisis loomed before him. In desperation, Ran Deng cried out, "Master, save me!" Zhao Gongming's eyes glinted with coldness as he summoned the Dinghai Pearl to encircle him. At that moment, a wave of sanctity swept through the void. The who had been in secluded meditation atop Kunlun Mountain abruptly opened his eyes that a sage can see through the sun and moon. In an instant, grasped Ran Deng's predicament. To save or not to save? Found himself in a quandary. To rescue him would mean assisting a vice master of the Chan sect. Yet to refrain from intervening would mean allowing this individual to bring shame upon the sect. If a disciple of a grand sect were to be overwhelmed by a superior power, it would be imperative to step in, for the core principle of a sage is to nurture the growth of their disciples. However, Ran Deng's opponent was none other than Zhao Gongming. Who was Zhao Gongming? He was a second-generation disciple of the and an outer sect disciple at that. The outer sect senior brother was still an outer disciple. Ran Deng, as the vice master of the Chan sect, was in the late stage of the Luo, while Zhao Gongming was in the mid-stage of the Luo. In terms of cultivation, Ran Deng held the advantage. How could intervene? What ground did he have to act? Even a sage has their pride. To engage Zhao Gongming would be somewhat embarrassing for. In this hesitation, the Dinghai Pearl had already struck Ran Deng from the nine-colored deer. The binding dragon rope was unleashed, ensnaring Ran Deng. "Let me go. I am the vice master of the Chan sect. You dare to capture me? Will surely annihilate your entire family." Ran Deng shouted frantically. He had joined the Chan sect to find strong backing. And with that backing still intact, he hoped had not heard his cries for help. So, "You call yourself Ran Deng?" Zhao Gongming wielded a steel whip and struck fiercely. Ran Deng let out a pained scream. "You who self-appoints as vice master of the Chan sect." Zhao Gongming struck again. "You daring to impersonate one of my..." Zhao Gongming continued to rain blows upon Ran Deng, who cried out in agony. Just then, Yin Xiao approached from a distance, hastily intervening in Zhao Gongming's actions. "Brother, do not act thus. It will be better to leave this matter to the heavenly emperor," Yin Xiao advised, glancing at Ran Deng. I could see that moment. Ran Deng realized that, unbeknownst to him, Yin Xiao had been waiting in the shadows. Even if he could withstand Zhao Gongming's onslaught, he could not hope to surpass Yin Xiao. Desperately, Ran Deng called out into the void, "Master, save me. I am a disciple of the Chan sect." "Master, please, be silent." Yin Xiao's eyes glimmered with anger as he gestured to seal Ran Deng's mouth. The two of them took Ran Deng away, and the Qian Kun ruler naturally fell into Zhao Gongming's hands. On Kunlun Mountain, Guang Chengzi had quietly arrived at secluded meditation space. As the elder brother of the Chan sect, Guang Chengzi was deeply favored by. Their master-disciple relationship was harmonious. "Master, now that Ran Deng has been captured, shall I go to the heavenly court for negotiations?" His quest for the essence of the stars was merely due to a lack of materials, which is quite understandable. Guang Chengzi suggested upon seeing. Does the Chan sect truly lack that meager essence of the stars? Hasn't the heavenly court provided us with enough? I see only greed in his actions. Replied with some in truth, it was not that Ran Deng was greedy. The sage had a share of the essence of the stars. All of the Chan sect's share resided with, however, being somewhat unproductive, had entrusted this batch of star essence entirely to Guang Chengzi for distribution. Disciples could take what they needed. Yet, as the vice master, it was unbecoming for Randang to request star essence from the disciples. Therefore, his act of pilfering was born from necessity. Randang truly is something else. I still have some star essence left, and when he returns, I shall give it to him, ensuring he does not venture into the starry skies to mine it himself. Guang Chengzi feigned a sigh. Let us delay for now. It would be best to temper his character first, remarked with a hint of resignation. If his beloved disciple had been captured, it would be imperative to intervene. Randang had been apprehended? We shall observe further. Hearing his words, Guang Chengzi let out a long breath. It was perhaps for the best that Randang did not return, as the elder brother of the Chan sect, the most dashing figure on Kunlun Mountain. Guang Chengzi held a position just beneath the top in the Chan sect. Although he had never bullied his junior disciples, he had always felt himself to be the master of Kunlun Mountain. However, upon Randang's arrival and his gathering of several junior disciples, it seemed as though they were vying for equal standing with him, a notion Guang Chengzi could not abide. His visit was not genuinely rooted in a desire to rescue Randang, but rather to ascertain whether Randang could still return. Clearly, Guang Chengzi received a satisfactory answer and gazed at his disciple, letting out a peculiar sigh. A sage can discern all things. How could he be unaware of his disciple's intentions? However, as their motive aligned, he chose to remain silent. In the outer starry skies, Hao Tian had returned to the main battlefield. The so-called main battlefield was where Hao Tian and his companions besieged Kunpeng. At this moment, Kunpeng was covered in wounds, his magical power nearly depleted. Under the combined assault of the four quasi-saints, trapped within the formation, Kunpeng could only endure passively. Upon seeing Hao Tian's arrival, Kunpeng spoke again. Heavenly Emperor, please listen. Kunpeng is willing to surrender. I implore the Heavenly Emperor to spare my life. Hao Tian regarded Kunpeng indifferently. You wish to surrender, but I cannot accept. I still vividly remember the fate of Emperor Jun. I fear that if I accept your surrender now, you will betray me next time. It must be noted that during the War of the Witches and the Dragons, had it not been for Kunpeng's last-minute theft of Emperor Jun's, perhaps either Emperor Jun or Taiji might have survived. The Heavenly Emperor is heroic and magnificent. If you do not abandon me, Kunpeng is willing to take you as a sworn father. You may forsake me as a ruler, but it is difficult to abandon one's parents. Kunpeng earnestly knelt before Hao Tian. Enough, Hao Tian thought to himself, cursing the fellow for resembling Feng Xian. No need for that. I do not have a child as large as you. Rest assured, I will burn paper for you when the time comes. Hao Tian waved his hand, signaling everyone to act swiftly. Such a significant movement from the heavenly court would not do without shedding blood. Kunpeng's eyes revealed a hint of despair, but in an instant, the resentment within him surged to a peak. Come forth, Kunpeng bellowed in fury, and subsequently, two avatars emerged from his body, his benevolent corpse and his malevolent corpse. Hao Tian, if you do not grant me a path to live, then none shall live. Kunpeng's eyes shone with resolve as he commanded his three corpses to charge the others. Stop him. He intends to self-destruct. Zhang Yunzi shouted, as the earth's script shielded everyone. They shall all perish. Kunpeng's eyes gleamed with determination as he directed the benevolent corpse towards the group, followed by a self-detonation. The malevolent corpse then turned towards the surrounding formation, also choosing to self-detonate without hesitation. When the chaos subsided, Kunpeng, bearing a shattered body, soared into the boundless chaos. Pursue. Hao Tian stepped forward, plunging into the chaos. The others followed closely behind. It must be said, Kunpeng was indeed ruthless. After failing to secure a sworn father, he decisively self-destructed both his benevolent and malevolent corpses. The benevolent corpse exploded towards Hao Tian and the others, obstructing their pursuit. The malevolent corpse self-destructed, facing the sealed formation, opening a path for escape. Although he lost two avatars and his cultivation fell to the Luo Golden Immortal, at least he was still alive. Upon reflection, this outcome was somewhat inevitable. After all, in the past, Hongyun, merely at the early stage of Quasi-Saint, had faced the joint onslaught of Emperor Jun, Tai, Kunpeng, and Mingi, relying on self-detonation to carve out a path for survival. Though ultimately fragmented, he at least left behind a remnant soul. Thus, Kunpeng's survival was certainly reasonable. However, reasoning does not equate to ease of pursuit. Hao Tian exerted himself fully, advancing towards the chaos. Since he had thoroughly offended Kunpeng, it was imperative to eradicate the root cause. Within the chaos, Kunpeng desperately channeled his magical power. Propelling himself towards the palace of Niu, as he advanced, he called out, "Mother, save me! Mother, save me!" Kunpeng understood all too well that at this juncture, if there was anyone in the primordial realm capable of saving his life, it could only be Yuhua. Therefore, Kunpeng exerted every ounce of strength as he flew toward the palace of Yuhua. Hao Tian relentlessly pursued, closing the distance to Kunpeng. His Dao fruit was nearing perfection, and in terms of realm, he had reached the late stage of quasi-saint, not far from the realm of. Finally, before the palace of Yuhua, Hao Tian caught up with Kunpeng, prepared to die. Without hesitation, Hao Tian swung his long sword, striking towards Kunpeng. Kunpeng's eyes widened in terror as his body abruptly split in two, transforming into a great peng and a Kun fish, fleeing in opposite directions. Hao Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. This Kunpeng truly possessed some tricks. Even now, he could still execute such maneuvers. However, the separated Kun fish and Great Peng were merely at the Deluo realm. With a light step, Hao Tian traversed the fabric of space in an instant. Arriving atop the Great Peng, with his sword raised high, he aimed to strike at the Peng's head. A desperate shriek escaped the creature's beak, but to no avail. "Junior brother, cease this at once." A resigned sigh echoed in Hao Tian's ear. For it was the Saint Yuhua intervening, blocking Hao Tian's lethal blow. Sensing the saint's presence, Hao Tian sighed. Refraining from pursuing the attack further, it appeared that the Kunpeng could not be slain today, that moment. The Saint Yuhua emerged from the chaos, while the Kunpeng, displaying remarkable wisdom, knelt before her. "Junior brother, grant your elder sister a favor and spare him this time. Would you?" Yuhua gazed at Hao Tian with a smile. "Since you ask, it is certainly no trouble. However, what about the treasures pilfered from my heavenly court?" Hao Tian replied, turning his gaze towards Yuhua. A refusal was not an option, yet it demanded some form of acknowledgement. "The little demon is willing to compensate double," the Kunpeng hastily interjected. "Given that, I have no objections. But sister, should this Kunpeng offend again in my presence, do not blame me for lacking consideration," Hao Tian reiterated. Casting a glance at Yuhua once more, in truth, Hao Tian felt that Yuhua ought not to have intervened to save the Kunpeng. After all, not long ago, she had summoned demons to assist Hao Tian in combating the Kunpeng. Now, witnessing the Kunpeng in distress, her intervention seemed rather illogical. The root of it could be distilled into 5 words. The demand was too great. The Kunpeng served as a most useful enforcer, capable of executing tasks that Yuhua found inconvenient. Indeed, Yuhua nodded, neither affirming nor denying as for the summoning of demons. Both parties tacitly chose not to mention it. Let it serve as the price for saving the Kunpeng. "Since that is settled, I shall take my leave," Hao Tian announced, turning towards the heavenly court, leaving the Kunpeng before Yuhua, who continued to bow repeatedly. In that fleeting moment of departure, Hao Tian heard a notification sound. Recovering the outer starry sky, the heavenly court's fortune surges, rewarding the host. The Zhou Tian star array and 6 pure bamboo. Hao Tian nodded. The rewards were indeed splendid. Only by fully incorporating the outer starry sky into the control of the heavenly court could the Zhou Tian star array realize its greatest potential. Guiding the starry rivers and managing spiritual energy, the IT was an exceptional treasure for both offense and defense. Additionally, the 6 pure bamboo represented an extraordinary innate spiritual root, capable of assisting one in dispelling inner demons. Complementing the 12th grade white lotus he already possessed, it naturally countered all forms of malevolence. Upon closer examination, Hao Tian's current spiritual treasures included the Hao Tian mirror, the Qian Kuan cauldron, the falling treasure money, the pure world white lotus, the 6 pure bamboo, and of course, the newly acquired He Tu and Luo Shu. The Kunpeng fled too swiftly, leaving these 2 artifacts behind, which naturally became Hao Tian's spoils of war. However, These treasures held limited utility for Hao Tian. They could serve as tools to activate the Hao Tian star array. Regardless, following this encounter, the Heavenly Court was poised to embark on a new era of dominion. Heavenly Court Battle Report successfully defeated 2 peak quasi-saints, acquired 2 exceptional spiritual treasures, reclaimed the starry rivers, and experienced a surge in fortune. Am I unworthy of being present? Upon his return, Hao Tian immediately convened a meeting to further advance Heavenly Court affairs. He aimed to unify the Heavenly Palace, Trading Center, and Heavenly Court Bank into a cohesive organization. The Incense Shrine would be equipped with 2 major divisions, designated as the business areas for the Trading Center and the bank. This adjustment brought about a more rational organizational structure. After a century of stability, the Heavenly Court's fortunes surged like an ocean, with willpower flowing abundantly, and the incense path of the divine spreading throughout the wilderness, hinting at the possibility of the Jade Emperor achieving a breakthrough. On the vast lands of the wilderness, an enigmatic nation of myriad demons had emerged. Unlike the nation established by Yuhua, this one maintained a relatively low profile. However, despite its subtlety, its strength was formidable. Situated in the eastern part of the demon realm, the nation of myriad demons attracted a host of powerful demons, creating a competitive faction similar to the Demon Kingdom. The core figures of this new nation were the demon prince Jinyang, along with his aides, Filian and Ingzhao. They had been summoned by Jinyang himself. Armed with the demon summoning banner and the bloodline of the Golden Crow, Jinyang gathered a group of elders from the time of Dijuan, asserting his legitimacy as the rightful heir of the Demon Emperor and igniting the flames of conflict with the Demon Kingdom. Fortunately, the 2 sides had clashed several times without achieving a decisive victory, entering a stalemate. Hao Tian observed it all, and under Jinyang's mediation, a shrine of the Heavenly Court was successfully established within a nation of myriad demons. Although some powerful demons expressed discontent, the shrine offered the ability to purchase essential spiritual items and even provide loans of merit, proving to be quite useful. This also represented Hao Tian's support for Jinyang. Should the day come when Jinyang faced defeat, the shrine could offer him sanctuary and present. Within the Heavenly Court, Hao Tian was practicing beneath the 6 pure bamboo, his Dao fruit nearing completion. He felt that he had reached the threshold of a half-step into the primordial realm. While contemplating the advancement of his path, 2 figures approached from outside. The Heavenly Court. One was a great Peng, the other a cloud of auspiciousness. Yu Xian and Yun Changzi arrived at the Heavenly Court almost simultaneously. Both possessed commendable cultivation, yet they were merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level, so there was no need for Hao Tian to personally receive them. The Heavenly Court's Yaoqi was more than capable of managing affairs, and if Yaoqi couldn't resolve them, Hao Tian's avatar or the Jade Emperor could handle it. However, in the end, Hao Tian was stirred into action due to the nature of their visit, deep within the Heavenly Court. In the 33 heavens of the Supreme Realm, Hao Tian had recently transformed it into a space exclusively for the Heavenly Emperor, naming it the Ancestral God Heaven, an abode for the progenitor of all deities. Hao Tian temporarily concluded his practice, awaiting the arrival of the 2 visitors. In terms of cultivation, Hao Tian had indeed reached new heights. Half-step primordial, suppressing all quasi-saints was no longer a challenge. Yet the quest for completeness remained on his mind. Hao Tian's Dao fruit was that of the Heavenly Emperor, belonging to the progenitor of the Divine Path. To attain completion, the Divine Path needed to develop further. After much contemplation, Hao Tian deduced that the next step in the Divine Path must be reincarnation. Currently, the Divine Path encompassed celestial gods, terrestrial gods, and the gods of incense, or human gods. All that was left was the Yin God. Once the Yin God system was fully established, his Dao fruit would surely reach completion, and primordiality would follow. It seemed that the time had come to delve into reincarnation. Hao Tian cast his gaze westward towards the land, where the entrance to reincarnation lay. Ever since the witch clan retreated into reincarnation, the passage had been sealed, and although reincarnation still existed, it was no longer functioning optimally. What a headache! Hao Tian rubbed his temples, for the greatest obstacle in reincarnation was the figure of Hutu. Though Yuhua had promised to assist in obstructing Hutu, Hao Tian discovered that her resolve was not steadfast. Unforeseen complications could arise. Let us discuss it later. Hao Tian concluded his musings, for Yui Xian and Yun Changzi had arrived. Point one was a disciple of the, and the other of the. They traveled together without any signs of discord. Yui Xian, Yun Changzi pay their respects to Uncle Master. May you enjoy eternal longevity. Upon seeing Hao Tian, the two hastily bowed. Hao Tian waved his hand, and two stools appeared before them, signaling for them to sit and converse. Come, take a seat. Hao Tian addressed them warmly. Yui Xian was the younger brother of the golden-winged Great Peng, a child of the Phoenix, possessing both yin and yang energies, and a talent that assured his future as a great Luo. Yun Changzi, a true immortal of fortune, bore a slight trace of the merit of opening the heavens, enjoying a long-lasting fortune, and also possessing the potential to attain great Luo. Once seated, the two exchanged awkward glances with Hao Tian. Yet, Hao Tian smiled and encouraged, "If you have matters to discuss, feel free to speak. There is no need for formality here. Honorable Uncle Master, I come bearing two matters. The first is on behalf of my teacher's command, inviting you to witness the first warship being forged in Bo Palace," Yui Xian announced. "The warship I requested is complete?" Hao Tian exclaimed with surprise. "Indeed, the Bo Palace has been working tirelessly day and night, and it is expected to be finished in 3 days. We would be honored if you could attend the testing," Yui Xian replied excitedly. This warship was something he had participated in forging, and he was filled with anticipation. "Very well, I shall certainly attend," Hao Tian nodded, recognizing the significance of the Heavenly Court's first warship. "The second matter is that I wish to seek your approval." "Uncle Master, as I wish to visit the prison," Yui Xian stated somewhat awkwardly. "Oh, it is but a minor issue. Feel free to go. Also, take the opportunity to persuade your elder brother, if he is willing to repent. Bring him to see me." Hao Tian waved his hand and spoke with a smile. In the face of obstinate individuals, skillfully employing family members to persuade them is indeed a commendable strategy. However, one wonders whether his younger brother, Dapeng, can effectively impact his elder brother, Yu Yixian, under the guidance of the celestial officials, proceeded towards the location where Kong Xuan was imprisoned. Now, only Yun Zhongzi remained before Hao Tian. "Speak. What brings you here with Yu Yixian?" "My purpose is quite simple," Yun Zhongzi replied, somewhat bashfully, "that I wish to request my uncle's assistance in sending me to Jinao Island." "What did you say?" Hao Tian inquired in surprise, turning to look at Yun Zhongzi. "Uncle, I wish to go to Jinao Island, and I kindly ask for your help in facilitating my journey," Yun Zhongzi continued, gritting his teeth. "Are you seeking to defect, Yun Zhongzi?" Hao Tian asked with a serious expression. "You, a disciple of the Chan sect, wish to go to Jinao Island. What are you thinking? If the primordial heavenly venerable learns of this, won't he strike you down in an instant?" "No, uncle, it's not that I wish to defect. It's just that I have heard that the Jie sect is forging warships. Yu Yixian told me that these warships are immensely powerful, capable of enabling celestial beings to contend against the great Luo, and may even rival the saints in the future. Naturally, I wish to explore this matter further. To be honest, I am quite fascinated by artifact forging. Thus, I wish to participate in the construction of these warships. However, I worry that my teacher may misunderstand, so I seek your assistance to help me get there," Yun Zhongzi explained with some exasperation. Hao Tian nodded, indicating that he understood the situation. Yun Zhongzi, a master of artifact forging. Having the opportunity to craft a grand vessel is certainly negotiable in terms of defection. I have no objection to sending you there. But are you certain that you won't be struck down by my primordial senior brother once you leave Jinao Island? Hao Tian gazed at Yun Zhongzi with a teasing expression, pondering whether he would be able to return after going. "What should I do, uncle?" Yun Zhongzi asked helplessly. "What can you do?" Hao Tian replied, looking at Yun Zhongzi with a hint of mockery. "Find a reasonable justification for your actions. I wish to observe and participate. Is that not a sufficient reason?" Yun Zhongzi said, feeling somewhat defeated. "Is the Chan sect lacking in tools or materials? Why don't you participate elsewhere?" Hao Tian remarked, exasperated. "Then what should I do?" Yun Zhongzi was at a loss, feeling like an artist torn between art and life. "Join my heavenly court, and I will resolve it for you," Hao Tian suggested. "I humbly request your guidance." "Uncle," Yun Zhongzi responded without hesitation, bowing deeply. This design is from my brother Hao Tian, and the materials for the worship are provided by the Heavenly Court. The worship itself belongs to the Heavenly Court. If you join, I will appoint you as an inspector of the Heavenly Court, responsible for overseeing all matters related to the construction of warships within the Bo Palace. This way, you will have my orders and a task to fulfill. Appearing to seek trouble, which should keep my senior brother Primordial from taking action against you. What do you think? Hao Tian proposed. This is a splendid plan, Yin Zhongzi exclaimed. However, it must be made clear that joining the Heavenly Court means becoming a subject of the Heavenly Court. In the future, beyond this worship, I have many other designs that if you diligently contribute to the Heavenly Court, I will ensure you are well rewarded. The Heavenly Prison. This prison is a relic from the time of Emperor Haotian. Currently, it holds some individuals who are not particularly heinous, those who have erred but whose crimes do not warrant death. After all, the Heavenly Court has no surplus spiritual energy to support this group. Those deserving of death have all been sent to the immortal execution platform, emphasizing the principle of better to kill the wrong than let the guilty go free. Consequently, the prison is rather empty. With few inmates on the 9th level of the prison, in a separate area, Kong Xuan, Lu Er, and Jin Shan are confined together to prevent Kong Xuan from assaulting the other two. Hao Tian has specially sealed their powers. However, even without his abilities, Kong Xuan can still overpower Lu Er and Jin Shan with sheer physical strength. In the early days of their confinement, the three often emerged with bruised faces, especially Jin Shan. Though appearing as a 10-year-old child, always fought the fiercest and would even speak up. When Yuhua entered, he found Kong Xuan relentlessly pummeling Lu Er. Lu Er merely protected his vital areas and remained silent. "Brother, please stop hitting. I've come to see you," Yuhua said, a frown on his face, having expected this behavior from Kong Xuan. After all, he too had been beaten by Kong Xuan daily in his youth. Second brother, you've been caught too." Kong Xuan suddenly turned around, revealing a tooth mark left by Jin Shan. No, I'm here to see you." Yuhua sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. It would be quite difficult to convince his elder brother to surrender. He might have to resort to extreme measures. "See me? There's no need. I'm perfectly fine," Kong Xuan said as he released Lu Er, using him as a seat while adopting a comfortable posture. "Brother, stop pretending. Uncle Hao Tian has already informed me that you robbed the Heavenly Court's Bank of Merits. If you refuse to repay your debts, you'll be imprisoned for life," Yuhua urged, looking at Kong Xuan with a hint of exasperation. "I have no merits. All the merits I stole have been spent. I have nothing left to repay," Kong Xuan replied nonchalantly, appearing utterly unconcerned, reminiscent of a down-and-out noble from Beijing. "Brother, don't act like this. If you do, I want to know how to explain to Mother. Recently, she asked me about your situation, and I didn't dare mention anything about you being in prison," Yuhua said, looking at Kong Xuan with exasperation. "What can I do, brother? Look at me. I have no merits left that I used what I stole to enhance my merits. And some I gave to these two rascals, and they dare to say I am the mastermind. Truly ungrateful." Kong Xuan pointed at Lu Er, who lay still, and Jin Shan, who was quietly weeping in the corner, feeling a surge of anger and ready to strike again. "Brother, Uncle Hao Tian said that if you refuse to repay your debts, he will go to the southern volcano to demand payment from Mother," Yuhua cautioned. "Let him go. Let him go. I would rather die here than repay him a single cent, not a penny." Kong Xuan exploded. Throughout his life, he had maintained his pride. If someone came to collect debts at his home, he might as well be dead. At this moment, Yuhua realized that his previous words seemed to have backfired. Kong Xuan, though fierce, was inwardly crumbling. Thus, he decisively pulled out a colorful feather. The moment the feather appeared, it naturally caught Kong Xuan's attention. "No, second brother," Kong Xuan exclaimed in alarm, wanting to stop him, but being trapped in the prison with his powers sealed. He stood no chance of intervening. The feather emitted a brilliant light, and a fiery phoenix emerged, transforming into a graceful and noble woman. The woman, tall and elegantly adorned in a flowing red gown, bore exquisite features, her brow revealing a hint of heroism. "Mother, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the woman, Kong Xuan stammered. Meanwhile, Yuhua had quietly begun to slip away towards the prison's exit. "What brings me here? If I don't come, won't you be sent to the execution platform? A sharp voice emanated from the woman as a delicate arm reached into the prison, pulling Kong Xuan out with ease. It was evident that this woman was the ancestral mother of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng, utilizing a single feather to project her essence. The prison bars were effortlessly torn apart by her. Though her arm was slender, it held immense strength. No, it can't be. The Heavenly Emperor is a good person. He wouldn't kill me. Kong Xuan protested, his collar grasped as if he were a mere chick. How have I instructed you? To accumulate merits and align with the heavenly way. Is this how you accumulate merits? Yuan Feng threw Kong Xuan onto the ground, her powerful force creating a massive crater in the prison. Speak. Seeing Kong Xuan feign death, the Phoenix ancestor stomped her foot, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. The prison rumbled as if shaken by an earthquake. I figured that stolen merits are still merits. I just didn't expect this would happen. Kong Xuan said awkwardly. Well done. It seems I have not taught you well. Today I shall give you a refresher course, Yuan Feng declared, cracking her knuckles while gazing at Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan instinctively tried to flee, but he was too late. Yuan Feng seized him, and the deep sounds of chaos echoed from within the prison. This moment. The guards exchanged glances. What is happening in the prison? Is it an earthquake? Meanwhile, Yu Yixian, having finally made it outside, breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear a sudden voice behind him. Take me to see the Heavenly Emperor. Yu Yixian shivered, quickly leading the way. Deep within the heavenly realm, Hao Tian discerned the arrival of the Yuan Feng incarnation. Respecting the familial matters of the other party, Hao Tian feigned ignorance, for it is only just that a mother is permitted to visit her son in confinement. After all, Yuan Feng now suppresses the southern volcanoes, embodying a semi-saintly existence, possessing considerable strength and thus worthy of alliance. Therefore, when Yuan Feng visited accompanied by Kong Xuan and Yu Yixian, Hao Tian extended a formal welcome. Subsequently, an agreement was reached concerning Kong Xuan's situation. He was formally inducted into the Heavenly Court, tasked with repaying his debts through diligent service. Despite Kong Xuan's myriad grievances, he could only acquiesce in the face of Yuan Feng's formidable presence. As it is only natural for a mother to discipline her son, Hao Tian greatly admired Yuan Feng's demeanor, and after both parties expressed amicable intentions, Yuan Feng's incarnation dissipated, returning to the southern volcanoes. Kong Xuan then took up his new role, being conferred the title of Guardian True Monarch of the Heavenly Court, holding a third-rank official position. Although his face bore no expression, a smile could not be concealed as he exited, clearly satisfied with the outcome. Meanwhile, Lu Er and Jin Shan languished in the heavenly prison. Your Majesty, do not forget about us. Yet alas, the Heavenly Emperor had indeed overlooked them, for those with backing and strength had already been recruited. Those without support, lacking power, and merely possessing a unique skill would have to be set aside for the time being. Thus, as Kong Xuan donned his golden helmet and armor, relishing the fortunes of the Heavenly Court, his two unfortunate brothers remained trapped in the prison, enduring their plight. In the boundless void, two figures stood silently. The Heavenly Emperor had grown excessively powerful, with the Heavenly Court exerting pressure across the three realms, becoming an undeniable force to be reckoned with. The four quasi-saints of the Heavenly Court no longer allowed the existence of those who hindered the dominion of the saints. The Heavenly Emperor must be eliminated. The final four words emerged starkly, cold and commanding. What of Enhua? Fear not, she will acquiesce. And what of Hao Tian? When the time comes, obscuring the heavenly machine and keeping a watchful eye on him will suffice. Where to strike? In realms untouched by the Tao. How to entice Hao Tian to come? A conspiracy was brewing deep within the chaos, a grand scheme aimed at the Heavenly Court and Hao Tian, drawing ever closer in silence. Of course, Hao Tian remained blissfully unaware of it all. Today marked a momentous event for the Heavenly Court, as the four emperors visited Bo Palace to witness the grand unveiling of the latest warship. Inside Bo Palace, a vibrant atmosphere prevailed. Ever since the palace acquired a primary industry, Hao Tian had sent a tome on management secrets to Hao Tian. The entire Bo Palace, once languid and disorganized, was swiftly transformed into a colossal construction machine. Everyone has tasks to perform. Work is ever present became the new slogan within Bo Palace. Naturally, There were those unwilling to toil, preferring to lounge and partake in communal provisions. Such individuals were swiftly expelled by Tong Tian. After all, if they did not even participate in collective activities, how could they be relied upon to sacrifice for the sect in times of great calamity? Consequently, the atmosphere within Bo Palace improved significantly. Daily labor was followed by timely distribution of merit. Such days were nothing short of a dream. I could see this moment. Outside Bo Palace, on Golden Tortoise Island, countless disciples of the Jia sect awaited with bated breath. This worship represented the collective efforts of all the Jia sect disciples. At noon, with a command from Hao Tian, Tong Tian himself stood upon the warship as a colossal vessel soared from within Golden Tortoise Island. The massive structure traversed the skies, its array swirling continuously. It ascended into the void, heading beyond Golden Tortoise Island. Meanwhile, outside Golden Tortoise Island, Fire Spirit Saintess awaited with a cadre of Jia sect disciples. All disciples attack at will. Upon her command, the Jia sect disciples launched their assault. The Fire Spirit Saintess at the Deluo realm led the charge, while the other disciples at the Taiji and Golden Immortal levels unleashed a barrage of spells upon the warship. Radiance flickered upon the vessel's surface as a protective barrier materialized, its energy coalescing from the array. Inside the warship, hundreds of Jia sect disciples were channeling energy into the formation. "Let me take charge," a resounding voice echoed from within the Jia sect as the senior brother, Duobao, brandished his Duobao tower and directed it towards the warship. The Duobao tower descended, yet the warship remained steadfast. Impervious to the impact, those quasi-saints present nodded in approval. With this warship, the heavenly court was assured of safety. Senior brother, with this warship, the heavenly court can sweep away all defiant forces. Yaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having invested in this project, do not rush, sister. It is not over yet. Hao Tian chuckled as he patted Yaoqi. Just then, Tong Tian's voice resonated from within the warship, star-extinguishing cannon ready. A pitch-black cannon barrel ascended from the warship. Gathering energy from all directions at Tong Tian's command, it unleashed a cataclysmic blast towards a distant island. The island was obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere powder. "Junior brother, what do you think of my design?" Tong Tian laughed heartily as he approached Hao Tian. Hao Tian clasped his hands in salute. "Senior brother is indeed a genius. This warship, based on the Bagua formation, ensures that each material functions as a small Bagua formation, where localized damage does not compromise the overall efficacy, amplifying the formation's power through layers of enhancement. Truly a design only a master of formations could conceive. Junior brother is too modest. Currently, the issue lies in the energy supply for the warship. Though I have reinforced its energy absorption, the consumption remains excessive during actual operation." Tong Tian replied with a smile, "Do not worry, senior brother. I have just acquired the Zhou Tian Star-Do formation. When the time comes, you shall consider incorporating it to power the warship, utilizing the Zhou Tian Star-Do as a source, which will undoubtedly address the energy supply issue significantly." Hao Tian smiled at Tong Tian, hearing about the Zhou Tian Star-Do formation. Tong Tian's eyes lit up. The three grand formations of the primordial world, Zhou Tian Star-Do, Wanxian formation, and Zhuxian sword formation. With the acquisition of Zhuxian and Wanxian, should I attain Zhou Tian Star-Do, my mastery of formations would surely see a remarkable enhancement. That moment, Yun Zhongzi, positioned behind Hao Tian, excitedly transmitted a message, requesting to be assigned duties. Without hesitation, Hao Tian summoned Yun Zhongzi forth. "Senior brother, this lad is quite interested in the crafting of warships and possesses some talent in artifact forging. I appoint him as an inspector of the heavenly court, responsible for overseeing warship production. He merely wishes to learn your methods of warship crafting. Please consider it." Yun Zhongzi pays respects to the uncle master. Yun Zhongzi hurriedly bowed. Good. We are all part of the Xianmen. As your senior brother's disciple, from today onwards, you shall remain in Bo Palace for observation and learning." Tong Tian replied nonchalantly, accommodating Yun Zhongzi's arrangement. "Junior brother, this warship belongs to the heavenly court, the first of its kind. Please, I ask you to name it." Tong Tian turned to Hao Tian with a smile. "This warship is a significant instrument for the heavenly court. Yet I do not wish for it to serve as an instrument of slaughter. I intend to promote peace through might. Thus, I shall name it the Wudi Hao. Hao Tian chuckled. Excellent. Promoting peace through might is commendable. And Wudi Hao is a fitting name. I admire your aspirations. Junior brother, Tong Tian responded with a smile. That moment. The Wudi Hao illuminated two divine patterns, signifying its name. Come, today is a fortuitous occasion. Shall we not engage in a discourse together? Hao Tian proposed, glancing at Tong Tian and the high-ranking officials of the heavenly court with a smile. Indeed, let this also serve as a benefit for the GS sect disciples, Tong Tian declared, addressing the gathered disciples with a grin. The four quasi-saints of the heavenly court, especially Hao Tian, had now reached the threshold of Hun Yuan, and the divine path Hao Tian practiced diverged entirely from the heavenly path they followed. The profound truths therein would undoubtedly benefit the GS sect disciples, providing an alternative path for many. Seated in the void, the five began a grand discourse on Golden Tortoise Island, just outside Bo Palace. The audience extended from Golden Tortoise Island all the way to the Eastern Sea. The path of the saints needed no elaboration. Each quasi-saint's doctrine drew a significant following. The West Queen Mother spoke on the path of the Taiyin, elucidating the primordial energy of the Taiyin and Taiyang. The Taiyin is replete with mysteries, wielding divine authority to command the essence, rightfully crowned as the foremost among female immortals. Zhen Yunzi expounded on the path of the earth, having acquired the dragon head staff from the West Queen Mother. He showcased the earth path with the combination of the dragon head staff and the Book of Earth. The ginseng fruit tree, paired with the authority of the earth deity, vividly illustrated the essence of the earth path. Yaoqi elaborated upon the path of the empress. As a powerful woman of the primordial age, she traversed the path of authority as a fist, residing in her domain. Nurturing her essence, she coalesced an indomitable will. Suppressing the vast cosmos at this juncture, Hao Tian focused on elucidating the path of the incense-fired deity. Each fruit manifested at his brow. The myriad aspects of the divine path converged in his heart. From the gathering of incense fire to the establishment of the divine realm, from the inception of the divine realm to the willpower of the incense fire, he spoke with meticulous detail, unfolding the intricacies of his teachings. Even the avatar of Hao Tian made an appearance, as the Jade Emperor expounded the profound mysteries of the incense and spirit path without reservation. This moment, the disciples of the Jie sect were enraptured, their spirits alight with inspiration. Particularly, the gaze of Duobao sparkled with brilliance. The foundation of the incense and spirit path lies not in talent or other factors, but in the vigor of the incense itself. For beings struggling to break through in their cultivation or lacking in innate quality, this presents an excellent opportunity for advancement. This revelation further solidified the GS sect disciples' conviction to engage with the world and hold positions of authority. After all, the ascendance to divinity through incense relies upon the faith of the multitude. The discourse lasted but a brief century before it came to a close. The disciples, emerging from their meditative states, began to comprehend the teachings imparted that very moment. In the western reaches of the primordial chaos, a malevolent aura surged skyward. The entirety of the primordial chaos was beset by this ominous energy, plunging it into a state of confusion. The pervasive malevolence drew the attention of the Bo Palace. Several disciples, previously absorbed in their insights, were abruptly roused from their enlightenment by the encroaching malice. Across the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, whether saint or celestial being, all who possessed even a modicum of cultivation sensed that something was amiss in the West. Underneath this malevolent force, a powerful presence emerged unnoticed. It was a female celestial, clad in a long gown of apricot yellow. Behind her, an enormous wheel of merit spun with immense grandeur. This was the Hutu, the creator of reincarnation. Yet even with her wheel of merit, she could not suppress the malignant energy of reincarnation. One could only wonder what turmoil had transpired within the cycle. I am Huda today, I shall establish the witch god sect, venerating Pangu and the 12 ancestors as deities. For all beings in the primordial chaos who choose to believe in my teachings, they may enter reincarnation, be reborn as celestial beings, and those who chant my true name shall attain eternal life within the cycle. Hutu proclaimed, announcing her intentions to the land of the primordial chaos at this moment. The heavenly laws resonated thunderously, and countless bolts of lightning cascaded down. Aimed at Hutu, the immense wheel of merit glimmered as the lightning aimed at her was instantaneously dissipated. A person of great merit can withstand the wrath of heaven. Hutu glanced upward at the celestial dome and then turned back, returning to the cycle of reincarnation. Following that day, the name of the witch god sect began to spread throughout the human realm. After all, those who revere the totems of the witch clan may be reborn as celestial beings. Celestial beings are, by nature, divine to arms. On Golden Ao Island, Hao Tian issued a thunderous command. The heavenly court was to swiftly return to the celestial realm, gather forces, and prepare to march into the cycle of reincarnation. Hao Tian looked at the assembly and instructed them. Yes, the others of the heavenly court responded respectfully, then proceeded to prepare for their return. Junior brother, will you lead the charge this time? Hao Tian inquired of Hao Tian, uncertainty evident in his voice. Elder brother, Huda's actions have fundamentally disrupted the order of the primordial chaos. We cannot turn a blind eye. My heavenly court is the rightful authority of the primordial chaos. It would be unacceptable not to intervene, that if we allow her witch god sect to continue, it won't be long before we are branded as rebels. Hao Tian asserted firmly. Hao Tian felt a twinge of melancholy. Although Huda's actions had breached the limits of heavenly law, he was reluctant to take action against her. Hutu was also of Pangu's bloodline, the last remaining ancestor witch. Junior brother, you are correct. Huda has indeed overstepped. You may proceed with the expedition, and should Huda take action, I will do my utmost to assist you. Hao Tian, a being of great character, quickly set aside his inner turmoil, understanding that Hao Tian's actions were for the greater good of the primordial chaos. Thus, without waiting for Hao Tian to plead for help, he offered his assurance. Then I am most grateful. Elder brother. Hao Tian rejoiced inwardly, knowing that with Hao Tian and Yuhua as his dual safeguards, his plans to advance into the cycle of reincarnation would be significantly more secure. I ask you, elder brother, to expedite the transformation of the Woody ship. This expedition into the cycle of reincarnation necessitates a stable logistical support. Such a venture cannot be undertaken lightly. Hao Tian urged Hao Tian most. Within 100 days, I shall completely integrate the two. I will then dispatch a contingent of disciples to accompany you on your expedition. Hao Tian replied after a moment's thought. Why is elder brother so generous this time? Hao Tian inquired, somewhat astonished. Upon careful reflection, I realized that the GS sect needs to grow stronger. In the past, I managed the disciples too leniently. Seizing this opportunity for my oversight will also allow them to hone their skills. Hao Tian chuckled. The disciples of the GS sect, if they could become seasoned warriors, would not suffer defeat during the divine sealing. In the early days, it was indeed the case that as the sect leader, he had been too permissive with them. At this moment, Hao Tian had undergone a nearly transformative shift in his educational philosophy, shifting from a laissez-faire approach to a more structured, semi-militaristic management style. This would significantly enhance the GS sect, cohesion strengthened, and incidents diminished. Even the fortune of the sect had recently seen an upswing. After discussing further intricate details, Hao Tian soared skyward, returning to the celestial realm. In recent days, the heavenly court had been preparing for war. Celestial beans were harvested in abundance. The techniques of sowing beans to create soldiers and cutting paper to form men were disseminated among the celestial soldiers. Ginseng fruits ripened, and peach blossoms bloomed, all harvested in anticipation of the impending conflict. The heavenly court, a well-oiled machine, produced various resources at an astonishing rate. 100 days' time. This was the deadline set by Hao Tian for the gods of the heavenly court. After 100 days, the heavenly court would march into the realm of reincarnation. At this juncture, Hao Tian remained stationed in the heavenly court, pondering the implications of Huda's actions. After all, what was the purpose of establishing the witch god sect? This was a blatant declaration of opposition against the multitudes of the primordial chaos, even positioning itself against the six saints, making victory virtually unattainable. Even if Hao Tian refrained from intervening, the six saints would inevitably take action. Hutu could not possibly be unaware of this reality. It was not that Hutu was unworthy of establishing a force, with her power rivaling that of the Hongyuan and the remnants of the Witch clan. She was not inferior to the heavenly court in any significant way. However, the Witch God sect, its tenets promised eternal life to its adherents. This was a direct violation of the prohibitions of heavenly law. A clear indication of reckless ambition at that moment. In the heavenly prison, the incarcerated Luair was shouting, "I must make a contribution. I have crucial information to report." In the primordial chaos, 100 days had passed. Yet numerous significant events had transpired. First, the Earth's veins had suddenly gone awry, causing devastation across the land, placing immense pressure on the Earth deity system. This compelled Jin Yuanzi to personally oversee the Central Earth to suppress the upheaval, leaving him unable to participate in the Heavenly Court's external campaign. Moreover, an unexpected development in the depths of the starry sky occurred after the severance of the Joshan. Fissures appeared in the three realms, becoming the abyss of heaven. At this moment, a torrent of weak water surged forth from the abyss, wreaking havoc upon the land of the primordial chaos. Weak water was a wondrous substance of heaven and earth, beyond the control of celestial beings, impermissible for mortals to touch. Any mortal who entered would meet their demise. Even celestial beings would find it difficult to withstand for more than a fleeting moment. To mitigate the dangers posed by weak water, Hao Tian had no choice but to dispatch the West Queen Mother to take action personally. The purifying water she wielded was the source of myriad waters, perfectly suited to counteract the weak water. However, the essence of the weak water had gained sentience, making it difficult to capture. Consequently, the West Queen Mother expended considerable energy, and understandably, she was absent from this expedition. Thus, when the 100-day period arrived, the heavenly court found itself with only Hao Tian and Yao Qi as the two quasi-saint entities. Elder brother, I propose we wait a while longer, until Jin Yuanzi and the West Queen Mother have quelled the rebellion. And then we can journey together to the realm of reincarnation in such a case. Even when facing Hutu, we would possess the strength to fight. Yao Qi urged Hao Tian, her concern evident. Hao Tian waved his hand, comfortingly replying, "Junior sister, do you not yet see? This 100-day period has seen such turmoil precisely to delay our heavenly court's mobilization. If we were to retreat now, would that not play directly into the hands of other schemes? Then, elder brother, you must allow me to accompany you. It is better to have each other's support," Yao Qi implored anxiously. "The affairs of the heavenly court are intricate and cannot do without your oversight. As I am not accustomed to mundane matters, it is best for me to lead the troops on this expedition," Hao Tian responded with a smile. "Moreover, I have already made arrangements with Sister Enhua and Brother Tongtian. Should danger arise, they will intervene. A mere underworld cannot withstand the might of two saints." Observing Yao Qi's eyes glisten with unshed tears, Hao Tian continued to offer reassurance. Upon hearing that two saints would intervene, Yao Qi's demeanor improved significantly. "Rest assured, junior sister. After all, I am a disciple of the Dao ancestor. If calamity were to befall us, my master would not stand idly by." Yao Qi nodded, yet still bore a heart heavy with worry. In the lead-up to the great battle, a succession of various problems arose, and all signs indicated that this expedition would not be straightforward. Thus, Yao Qi's heart was reluctant to see Hao Tian venture forth. She wished for his safety and well-being. Yet, she also understood Hao Tian's mindset. Being a puppet emperor held no appeal. The heavenly court must mobilize. Only by reclaiming the cycle of reincarnation could the emperor truly be the emperor. "Then, elder brother, you must ensure your safe return." Ultimately, Yao Qi sighed, setting forth her heartfelt wish. Hao Tian suddenly shivered, exclaiming, "You must not say such things, junior sister. You ought to declare, 'May you perish outside and never return.'" Yao Qi was taken aback. Yet she found herself amused by Hao Tian's peculiar antics. As the Wu Di ship soared from the Bayou Palace, Tong Tian had already dispatched a contingent of Jie Jiao disciples, led by the Golden Spirit Mother, to board the Wu Di warship. This elite group was responsible for the operation and maintenance of the ship's various functions. Upon the Wu Di ship's arrival in the heavenly court, Hao Tian rang the golden bell. and the sound of assembly echoed continuously around the southern heaven gate. The heavenly soldiers swiftly gathered, entering the Wu Di ship under their leader's command. This time, Hao Tian brought with him a modest force of just over 10,000 heavenly soldiers. Alongside him were several Luo, including the recently subdued Kong Xuan, whose fighting spirits surged at the prospect of battle. Also accompanying Hao Tian were Zhao Gongming and Yin Xiao. The Wu Di ship swiftly set sail towards the realm of reincarnation, with Hao Tian standing at the ship's rail, casting a glance back at the heavenly court, which remained as sacred and bustling as ever, showing no signs of change despite the departure of 10,000 troops. On board the Wu Di ship, the heavenly soldiers were not at all disheartened. Rather, they were filled with an eager excitement. Hao Tian heard someone exclaim loudly, celebrating the thrill of being born in tumultuous times. To this, Hao Tian could only nod in agreement, recognizing the morale of the troops. Yet the beings in this chaotic world truly found themselves at the mercy of fate. Today, the heavenly court was the embodiment of heaven, destined to usher in an era of peace for the primordial world. "Master Uncle, wait for me." As the Wu Di ship departed from the heavenly court, Hao Tian heard a voice calling out from afar. Turning his head, he saw a youth soaring towards him from the horizon. As he drew closer, it became clear that it was Xuandu, who arrived with a whirlwind of energy, landing before Hao Tian. "Master Uncle, I come to pay my respects. Master sent me to participate in your campaign against the realm of reincarnation," Xuandu stated succinctly. "Are you certain? Did you not sneak away?" Hao Tian asked, a hint of uncertainty in his gaze. After all, this was his treasured disciple, and the impending battle was fraught with peril. Should the lamb wander into the tiger's den, the lineage of his teachings could be severed. Of course not, Master Uncle. Master said this is a matter of great significance to the heavenly Tao, and I was invited to join in and share in the merits, Xuandu replied with a smile. "Very well, then. You shall accompany us. This battle is exceedingly dangerous. You must prioritize your safety that if you encounter an insurmountable foe, do not hesitate to flee," Hao Tian advised Xuandu with a grin. Xuandu's presence bolstered Hao Tian's confidence. After all, he could not bear to witness his beloved disciple perish in battle. Should a dire situation arise, he would let Xuandu take the lead, testing whether he would come to the rescue. At this moment, the heavenly soldiers and Jie Jiao disciples all turned to Hao Tian, astonished by his words. Does the boss truly instruct the employees to flee when faced with defeat? Not only Xuandu, but the others as well were equally surprised. "You too, heed my words. When danger approaches and you cannot prevail, retreat decisively. The heavenly court requires sacrifice, yet it is not a blind endeavor. Should blood be shed, let it begin with me, the heavenly emperor. Preserve your lives. Survival is essential for the future," Hao Tian remarked with a smile, surveying his surroundings. "Long live the benevolence of the heavenly emperor," someone called out, leading to a chorus of voices echoing throughout the Wu Di ship. The ship traversed the vast primordial expanse, capturing the attention of nearly all cultivators in the realm. The outcome of the Heavenly Court's campaign against reincarnation would determine the fate of the primordial world for a considerable time to come. This moment, not just the sages, but even ordinary mortals were gathering in temples, fervently praying for the Heavenly Court's victory, orchestrated by those with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Court, Yaoqi summoned the remaining celestial beings that a significant portion of the court's strength had yet to be mobilized. Today, Yaoqi called them forth to distribute the star banners and oversee the celestial territories beyond. Esteemed celestial beings, activate the grand constellation formation to its fullest capacity, illuminating the reincarnation space and providing energy for the Wu Di ship. With that, the constellation formation ignited, causing the entire primordial realm to shimmer with brilliance, while the sentient beings remained oblivious to the encroaching night in the western part of the primordial realm, as the constellation shone forth. The Wu Di ship was adorned with twinkling starlight, the stars aligning to empower it. The entrance to reincarnation loomed ahead, emanating an inexplicable aura, its dark mouth concealing all within this moment. No beings could be seen at the reincarnation entrance. Even with the arrival of the Wu Di ship, there was no reaction. Report to the Heavenly Emperor. I have probed with divine means, and thus far, There are no beings in the realm of reincarnation. Six-Ear, who had been acting as the ship's scout, delivered the news. Since the release of Kong Xuan, Six-Ear and Jin Chan had subsequently surrendered. Hao Tian, recognizing their talents, had sent Jin Chan to the Nine Heavens to learn divine arts. While Six-Ear was granted the title of a fourth-rank celestial official in the heavenly court, owing to his keen ability to eavesdrop across realms. Hao Tian nodded, and then commanded, "Activate the Star Destroyer to clear the path." As the Wu-Di ship plunged into the realm of reincarnation, this moment, Yun Zhongzi, who had been waiting by Hao Tian's side, called out, "Prepare the Star Destroyer," after being sent to Baiyu Palace by Hao Tian. Yun Zhongzi had fared well. Though he may not be universally adored, who could resist a handsome youth adept at crafting magical artifacts and possessing a sincere demeanor? With the mobilization of the Wu-Di ship, he joined this batch of Jiejiao disciples to provide logistical support, being the sole Jiejiao disciple participating in this campaign. Following Hao Tian's orders, the Star Destroyer gathered energy, unleashing a powerful wave that tore through the void. Hurtling towards the reincarnation passage, the mist beyond the passage was shattered by the force of the blast, causing the beings within the realm of reincarnation to turn their attention towards the disturbance. This, of course, roused the attention of both Hao Tu and Xing Tian, who were in seclusion at that moment. Hao Tu raised her head to the sky, astonished to see a moon emerging in the heavens of the reincarnation space. Xing Tian, send someone to show them our might. At all costs, prevent them from approaching E Mountain. Hao Tu commanded, her tone resolute. Beside her, Xing Tian, wielding a colossal axe, declared, "Rest assured, my lady, this mere Hao Tian is no match for our Wu clan's army." With that, Xing Tian took his leave. Meanwhile, Hao Tu gazed at the moon in the sky, lost in contemplation. It was worth noting that there had been no moon prior to reincarnation. However, she quickly shook off her thoughts. Time was of the essence, and she had to complete her task before the sages took notice. The Wu-Di ship entered the realm of reincarnation, revealing a scene of desolation. Surrounding them was an eerie silence, devoid of any life, save for a great river that flowed deeper into the realm of reincarnation. "Where are the 1,000-mile eyes and wind-following ears?" Hao Tian inquired. "Once more, I am here," came the response. "Stay alert to the surrounding dynamics. None shall depart from the Wu-Di ship without my command." Hao Tian's orders were marked by caution. With the Wu-Di ship's defenses in place, the safety of ordinary personnel was assured. The Wu-Di ship gradually advanced deeper into reincarnation. Yet after extensive travel, no beings were encountered. Not a single soul. Hao Tian frowned, pondering the whereabouts of the countless souls that had dwelled there for 1,000,000 years since reincarnation's inception. Report to the Heavenly Emperor. 30 miles ahead, a Wu clan member stands atop a peak, seemingly awaiting our arrival. Came the report from 1,000 Mile. Adjust our course. Let us go meet him, Hao Tian commanded, his thoughts sharpening as the situation 30 miles away instantly materialized in his mind. A towering figure, wielding a gigantic axe, radiated an overwhelming fighting spirit. There could be no other than Xing Tian. Hao Tian, take your people and roll back. Otherwise, you all shall remain here. Xing Tian's domineering voice rang out as the Wu-Di ship approached. Xing Tian, your Wu clan has only just begun to regain some vitality. Do you not fear annihilation by acting against the heavens? Hao Tian retorted with a cold snort, unleashing a powerful pressure toward Xing Tian. Having just entered the ancestral witch realm, Xing Tian's combat prowess was merely at the early stage of quasi-saint. Meanwhile, Hao Tian had already reached the threshold of primordial unity, capable of contending with saints. Would he fear an opponent of such caliber? "You dare! Taste my axe!" Xing Tian roared, swinging his massive axe towards the Wu-Di ship. "Foolish brigand! Witness my might!" Before Hao Tian could respond, Kong Xuan had already charged forth. Though at the early stage of the Luo, he showed no fear against the quasi-saint Xing Tian. With a burst of 5-color divine light, he braced against Xing Tian's axe. The two forces clashed fiercely. Xing Tian remained steadfast, yet Kong Xuan was sent flying. "Good technique. You, Demon Clan, are truly gifted, but my favorite prey are the talents of the Demon Clan," Xing Tian exclaimed, his battle spirit ignited upon seeing Kong Xuan. "You barbarian! Such arrogance! Watch as I slay you!" Kong Xuan retorted defiantly, despite being pushed back. Behind him, five-color divine light intertwined, transforming into divine swords that relentlessly assailed Xing Tian. Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, Xuan Du, go to assist him, Hao Tian observed, recognizing that while Kong Xuan was valiant, he could not sustain a victory against Xing Tian, who possessed a significant realm advantage. Thus, three individuals were decisively dispatched to offer assistance. Each disciple of the sage possessed innate spiritual treasures, and should a confrontation ensue, they could indeed battle beyond their ranks. The moment the trio made their move, they instantly forced Xing Tian to retreat. Xing Tian laughed heartily. Although he had taken a few steps back, his fighting spirit remained undiminished, and he was poised to continue his assault. However, at that moment, a ringing sound echoed from the periphery, startling Xing Tian. Hao Tian, consider this a lesson for you. If you can break through the forthcoming obstacles, I shall engage with you once more. With a sinister grin, Xing Tian turned and departed. Where do you think you're going? Kong Xuan bellowed, ready to pursue, but was halted by Xuan Du. Dear friend, do not pursue a desperate foe. Xuan Du's voice resonated, causing Kong Xuan to pause momentarily. This fellow's voice is quite distinctive. Dong dong. The golden bell tolled, signaling Hao Tian to summon everyone back. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, sealing off the space. Reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, we sense a vast number of souls approaching. From which direction? From all sides. Reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, we are surrounded by countless restless spirits. Take tea this moment. The area surrounding the Wu Di ship was swarming with countless souls, all devoid of reason, driven solely by instinct, and charging towards the vessel with murderous intent. Reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, should we engage in combat? The Fire Spirit Holy Mother inquired. These souls posed no threat to the Wu Di ship. At most, they were merely ghosts of the celestial immortal realm, incapable of harming cultivators of the great Luo realm. Yet, an assault would result in the slaughter of numerous souls, contravening the heavenly laws and inviting boundless karma. To kill or not to kill, a dilemma lay before Hao Tian. Countless souls surrounded the Wu Di ship. The protective shield of the vessel was fully activated, repelling their advance. These souls were the accumulation of reincarnation over millions of years. As the creatures of the primordial world dwindled, many souls failed to reincarnate, transforming into vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. The protective shield held firm. These vengeful spirits could not approach the Wu Di ship. Yet their instinctual assaults against the formation would lead to their own annihilation. Threads of karma descended, darkening Hao Tian's countenance. That I beseech the Heavenly Emperor, allow me to take action. Under my five-color divine light, I shall reduce these vengeful spirits to ashes, Kong Xuan asserted, filled with indignation. You may relish the act, but the karma attached to you may prove irredeemable. You are accustomed to it, yet do not implicate us. Zhao Gongming remarked with a hint of resignation, casting a glance at Kong Xuan. Though both were officials of the heavenly court, Zhao Gongming perceived Kong Xuan as a child who had yet to mature. His strength was undeniable, but his intellect left much to be desired. This, too, was a result of his environment. Zhao Gongming was the eldest disciple of the Jiejiao, responsible for a group of brothers, and thus needed to think more critically. Kong Xuan's subordinates, all brutishly subdued, were naturally reckless. What then shall we do? If we allow them to continue their assault, they will eventually exhaust the energy of the Wu Di ship. At that point, we will have no choice but to engage. In my view, I shall shoulder the burden of this myriad of sins. Kong Xuan declared passionately, stepping forward. Friend, do not act impulsively. This matter must be determined by the Heavenly Emperor. Xuan Du placed a hand on Kong Xuan, restraining him. The previously impulsive Kong Xuan now surprisingly complied, shifting his gaze towards Hao Tian. Hao Tian scrutinized Xuan Du and Kong Xuan, sensing something peculiar about the two. However, now was not the time for delving into such thoughts. Command the 5,000 incense spirits to mobilize. With a single command from Hao Tian, half of the 10,000 heavenly soldiers accompanying him advanced. Most among them were the human race, their cultivation levels not particularly high. Many were at the Xian immortal realm. Although they could inflict devastating damage upon these spectral beings, it was evident that they alone would be insufficient to achieve victory. Heavenly Emperor, are you out of your mind? What can these 5,000 humans accomplish? Send them forth to meet their doom. Kong Xuan retorted with displeasure. Despite being compelled to join the heavenly court, he still retained a rebellious streak, often making offensive remarks. How about a wager, Kong Xuan? Hao Tian inquired with a smile. What shall the heavenly emperor wager? Hearing of the bet, Kong Xuan's spirit lifted. I wager that my 5,000 humans can resolve these restless spirits. Hao Tian continued, smiling. If the heavenly emperor loses, shall we clear our debts? Kong Xuan proposed with a sly glint in his eyes, agreed. But if you lose, you shall not speak for 100 years. Hao Tian nodded in affirmation. Deal. The word of the heavenly emperor is as unyielding as iron. Kong Xuan's gaze was fervent as he regarded Hao Tian. With this bet, he could potentially clear his debts and regain his freedom. Observing Kong Xuan's confidence, Xuan Du shook his head in exasperation. This fellow's intelligence was decidedly lacking. I stand by my word. Hao Tian snorted in response. With a wave of his hand, the formation automatically opened a passage, and the 5,000 Xuan immortals charged forth. As these 5,000 Xuan immortals emerged, they instantly scattered paper effigies from their hands. The paper figures advanced towards the legion of vengeful spirits. Even if the paper figures could not alleviate the situation, they would merely add a few thousand more. They would eventually succumb as well. Kong Xuan scoffed, feeling assured of his victory. Yet, on the Wu Di ship, no one paid him any mind. They quietly observed the unfolding battle. As the paper figures approached, countless vengeful spirits let out howls. However, to their astonishment, these paper figures did not launch an attack. Instead, they swiftly produced various magical tools. There were wooden fish, incense burners, and altars. The paper figures chanted scriptures, performing rituals. Yuan Shi and Zheng, proclaiming peace to all spirits. You mountain deities and earth spirits, do not disturb the righteous path. May all be at peace in their designated places. Safeguarding the altar, the Supreme One commands the capture of evil spirits, protecting the Dharma and the King of Gods, reciting scriptures and returning to the Great Way, bringing benefit and good fortune. The Daoist teachings, combined with the protective golden light spell, along with the teachings of the Qing dynasty to guide the lost souls, swiftly purified the surrounding vengeful spirits amidst the somewhat discordant sounds of the wooden fish. The resentment dissipated little by little, advancing towards the incense altar. Atop the altar, numerous Xuan immortals sat in meditation. The power of incense guided the purified souls into their divine realms. Within the divine realm, the souls bowed reverently, contributing to the cultivation of the Xuan immortals. 5,000 Xuan immortals, 5,000 incense spirits. These vengeful souls were a burden to those cultivating the heavenly path, yet a boon to those following the path of incense spirits. Each soul was akin to a devotee. Entering the divine realm, they received the protection of the spirits. Simultaneously, the original power of the devotees could enhance the divine realm. A virtuous cycle rapidly dissolved the oncoming tide of vengeful spirits. My goodness, this is also possible, Kong Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the 5,000 incense spirits below. These 5,000 heavenly generals had originally descended with cultivation at the Xuan immortal realm. However, after being nourished by a great wave of souls, each had accumulated tens of thousands of devotees, enabling them to break through to the golden immortal realm. What now stood before you were 5,000 golden immortals. 5,000 golden immortals. This was an immense force for any faction. At that moment, the gathering vengeful spirits, in a state of stupor, were rapidly absorbed, and a substantial area around the Wu Di ship was instantly cleared. Moreover, the cleared area expanded swiftly outward. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed from afar. The vengeful spirits, once fearlessly charging towards the Wu Di ship, abruptly changed course and fled towards the depths of reincarnation. As the 5,000 heavenly generals prepared to pursue, they were halted by Hao Tian. Do not pursue a desperate foe. The heavenly generals regrouped, and the 5,000 golden immortals returned to the Wu Di ship, consolidating their cultivation and stabilizing their energy. These souls you have collected must not remain in the divine realm for more than 10,000 years. Within that time, they must be returned to reincarnation. Otherwise, the heavenly court shall show no mercy. Furthermore, you shall not capture living souls to add to the divine realm. Should this be discovered, you shall be sent to the immortal execution platform. Hao Tian warned the 5,000 golden immortals. The path of incense spirits emphasizes rapid progress. If they became accustomed to driving, it would not be easy to revert to walking. These souls, obtained through cunning means, could not linger in the divine realm indefinitely. Reincarnation was the rightful path for each spirit. We shall adhere to the heavenly emperor's decree. The 5,000 golden immortals bowed in unison. They were originally the elite of the human race, and thus had some sentiment towards these human souls. This was also why Hao Tian chose them. Had he selected some demon immortals to cultivate the path of incense spirits, the devotees might have all ended up devoured. The 5,000 golden immortals entered the Wu Di ship. In truth, the interior of the Wu Di ship was a specially open space, further embedded with a cave heaven. As such, the entrance of 5,000 individuals did not create a sense of crowding, but rather an impression of spaciousness. At this moment, Hao Tian turned his gaze towards Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan smiled awkwardly. Just as he was about to say something, Zhao Gongming interjected, "Kong Xuan, you lost, and now you must not speak for 100 years. Kong Xuan glared at Zhao Gongming in fury but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately lowering his head in defeat. This time, not only did he fail to repay his debts, but he also suffered a significant loss of face, resulting in a most embarrassing situation. However, this was merely a minor episode, one that did not draw the attention of the masses. Lu'er, upon contemplating the whereabouts of the vengeful souls, instructed with a measured tone, the cycle of reincarnation serves as the foundation for the witch clan. At this juncture, the divine sense of Hao Tian cannot probe too far into the depths of reincarnation. A reckless assault could easily ensnare him in the traps of his enemies. Although the witch clan is notoriously devoid of intellect, should one or two cunning individuals arise, the loss of troops would be most regrettable. Thus, pursuing the shadows of the departed souls presents itself as an alternate strategy. With a moment of respite, the great array of the constellations was activated to its fullest, drawing upon the celestial energies. Hao Tian did not rush, instead commanding the activation of the great array. On the warship, a cascade of starlight began to illuminate, revealing the intricate patterns of the constellations. In his hands, Hao Tian wielded two artifacts, the He Tu and the Luo Shu. These two treasures were empowered by Hao Tian upon the warship, rendering the great array of the constellations almost tangible, casting its radiance through the barriers of the realm of reincarnation. One by one, the stars, under the guidance of the great array, began to manifest upon the celestial dome of the realm of reincarnation. The once moonless and sunless space gradually illuminated under the cover of night. The heavens now bore both starlight and sunlight. At the foot of the Yin Mountain, where the witch clan congregated, members gazed upward in delight at the celestial bodies overhead, exclaiming joyfully, "It is the moon! I have finally seen the moon once more! Oh heavens, those are stars! I have not laid eyes on them for tens of thousands of years, ever since the witch clan retreated into the realm of reincarnation." They had not witnessed the sun, moon, or stars, evoking memories of the bygone era in the primordial wilderness. Unconsciously, they began to gather, singing and dancing in jubilation, in contrast to the merriment of the witch people. The demeanor of Hutu grew exceptionally grave. He sensed that with the emergence of the great array of the constellations, his control over reincarnation was waning, as a force was vying for dominion over it. This cannot stand. The continued emergence of the constellations must be halted. Hutu cast a glance towards the Yin Mountain, where countless malevolent and resentful energies were converging. Xingqian, you shall lead the charge. Spare no effort to dismantle the great array of the constellations. In this realm of reincarnation, no stars are permitted to appear. Hutu's voice was laden with a chilling intent. He could not allow even the slightest deviation from his plans. Understood. Xingqian turned and departed, flanked by several great witches, including Yushi, Fengbo, and Jufeng, all of whom had survived the battles of the witch and demon war. Not only these great witches, as Xingqian's furious roar echoed, the once joyous witch clansmen sprang into action. their malevolent aura rising as they followed Hao Tian and the other great witches towards the distant warship. The great array of the constellations serves as a beacon. The power of the heavenly Tao incessantly infiltrates the realm of reincarnation. Reincarnation and the primordial wilderness do not belong to the same dominion. Strictly speaking, reincarnation is the witch clan's sanctuary. The heavenly Tao also grants reincarnation a considerable degree of autonomy. It is akin to a primordial wilderness with dual systems. As long as reincarnation fulfills its function of ensuring the continuous cycle of life, the heavenly Tao can afford to turn a blind eye to other matters. However, with the witch clan establishing the witch god sect, the beings refuse to worship the witch gods and enter reincarnation. This undermines the very roots of the heavenly Tao. Thus, under the illumination of the great array of the constellations, the power of the heavenly Tao began to seize the authority of reincarnation. At this moment, Hao Tian remained unperturbed. Prior to advancing into reincarnation, he had already communicated with the Tao ancestor. Otherwise, to charge him blindly, surrounded by countless adversaries, would surely lead to his demise. Now, Hao Tian was not anxious. He merely needed to wait for the complete manifestation of the great array of the constellations, which would signify the heavenly Tao's total control over reincarnation. At that point, the witch clan would merely be akin to meat on a chopping block. Report to the heavenly emperor. We have detected the approaching forces of the witch clan. At this moment, Qianlian arrived to deliver the news. Hao Tian's divine sense shifted, and he discerned that the witch clan's army was not far off. He commanded everyone to board the ship and prepare for defense, instructing the warship to ascend while the great array of the constellations must not cease. As the ship's cabin opened, orderly legions of celestial soldiers emerged. On the warship, a series of mats rose, and one by one, the celestial soldiers entered them. This was the Bagua array. Each celestial soldier sat upon a small Bagua, gathering energy, uniting the fragmented into the whole, thereby unleashing power far beyond their rank. The warship ascended, creating a relatively safe distance from the ground. Although the witch clan was formidable, their weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Their physical prowess was immense, yet their spells were largely ineffective. Thus, by leaving the ground, they could significantly mitigate the witch clan's disturbances. The warship soared into the sky, revealing a colossal Bagua in the void. Upon the Bagua, the stars of the constellations continuously converged, forming a breathtaking sight. Yet, this beauty was overshadowed by the furious roars of the witch clan. Tens of thousands of witches charged forth, but faced with the looming warship, they could only resort to their brute strength. However, the surrounding Bagua array resembled a quagmire, rendering their efforts futile. Activate the formation, thunder and lightning return. On the warship, Tian issued a command, and the energy of the Bagua array began to rotate, summoning thunder from the void. Instantly striking down the charging witches, the Bagua array demonstrated its prowess, swiftly repelling the encroaching forces. Again, the winds and thunder intertwined. The perimeter of the Bagua array erupted with powerful gales, coupled with the incessant flow of lightning, forcing the advancing witches to retreat. Tens of thousands of witches could advance no further. Hao Tian observed with satisfaction. The warship's function as a bastion of war was undoubtedly highlighted. If the celestial soldiers had engaged directly, the casualties would have been severe. However, with the warship serving as a fortress, the soldiers needed only to focus on energy input, capable of both offense and defense. Though merely 1,000 celestial soldiers, they were sufficient to crush tens of thousands of witches, children of the heavenly court. Dare you challenge us again? Witnessing the witch soldiers struggling to attack, Hao Tian appeared in the void alongside 3 other great witches, taunting the warship. Upon witnessing the warship's defenses, they hesitated to assert they could break through. Who dares to fight? Hao Tian inquired, casting a glance at the warship. Master, I shall go. I shall go. Count me in as well. The disciples of the, including Zhao Gongming, Yun Tian, and the logistics head Jinling Shimu, all stepped forward in unison. Master, I too shall join. At this moment, Xuandu also stepped forward, with the disciples of the mobilizing. He, as a disciple of the Rinjiao, could not shrink back. The pressure now fell upon Yun Zizi. Feeling somewhat awkward, he was about to muster the courage to step forward when he heard a distressed voice nearby. Woo woo woo. Kong Xuan anxiously appeared. At this moment, Kong Xuan had stepped forward but remained silent, gesturing with his hands while pointing outside. What do you wish to convey? Hao Tian asked with a bemused expression directed at Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan was a skilled gambler. Having lost a bet, he had vowed to remain silent for a century. He was keenly aware of the promised. In truth, the surrounding cultivators had already discerned Kong Xuan's intent. However, they feigned ignorance, gazing at him with expressions of confusion or mockery. Kong Xuan, in a state of urgency, could only flail about. Master, Kong Xuan's intention must be to join the battle. At that critical moment, it was Xuandu who spoke up. Kong Xuan gratefully glanced at Xuandu and then nodded vigorously. All right, since Xing Tian is powerful, let Kong Xuan and Xuandu confront him together, as for the other great witches. You may handle the situation as you see fit. If you win, the century-long vow of silence shall be lifted. Hao Tian waved his hand and declared. Subsequently, the 3 generations of the Heavenly Gate, along with 4 great Luo, including Kong Xuan, faced off against Xing Tian and the other 3 great witches. Each found their opponent. Kong Xuan and Xuandu faced Xing Tian. Jin Ling confronted Jiufeng. Zhao Gongming faced Fengbua, and Yun Tian took on Yushur. Each well-matched. As for the battlefield, Hao Tian did not pay particular attention. Even Xing Tian could be easily defeated with a mere gesture. The arrival of these great witches would not disrupt the illumination of the constellations. Delaying time served his interests. Hence, at this moment, Hutu, what exactly are you doing? Hao Tian cast a glance towards the depths of reincarnation, where the ominous and resentful energies still loomed ominously. It felt as if something was on the verge of awakening within. As the war reached this point, the heavenly Tao continually influenced the authority of reincarnation. Hutu could not possibly be unaware. If Hutu did not wish to surrender, he should strike with thunderous force, directly suppressing him and eliminating the influence of the heavenly Tao. However, Hutu's prolonged absence, even sending these lesser beings to obstruct him, indicated that something of even greater importance loomed in the depths of reincarnation. Thus, a sense of unease began to stir within Hao Tian. At this moment on the battlefield, after several exchanges, both sides had transitioned from a probing phase into a bloody conflict. Zhao Gongming confronted Fengbua. The combination of the Dinghai Pearl and the Qinquan ruler kept the opponents suppressed to the point of being unable to lift their head. Fengbua commanded the winds. The fierce gales howled, tearing apart the very fabric of space. Yet, Zhao Gongming, being an innate breeze-given form, found it challenging for Fengbua's wind blades to inflict effective harm upon him. In contrast, the synergy of the Dinghai Pearl and the Qinquan ruler allowed Zhao Gongming's power to seem inexhaustible, violently overwhelming Fengbua, leaving him without retort. After all, while his wind blades could not harm others, the Qinquan ruler and Dinghai Pearl wielded the power of the world. Even the robust bodies of the great witches could not withstand the suppression of several worlds. At this juncture, it was merely a matter of time before Zhao Gongming emerged victorious. Jin Ling faced off against Jiufeng. The great witch Jiufeng, in truth, was a 9-headed bird. Each head possessed a singular attribute, all capable of breathing fire. However, the 9 phoenixes can soar through the skies with incredible speed and possess formidable physical prowess, making them powerful adversaries. Fortunately, Jin Ling's cultivation is not to be underestimated, and as a direct disciple of Tong Tian, he is equipped with a complete set of innate spiritual treasures. At this moment, he has already unleashed 3 of these treasures that in a confrontation with the 9 phoenixes. While he may not emerge victorious, he can certainly maintain his undefeated stance. As for the Rain Master, his opponent is Yun Xiao. The poisonous rain and bitter waters are the Rain Master's divine abilities, transforming his body into an ugly behemoth that relentlessly assaults Yun Xiao. Faced with such a contender, Yun Xiao remains unfazed. The golden flood dragon cut transforms into a dragon, tearing through the rain, while the primordial golden dipper absorbs all the bitter waters in the vicinity. Suppressing the Rain Master is a mere formality. The true threat lies with Xing Tian. His adversaries are Kong Xuan and Xuandu. Both are at the Great Luo realm, yet Xingtian has already reached the level of a quasi-saint. Xingtian's path is one of physical sanctification. His very essence is that of the Tao. Wielding a massive axe, he swings with great force. Despite Kong Xuan's five-color divine light, he dares not withstand Xingtian's axe head-on. Fortunately, Xuandu is there to assist. The top-grade spiritual treasure, the yin-yang sword, and the stealthy golden armlet work in conjunction with Kong Xuan, barely managing to fend off Xingtian. Yet even so, both find themselves at an absolute disadvantage. They can only rely on their cooperation to hold off Xingtian. Anger flashes in Xingtian's eyes. These two young men resemble bothersome pests, irksome beyond measure. They strike and retreat, making it exceedingly uncomfortable for him. Kong Xuan, if you have the skill, then do not flee. Let me cleave you in two with my axe. Xingtian bellows, charging swiftly towards Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan refrains from speaking, having yet to secure victory. He remains silent for a century, using the five-color divine light to defend against the colossal axe, ensuring his own safety. Xuandu sends the golden armlet flying, striking Xingtian on the head with a couple of thuds. Xingtian does not falter, but feels a splitting headache. At that moment, a piercing howl resonates. Roar. The sound is filled with despair and fury. This causes Xingtian to turn sharply, rushing to provide aid. It is Feng Bo. He has been completely subdued by Zhao Gongming, having been struck by the Dinghai Pearl and the Qinquan ruler, temporarily incapacitating him. Zhao Gongming is not one to hesitate. Upon seeing Feng Bo rendered powerless, he prepares to deliver a finishing blow. The Qinquan ruler descends, aiming to send Feng Bo on his way. Hearing Feng Bo's cry for help, Xingtian turns and charges. "Dare you!" he bellows, wielding his axe as if to tear through space itself. Arriving before Feng Bo, the massive axe slices through the air, instantly sending the Qinquan ruler flying. With just one strike, Zhao Gongming suffers a minor setback. At this moment, he realizes the caliber of the opponents Kong Xuan and Xuandu are facing. Having initially underestimated them, he becomes solemn in an instant. "Junior brother, let us team up and take him down." Xuandu, fueled with righteous fervor, turns to Xingtian and declares, "Excellent." The fighting spirit within Zhao Gongming surges. Hearing such words from the typically gentle and deliberate Xuandu is truly invigorating. "Kill!" Another battle cry echoes. Zhao Gongming, Kong Xuan, and Xuandu encircle Xingtian. Faced with the trio, Xingtian finally feels some pressure, and the four engage in a fierce melee. Battling fiercely as for Feng Bo, he has long since lost his combat capability. After several more exchanges, Kong Xuan begins to cry out once more. Zhao Gongming, feeling helpless, implores Big Brother speak. Xuandu looks from Kong Xuan to Zhao Gongming and nods at Kong Xuan. He then communicates to Zhao Gongming, suggesting they draw the fire while Kong Xuan prepares to unleash his ultimate move. Zhao Gongming, bewildered, wonders how Xuandu discerned his intentions. Although surprised, he chooses to cooperate. Dinghai Pearl. Go. 24 Dinghai Pearls soar forth, bearing down on Xingtian. Golden Armlet, attack. The golden armlet flies from Xuandu's hand, also striking at Xingtian. Xingtian lets out a thunderous roar, cleaving through the Dinghai Pearls, then meeting the golden armlet with his fist. Though he repels the two treasures, the toll on him is immense. At that moment, behind him, the five-color divine light surges forth. "Come to me." The five-color divine light rushes towards Xingtian, having just faced two formidable foes. Xingtian finds his magical energy depleted and his body unsteady. Under the onslaught of the five-color divine light, he is unexpectedly drawn in. "Excellent!" Xuandu exclaims joyfully. Simultaneously, Zhao Gongming gives Kong Xuan a resounding thumbs up. Kong Xuan beams with pride. "It is indeed thanks to my efforts." He muses, but in an instant his expression pales. He sits cross-legged. The five-color divine light, which had previously faded, re-emerges within the realm of divine light. Axe blades continuously slash. It is Xingtian. Having stabilized his mind after being drawn in, he fights fiercely, seeking to escape the five-colored space. Kong Xuan channels his magical energy, desperately striving to maintain the stability of the five-colored realm. A struggle ensues, yet previously, three had fought against Xing Tian. Now, it is Kong Xuan alone facing him. Although Xing Tian is trapped within the space, the pressure on Kong Xuan is insurmountable. He knows he cannot hold on much longer. Do not panic. I shall assist you. At this moment, Xuandu arrives at Kong Xuan's side, channeling his magical energy into him. That it is futile. My five-colored space is an independent Dao. Its strength relies on my understanding of the Dao, not magical energy. You cannot aid me. Kong Xuan furrows his brow and replies. His five-element space is forged from the five-element Dao, rooted in the Dao itself, rendering magical energy's influence minimal. Five elements yin-yang. Let me see if my yin-yang Dao can assist you. Xuandu does not relent, manifesting two yin-yang fish behind him, imbuing the five-colored space with the yin-yang Dao inherited from the Taiji saint. The five elements yin-yang ranks among the foremost Dao of the cosmos. In the primordial world, everything outside of the five elements belongs to yin-yang. Anything not within the realms of chaos is encompassed herein. Thus, when the yin-yang Dao enhances the five-colored space, its strength escalates dramatically. Despite Xing Tian's relentless slashing, he can no longer shake the foundation of the space. At this point, Kong Xuan confidently declares, "The advantage is mine." Rascal, release Xing Tian at once. Witnessing Xing Tian's entrapment, the nine phoenixes unleash torrents of flames towards Kong Xuan. The golden spirit mother is driven back by the flames, helplessly watching as the nine phoenixes advance upon Kong Xuan. At this moment, Kong Xuan and Xuandu are straining to suppress Xing Tian, their resources stretched thin. Yet Zhao Gongming, who has been observing all along, remains nearby. The Qinquan ruler and Dinghai Pearl strike in succession. And though the nine phoenixes are strong, they find themselves bloodied after several rounds of combat. Within the five-colored space, Xing Tian's battle intent soars to unprecedented heights. Wielding his massive axe, he bellows, heaven-slaying, Xing Tian, a born warrior, senses an innate crisis within his being. Thus, he employs his most potent battle technique, aiming to cleave open the space and seize a glimmer of hope for himself. As this strike descends, a colossal trail of light begins to surge forth from the five-colored space. Despite the enhancement of the yin-yang force, the light trail continues to expand. I cannot hold on much longer. Kong Xuan cries out in despair. Do not worry. We can withstand it. Xuandu's voice remains calm and steady. The previously bestowed yin-yang power suddenly intensifies 100-fold, swiftly flattening the area of the light trail. My goodness, are you truly this powerful? Kong Xuan exclaims in astonishment as he senses the nearly complete yin-yang Dao. He turns to gaze at Xuandu. Behind Xuandu, a Taiji diagram formed from the dual energies of yin and yang moves gracefully. The enhancement of yin-yang power he experiences stems from this Taiji diagram. What is this? Kong Xuan feels disheartened. Your brother claims his family possesses a mind, only to genuinely have one. How can one not feel vexed? The innate supreme treasure, with the Taiji diagram augmenting him. Naturally, suppressing Xing Tian is a foregone conclusion. Just as everyone believes they have Xing Tian subdued and the tide has turned in their favor, suddenly a hand descends from the void, with a mere flick of its fingers. It effortlessly shatters the five-colored divine light. Xing Tian seizes the opportunity to break free. The colossal hand then captures Xing Tian, the Rainmaster, Feng Bo, and the nine phoenixes, attempting to depart. Well met. A resounding shout from Hao Tian follows. As he swings his hand towards the giant hand clashes with Hao Tian in a fierce confrontation. Soon after, another hand appears from the void, descending towards the woody vessel. Naturally, Hao Tian cannot allow the adversary to succeed. He also swings his hand to counter. After exchanging blows, both sides find themselves evenly matched. Since my friend Hudu has arrived, why hide in the shadows? Hao Tian calls out loudly, glancing into the distance. Hao Tian, if you dare to come to my reincarnation, be prepared to stay. I await you in Yinshan. Huta makes no further attempts to linger but swiftly retreats with his subordinates. Hao Tian furrows his brow. Having just engaged in combat, he senses that Hutu possesses significant strength, at least enough to contend with him and potentially emerge victorious. Why does he choose not to fight? Just as he ponders this, the void rumbles, and a wave of heavenly Tao power emerges, revealing an image before Hao Tian, deep within reincarnation, at the edge of the Six Paths, atop the summit of Inshan, a place where countless malevolent energies converge. 12 long banners are arranged in mysterious formations. Each banner displays a fierce beast. These beasts roam atop the banners as if poised to break free at any moment. Yet, despite their imposing forms, their eyes appear dull, devoid of intelligence, acting solely on instinct. Not far away, countless souls kneel before the 12 banners in reverence. Within reincarnation, mysterious powers are drawn forth, surging from the banners. Beneath Inshan, torrents of blood are absorbed by these divine banners, becoming increasingly animated. The image abruptly halts. Hao Tian falls into silence. After a moment, an overwhelming fury surges within him. No wonder, amidst the countless beings that have vanished over the years in reincarnation, it turns out they were all used to nourish these 12 shamanic banners. Within the 12 shamanic banners reside the 12 ancestral shamans. Hutu seeks to resurrect the 12 ancestor witches through this method, sparing no effort to obliterate myriad lives. At this moment, the heavenly Tao sends a warning, urging Hao Tian to act swiftly. Otherwise, should the 12 ancestor witches truly be revived, the world would likely descend into chaos. The current heavenly court cannot withstand the might of the 12 ancestor witches. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Tian gathers everyone to arrange the next phase of their tasks. Esteemed colleagues, today the heavenly Tao has issued a warning. Profound changes are unfolding in the depths of the cycle of reincarnation. Therefore, I have decided to implement a series of adjustments to our current tasks. Hao Tian addressed the assembly. Please, Master Uncle, give your orders. The members of Xuandu replied in unison. From this moment forth, the Woody ship shall no longer delve into reincarnation, but instead continue to guide the starlight. The Great Star Array shall be fully activated to safeguard the Woody ship. Hao Tian instructed Yun Changzi, I shall obey your command. Yun Changzi responded. All heavenly soldiers aboard the ship will be under Xuandu's command. Yet they must not disembark. Should they encounter peril or insurmountable foes, they must decisively choose to abandon the mission and retreat with the Woody ship. Hao Tian said, looking toward Xuandu. Yes, Master Uncle. Xuandu replied, though somewhat bewildered. In that case, you shall accompany the Woody ship and remain here. I will leave a trace of my divine consciousness. When the time comes, should I instruct you to leave, you must do so immediately. Hao Tian said sternly to Xuandu and the others, Master Uncle, what exactly is happening? At last, Zhao Gongming voiced his confusion. The heavenly Tao has sounded an alarm. Powerful beings are awakening in the depths of reincarnation. I must go to stop them. Currently, Hutu and Xing Tian are present in those depths. I even sense other hidden entities. This journey is fraught with peril, and you cannot assist me. I must go alone. Hao Tian sighed. Master Uncle, you must not recklessly venture into danger. As the heavenly Emperor, you bear the safety of the 3 realms on your shoulders. Should anything unfortunate occur, the heavenly court would swiftly crumble, and the 3 realms would face untold hardships. Yun Xiao's voice rang out, urging Hao Tian. Indeed, heavenly Emperor, if there are troubles, we brothers will stand together. Blood brothers fight side by side, just as fathers and sons do in battle. Kong Xuan added, somewhat discontented. You are neither my brother nor my son. Therefore, refrain from such declarations until you have pledged yourself as my sworn son, Hao Tian retorted with exasperation. Sworn son? Kong Xuan echoed thoughtfully. It seems not impossible. During these days, he had witnessed the arrogance of the disciples of the great teachings and had gained a profound understanding of the importance of backing. Sadly, Hao Tian did not grant him the opportunity to pledge. I shall bear this weight as the heavenly Emperor. It is my unshirkable responsibility. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I do not claim to be comparable to a sage, but I am certainly invincible beneath that level. Moreover, I have the protection of Saint Enhua and Brother Tong Tian. I shall be fine. With that, Hao Tian resolved to depart. Master Uncle, please wait. Seeing Hao Tian prepare to leave, Xuandu hurriedly caught up. Take this treasured artifact with you. In Xuandu's hand was the recently revealed supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. Hao Tian looked at Xuan with surprise. Well done, young one. My efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain. But if I take the Taiji diagram, do you still possess any treasures for your own protection? Rest easy, Master Uncle. I am quite affluent. Xuan replied, a gleaming treasure tower appearing in his hand. Good heavens! No wonder you are the sole heir of the human teaching. I have inadvertently entrusted 2 supreme treasures to Xuan. The Tiandi Xianhuang Linglong Tower was indeed a treasure of merit, forged from the primordial energies of creation, with unparalleled defensive capabilities. Upon realizing Xuan still possessed a treasure, Hao Tian nodded slightly and took the Taiji diagram. With the Taiji diagram in hand, his safety was considerably enhanced. As he turned and exited the Wudi's ship, Hao Tian summoned the pure world White Lotus. The 12-petal White Lotus radiated beams of white light, enveloping Hao Tian in protection as it carried him towards the depths of reincarnation. This moment, in the depths of reincarnation within the Yin Mountains. The spectral forms of the ancestor witches roared amidst the 12 witch gods' banner, drawing in restless souls into the formation. The immense beasts within the banner stretched forth their colossal hands, capturing the souls. With each devouring, the spectral forms within the banner solidified further. Outside the Yin Mountains, the witch soldiers of the Wu clan, having returned in disarray from their assault on the Wudi's ship, wore expressions of bitterness. This attack had subjected them to a dimensional setback. The era of deadly blades has passed. With the existence of the Wudi's ship, the combat prowess below the Great Luo will be rendered negligible in the future. You must lead the clan's people to safety. A great battle is imminent here. Hutu's expression turned tense as she gazed towards the Yin Mountains, sensing Hao Tian's approach. Yes, a great witch stepped forward, leading the remaining witch soldiers away. They headed towards the escape route Hutu had prepared for the Wu clan, which led to the southern mountains of the primordial wilderness. Though the area was filled with miasma, it remained a refuge. Several great witches departed in succession, leaving only Xing Tian standing immobile behind Hutu. Xing Tian, you should leave as well. What follows is beyond your involvement, Hutu said with a sigh, casting a glance at Xing Tian. Xing Tian was the hope of the Wu clan, yet he remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Ancestor witch, Hao Tian's entry into reincarnation is a grand scheme planned over eons by our Wu clan, allowing not a shred of reservation. Though my cultivation is lacking, I believe I can contribute my share of strength. Should the ancestor witches falter, with me present, you won't be left isolated, Xing Tian declared after a moment of contemplation. Hutu smiled, her eyes filled with fervor and anticipation. This plan for reincarnation is one I enact at the cost of reincarnation itself, invoking various forces to achieve it, with the aim of resurrecting our 12 ancestor witches. At this juncture, your presence or absence holds little significance. The sages have long plotted, and supreme beings await in the depths of reincarnation, merely waiting for Hao Tian's arrival. Should this succeed, our 12 ancestor witches will re-emerge in the primordial wilderness, and the position of Heavenly Emperor will undoubtedly belong to our Wu clan. When our Wu clan reappears in the primordial wilderness, it will be the time to unify the world. This was the first time Xing Tian gleaned the depths of the plot. He had previously thought it was solely Hutu's scheme, only to realize it was a collective endeavor, with the Wu clan not even in the leading position. Ancestor Witch, should this plan succeed, the revival of our 12 ancestor witches will certainly allow our Wu clan to dominate the primordial wilderness once more. However, does the resurrection of the 12 ancestor witches truly align with the interests of the sages? Xing Tian's voice was somber, resonating like a heavy hammer against Hutu's heart. Hutu's body trembled. The revival of the 12 ancestor witches does not align with the interests of the sages. Not a single sage's interests would be served. This was the conclusion Hutu had long avoided contemplating. If the benefits of this scheme were entirely claimed by the Wu clan, then what would the architects of the plan gain? Xing Tian ceased speaking, merely clasping his hands toward Hutu before retreating into the boundless darkness. Hutu's complexion turned pale, yet she soon lifted her gaze towards the Yin Mountains, there upon the 12 witch gods' banner. The forms of the 12 ancestor witches were nearly complete. If only a few of her brothers could be revived, would it not be worth sacrificing everything? Hutu closed her eyes, silently resolving. as long as the 12 ancestor witches could be revived. The cycle of reincarnation would be a small price to pay. In the distance, Hao Tian, standing upon the White Lotus, had arrived atop the Een Mountains. Upon seeing the 12 witch gods banner, he hesitated not for an instant. With a flash of his hand, 6 pure bamboo appeared, transforming into a multitude of staff shadows descending upon the Een Mountains. The 6 pure bamboo, a reward from Hao Tian for reclaiming the Starry River. An exceptional innate spiritual root, now wielded as a weapon against foes. The 6 pure bamboo, in this realm of reincarnation, could counteract resentment and malevolence. How dare you! A furious roar emanated from the Een Mountains as Hutu's avatar manifested, blocking the assault of the 6 pure bamboo. Yet even so, 2 strikes landed upon the mountaintop, causing the witch god banner to sway slightly. Hutu's face turned ashen. She had not anticipated Hao Tian to act so unscrupulously, arriving only to launch an immediate assault. You shall perish. Realizing her attacks had been thwarted, Hao Tian pressed on, summoning the Qian Kun Ding behind him, pressing down upon Hutu. Though Hutu was formidable, the power she could exert in the depths of reincarnation was not significantly greater than Hao Tian's. After sending Hutu flying with a single strike, Hao Tian fervently channeled his divine abilities, unleashing countless energies of Allahs toward the witch god banner atop the Een Mountains. What are you waiting for? If you do not take action soon, all will be in vain. Hutu roared. In that moment, she was filled with extraordinary rage. Hao Tian's attacks had inflicted no tangible harm upon her. However, his relentless onslaught upon the location of the witch god banner was intolerable. These were not merely the witch god banner, but also the hope of resurrecting her brothers. From within the witch god banner, roars erupted as the 12 witch gods banner released mysterious mists, with colossal beasts within it bellowing and obstructing Hao Tian's assault. A glint of unusual intent flickered in Hao Tian's eyes. After a brief contemplation, he swiftly charged toward the location of the 12 witch gods banner. You seek death. Hutu's eyes blazed with fury, disregarding all else. She dashed forth to obstruct Hao Tian, yet Hao Tian refrained from engaging her directly. Instead, he continually employed his speed and divine abilities to maintain distance. Hao Tian, if you possess the capability, face me one-on-one. Do not jeopardize the chance for my brothers to be revived. Hutu was in a state of great agitation, repeatedly cursing in anger. This was her lifelong obsession. Hao Tian, however, paid her no heed. This was a script where it was a matter of life and death. Accelerate time. A flicker of unusual light crossed Hao Tian's eyes, for the state of the 12 witch gods banner made him feel that something was terribly amiss. It did not resemble a living entity. Thus, in order to ascertain the situation, Hao Tian resolutely employed his divine powers. Enhanced by the divine magic of time, he surged into the Great Formation. If you do not take action soon, all agreements will be rendered void. Should my brother resurrect and encounter misfortune, I vow it shall be a matter of life and death between us. Observing Hao Tian distance himself and plunge into the Great Formation, Hutu's complexion changed dramatically. She howled at the void in fury and hastily pursued him inside. To her astonishment, upon entering the realm of the 12 witch gods banner, Hao Tian did not launch an attack to destroy these witch gods, but appeared to be deep in thought. Ultimately, he even flew out of the Great Formation, still with an air of contemplation. That moment, a massive pung bird emerged from the reincarnation passage, which then transformed into the form of a koan fish. Launching an assault on Hao Tian, unfazed by the incoming attack, Hao Tian raised his hand to counter. Hao Tian, today my ancestor comes in accordance with the decree of the saints to kill you. The koan fish took human form, revealing itself as the koan pung previously saved by Enhua. Faced with the koan pung in Hutu, Hao Tian remained undeterred. Koan pung, you wretched creature, how dare you return now? Today, I shall slay you, and even Enhua cannot save you. Upon seeing the koan pung's arrival, Hao Tian furrowed his brow, not out of fear of the koan pung's might, but because the koan pung's involvement indicated a shift in Enhua's stance. Originally, Hao Tian had been entrusted by Enhua to open the reincarnation pathway, aiding Fushi's reincarnation. However, now that the koan pung, rescued by Enhua, stood against him, did this imply that Enhua had abandoned her original position? It was not that Hao Tian doubted Enhua, but rather that she had a history of indecision. After all, during the time of the Wu and Yao, Enhua had wavered between the human race and the demon race. She often switched sides, and although she ultimately emerged victorious, her prestige among both the human and demon races was not particularly high. Haha, Hao Tian, do you think that I am the only one who has come today? The Kunpeng laughed heartily, his words brimming with the thrill of vengeance. That moment, outside of reincarnation, two killing swords charged towards Hao Tian. In response, Hao Tian conjured a treasured sword of his own, clashing with the killing swords in a fierce exchange. Then, from the west, the ancestor of the Nether River arrived, wearing a mischievous expression. Last time in the sword path contest, I lost. However, I can return from defeat. If the Heavenly Emperor loses this time, who knows if there will be an opportunity for a comeback? The ancestor of the Nether River held a killing sword, grinning brightly. Might I inquire what benefits the opposing side has promised you, dear friend, that you would neglect your dignity to partake in this endeavor? Hao Tian inquired, cupping his hands in respect towards the Nether River. Haha, not much, just something that your esteemed self could not offer, for what they promised is none other than the position of Heavenly Emperor. The Nether River laughed heartily, his eyes filled with battle intent as he gazed at Hao Tian. The ancestor of the Nether River, a steadfast seeker of the Tao, dedicating his life to the pursuit of enlightenment. In order to achieve this, he had emulated Enhua to create the Azura clan, and subsequently imitated the three purities to establish a doctrine. After numerous trials, the path to enlightenment still seemed as elusive as a flower in a mirror or the moon in water. Now, seeing Hao Tian ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor, his cultivation had skyrocketed, leading him to believe that the position of Heavenly Emperor held profound mysteries of the Tao, enticing him to act. My position as Heavenly Emperor is granted by the Tao Ancestor. Were you to dare covet what the Tao Ancestor has bestowed? Hao Tian scoffed at the Nether River. Although there were three opponents now, Hao Tian was no longer the same Hao Tian of yore. He had reached half a step into the realm of Hongming. Here, the only one capable of engaging Hao Tian was Hutu. As for the Nether River and Kunpeng, they could at most create disturbances without posing any real threat. Only after I slay you shall it be known whether I succeed or fail. Regardless, I cannot die, and who dares to deceive me? I have all the time in the world for revenge. The Nether River chuckled ominously. The immortal Nether River. He feared no deception. After all, the ancestor of the Nether River had never considered himself a gentleman, but rather subscribed to the principle of a villain avenges his grievances from dawn till dusk. Even the saints would find themselves troubled by the Nether River's retribution, while Hao Tian felt confident in handling the three adversaries. He discreetly crushed the communication tool given to him by Enhua and Hao Tian. At this juncture, it was only natural for the saints to intervene that Hao Tian's actions were not cowardly, but rather prudent. Yet after shattering the communication jade given by Enhua, there was not a hint of response from her. Instead, Hao Tian's voice echoed in Hao Tian's ear. Junior brother, hold your ground. My Daoist temple is beset by intruders. Wait until I eliminate them, and I shall come to rescue you. Hao Tian frowned. Enhua's abandonment and Hao Tian's entanglement indicated that he must resolve the current predicament himself. You three, do not hesitate to employ your methods. Otherwise, should you be struck down shortly, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Hao Tian instantly entered a state of readiness. At this moment, he possessed several innate treasures, which granted him an advantage. The Nether River let out a cold snort. Yet, he did not make the first move. A flicker of hesitation crossed Kunpeng's eyes. He had long been overshadowed by Hao Tian. As for Hutu, she had no intention of attacking. She merely wished to buy time for the resurrection of the 12 ancestor witches. For a moment, the three clamoring for battle found themselves in an awkward situation before Hao Tian. They exchanged glances, and in their eyes only two words were shared: attack. Hutu, dear friend, I wonder who imparted this great formation to you. From my observation, it is utterly incapable of resurrecting the 12 ancestor witches, seeing the other party unwilling to make the first move. Hao Tian was more than pleased. The longer he delayed, the stronger the authority of the heavenly Tao would become, thereby increasing his chances of victory. Hao Tian, do not speak nonsense. This formation is a legacy of my witch clan's bloodline, and has even received the blessing of the saints. The resurrection of my ancestor witches is imminent. Flames of fury flashed in Hutu's eyes as she roared at Hao Tian. Hao Tian shook his head. The resurrection of the 12 ancestor witches had become Hutu's obsession, leaving no room for doubt. Just as Hao Tian was about to speak again, a black lotus floated out of the cycle of reincarnation. A man in black appeared in the void above. Enough talk. Let us surround and kill him. At this moment, a figure clad in black, with flowing black hair and a countenance of cold indifference, emerged, accompanied by a black lotus. The newly arrived man exuded an immense aura. Even stronger than Hutu, Hao Tian's expression turned grave. This was yet another half-step into the realm of Hongmeng, from a cultivation perspective. This individual had likely severed his 3 corpses. His experience in cultivation surpassed even that of the saints of the myriad realms. The newcomer pointed a finger. He could actually summon the 12 witch gods. The 12 witch gods howled as they detached from the witch god's banner, standing ready for battle. Who are you? How can there be such a powerful figure in the 3 realms? Hao Tian inquired, gazing at the newcomer with intrigue. I am called Wu Tian. You may refer to me as Wu Tian. The man in black replied, his expression stern. Hao Tian frowned. He had heard of the name Wu Tian before, in the latter stages of Journey to the West. He was a top-tier powerhouse capable of suppressing both the Tathagata and the Jade Emperor, a being who could dominate the 3 realms. I have not offended you. Why do you seek to trouble me? Hao Tian asked, his brow furrowing as he looked at Wu Tian to make tea that moment. Facing Wu Tian, Hutu, the Nether River, and Kuanpeng, even he felt a significant amount of pressure. Thus he inquired of Wu Tian, hoping to devise a strategy to break the deadlock. Heavenly Emperor, you are indeed astonishing. So much so that the saints feel threatened. I have come to eliminate you as a threat on their behalf. Wu Tian responded, his demeanor calm, like still water. Haha. Wu Tian, such an impressive individual. Yet you choose to be a pawn for the saints? How utterly laughable. Hao Tian laughed heartily as he pointed at Wu Tian. Wu Tian's expression remained unchanged, as if his composure was impeccable. You will never understand our relationship, and I shall not waste breath explaining myself to a corpse. Hao Tian, today, it has come to this. Your only fate is death. Wu Tian coldly declared as he fixed his gaze on Hao Tian. Meanwhile, the 12 witch gods had already arranged themselves into the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation. Their ancestral spirits howling, malevolent energy rising. Seeing that he could not sway Wu Tian's resolve, Hao Tian turned to Hutu. Hutu, dear friend, do you truly intend to use the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation against me? Have you not realized that the ancestor witches cannot be resurrected? Observing the ancestral spirits around him stirring restlessly, Hao Tian cast a glance at Hutu, who was controlling the formation. In truth, Hao Tian's greatest threat still lay with Hutu. Or rather, it was the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation under Hutu's command. The essence of the ancestor witches was gathered within. Even if they could not be killed, they could still pose a formidable challenge. Therefore, Hao Tian aimed to continue swaying Hutu's conviction. Hutu's expression revealed her fury. The resurrection of the 12 ancestor witches was her obsession, and Hao Tian's assertion of its impossibility infuriated her to no end. Heavenly Emperor, you shall surely die today. I shall use the countless incense offerings of your heavenly court to reconstruct the true spirits of the ancestor witches. Hutu declared, her eyes filled with wrath and determination. Do you even understand the true essence of incense offerings? How dare you claim to reconstruct divine spirits with mere incense? Do you not know that the ultimate essence of incense offerings sits in meditation as the Jade Emperor? You have forged the true spirit with incense, and what has been resurrected is not merely the ancestral shaman, but rather I, Hao Tian. Hao Tian laughed heartily, proclaiming, you have seized the opportunity of the shamanic god cult, intending to gather the true spirit of the ancestral shaman through the collective will of the people. But have you ever considered that they have never even laid eyes upon the 12 ancestral shamans? On what grounds do they believe they can condense the true spirit? Your actions are destined for failure. Hao Tian's words were sharp, relentlessly striking at the heart of Hutu. Hutu's mind was in turmoil. She vaguely felt the truth in Hao Tian's words, yet her stubbornness prevented her from accepting it. Do not heed her nonsense. Let us attack together and eliminate him. At this moment, Wu Tian's eyes revealed a hint of urgency as he lunged directly at Hao Tian. In the face of Wu Tian's assault, Hao Tian prudently chose to defend. The pure world white lotus beneath his feet shimmered. The 12-petal white lotus firmly shielded Hao Tian within its embrace. Wu Tian's black lotus also unfurled beneath him. The intent to annihilate surged fiercely as the purple-black power of the laws surged toward Hao Tian. White lotus and black lotus. Destruction and purification. The two paths continually intertwined and clashed. Simultaneously, a long sword appeared in Hao Tian's hand, relentlessly attacking Wu Tian. A flicker of surprise flashed in Wu Tian's eyes as his long sleeves waved, the black robe conjuring an endless gale to obstruct Hao Tian's onslaught. After several exchanges, Hao Tian gained a clear understanding of Wu Tian's combat prowess. A commendable realm. Alas, lacking a supreme treasure, he posed little threat to himself. While clashing, Haotian gritted her teeth and joined the fray. Though she attacked, the true form of the ancestral shaman, condensed by the Duding Great Formation, remained dormant. She merely swung her fists toward Hao Tian. Once an ancestral shaman, Haotian had later forged her divine body through virtue and creation. Thus each punch and kick she unleashed bore immeasurable power. Empowered by the cycle of reincarnation, Haotian's strikes surpassed even Wu Tian's might. Her fists and feet battered against the pure world white lotus, causing it to tremble incessantly. Although it could not break through the defenses for the time being, the pure world white lotus could not withstand too many blows. After careful consideration, Hao Tian clapped his head, and a Qian Kuan Ding appeared above him. The Qian Kuan Ding, a primordial supreme treasure, at this moment. It descended with the power of the world, shielding Hao Tian within. Though Haotian's fists were formidable, they struggled to breach the combined defenses of the Qian Kuan Ding and the pure world white lotus. You miserable wretches, come at me together. Let me show you who is truly the greatest second generation in the wilderness. Hao Tian laughed heartily, pointing his sword forward. I shall assist you. The sword of the underworld river swung. Two killing swords wielding immense power struck against the protective barrier. Yet alas, it was futile. Hao Tian remained unperturbed, his long sword descending as he faced the four attackers with unyielding calm. The Hao Tian mirror flew out, reflecting their assaults and deflecting them. The six pure bamboo also joined the fray, astonishingly withstanding four foes and suppressing them. Flames of fury ignited in their eyes. Hao Tian was indeed excessively affluent, his defense bolstered by the Qian Kuan Ding and the pure world white lotus. His offense fortified by the six pure bamboo and the Hao Tian mirror. Both attack and defense were treasures of primordial origin. Though the four were numerous, they were evidently four impoverished souls. They could scarcely muster 2 pieces of primordial treasure. Thus, under Hao Tian's equipment advantage, they were forced to retreat step by step. The Hao Tian mirror radiated boundless starlight, as the purifying power of the six pure bamboo dispelled the malevolent aura from Mount Yin. In an instant, a sacred aura began to permeate the vicinity of Mount Yin. The OU4 impoverished souls comprehend the might of a top-tier second generation. Hao Tian, adorned in heavy treasures, wielded the treasured mirror in his left hand and the six pure bamboo in his right, compelling the four to retreat with force. Their eyes burned with unfathomable rage. It was not due to their lack of cultivation, but rather the overwhelming wealth of their adversary. The onslaught was too fierce for them to withstand. Haotian, my friend, activate the 12 Duding divine formation and let the ancestral shamans encircle him. Otherwise, not only will the revival of the ancestral shamans be hopeless, but we shall also perish this day. Wu Tian glared at Haotian with ire. They had long agreed to besiege Hao Tian. Now, with four unable to overcome him, Haotian still hesitated, displaying no semblance of decisiveness. Haotian's heart was fraught with doubt, yet she knew this was no time for delay. All right, the 12 Duding divine formation shall rise. The 12 Duding divine formation commenced. The 12 ancestral shamans materialized, launching themselves toward Hao Tian. These 12 ancestral shamans were the embodiment of Haotian's obsession, and thus she had not wished to employ them lightly until the very end. After all, their revival was of utmost importance to her. The true forms of the 12 ancestral shamans emitted bloodthirsty roars, their eyes devoid of light, filled instead with malevolence and bloodlust, as the true forms of the 12 ancestral shamans descended. Hao Tian dodged incessantly, unwilling to face their attacks head-on. The 12 ancestral shamans, 12 quasi-saints at their peak. Such a formation could make even saints retreat. As the 12 ancestral shamans emerged, tears glimmered in Hotu's eyes. Her emotions overwhelming her, these ancestral shamans, bloodthirsty in their essence, charged toward Hao Tian. Hao Tian wielded the 6 pure bamboo and transformed the Hao Tian mirror into a long sword, sweeping through the air. Yet the true forms of the ancestral shamans rivaled supreme treasures, rendering Hao Tian's strikes momentarily ineffective against them. Now, seize this opportunity and annihilate him, Wu Tian shouted, charging forward. Following suit were Hutu, the underworld river, and Kuanpeng, all rushing into the fray. Hao Tian found himself besieged by over a dozen foes. He was instantly plunged into a precarious situation. Despite the protection of his treasures, he could not endure for long against the relentless assaults of the 12 ancestral shamans. At this moment, a fierce determination ignited in Hao Tian's eyes. He swung the 6 pure bamboo vigorously, constantly targeting the strongest of the ancestral shamans. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 pure bamboo relentlessly struck the advancing ancestral shamans. As for the attacks from Wu Tian, Hutu, Kuanpeng, and the underworld river, Hao Tian braced himself with his treasures, focusing his efforts on the ancestral shamans. The ancestral shamans were merely at the quasi-saint late stage. Hao Tian had already reached the threshold of the mixed origin. By concentrating his strength, he swiftly wounded several of the ancestral shamans. Fortunately, these ancestral shamans lacked intellect, driven only by instinct to attack. This alleviated some of the pressure on Hao Tian. The 6 pure bamboo transformed into a myriad of stick shadows. Striking the head of Zhu Rong with a single blow, Zhu Rong's head shattered instantly. His body stood frozen, before exploding into a cloud of blood, merging into the shamanic banner. Meanwhile, Hao Tian remained silent, sealing Zhu Rong's shattered head within the Qian Kuanding. Suppressing it, brother. Upon witnessing Zhu Rong's head being shattered and absorbed into the shamanic banner, Hutu cried out in anguish, "Return my brother's head." Hutu charged at Hao Tian, bellowing. Hao Tian's figure shifted, disregarding Hutu's pursuit. He swiftly plunged into the midst of the 12 ancestral shamans. Once again, he bore the attacks of several foes, as the 6 pure bamboo swiftly shattered another ancestral shaman. The Qian Kuanding soared forth, this time suppressing the arms of the fallen shaman. One after another, 4 great ancestral shamans have been shattered by Hao Tian, returning to the shamanic banner. Meanwhile, Hao Tian collected Zhu Rong's head, the arms of Chang Liang, the legs of Zhu Jiuyin, and the waist of Xian Ming. Hutu, my friend, do not pursue further. Activate the Duding Divine Formation, and you'll be able to restore the shattered bodies. Wu Tian observed Hutu's fluster and hurriedly called out, though blood could replenish the ancestral shaman's losses. The essence of Pangu was finite. Hutu, if you continue to assault me, I shall obliterate all that I have gathered. At that point, we shall see if you can still revive the 12 ancestral shamans. Hao Tian's state was dire. Having endured several attacks, his own power was waning. The reason he bore their assaults was to eliminate the ancestral shamans. His aim was to gather a portion of their essence. The way of heaven is constant, and the blood of Pangu is limited. Thus, the essence of the ancestral shamans is likewise finite. Especially since the 12 ancestral shamans had already perished, every fragment Hao Tian collected meant less for Hutu to gather. Even a slight deficit could impact the revival of the ancestral shamans. What will you do? Hutu's face turned pale as she gazed at Hao Tian. Bring the formation and retreat from the battlefield. Once I have dealt with these 3, we can discuss further. Hao Tian gestured toward the distance, indicating for Hutu to withdraw. Hutu hesitated. Her vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. The ancestral shamans represented her weaknesses, easily exploited by anyone. Hutu, do not be deceived by him. If you retreat, we will lose all advantage. Take tea that time. We may become mere pawns in Hao Tian's game. Currently, Hao Tian's power is dwindling. Let us suppress him together. We shall force him to yield the bodies of the ancestral shamans. Kuanpeng, sensing Hutu's indecision, quickly urged her. Among them, he was the most anxious, for while the others had means to protect themselves, if he failed to eliminate Hao Tian this time, he would likely face death at Hao Tian's hands. Indeed, Hutu, there is no retreat at this moment. A single step back could lead to our utter destruction. At that point, not only will we be unable to revive the ancestral shamans, but your own life will be in peril. Wu Qian spoke solemnly to Hutu. Without Hutu and the 12 Duding Divine Formation, they could not contend with Hao Tian. What nonsense are you spouting? Who lacks power? Hao Tian remained unfazed, pulling out 2 peaches of immortality and biting into them. These were the peaches from the root of the peach tree. Consuming them would effectively restore his power and heal his injuries. This scene caused the veins of the 4 to bulge with rage. How despicable! Is this the confidence of the Heavenly Emperor? Flames of fury ignited in their eyes, for Hao Tian's actions were truly wasteful. The 4 of them could barely conjure a single spiritual root. And Hao Tian treats the fruits of supreme spiritual roots as mere snacks that it is of no concern. He can recover his strength at will. However, the Qian Kuan Ding suppresses the remnants of the ancestral witch, relying solely on a single pure world white lotus for defense, which certainly cannot contend with the 4 of us. We too shall subdue him. Kuanping's gaze shifted, and he continued speaking this utterance. The spirits of the despondent crowd were somewhat revived. Currently, the Qian Kuan Ding is temporarily inoperable, and relying solely on the pure world white lotus cannot withstand the 4-person onslaught. Yet at this moment, a scroll suffused with the energies of yin and yang appeared in Hao Tian's hands, followed by a golden bridge that spanned the skies, securing the surroundings. The Taiji diagram. Kuanpeng stumbled over his words. Who would have expected that at such a critical juncture, Hao Tian would still possess another innate treasure? Truly a life of luxury. The 4 silently roared in their hearts. You impoverished wretches, do you still dare to resist? Hao Tian glared at the 4, issuing a fierce rebuke. Could the Heavenly Emperor guarantee the resurrection of my brother? If the Heavenly Emperor guarantees it, would Hutu be willing to surrender? Hutu appeared somewhat wavering at this moment. Hutu, do not be foolish. As long as we join forces and devote ourselves to activating the great formation of the All-Heaven, we will undoubtedly prevail. Once we achieve victory, everything will be dictated by us. Wu Qian, in a state of desperation, shouted at Hutu. That is the enemy. The enemy. There is no room for duplicity. Hao Tian looked at Hutu, knowing that agreeing with her at this moment would allow him to escape danger. I am truly sorry, Hutu, but I cannot resurrect the 12 ancestral witches. Not even I, nor any of the heavenly saints, can bring them back, Hao Tian stated. His words instantly drained the color from Hutu's face. Hutu swayed slightly, turning to look at Wu Qian. Wu Qian's expression changed, but he still forced himself to speak. The power of the saints is unfathomable. How could a mere quasi-saint like you gauge it? Hao Tian smiled faintly. Though I am lacking, I am not far from the realm of saints. The power of saints is indeed vast, but what the heavenly Tao forbids, saints cannot accomplish. What did you say? You claim the heavenly Tao forbids the resurrection of the ancestral witches. Hutu roared in despair. If the ancestral witches were to be resurrected, would it not be a defiance of the heavenly Tao? If the ancestral witches were resurrected, could they heed the will of heaven? Hao Tian replied in a calm tone. Merely posing these 2 questions shattered Hutu's resolve completely. The ancestral witches have never revered the heavenly Tao. They only worship Pangu. They trust only themselves. It is utterly impossible for them to become the subservient subjects of the heavenly Tao. Thus, beneath the heavenly Tao, the resurrection of the ancestral witches is prohibited. Did you not say that the essence of the ancestral witch's flesh and blood would suffice for resurrection? Are you still attempting to deceive me at this point? Hutu turned to question Wu Qian. Clearly, the entire situation was intricately tied to Wu Qian's machinations. My friend, do not be obstinate. The only righteous course now is to encircle and slay Hao Tian. Wu Qian looked at Hutu. His eyes filled with disappointment. This woman had far too many flaws. You must explain yourself clearly. Otherwise, I would rather die than allow you to have your way." Hutu exclaimed, her anger boiling over, her heart filled with sorrow driving her to the brink of madness. "Alas, I never wished for it to be this way. Why must you force my hand?" Wu Tian turned to Hutu, speaking with a hint of helplessness. "What do you intend to do?" Hutu asked warily. "What shall I do? Since you refuse to cooperate, I can only compel you to comply." With a wave of his hand, the 12 all-heaven god slaughter banner, once under Hutu's control, abruptly stirred. The ancestral witch's true forms, which had settled into stillness, began to move once more. Within the cycle of reincarnation, countless blood energies surged forth, flooding into the all-heaven god slaughter formation. The ancestral witch's true forms, temporarily shattered by Hao Tian, emerged once again. "How can you utilize my formation?" Hutu's eyes widened in shock, questioning him. "If this banner were not forged by me, how could it possess such power? Since it is crafted by me and serves my purpose, is that not the truth?" Wu Tian scoffed coldly, radiating an aura of authority and chill. The Hutu's eyes flashed with fury, and she prepared to strike. "I advise you against attempting to engage me. Not only must you refrain from attacking me, but you must also act with all your might. Otherwise, if I were to destroy this banner, the ancestral witches would be lost forever." Wu Tian gazed at Hutu, issuing a frigid challenge. "You scoundrel!" Hutu gritted her teeth in rage, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet at this moment, Wu Tian did not regard her. Instead, he pointed at Hao Tian. "Hutu, my friend, if you do not act now, when shall you?" Hao Tian furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated such a rapid turn of events. It could only be said that Hutu had been ensnared in other schemes from the very beginning, possessing a wealth of merit, yet occupying such a significant position in the cycle of reincarnation. She had achieved nothing. This merely underscored the inherent traits of the witch clan, which dictated both their unity and strength, ultimately sowing the seeds of their own downfall. Wu Tian's manipulation of the 12 all-heaven god slaughter formation was far more ruthless than Hutu's. The true forms of the 12 ancestral witches were formed, now imbued with even greater malevolence and malice. They lunged madly at Hao Tian, their divine abilities and physical forms relentlessly tearing at Hao Tian's protective spiritual power. Hao Tian frowned, wielding the 6 pure bamboo to continuously repel the ancestral witches. However, these ancestral witches, undaunted by death, faced Hao Tian's onslaught without flinching, even rushing to his side to self-destruct. At this moment, Hao Tian found himself in genuine peril. Witnessing the ancestral witches self-destruct one after another, only to be reconstituted, Hutu's eyes brimmed with despair, yet she was powerless to intervene, letting out a frustrated roar. "Hutu, if I were in your position, I would act without delay. If you prolong this any further, the more the ancestral witches self-destruct, the less likely they will be to coalesce again." Wu Tian's cold snort rang out, continuing to press the assault. Hutu let out a furious shout and charged directly at Hao Tian. Her fists howled as they shattered the fabric of space. At this moment, her heart was filled with a determination to die. The witch clan had fallen to such depths, and the ancestral witches had become mere playthings. Death would be a cleaner end. Hao Tian's eyes revealed urgency. With the 4 attacking and the continuous self-destruction of the ancestral witches, even with 2 innate treasures, he found it increasingly difficult to endure. At this moment, within the Taiji diagram, the voice of Laozi echoed. "Do not panic, junior brother. With my Taiji diagram present at the very least, it can ensure your true spirit remains unscathed." Laozi's voice arrived with a calm assurance. Hao Tian could only express his gratitude. The implication of remaining unscathed meant that the blows he endured would merely lead to his reincarnation. "It seems, elder brother, that you have reached some agreement." Hao Tian spoke with a hint of resignation. What responded to him was an endless silence. All beings are but pawns. Quasi-saints are no exception. Clearly, this assault on the realm of reincarnation was part of the saint scheme. The outcome of the scheme was the heavenly court losing its heavenly emperor, and the cycle of reincarnation losing Hutu. Both transcendent forces must fall, and the wild shall remain the domain of the saints, perhaps due to his identity as a disciple of the Tao ancestor. The saints reached a tacit agreement to preserve true spirits for reincarnation, But upon facing tribulations once more, would Hao Tian still be Hao Tian? Would the heavenly court still be that same heavenly court? Hao Tian did not know, nor did he wish to know, for he had never considered surrendering. Just as the conversation unfolded, the Taiji diagram lost its divine might, drilling into Hao Tian's sea of consciousness, firmly protecting his true spirit. This was Laozi's action, safeguarding Hao Tian's true spirit, representing his bottom line and stance. Meanwhile, Wu Tian burst into laughter. Hao Tian, accept your fate. The wilds will always belong to the saints, no matter how astonishing your talents. You cannot escape the saint's schemes. Hao Tian's lips curled into a bitter smile. This round indeed could not be overstated. The advantage was now mine. It was evident that Wu Tian was also aware of the saint's plot. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches were accounted for, with the 4 quasi-saints nearby. 16 individuals besieged Hao Tian. In this world, aside from the saints, no one could rescue Hao Tian. Originally, Hao Tian should have been in a state of panic. Yet he now exhaled a long breath. Do you know, my Xianmin has a tradition, which is to protect our own. Often, when the younger ones are struck, the elders come forth. When the elders are struck, even the ancient ones appear. Now that I stand here, you have already taken too long to strike. Prepare yourselves, for my reinforcements will surpass your imaginations. Hao Tian spoke nonchalantly, embodying the demeanor of a solitary master. Hao Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? The Tongtian Saint is blocked at the Eastern Sea, and Laozi's stance is also quite clear. In today's world, who could possibly save you? Kunpeng let out a hearty laugh, sensing that Hao Tian was merely stalling for time. Have you forgotten that I too have a master? My teacher is the foremost saint of the wilds, the Dao ancestor of the Zixiao Palace, the Grand Master of the 3 Pure Ones, Hongjun Daoist. Hao Tian articulated each word with clarity. Hao Tian, the greatest second-generation contender of the wilds. At this moment, Hao Tian glanced at the others with a hint of mockery. You all think your connection to a saint is something remarkable. Behind me stands the teacher of the saints. The 4 exchanged glances, especially Kunpeng, whose eyes were now filled with dread, in their fervor for revenge. They had forgotten the support behind Hao Tian. When a person reaches a certain level of power, it becomes easy for others to overlook their background. And one would remember that the saints of the heavens had teachers. Who could have imagined that the illustrious heavenly emperor would also need the backing of his master? Prove it. Kunpeng spat. The Dao ancestor is no ordinary being. Would he ever intervene for you? Hao Tian, however, paid no heed to Kunpeng's taunts. Instead, he reached for a scroll. The scroll bore the image of the Dao ancestor. At this moment, Hao Tian sincerely worshipped before the painting. The instant the scroll appeared, Wu Tian's expression changed dramatically. Quick, stop him! Wu Tian urged as the 12 all-heaven god slaughter formations surged forward, the ancestral witches madly charging towards Hao Tian. Meanwhile, the radiance of destruction wielded by Wu Tian surged forth towards Hao Tian. Kunpeng, Mingyi, Hutu also joined forces, unleashing their full might against Hao Tian. In the face of such a dire situation, Hao Tian remained unfazed. Instead, he bowed deeply before the portrait of Hongjun, humbly beseeching the teacher's divine presence. The previously half-closed eyes in the portrait suddenly flung open. A formidable aura, far surpassing that of a saint, awakened upon the scroll. A soft snort resonated from the painting. Though faint, the sound reverberated like a monumental bell, striking deep within the hearts of all present. Wu Tian and his companions were struck as if by lightning, spewing blood and hurtling backward. The ancestral witches that surged forth were utterly reduced to ashes beneath that single, disdainful sound, retreating back into the witch god banner. The Dao ancestor did not even need to intervene. With merely a hint of divine thought and a light snort, he repelled the 4 assailants surrounding Hao Tian, returning all 12 groups of witches to the witch god banner. After that disdainful sound, the scroll rolled up and fell into Hao Tian's grasp. I'm deeply grateful for the assistance of my revered master. Hao Tian dared not be careless, bowing once more to the scroll. At that moment, the 4 individuals, having been repelled by the Dao ancestor's divine sound, bore expressions of despair. Yet before they could regain their composure, a crackling sound erupted. Suddenly, in the void above, thunder roared. unbeknownst to them. A thunderpool had already materialized above their heads at this moment. With the thunderpool above him and standing upon a white lotus, Hao Tian proclaimed, "In the name of the heavenly emperor, I command the evil corpses. Transform the thunder into a sword." Hao Tian gazed at the thunderpool as he declared. Within the thunderpool, a shadow clad in black sat cross-legged. Upon hearing Hao Tian's voice, the figure rose, vanishing in a flash. The thunderpool immediately fused, morphing into a magnificent and colossal divine sword. The thunderpool transformed into a sword. This was Hao Tian's ultimate trump card. If the Dao ancestor refused to intervene, this thunderpool sword would be Hao Tian's last resort. On that fateful day, Hao Tian established the Thunder Tribulation. The evil corpse transformed into the Heavenly Tribulation. Though it could not be used frequently, in critical moments, it could harness the power of heavenly thunder. Should the Dao ancestor remain inactive, Hao Tian would wield the might of the heavens and thunder to forcefully break the deadlock, battling for survival. With the thunderous giant sword in hand, Hao Tian wasted no time in sweeping it towards the 12 witch gods. Their ability to besiege him depended entirely on the ancestral witches summoned by the witch god banner. By destroying them, he would secure his invincibility. As the thunder descended, the witch god banner creaked ominously. Soon, 2 of its components shattered. No. Please no. The thunder swept through, obliterating everything in its path, yet a figure stood before the witch god banner. It was Hutu. In a moment of despair and fury, she stood resolutely before the banner. Hao Tian did not hesitate. He urged the thunderous giant sword towards Hutu. At this juncture, not only could Hutu block his path, even Yuhua herself would not deter Hao Tian. Anything that posed a threat to him had to be annihilated. Heavenly Emperor, grant us a chance. Hutu is willing to surrender. Feeling the unparalleled energy contained within the thunderous giant sword, Hutu cried out, yet Hao Tian offered her no reprieve. You wish to surrender now? It is too late. The purple arcs of lightning danced upon the giant sword, propelling Hutu backward. Without a moment's pause, Hao Tian swung the sword again, intent on decisively ending Hutu. 1 down. 1 to go, as it seemed Hutu was on the brink of perishing beneath Hao Tian's blade. A flicker of relief appeared in her eyes. Hao Tian's heart tightened, yet the celestial edicts warned him. Hutu must not be killed, but the sword light had already been unleashed, making it impossible to retract. Despite his intentions, Hao Tian could not avert the impending doom that "Oh, not harm my lady." A thunderous voice boomed from behind Hutu. Xingqian's form emerged from the void, standing defiantly before Hutu. He swung his colossal axe, attempting to block Hao Tian's strike. Yet alas, Hao Tian, empowered by the Thunderpool sword, truly possessed the might of primordial chaos. Though Xingqian had attained the status of an ancestral witch, he could not withstand this force. The blade of light tore through the giant axe, slicing perilously close to Xingqian's neck. Though gravely injured, Hutu survived under Xingqian's protection. Hao Tian breathed a sigh of relief. At least she was not dead. Xingqian, what brings you here? Are you unharmed? Hutu gazed at Xingqian with concern, for he was the hope of the witch clan and could not afford to be harmed. Xingqian turned to Hao Tian. As long as you are well, that is all that matters. However, before he could finish, he felt the world spin around him. Amid Hutu's horrified cries, Xingqian's head fell to the ground. In light of the situation, Hao Tian paid it no mind. He casually swept the still intact witch god banner into his possession. At that moment, Hao Tian turned to survey his surroundings. Wu Tian had long since slipped into the reincarnation passage when the Dao ancestor's divine thought was unleashed. He was now heading towards the fissure of the 3 realms. The abyss of heaven. Wu Tian, being the most powerful and swift, was already quite near the abyss. The fissure of the 3 realms, the abyss of heaven, served as the source of the weak waters and was formed from the collapse of the mountain of no return, creating a gap amidst the 3 realms. In this place, the heavenly path was absent, and it became a gathering ground for various demonic entities of the 3 realms. Once Wu Tian entered, Hao Tian found it difficult to pursue him. At this juncture, only Mingyi and Kuanping remained. Kuanping, with his incredible speed, had already exited the realm of reincarnation. The ancestor of Mingyi, being the slowest, had reached the entrance of reincarnation. Hao Tian could not afford to let him escape and seized the opportunity to strike. The power of thunder blazed forth, instantly shattering Mingi's corporeal form. Though his body was destroyed, Mingi did not perish. Two swords of slaughter soared, carrying remnants of his essence deep into the sea of blood. Hao Tian furrowed his brow but did not pursue further. Mingi could not be killed now. He would have to settle the score at a later date. With a light step, Hao Tian exited the cycle of reincarnation, pursuing Kunpeng. Although Kunpeng was fast, he could not match Hao Tian, who was several tiers above. With half a step into primordial chaos and the stimulation of thunder, Hao Tian's speed temporarily rivaled that of a saint. In just a few breaths, he caught sight of Kunpeng's silhouette. Kunpeng, now devoid of pretenses, understood that falling into Hao Tian's hands meant certain death. "Lady, save me! Lady!" Kunpeng cried out, soaring towards the boundless chaos. Hao Tian remained composed, allowing the thunderpool sword to dissipate, replacing it with an ordinary spiritual treasure. The sword energy howled, continuously exacerbating Kunpeng's injuries. Kunpeng was in great distress, yet he pressed on towards the chaos. Hao Tian swung his sword energy, driving Kunpeng further into the chaos. He was eager to see if Yuhua would emerge this time to rescue Kunpeng. Meanwhile, the four who had besieged Hao Tian, Mingi had been shattered by Hao Tian and retreated into the sea of blood. Unable to act for the time being, Wu Tian had burrowed into the abyss, a place where the heavenly path could not enter. Thus, Hao Tian had no means to pursue him. Hoodoo had been defeated by Hao Tian and remained in the realm of reincarnation. Although the heavenly path was encroaching upon reincarnation, the underworld ultimately belonged to Hoodoo. The heavenly path also could not permit Hoodoo to truly perish. After all, if Hoodoo were to die, it could lead to unforeseen complications within reincarnation. At least for the foreseeable future, the heavenly path would still need to preserve Hoodoo. Consequently, by the end, the only one Hao Tian could truly eliminate was Kunpeng himself. Kunpeng could indeed be slain, but Hao Tian had no intention of doing so just yet. At this moment in the heavenly court, slaying one or two quasi-saints would no longer establish authority. Hao Tian intended to kill him before the saints, thereby allowing the myriad creatures of the primordial world to witness the majesty of the heavenly court. In the realm of reincarnation, Hutu gazed at Xingtian's severed head, engulfed in profound sorrow. Though Xingtian's head had fallen, his fighting spirit remained unbroken, still standing silently. Why? Hutu's eyes flowed with blood tears as she howled towards the heavens. Yet no one responded to her plight. After a long while, Hutu managed to somewhat calm her emotions, preparing to gather Xingtian's remains. "If you wish to prevent him from truly dying, do not touch him." A voice, tinged with authority, echoed in Hutu's ear. Subsequently, a fiery domain descended beside Hutu. She lifted her gaze to the newcomer, who bore a striking resemblance to Hao Tian. It was none other than Hao Tian's incarnation. "The Jade Emperor! I, the Jade Emperor, pay my respects to my friend Hutu." The Jade Emperor greeted Hutu with a bow and a smile. "Your incarnation comes not to mock me. I presume I, Hutu, would rather die than endure your derision." Hutu's countenance darkened as she glared at the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor replied with a smile, "I come not to trouble you, but rather to assist you in alleviating your plight. What aid can a defeated general offer?" Hutu responded with a hint of despondency. "Though your witch clan is defeated, you have merely returned to the situation post-witch and demon war, while the 12 ancestral witches cannot be revived. Xingtian has not truly perished," the Jade Emperor remarked with a gentle smile. Although the Jade Emperor's incarnation was merely a mid-tier quasi-saint, he did not find himself at a disadvantage when facing half a step into primordial chaos like Hutu. He could even suppress her with sheer presence. Xingtian still has hope? Hutu's expression brightened as she looked at the Jade Emperor. Though his body has perished, his spirit endures. Xingtian harbors a deep-seated will, unwilling to succumb to death. Though his head has fallen and his true spirit has been damaged, remnants remain that can sustain him. He may even thrive better than before, the Jade Emperor mused, glancing at Xingtian. Xingtian is indeed an anomaly among the witch clan. Lacking divine abilities, his very being embodies the Tao. He has carved out a unique path within the witch clan, fighting spirit. He condenses his fighting spirit within his flesh. It surpasses all divine techniques. It is precisely this fighting spirit that has preserved a portion of his true spirit, preventing him from perishing beneath Hao Tian's blade. What does the Heavenly Emperor desire? Hutu, being astute, understood that everything in this world is a matter of exchange. There are no altruistic acts. All authority over reincarnation belongs to the Heavenly Court. You may retain a mere 30% of the fortunes associated with it. But rest assured, I shall manage reincarnation. Even with just 30% of the fortunes, it will undoubtedly surpass what you have previously obtained. Hao Tian proposed to Hao Yu to this moment. The heavenly path encroached upon reincarnation. Yet, it had not fully occupied it. At present, the heavenly Tao occupies merely half of the authority over the cycle of reincarnation, and thus does not dare to exert excessive pressure. Relying on negotiations to obtain the rights of reincarnation is, indeed, a rather commendable approach. Huda took a deep breath and inquired, "Do I have the right to refuse?" "I believe as an individual I do possess that right. However, when it comes to the entirety of the witch clan, I fear it may not be so." The Jade Emperor responded with a beaming smile. "In that case, I shall agree, but I kindly request the Heavenly Emperor to cast a spell to revive Xing Tian first." Hutu composed herself and stated, "This matter is quite simple. Xing Tian's current condition stems from the absence of his true spirit, and the best way to replenish it is through the enhancement of one's origin. I possess a portion of the blood of the primordial witches. As long as it is integrated into his being, it will facilitate his revival." With a wave of his hand, the Jade Emperor summoned the Qian Kun Ding from the void. The body of the primordial witch, recently collected by Hao Tian, had already been refined into a drop of essence blood. The Jade Emperor did not feel regretful. He waved his hand and infused it into Xing Tian's body. As the essence blood entered, Xing Tian's previously motionless form suddenly sprang to life. His eyes became his focus, and his navel his mouth. Wielding a massive axe, he began to rampage, causing destruction in a fit of madness. "What is happening, Heavenly Emperor?" Hutu, witnessing Xing Tian's revival, was initially overjoyed. However, Xing Tian's current frenzy filled her with deep concern. "Fear not, it is merely due to the excessively high quality of the primordial witch's essence blood. It is simply too potent." The Jade Emperor discerned the issue at a glance. That drop of essence blood was derived from Hao Tian shattering several primordial witches and was not merely the blood of a single one. Coupled with the Qian Kun Ding's influence, it was approaching the essence of Peng Yu. In simple terms, this infusion has been more than sufficient. Let him find a quiet place to digest it, and upon his emergence, I trust his cultivation will see significant advancement. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, and Xing Tian's body was instantly immobilized. Then, with a surge of magic, Xing Tian appeared within a great mountain in the southern part of the primordial realm. The mountain split open, swallowing Xing Tian within. Xing Tian let out a furious roar, his vitality surging forth. Hao Tian waved his hand, and a talisman descended, bestowing a seal upon the mountain. The talisman effectively suppressed Xing Tian within. "Let this mountain be named Changyang Mountain," the Jade Emperor declared, gazing into the void. And as he spoke, the laws followed. Spiritual energy began to gather naturally in the mountain, and a stone tablet descended. "Named Changyang. Is this satisfactory, my friend?" The Jade Emperor smiled at Hu. "The Heavenly Emperor can do this. I am thoroughly convinced." Hutu replied with a smile. At this juncture, Hutu had come to understand that as long as the witch clan still existed, that was sufficient. Given the circumstances, my friend may reside in reincarnation or venture anywhere within the primordial realm. Shortly, I shall dispatch divine officials to formally commence the management of reincarnation, the Jade Emperor said to Hutu. Meanwhile, within the primordial realm, Kuanping emerged from the exit of reincarnation, pursued relentlessly by Hao Tian to the entrance of chaos. Throughout the chase, he made numerous attempts. However, he did not seek Kuanping's life. Kuanping continuously cried out for his mistress's rescue. Yet no one came to his aid. At this moment, all eyes within the primordial realm converged upon the scene. Hao Tian's intentions were as clear as day upon his face. Slap the face of the sage. "Mistress, save me." There was not a soul in the primordial realm unaware of whom Kunpeng was calling upon. Yet, despite his cries for help echoing from reincarnation to chaos, he awaited a savior who never arrived. Within the heavenly court, Yaoqi looked towards Hao Tian, her gaze filled with concern. Having just escaped a great calamity, was Hao Tian now to confront the sage head-on? In the chaos, Tong Tian continued his pursuit of Zhuni. Cleaving through the air, sensing Hao Tian's presence, Tong Tian burst into laughter, abandoning Zhunti and returning to Bio Palace. Hao Tian had triumphed. Continuing the fight held no further significance. Zhuni's face turned ashen as he gazed at Hao Tian, but did not linger. Instead, turning back toward the west. In the chaos, Kunpeng could already glimpse Yuhua Palace. A glimmer of survival ignited in his eyes. He desperately strained his organs, hastening his speed. Hao Tian leisurely regarded Kunpeng, just as Kunpeng was about to enter Yuhua Palace. Hao Tian swung his sword, unleashing a beam of sword light that pinned Kunpeng to the square before Yuhua Palace. Kunpeng let out a pained howl as Hao Tian's sword light eroded his very essence, extinguishing his vitality. Enough, Hao Tian! A soft reprimand emanated from Yuhua Palace. Subsequently, Yuhua appeared before the palace, her expression icy. "Sister Yuhua, I thought you were in seclusion all this time. It has been so long since your last appearance." Hao Tian remarked with a smile directed at Yuhua. Yuhua felt somewhat awkward, for she had made an agreement with Hao Tian. Upon entering reincarnation, she would act against Hutu. Yet when Hao Tian called for aid, Yuhua hesitated to respond. Unlike Tong Tian, who faced obstruction from the sages, she had remained within Yuhua Palace, never venturing out. Thus, encountering Hao Tian left her feeling rather uneasy. "Mistress, save me." Hao Tian disregarded the mistress's dignity, acting recklessly within Yuhua Palace. Kunpeng implored, "I beseech you to uphold justice." As Kunpeng was pinned by the sword energy, his words dripped with provocation. Yuhua glanced at Kunpeng, then at the bloodied front hall of Yuhua Palace. At this moment, countless divine thoughts across the primordial realm were fixated upon this scene. Yuhua's expression darkened instantaneously. With a wave of her hand, a surge of magic was unleashed to rescue Kunpeng. However, as Yuhua's magic approached Kunpeng, intending to disperse the sword energy, a sudden divine fire erupted from within the sword energy, causing Kunpeng to scream in agony. "Junior brother, are you intentionally trying to make things difficult for me?" Having failed to disperse the energy, Yuhua's face turned frostbitten as she turned to Hao Tian. Hao Tian's sword energy not only pinned Kunpeng, but could erupt at any moment to claim his life. This left Yuhua in a predicament, whether to rescue him or not. Hao Tian chuckled. "Sister is a sage. What merit do I, Hao Tian, possess to dare challenge a sage? Then what is your intention, junior brother?" Yuhua pointed at Kunpeng, her voice laced with anger. "I recall the last time Kunpeng trespassed into the Star River. It was you, sister, who shielded him. At that time, I warned you that should Kunpeng fall in my hands again, I would not show mercy. Today, I have merely come to fulfill my promise. I wish to demonstrate to the entire primordial realm that the gravest fault of humanity is indecisiveness, akin to shifting allegiances, ultimately pleasing neither side. One cannot be so greedy as to desire everything." Hao Tian pointed at Kunpeng, his words resonating with veiled implications directed at Yuhua. The optimal resolution to the matter regarding Yuhua would have been to eliminate Kunpeng at the very moment he first cried for help. However, Yuhua hesitated, unwilling to forsake Kunpeng, while also reluctant to entirely offend Hao Tian, leading to the current predicament. In truth, since Yuhua had broken her promise and ensnared Hao Tian, he had resolved to show her a taste of retribution. Now, utilizing Kunpeng's situation was merely the first step in Hao Tian asserting his authority. "Hao Tian, I grant you one final chance. Release Kunpeng and return to the heavenly court. Otherwise, do not blame me for teaching you a lesson as your elder sister." Yuhua's expression hardened, the remnants of guilt swiftly dissipating in the face of Hao Tian's dominance. Anger surged within her chest. It seemed that after years of inaction, mortals had forgotten the dignity of the sage. Though Hao Tian was the heavenly emperor, he remained an insect in the grand scheme of things. Today, this insect dared to challenge the dignity of a sage. Kunpeng would surely perish today. I declare it. Not even a sage can save him. Hao Tian fixed his gaze upon Yuhua, enunciating each word with gravity. Yuhua smiled, her breathtaking visage adorned with a chilling smirk. She regarded Hao Tian as one would a corpse. A sage must not be insulted. To insult one is to court death. Do you comprehend your actions, junior brother? Yuhua's gaze bore into Hao Tian, her tone imbued with an inexplicable essence that a sage cannot be bound by rules. A single insult to a sage can seal your death warrant, even if a sage schemes against you, even if you are in the right. However, in the presence of a sage, you must exhibit humility and courtesy. Otherwise, a sage has every justification to strike you down. This is the consensus among all sages. The goal is to uphold the dignity of a sage. A sage must not be insulted, and the heavenly emperor must not be deceived. Today, as your elder sister, I wish to teach you a lesson in the name of the sage, and we shall see if your fists are strong enough. Hao Tian regarded Yuhua without yielding, dismissing her threats as inconsequential. With these words, he had effectively declared war upon Yuhua. At this moment, countless gazes across the boundless primordial realm converged upon the scene, especially those of the deities within the heavenly court. They were all observing their heavenly emperor. Daoist friend, we must be on guard. In the event that our senior brother falters, we may need to plead for the sage's mercy, Yaoqi remarked, glancing at the Queen Mother of the West and Zheng Yuanzi. Hao Tian's audacity to confront a sage was something she had never anticipated. I perceive the heavenly emperor possesses considerable confidence. He must have some assurance. If the situation turns dire, we shall act together in hopes of securing a glimmer of hope. Zheng Yuanzi responded. Indeed, I shall stand by my fellow Daoist. The Queen Mother of the West smiled at Zheng Yuanzi. Yaoqi paid no heed to the burgeoning camaraderie between the two, her attention solely focused on the unfolding events beyond the heavens. Hao Tian dares to offend the dignity of the sage. You are courting death. Today, let us see who meets their demise first. Kunpeng, who had been feigning death at the side, erupted into laughter at Hao Tian's audacity to confront the sage. When I return, if you have another opportunity to speak, I shall sever my ties with the heavenly emperor. Hao Tian replied to Kunpeng in a leisurely tone. Kunpeng was momentarily taken aback by Hao Tian's icy threat. Rendered speechless, yet, upon catching sight of Yuhua, his courage surged once more. Mistress is invincible. I implore you to uphold justice. Yuhua, however, paid no attention to Kunpeng, her demeanor calm as she regarded Hao Tian. This place is unsuitable. How about we engage in a battle amidst the chaos? Yuhua gestured towards the tumultuous void. Precisely. Hao Tian, undaunted, stepped lightly forward, already immersing himself in the boundless chaos. In the midst of the chaos, Yuhua and Hao Tian stood facing each other. Yuhua stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze towards Hao Tian filled with contempt. Hao Tian, similarly, did not draw his spiritual treasures, quietly observing Yuhua. You may strike first. Otherwise, should I choose to act, you shall find no opportunity. Yuhua regarded Hao Tian, her pride unmistakable. As the sole female sage of the Primordial Era, she possessed every right to such pride. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. Hao Tian bowed slightly. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened with intensity. With a single step, Hao Tian shattered a segment of chaos, his entire form transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Yuhua. Yuhua raised an eyebrow, slightly nodding at the display of Hao Tian's power. Yet she still exuded absolute confidence. As Hao Tian drew nearer, Yuhua concentrated the power of a sage in her hand, launching an attack towards him, a singular strike, imbued with sage's might, transcending the realm of quasi-sages. Precisely landed upon Hao Tian. A faint smile crept upon Yuhua's lips. Even a single strike of sage power was not something a quasi-sage could withstand. However, before her smile could fully bloom, it vanished entirely. Hao Tian swung his fist, an overwhelming intent accompanying it, clashing against the sage's power with his chaotic flesh. Bang! The collision ignited a tempest of chaos. Hao Tian surged through the energy tide, utterly unfazed, continuing his advance towards Yuhua. Yuhua's expression tightened. Oh, she exclaimed softly. Yuhua promptly intensified her magical output. The sage's power in her grasp transformed from meticulous precision into a surging tide, crashing towards Hao Tian. Hao Tian laughed heartily. Excellent. A Dao fruit suddenly materialized above his brow, radiating brilliance. At this moment, the Dao fruit was crystalline and solid, evidently perfected. Empowered by the Dao fruit, the aura of 9 dragons enveloped Hao Tian, propelling him towards Yuhua. Yuhua furrowed her brow. Hao Tian's strength exceeded her expectations. Relying solely on her sage power, she found herself somewhat at a disadvantage. As Hao Tian approached, Yuhua conjured a treasure, the red embroidered ball. She was unwilling to allow Hao Tian to close the distance. Setting aside the fact that close combat was not Yuhua's forte, being engaged at such proximity would tarnish her dignity as a sage. After all, in the current age of sage battles, aside from Hao Tian, the primary means of combat revolve around the clash of Dao techniques and innate treasures. Should she allow Hao Tian to close in, even if she emerged victorious, it would reflect poorly on her. The red embroidered ball launched forth, aimed at Hao Tian. A flicker of seriousness crossed Hao Tian's eyes. The red embroidered ball was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, capable of breaking through chaos and shaping the world in Yuhua's hands. Faced with the strike of the red embroidered ball, Hao Tian did not act recklessly. With a thought, a 6-root pure bamboo soared forth to meet it. Meanwhile, Hao Tian's main body continued its charge towards Yuhua. Yuhua's brow creased as she attempted to manipulate the red embroidered ball to strike down the pure bamboo. Though both were top-tier spiritual treasures, the one controlling the superior treasure was a sage. However, contrary to Yuhua's expectations, the pure bamboo not only withstood the assault of the red embroidered ball, but even began to suppress it. A glimmer of panic flickered in Yuhua's eyes at that moment. Hao Tian had already reached her side. Behold my heavenly emperor fist. Hao Tian's eyes ignited with fervent battle intent, the aura of 9 dragons swirling around him as he unleashed the heavenly emperor fist towards Yuhua. Yuhua's figure flickered as she attempted to evade, yet she found herself locked onto by Hao Tian's battle intent. With no other choice, Yuhua conjured a blue lotus lamp in her hand. The lamp radiated boundless light, shielding Yuhua securely. Hao Tian's fist struck the lamp, yet it struggled to breach the luminous barrier surrounding the blue lotus. With a single strike, he was repelled. Hao Tian gazed once more at Yuhua. Sister, do you now comprehend what it means to insult the heavenly emperor? Yuhua's expression darkened. In the recent conflict, she had, in strict terms, lost a step. By employing a spiritual treasure first, Yuhua had already conceded in the contest of Dao techniques, utilizing 2 treasures while Hao Tian had only employed 1, clearly indicating the outcome that I never anticipated, junior brother, that you would reach such a level unbeknownst to me. Yuhua expressed her astonishment, realizing that although she had not exerted her full strength, her sage status was undeniable. Hao Tian's ability to contend with her indicated he had achieved sage-like prowess. This moment, not only Yuhua, but even the observing saints were engulfed in astonishment. Aside from the 6 sages, a 7th sage had emerged in the Primordial Era. As the divine way rises, I am the progenitor of all gods, the heavenly emperor of this realm. I must possess the realm of chaos, Hao Tian declared openly, looking at Yuhua. Ever since he triumphed in the reincarnation war, Hao Tian had promptly dispatched the Jade Emperor to the underworld. Reaching an agreement with He, the heavenly court officially took command of the underworld. At that moment, Hao Tian also established the god lineage within the underworld. Though he did not immediately appoint the emperor of the underworld, he arranged for the 10 Yama kings and several judges to temporarily oversee the underworld's affairs. With the establishment of the god lineage, the reincarnation pen, the book of life and death, and other spiritual treasures emerged. As the underworld began to function, the heavenly emperor's Dao fruit reached a state of perfection within the realm of the divine way. The heavenly gods, earth gods, gods of incense, alongside the newly established god lineage, encompass the realms of heaven, earth, gods, and spirits, marking the divine way's entry into a stage of completeness. With his Dao fruit perfected, Hao Tian possessed the confidence to confront Yuhua directly. Otherwise, with the strength of a half-step into chaos, How could he dare to challenge a sage? Hao Tian gazed at Yuhua. Yuhua returned his gaze at this moment. Both were reassessing each other's combat capabilities. From their recent clash, Yuhua understood that she might not be able to subdue Hao Tian. His realm was not inferior to hers, and more importantly, he possessed an abundance of spiritual treasures. Hao Tian also recognized that Yuhua was unlikely to be his opponent. After all, while Yuhua had many treasures, only one could truly match the map of mountains and rivers. He still had several treasures yet to deploy. Should a true battle ensue, it would likely be Yuhua who would suffer. Junior brother, what do you intend to do? Yuhua sighed helplessly regarding Hao Tian. The circumstances favored strength, now that the heavenly court possessed Hao Tian. A formidable force, it truly held the power to pressure the Primordial Era. The Kunpeng must die, Hao Tian declared to Yuhua. Yuhua chuckled bitterly. Junior brother, could you consider my dignity as your elder sister? Killing within my Yuhua palace would strip me of all face as a sage. Sister, when you abandoned me, did you ever ponder my feelings? Hao Tian replied lightly, his words carrying an undeniable weight. Yuhua revealed a wry smile. The day she forsook Hao Tian was indeed a grave mistake, primarily because the promises made were far too enticing. After all, the position of Heavenly Emperor was something Hao Tian could never offer. If my sister is unwilling to cooperate, I can only show you what the wrath of the Heavenly Emperor truly entails. Hao Tian proclaimed, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. Yuhua's anger flared. Since attaining her Dao, no one had dared to address her in such a manner, though she sensed that her current prowess might not match Hao Tian's. Her dignity as a sage would not permit her to concede. Should she yield this time, she would find it impossible to hold her head high before Hao Tian in the future. Sister, given the circumstances. Should you remain obstinate, I will not hold back, Hao Tian warned, revealing the Hao Tian mirror in his hand. A white lotus appeared beneath his feet, indicating his readiness for battle. Hao Tian, come and fight, Yuhua commanded, unfurling a scroll above her head. Summoning the powers of heaven and earth, the map of mountains and rivers manifesting in her grasp. Without further ado, Hao Tian manipulated his treasures, launching an assault towards Yuhua. The 6-root pure bamboo suppressed the red embroidered ball. The Hao Tian mirror radiated immeasurable brilliance, relentlessly bombarding Yuhua's protective treasure. In a matter of exchanges, Yuhua began to feel the weight of her predicament. While her treasures were not few, she possessed only 2 top-tier, innate spiritual treasures. And now, faced with Hao Tian's 2 supreme treasures, she found herself at a disadvantage. Since attaining her Dao, there had been no significant battles among sages. Thus, this clash drew the attention of all celestial sages, as well as the myriad beings of the Primordial Era. Should Yuhua falter, she would be the first sage to be defeated in the Primordial Era. At this moment, Yuhua unleashed her true fire, continuously crafting creation divine thunder in her hand, directing it towards Hao Tian. The thunder, infused with the essence of life, brimmed with destructive power, yet was effortlessly blocked by Hao Tian's purifying white lotus. The battle continued for several hundred exchanges, both entering a stalemate. While Hao Tian held the advantage, it was not sufficient to secure victory. Yuhua, though at a disadvantage, remained well protected by the map of mountains and rivers. This was the typical state of affairs in battles between sages. Each was unable to overcome the other, leading to various compromises. Junior brother, this cannot continue. The Kunpeng is but an ant to us. Allow me to handle it, ensuring it does not reappear in the Primordial Era. Yuhua proposed to Hao Tian. Hao Tian scoffed, no need for my sister to intervene. I can manage my own enemies. Hao Tian, I have graciously extended my respect to you. Do not display such a lack of decorum. Our entanglement, devoid of resolution, has persisted long enough. Should you continue to harass me, I shall seek the counsel of our teacher and lodge a complaint against you. Yuhua, somewhat vexed, has already made her sentiments known. Yet Hao Tian remains relentless. Such behavior is unbecoming of a sage. Senior sister, prepare to receive my final move. If this technique fails to yield a decisive outcome, I shall turn and leave, relinquishing the Kunpeng to your discretion. A resolute gleam shone in Hao Tian's eyes as he intensified his magical output. Do not speak of one move. Even 1,000 would yield the same result. Yuhua retorted dismissively, although she heightened her vigilance. With a swift motion, Hao Tian propelled himself toward Yuhua. She chuckled lightly, employing her old tactics. "Junior brother, you must be out of tricks." As she taunted, she maneuvered the red embroidered ball towards him. Observing the approaching ball, Hao Tian similarly commanded 6 pure bamboo stalks to resist, while continuing his advance toward Yuhua. She let out a cold huff, unleashing the treasured lotus lamp, from which boundless primal fire surged forth, engulfing the space toward Hao Tian. Hao Tian summoned the Hao Tian mirror, intercepting the lotus lamp. He was now but a short distance from Yuhua, yet the image of the mountains and rivers remained impenetrable above her. "Return, junior brother. You cannot breach my defenses." Yuhua leisurely gestured toward the image above her head, a pinnacle of innate spiritual treasure, boasting formidable protective capabilities. "Senior sister. Have you ever heard the saying?" Unfazed, Hao Tian continued his movements while inquiring of Yuhua. "What?" she instinctively responded. "Fortune can connect with the divine." As he spoke, a coin, circular with a square hole and sprouting wings, soared towards the image of the mountains and rivers. To Yuhua's astonishment, the coin circled the image before she sensed a severance of connection with it. "How dare you!" Yuhua exclaimed fiercely, intent on reclaiming her treasure. As she approached, the coin swiftly retreated. Upon reclaiming her spiritual artifact, she felt the connection re-established, an instinctual joy quickly eclipsed by a sudden gust. Before Yuhua's incredulous gaze, a hand appeared before her and landed a resounding slap across her face. Smack! The sharp sound resonated throughout the chaos. Just as Yuhua reached for her treasure, Hao Tian had seized the moment to deliver a striking blow. Yuhua stood frozen, the sting on her cheek igniting an inferno of rage within her, consuming her reason. "How dare you strike me? How could you?" Instinctively, she covered her face, the imprint of the slap stark against her exquisite visage. Her eyes burned with murderous intent, and in an instant, hatred for Hao Tian overwhelmed her rationality. "I will have your life," she roared, her hands swirling as immeasurable power surged toward Hao Tian. "Calm yourself, senior sister. You are no match for me at this moment." Amidst Yuhua's bewildered expression, Hao Tian once again delivered her a resounding slap. Consumed by rage, she had neglected to wield her protective artifact. Witnessing Yuhua's fury, Hao Tian had no choice but to resort to such methods to temper her wrath. One slap on the left, another on the right. "Ah, quite symmetrical." Hao Tian mused with satisfaction at his handiwork. "Anger does not amplify your strength. It merely exposes your vulnerabilities." After delivering his blows, Hao Tian remarked cheekily, "Death, all must die." At that moment, Yuhua's fury surged, her gaze chillingly icy that a wave of dark energy erupted from her being, plunging her into a frenzy, abandoning her previous calm. "This is not good. Sister is about to succumb to madness." "Hao Tian, lend your aid." A voice emanated from within Hao Tian as the Taiji diagram flew forth from him, manifesting a golden bridge of yin and yang, descending upon Yuhua to suppress her. "All must die." As the golden bridge descended, Yuhua bellowed. Her immense power clashed against the Taiji diagram. "Junior brother, hurry and assist. If Yuhua completely succumbs to madness, it will be no laughing matter." From afar, Laozi arrived, his Linglong tower radiating boundless merit. Seeking to dispel the dark energy from Yuhua, Hao Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, wondered why such a fragile psyche could be pushed to madness by merely 2 slaps. During their previous encounter, he had not even utilized his full power. The imprints of his 2 slaps had long since dissipated beneath Yuhua's magic. Hao Tian's actions could be described as minimally harmful yet profoundly insulting. This caused the once unassailable Yuhua to experience a collapse of her resolve. "What are you dawdling for? Act and subdue her." A voice echoed in Hao Tian's ear, this time belonging to Tong Tian. Just as Hao Tian was entangled in thought, Tong Tian had already arrived in the chaos. Accompanying him was Yuan Shi. The auspicious aura of the 9 Heavens celebration filled the air, with the Qingping sword transforming into streaks of azure light, also bearing down on Yuhua. "Sister, calm your mind and use your merit to suppress your consciousness. Hao Tian's voice resonated as Yuhua, caught between heaven and humanity, recognized her discordant state and endeavored to regain control. The Linglong Tower, suffused with the golden light of merit, Laozi tirelessly manipulated the tower. As the merit continued to descend, aiding Yuhua in restoring her equilibrium, Hao Tian's Qingping sword radiated a gentle azure glow, continuously soothing Yuhua's spirit. Very well. Hao Tian observed Yuhua with a hint of resignation. This moment. Her once red-hot eyes retained a glimmer of clarity. The pure world white lotus emerged, and the 6 pure bamboo stalks descended. The purifying power infused into Yuhua, aiding in the expulsion of her malevolent aura. In no time, under the combined efforts of Laozi, Yuan Shi, Hao Tian, and Hao Tian, Yuhua's situation was effectively contained. Junior brother, could you not be a tad gentler? Hao Tian voiced his exasperation as he stood beside Hao Tian, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. Clearly pleased with Hao Tian's prowess. Brother, it is not that I struck too hard. Rather, it is that sister was overly lenient. Hao Tian waved his hand, a hint of helplessness in his tone, that I will kill you. Their conversation, unguarded, naturally reached Yuhua's ears. The previously stabilizing Yuhua suddenly erupted once more. A tempest of fury surged toward Hao Tian. Hao Tian dared not provoke Yuhua further, bracing himself for her onslaught. Subsequently, the Qian Kun ding descended. Be subdued, Hao Tian roared, the ding pressing down resolutely. He harbored no intentions of mercy. This Yuhua had betrayed him, nearly leading to his demise. Now in such a frenzied state, Hao Tian had no qualms about submerging her into the depths of chaos with the Qian Kun ding. Hao Tian, you shall perish, Yuhua shouted, preparing to strike again. Brothers, let us act together to restrain her. Laozi furrowed his brow as the Taiji diagram and Linglong Tower fully awakened. The energies of yin and yang swirled, swiftly partitioning the battlefield. He referred to them as brothers, not junior brothers, clearly reluctant to let Hao Tian intervene further. He feared for Yuhua's safety, as well as the potential to further incite her wrath. Hao Tian and Yuan Shi, equally troubled, charged toward Yuhua. Another round of turmoil ensued. At last, her madness was once again subdued. Laozi, wearied, glanced at Hao Tian. Your methods are commendable, yet your temperament is a touch too fierce. Hao Tian, appearing innocent, replied, I am not truly hot-tempered. Those who are truly furious have already lost their mind. To Hao Tian's yin and yang comments left the Sanqing speechless. You shall perish. Upon hearing Hao Tian's taunt, Yuhua exploded with rage. The 3 sages glared at Hao Tian. Perhaps, junior brother, you should take your leave. Your assistance is not currently required, Laozi suggested, his voice laden with fatigue. This elder brother of the Xianmen appeared thoroughly exhausted, surrounded by a cadre of dim-witted junior siblings. Thus, junior brother shall take my leave for now. Hao Tian turned to depart, paying no mind to the disturbances behind him. With Hao Tian's absence, the Sanqing united, quickly restoring tranquility to the Yuhua palace. Within the palace, Yuhua regained her clarity and addressed the 3 sages. I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Sister is too courteous. We are all part of the Xianmen and must assist one another, Laozi responded calmly. Yuan Shi and Hao Tian nodded in agreement, remaining silent. With this matter concluded, we too must take our leave. Laozi sighed, preparing to exit. Hao Tian and Yuan Shi followed suit, bowing as they departed. Yuan nodded. In that case, I shall not detain the 3 elder brothers. She watched them leave the Yuhua palace. A glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. At that moment, Laozi's voice echoed in her ears. Sister acted remarkably well. Next time, do refrain. Yuhua's body trembled, the mischief in her eyes transforming into bitterness. Clearly, she had been feigning. A sage is inextricably linked with the Tao. How could there be any possibility of succumbing to madness? This was merely Yuhua's stratagem to conclude the matter. Sages value their reputation, but they value their interests even more. Having been humiliated, Yuhua's descent into madness would serve to mitigate the repercussions of this incident. Furthermore, following this event, It was likely that Hao Tian would think twice before pressing her too hard, for she was indeed a sage capable of sudden madness. The sage is not to be feared. Rather, it is the sage who lacks a sense of decorum that inspires trepidation. In this day and age, Enhua seeks to leave such an impression before Hao Tian. Yet, she is not the sole wise individual in this world. There are always those who can see through it all. Hao Tian returns to the primordial chaos, directly entering the heavenly court. At this moment, all the deities of the heavenly court have gathered at Lingxiao. Awaiting his arrival, we pay our respects to the heavenly emperor. Upon witnessing Hao Tian's presence, led by the Queen Mother of the West, they all sincerely bow in homage. My esteemed ministers, today I have attained the state of Hanyuan, and the heavenly court shall be free from calamity. However, as the primordial chaos develops, the path ahead is fraught with challenges that I wish to unite with you all, to work diligently and heartily for the advancement of the heavenly court and the future of the primordial chaos. Hao Tian spoke, gazing at the assembly of deities. Now that the heavenly court possesses a Hanyuan powerhouse, it can truly exert pressure upon the primordial chaos. With unwavering loyalty to the heavenly emperor, the deities rallied in fervor. Hao Tian felt a sense of emotion at this display. After soothing the deities, Hao Tian convened the senior officials of the heavenly court, initiating a new round of high-level meetings in the highest tier of the 33 heavens. It is foreseeable that in the coming long period, the number of deities aspiring to ascend will exhibit exponential growth. Our heavenly court's personnel shall soon be sufficiently replenished, remarked the Queen Mother of the West. Somewhat excited, asked the Demi Yuan Jun, the Mother of Stars. She only has a mere handful of star deities under her command. It feels rather insignificant. Indeed, our heavenly court exerts pressure upon the primordial chaos. With the heavenly emperor stationed at its helm, free from calamity and unafraid of sages, it is likely that many will join us. However, there may be some unsavory characters among them, which requires special attention. Pondered Xinyuanzi. Hao Tian nodded in agreement with Xinyuanzi's assessment. From now on, the heavenly court shall establish a review system. Join the heavenly court. One must undergo rigorous scrutiny. The innate divine beings must have their souls examined. Entering the heart inquiry platform for introspection, while human beings must be investigated for 3 generations. Moreover, the heavenly court needs to establish a dedicated institution to address internal issues and conduct necessary reviews. Hao Tian directed towards the Queen Mother of the West. While Hao Tian was absent, all matters of the heavenly court were dictated by her. Now that Hao Tian has returned, he still intends to entrust everything to her. This institution is primarily aimed at rectifying the internal atmosphere of the heavenly court, while ensuring a thorough examination of newly appointed deities. That I propose that the heavenly court establish a new divine position, ranked 3rd, solely accountable to the heavenly emperor. After some contemplation, the Queen Mother of the West spoke that the judicial deity. The assembly turned their gazes in unison. The judicial deity is one who patrols and monitors the unlawful deeds of the deities. In simpler terms, it is a deity who governs other deities. At this moment, the 4 sovereigns nodded in agreement. Given the promising future of the heavenly court, a significant influx of elite beings from the primordial chaos is anticipated. Thus, the establishment of a judicial deity is deemed necessary. What do you all think about the selection of the judicial deity? Hao Tian inquired, looking towards Xinyuanzi, the Queen Mother of the West, and the Queen Mother of the West. It would be best if this individual possesses a high level of cultivation, otherwise they may struggle to restrain those who violate the law. Xinyuanzi contemplated, but it would also be preferable if this person is not affiliated with any faction, so as not to be swayed by personal connections. The Queen Mother of the West added, ideally, this person should have a proud disposition, shunning social interactions, and possess few friends, was the requirement set forth by the Queen Mother of the West. A high level of cultivation, an unblemished background, free from the ties of major sects, and minimal friendships. Such individuals are indeed scarce within the heavenly court. Hao Tian felt somewhat troubled. Beyond the 3 teachings, there are not many with such exceptional cultivation within the heavenly court. Jinyang, created by Hao Tian, he is currently the demon king in the 10,000 demons kingdom of the lower realm. He likely lacks the time to serve as the judicial deity, Yao Ji. Although she has lost some of her lunar essence and her cultivation has declined, she has now regained her status at the Taiji level. Issues of law enforcement and emotional intelligence should not pose significant problems. Yet Hao Tian's only concern lies with her fate. Should the judicial deity become enamored with mortal affairs, it would indeed be insufficient to quell the public outrage. There are also two generals to consider: Kong Xuan and Ran Deng. Kong Xuan meets all criteria: an unblemished lineage, high cultivation. With few friends, he would likely be quite strict in law enforcement. However, one must be cautious of excess. It is feared that Kong Xuan may become overly harsh in his judgments. Beyond Kong Xuan, there is Ran Deng, with cultivation at the Luo level. Though he is a disciple of the Chan sect, he is currently imprisoned, and the Chan sect has remained silent. Many disciples of the three teachings hold him in disdain. He should be quite serviceable, yet there are concerns about potential future issues. This individual harbors considerable self-interest and is prone to the abuse of power for personal vendettas. The four candidates were proposed, and a discussion ensued. Ultimately, a relatively balanced solution was reached. After much deliberation, it was decided that a more assertive judicial deity was necessary. Hao Tian made the final decision, appointing Kong Xuan as the judicial deity. But, senior brother, Kong Xuan wields a formidable blade. Yet if misused, it could harm both others and himself. The Queen Mother of the West expressed her concerns. She is well aware of Kong Xuan's capabilities and fears that it may instill fear among the denizens of the Heavenly Court. Rest assured, junior sister, I have already arranged a scabbard for Kong Xuan, Hao Tian replied with a smile. Shortly thereafter, the Heavenly Court issued a decree from the Heavenly Emperor, the establishment of the Judicial Hall. With Kong Xuan appointed as the judicial deity, holding the second rank, Xiandu shall serve as the honorary lord of the Judicial Hall, while Yao Ji takes the role of vice lord. Forming the leadership team of the Judicial Hall, Kong Xuan and Xiandu developed a strong rapport after the Battle of Reincarnation. Although Kong Xuan is proud, he is receptive to Xiandu's counsel. Furthermore, as honorary lord, Xiandu does not primarily handle operations, and this will not hinder Xiandu's cultivation in regular law enforcement. Xiandu's role as an advisor will aid Kong Xuan in maintaining balance, preventing an atmosphere of fear. As for Yao Ji, her appointment is entirely due to Hao Tian's personal inclinations. Having suppressed the desires of the realm for countless years, it is now time for her to emerge. The decree was issued. The response from the denizens of the Heavenly Court was minimal. At this stage, the laws of heaven are not overly stringent, and the Heavenly Court is in a phase of development, with relatively few transgressions among the celestial beings. Primarily, the quality during the initial revolutionary period has been quite solid. After discussing all these matters, Hao Tian instructed everyone to depart. The Heavenly Court will hold its first performance appraisal conference in a century, while also requiring the formulation of the first Millennium Plan for the Heavenly Court, following Hao Tian's guiding principles. At that time, the Millennium Plan will be presented to the myriad beings of the Primordial Chaos. Upon hearing Hao Tian's request, the three high-ranking officials of the Heavenly Court were somewhat taken aback. However, following a brief moment of shock, they promptly expressed their approval of the matter. Hao Tian addressed the three, stating, "Now that the divine path is nearly complete, I have attained Hunyuan through the fruit of the tea. It is only fitting that you all do likewise. However, the primordial chaos is incomplete. It is fortunate that I, as a divine entity, exist. Yet, it is increasingly difficult for the primordial chaos to support additional Hunyuan beings. Therefore, when formulating the Millennium Plan, development of the primordial chaos must be prioritized, while the incense of the divine path should focus on enlightening and empowering the masses. The celestial and earthly deities must pay heed to the spiritual essence of the primordial chaos. Among the star deities, the core focus should be on restoring the celestial dome and absorbing spiritual essence. The Millennium Development Plan must be methodical, structured, and viable. Should the primordial chaos restore the primordial vitality of the ancient times, all of you shall become Hunyuan." Finally, Hao Tian provided the assembly with a boost of morale. In the current state of the primordial chaos, Hao Tian's formidable achievement of Hunyuan has already consumed part of the foundation. The overall decline of the celestial essence remains unchanged, making it challenging for new Hong beings to emerge. The tasks assigned to the individuals revolve around restoring the spiritual essence of the primordial chaos, transforming the broader environment. Only with the revival of the primordial essence can divine ancestors like Xinyuanzi and the Queen Mother of the West attain Hong. Thus, a grand vision has been laid out. Whether they can partake in its fruition depends on their efforts. The three departed, invigorated as if they had been invigorated by a shot of adrenaline. The allure of attaining the Tao far surpasses one's imagination. The realm of Hong is what they yearn for, willing to risk their very lives in pursuit. Congratulations, host, for reclaiming the realm of reincarnation. The fortunes of the heavenly court have surged. Rewards for the host. Method of cultivation within the inner cosmos. The soil attribute spiritual root Huangzhong Li, and the map of the chaotic world's geomancy. The long-awaited electronic voice resounded, accompanied by 3 rewards. It appears that this time, incorporating reincarnation into governance brings substantial enhancement to the heavenly court. This revelation left Hao Tian feeling as though he had transcended time. His journey thus far has not been significantly aided by the system, yet the rewards received are commendable. Huangzhong Li is quite promising. Consuming a single fruit could lead to the attainment of the Deluo Golden Immortal. It holds some utility for the heavenly court, though not overwhelmingly so. However, the method of cultivation within the inner cosmos and the map of the chaotic world truly astonish Hao Tian. This method bears great significance for the cosmos. The method of cultivation within the inner cosmos is a postnatal path that returns to the innate. By opening and enhancing the inner cosmos, one can transform oneself through the essence of the inner cosmos, thereby reversing the innate. This allows one to become an innate divine being. For the primordial chaos, which is on the verge of complete postnatal transformation, this is immensely valuable. Naturally, the core function of this method is not merely to assist postnatal beings in reversing their innate state. It also automatically leads practitioners on the path of restoring the cosmos. This truly is the greatest strategy of the primordial chaos throughout the ages. Hao Tian gazed at the method of cultivation within the inner cosmos, expressing heartfelt admiration. The greatest strategy of the primordial chaos. This method of opening the inner cosmos is centered on nurturing the practitioner through their own inner cosmos. Cultivating to the peak can even rival the heavenly Tao. It is indeed a broad avenue in an era of dwindling spiritual essence. However, cultivating this method is exceedingly challenging. Reversing the innate is the first threshold of the method of cultivation within the inner cosmos. Success brings life. Failure brings death. Should one fail, the practitioner's inner cosmos will return to the outer celestial void, becoming a new star's core, nourishing the primordial essence. But should one succeed, after transcending the innate, the desire to continue breaking through arises. It necessitates an active unification of the inner cosmos with the world tree. The world tree will bestow upon us the seeds of existence, serving as the foundation for the new realm. While the new realm will nourish the world tree's growth, thus achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. Generally speaking, this world can only expand to the great thousand world, reaching its zenith. Cultivators, too, can only attain the Deluo realm at most. Do not underestimate the Deluo, for it represents a pinnacle that orthodox postnatal beings cannot reach even after countless eons of cultivation. This method is indeed commendable. However, the return to the innate after the postnatal stage yields success only in rare cases. The remaining 9,990 have transformed into stars, filling the void in the starry sky. Since the era of the witch and demon, countless celestial bodies have fallen, and now the power of the stars has become scarce. Yet with this method, I believe that after several millennia, the starry sky can be replenished. Of course, the most crucial success will also be intertwined with the world tree. As for the world tree, it has now been planted by Hao Tian in the ancient grounds of Mount Zhou. I believe that with the enhancement of the world's origin, the world tree will gradually grow into a colossal entity that supports the heavens. After all, relying solely on the 4 legs of the Black Sea Xian turtle to uphold the world is not a sustainable solution. The Black Sea Xian turtle harbors grievances and death. Its 4 claws supporting the heavens cannot be compared to Mount Buzhou, Hao Tian harbors a grand ambition. In the future, when the world tree matures, it will surpass Mount Buzhou, becoming an entity akin to Mount Zhou. Yet at this moment, the world tree is still in its nascent stage, requiring further nurturing. After a moment contemplation, Hao Tian decided to impart the method of inner world cultivation to the Yao Qi, ensuring it spreads throughout the primordial during the first millennium planning of the heavenly court. While Hao Tian perceives this as a method for harvesting resources for postnatal beings, it is a path of immeasurable merit. Having dispatched the inner realm cultivation method, all that remains is a map of chaos and geomancy. Hao Tian unfurled it, clearly marking the chaotic conditions surrounding the primordial. To Hao Tian's surprise, there exist worlds beyond the primordial. The geomantic map reveals worlds of various sizes, some comparable to the primordial itself, evidently possessing the battle prowess of saints. Inscribed upon the chaos geomantic map is a prominent line. When Mount Zhou reappears, the will of the great Tao shall awaken, and the fusion of worlds shall commence. This is evidently a warning issued by the system. Should the primordial continue its gradual decline, it would ultimately lead to the reopening of the heavens and the creation of worlds until an immeasurable calamity ensues. However, if the primordial halts its decline and returns to the era of Mount Zhou, the dormant will of the great Tao within the chaos shall awaken at that time. The various worlds will initiate their fusion, presenting a new challenge. Hao Tian exhaled deeply, then closed the chaos geomantic map. Beyond the primordial, other worlds exist. This was a thought Hao Tian had entertained. After all, beyond Pangu, the chaotic deities and demons cannot all be extinguished. If Pangu could emerge, so too could they. Should the primordial continue to grow stronger, it will inevitably face invasions from other worlds. There are indeed crises, but there are also opportunities. Shaking his head, Hao Tian forcefully gathered his scattered thoughts. One must eat a meal one bite at a time and walk a path step by step. He instructed that an invitation be sent to the saints across the heavens, inviting them to attend the Heavenly Court's Millennium Planning Conference. After some reflection, Hao Tian instructed those around him. The attendants received their orders and withdrew. But Hao Tian felt it was inadequate. Their invitation might lack sufficient gravitas. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Tian decided to send Yun Xiao to invite the saints. At this stage, the primordial requires uniting all possible forces. Having arranged the matter of inviting the saints, a heavenly official arrived at the entrance to report. Zhao Gongming and Randang are already waiting outside. Zhao Gongming and Randang are the individuals selected by Hao Tian to take on the actual governance of the underworld. Zhao Gongming and Randang are quite familiar with each other. After all, Randang was captured by Zhao Gongming after a confrontation and brought to the heavenly court. Now, standing before Hao Tian, it is inevitably somewhat awkward. Upon seeing the two arrive, Hao Tian waved his hand, signaling them to approach. Both felt a bit anxious, especially Randang, who had just endured hardships in the heavenly prison. Zhao Gongming bowed and greeted his master, while Randang saluted the heavenly emperor. Hao Tian waved his hand, using his powers to lift both of them. As disciples of the mystical gate, there is no need for such formalities. Hao Tian smiled and spoke, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Gongming and Randang. Zhao Gongming, I intend to assign you to oversee Fengdu, managing the realm of reincarnation for our heavenly court. Hao Tian spoke directly to Zhao Gongming without preamble. As my master commands, I shall comply willingly. Zhao Gongming replied with a smile that he was originally at the early stage of Deluo, but recently, having gained considerable fortune in the heavenly court, he has now entered the mid-stage of Deluo. Well, Zhao Gongming, I bestow upon you the title of Emperor of the Underworld, ruler of Fengdu, holding the second grade position, and grant you the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the judge's pen, along with the book of life and death. Zhao Gongming accepted the order. At that moment, Hao Tian's mind manifested the primordial Tao fruit, and a seal separated from the Tao fruit, landing within Zhao Gongming's being, with the endowment of authority under the might of the seal. Zhao Gongming's aura surged from the mid-stage of the Luo to the late stage, and then astonishingly broke into the quasi-saint realm. Beside them, Randang's eyes widened in disbelief. That was the quasi-saint realm. A level he had struggled for countless years to attain, yet here it was achieved with a mere word from Hao Tian. "Thank you for your grace, Master." Zhao Gongming expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. "Govern Fengdu well. The reincarnation fortunes are plentiful. Remain true to your heart and benefit the three realms. This position of Fengdu Emperor may very well lead you into another realm in the future." Hao Tian remarked to Zhao Gongming. "Another realm?" Zhao Gongming's breath quickened. A quasi-saint, he could hardly fathom it. Moreover, the prospect of the primordial realm. He is the eldest disciple of Hao Tian, considered nearly a direct disciple. However, being an outer disciple ultimately differentiates him from the four true disciples of Hao Tian. Yet since ascending to heaven, he has now reached the quasi-saint realm. This level even surpasses Xuandu, making him the true foremost figure of the three teachings. Realizing this, Zhao Gongming bowed respectfully, producing a Qian ruler from his hand. "Master, this treasure was obtained during my recent battles on behalf of the heavenly court and ought to be submitted to the court. From now on, I shall follow your orders, Master, even if it costs me my life. I shall not waver from today's promise." Zhao Gongming raised the Qian ruler, declaring his loyalty to Hao Tian. The reason is simple. Hao Tian has given so much. While Hao Tian has shown him mentorship, Hao Tian has bestowed upon him transformative fortune. Now that he has broken through to a new realm, Zhao Gongming has officially reached the pinnacle of his life. Presenting the Qian ruler is also a means for Zhao Gongming to express his steadfast commitment to the path of divine cultivation. After all, the method of fusing the Qian ruler with the Dinghai Pearl to achieve quasi-saint status was revealed to him by Hao Tian. Abandoning the Qian ruler means Zhao Gongming can only pursue the path of divine cultivation. Hao Tian waved his hand, declining the Qian ruler, signaling Zhao Gongming to stand aside. He then turned to the complexly emotional Randang. At this moment, Randang's eyes were filled with a rich tapestry of emotions. Envy, jealousy, regret, all were present. Seeing Hao Tian gaze upon him, Randang's knees buckled. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. "I humbly beseech the Heavenly Emperor for your grace and guidance on the great Tao." Randang pleaded tearfully. It is hard to imagine that a Luo would lose composure to such an extent. Hao Tian looked at Randang and sighed. Randang's life has indeed been somewhat tragic. Who would not wish for a smooth journey? Who would not desire to stand upright? Unfortunately, that is not the case for Randang. Although he is an innate deity, he is at the tail end of innate beings. While he has heard the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace, it was only the final lesson. The last teaching of the Tao ancestor on the path of the saints was beyond his understanding. To seek the great Tao, he lowered his status to join the Chan school. However, within the Chan school, he found himself in a position of neglect, seeking to uphold the two words great Tao. This is, in fact, a reflection of all beings in the primordial who seek the Tao. As long as one can pursue the great Tao, sacrifices are inevitable. If your aptitude is limited, it is difficult to seek the heavenly path. If you are willing to shift to the path of divine cultivation, I can indeed devise a plan for you. Hao Tian spoke to Randang. The little deity is willing. The little deity is willing. Randang did not hesitate, bowing deeply. Your true form is that of a coffin, destined to be a bearer of the dead. Within the divine path, amidst reincarnation, there exists a divine office, that of the judge. This position allows you to witness the passing of all beings. Utilize your true form for profound comprehension, and in exchange for remuneration, deepen your essence with merit, and perhaps one day you shall become the foremost figure in the primordial's laws. Hao Tian addressed Randang. Randang was momentarily taken aback. The foremost figure in the laws. Who me? Do I possess such qualifications? He had long been synonymous with being behind. Can I truly achieve this? Randang questioned Hao Tian incredulously. The heavenly path values life, while the divine path values sincerity. What I speak is the utmost truth. As you reside in the underworld, diligently perform your duties and cultivate earnestly. All changes will naturally come to you. Hao Tian replied to Randang. Randang shall faithfully abide by the heavenly emperor's commands. Randang respectfully acknowledged. He could see this moment. He felt fortunate. He had gone from being a prisoner to escaping the heavenly prison and obtaining a divine office. Moreover, this divine position comes with merit rewards. What more could he wish for? After arranging matters in the underworld, including the Fengdu Emperor and the Chief Judge, Hao Tian intended to dismiss them with a wave. Yet just as the two were about to take their leave, Yunxiao hurriedly rushed in from outside, his expression far from pleasant. Hao Tian gazed at Yunxiao with a hint of perplexity. He distinctly recalled having just dispatched Yunxiao to deliver messages to the celestial saints, inviting them to attend the Heavenly Court's Millennium Planning Conference. Had he returned so swiftly? Such speed seemed improbable for completing the entire task. Yunxiao pays his respects to the Heavenly Emperor. Yunxiao approached Hao Tian, bowing respectfully. Rise, wasn't your task to deliver messages? Have you completed them all? Hao Tian inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded Yunxiao. Your Majesty, I have only just visited the palace of Yuhua and have yet to reach the abodes of other saints. Within the palace of Yuhua, the Saintess Yuhua put forth certain requests, which I dared not overstep, hence my presence here to seek your guidance. Yunxiao explained, recounting the situation. Hao Tian raised an eyebrow, confirming his earlier speculation. He had not yet completed the task. It was indeed reasonable to visit the palace of Yuhua first, as the other saints resided within the primordial realm, while only Yuhua's abode lay in the chaos. After visiting the chaos, it would be more convenient to traverse the primordial. Oh, what request does the Saintess Yuhua have? Hao Tian inquired, directing his attention toward Yunxiao. Take tea this moment. Zhao Gongming and Randang exchanged glances, preparing to take their leave. Hao Tian waved his hand, signaling that they could depart. Brother, there is no need to leave. Please allow me to finish, Yunxiao interjected, halting Zhao Gongming's departure, much to the latter's astonishment. Hao Tian frowned but quickly realized something, granting tacit approval for Yunxiao's actions. Your Majesty, the request from the Saintess Yuhua pertains to the cycle of reincarnation, and I believe it is appropriate for my brother and Daoist Randang to hear it. Yunxiao elaborated, despite Hao Tian's lack of objection. Speak. What exactly is the request? Hao Tian smiled, encouraging him to continue. The Saintess Yuhua has stated that for her to attend the Heavenly Court's Millennium Planning Conference, the Heavenly Emperor must decree the underworld to arrange for Fushi's reincarnation within the ancestral lands of humanity, specifically in the Huashu tribe. Yunxiao articulated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming and Randang displayed peculiar expressions. A saint. Yuhua was indeed a saint. She could orchestrate the reincarnation herself without requiring the Heavenly Court's approval. Master, this request from the Saintess Yuhua is rather strange, with her powers as a saint. She could easily arrange for Fushi's reincarnation without involving the Heavenly Court, Zhao Gongming remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Hao Tian nodded, neither affirming nor denying Zhao Gongming's statement, and turned his gaze toward Randang, asking, what is your perspective on this matter? I believe the Saintess Yuhua may harbor deeper intentions. Recently, she has had disagreements with the Heavenly Emperor. Perhaps she seeks to mend the rift with the Heavenly Court through this opportunity, which could be viewed as a form of compromise. Randang pondered thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming's expression became one of incredulity that a compromise that still involves making demands. This compromise seems rather ambiguous. Dao brother, you may not fully understand. The Saintess Yuhua is both a saint and a woman. When a woman apologizes, it often takes this form. If she seeks your assistance, it could be seen as a reconciliation. Randang explained, his demeanor reflecting experience. Really? Sister, as a woman, do you find this reasoning valid? Zhao Gongming questioned, his confusion deepening. While he might grasp the intricacies of the Tao, he had never been able to fathom the complexities of a woman's heart. Yunxiao cast a helpless glance at Zhao Gongming, his eyes almost piercing with frustration. The Heavenly Emperor is present. Do not be so presumptuous. Realizing his earlier impropriety, Zhao Gongming quickly offered his apologies. Hao Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such minor matters did not trouble him. Yunxiao, enlighten me. What does the Saintess Yuhua truly mean by this? With his gaze shifting, Yunxiao recognized that Hao Tian was testing him. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. The insistence of the Saintess Yuhua for the heavenly court to make arrangements, with the underworld's consent, likely boils down to one phrase: legitimacy. Hao Tian nodded in agreement. Legitimacy. Though merely 4 words, they carry profound significance. Yuhua's plans for Fuxi concern the human race's emperor, the rightful path of humanity. Thus, she is adamant about Fuxi's reincarnation proceeding according to proper channels, ensuring that his origins are beyond reproach. You have done well. Yin Xiao. Hao Tian acknowledged, directing his approval toward Yin Xiao. In terms of both insight and actions, Yin Xiao exhibited commendable qualities, and his presence in the heavenly court would undoubtedly yield great benefits. Your Majesty, you flatter me, Yin Xiao humbly replied. Hao Tian smiled, but remained silent, instead turning his attention to Zhao Gongming and Randing. What are your thoughts on the Saintess Yuhua's request? Once more, Hao Tian posed a question, a second test for the duo. They exchanged glances, uncertain of Hao Tian's intent, leading to a moment of hesitation regarding how to respond. Follow your hearts. Regardless, I shall not cast blame upon you, Hao Tian encouraged, observing their reluctance. At this juncture, Zhao Gongming stepped forward resolutely. The heavenly court and the underworld each have their own regulations. The reincarnation of beings follows established protocols. Although Yuhua is a saint, she cannot disrupt the rules of the underworld. If Fuxi meets the criteria, arrangements can be made. However, if he does not, then this matter is entirely out of the question. Zhao Gongming spoke with unwavering conviction, embodying a demeanor of defiance. Hao Tian nodded, then turned his gaze toward Randing. Randing, being astute, hesitated momentarily before kneeling and declaring his complete obedience to the heavenly emperor's commands. Hao Tian smiled at the trio. The depth of one's path correlates with the steadfastness of their heart. Zhao Gongming, you speak rightly. Randing, your words hold merit as well. However, the path is a personal choice, not one dictated by others. In this regard, Randing, your role as a judge will grant you further insight. Making judgments is essential. Hao Tian regarded Randing with a hint of disappointment. Although he possessed a measure of cleverness, it did not guarantee effective utility. For the time being, he would have to observe further. The Book of Life and Death contains records of all living beings, each possessing their own merits and demerits. Each realm also holds its share of merits and demerits. The higher the demerit, the greater the choices available, but if a being accumulates sufficient demerit, they may reincarnate into the human realm. If they accumulate even more, they may be reborn into a wealthy family. Those with immense demerit may freely choose their next life, directly entering the heavenly court to serve it. Of course, those with exceptional demerit may specify their next incarnation. Should the Saintess Yuhua seek your counsel, you are to proceed accordingly. Understood, Your Majesty. The two replied respectfully, diligently noting Hao Tian's directives. Let us examine Fuxi's information in the Book of Life and Death. As the group prepared to depart, Hao Tian pondered aloud. Zhao Gongming opened the Book of Life and Death, channeling his powers. Instantly, Fuxi's information appeared within its pages. Fuxi, Primordial Divine Saint, Merit, 0, Demerit, -50,000. The remaining information was blank. Your Majesty, what does this negative value signify? Zhao Gongming questioned, evidently perplexed by such an unprecedented situation. Hao Tian continued, merit reflects one's contributions to the universe, while demerit denotes contributions to living beings. The two are not interchangeable. Fuxi once was the demon emperor, and the war of the shaman and demons resulted in countless deaths. A demerit of -50,000 is a testament to the heavenly Tao's leniency towards him, according to the rules of reincarnation. A negative demerit confines him to the realm of beasts, destined to become a wild creature. Should he miraculously awaken, he may need to reincarnate several times to repay his debt of demerit before he could be reborn as a human. At this rate, Fuxi would require at least 100 lifetimes to clear his karmic ties and be reincarnated into the Huashu tribe. Zhao Gongming expressed his concerns. Fuxi as the emperor of humanity? On what basis? His past as the demon emperor, or because of his esteemed sister? Zhao Gongming remarked. Disbelief etched upon his features. As Zhao Gongming concluded, Hao Tian turned his attention to Yun Xiao. Sister, do you now comprehend? The moment Hao Tian spoke, Yin Xiao instinctively felt a chill run through her. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the void. Junior brother, the human emperor is an inevitable decree of the heavenly Tao, should you persist in obstructing this. The heavenly Tao may bear animosity. This voice belonged to Yuhua. Alarmed, Yin Xiao turned but found nothing amiss. Hao Tian shook his head at Yin Xiao, offering a slight reassurance. The Saintess Yuhua was indeed not one to adhere to convention. After putting forth her request to Yin Xiao, she felt compelled to linger nearby with her divine consciousness, gauging Hao Tian's reaction. Sister, why must you deceive me? The human emperor is destined to arise. However, there is no certainty that it shall be Fushi. Should he fail to reincarnate, another will naturally emerge among humanity. Hao Tian remarked, his gaze fixed upon the void. Remaining non-committal, it was certain that a human emperor would arise, but who that would be was inconsequential. The heavenly Tao sought a leader to strengthen humanity, not specifically Fushi. Junior brother, do you truly wish to challenge me? Yuhua's voice resonated, imbued with an unspoken sorrow and melancholy, her emotions seemingly capable of influencing the very fabric of the heavens. Casting a shadow over the heavenly court, I ask at you who seeks to challenge me. The rules of reincarnation are sanctioned by the heavenly Tao. If I were to defy the heavenly Tao's edicts for your sake, who would compensate me for the fortune and merit that the heavenly Tao would reclaim? Hao Tian replied with a hint of exasperation. Yuhua fell silent. Saints do not adhere to rules. She, as the supreme saintess, commanded a significant portion of humanity's fortune. While it is impossible to designate a sovereign of humanity, one can certainly deny such a title. Thus, Fushi embodies the tacit understanding between her and the other sages. Fushi shall be the first sovereign, while she acknowledges the legitimacy of other sovereigns. The words of Hao Tian hold considerable merit. The essence is singular. When seeking assistance, one must adopt the appropriate demeanor of a supplicant. You are not seeking a sycophant. Even if you are a sage, adherence to the established rules is imperative. I wonder if my junior brother might devise a solution. As her elder sister, I am willing to pay a price. Within the palace of Yuhua clenched her delicate fists, yet her voice remained remarkably gentle. Such a soothing tone transformed the entire space, akin to a spring breeze nurturing the earth, alleviating the once frigid atmosphere of the clouds. This matter appears simple, yet its core is straightforward. One must cultivate one's virtue in secrecy. As long as Fushi's hidden virtue suffices, the corresponding issues can be resolved. Hao Tian smiled and remarked, how to proceed? I beseech my junior brother to illuminate the path. Yuhua's voice resonated once more, still imbued with unparalleled tenderness. However, within the distant palace of Yuhua, two imprints of fists had appeared before her. Zhao Gongming. Please recite the supplementary clauses at the end of the Book of Life and Death for Lady Yuhua. Hao Tian smiled, and then addressed Zhao Gongming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming flipped through the Book of Life and Death, eventually discovering the content designated by Hao Tian. Without further hesitation, he began to recite the method of converting the merit and hidden virtue of the beings of the primordial wilderness. The merit of the primordial wilderness and the hidden virtue of living beings both stem from the heavenly principle. Thus they can be mutually converted. Based on the current value of merit in the primordial wilderness, the conversion ratio of merit to hidden virtue is 100. This does not imply that hidden virtue is more precious than merit. Rather, this exchange is a unique transaction. The amount of exchange is at my discretion. The supplemental agreement is quite brief. Its essence pertains to the conversion ratio of merit and hidden virtue. Naturally, it concludes with a statement that should any divine being wish to protect those with insufficient hidden virtue, the heavenly principle shall deduct from their merit, increasing the conversion ratio tenfold for those who use their merit to supplement others' hidden virtue. This supplementary agreement is a specific addition by Hao Tian. It is not aimed at Yuhua, but rather directed towards the West. Otherwise, should others claim a connection with my teachings, forcibly sheltering those lacking in merit and burdened by negative hidden virtue, it would prevent occurrences akin to those who, having laid down their weapons, seek immediate enlightenment. The heavenly principle is just. Those who err must face punishment. Whichever sect wishes to take in disciples, I do not oppose. but they must first settle their debts. Therefore, if I wish to supplement Fushi's hidden virtue, I require at least 50 million. Yuhua's voice brimmed with shock and indignation. 50 million in merit. This is no trivial sum, considering the merit she accrued when she created humanity and attained sainthood. Even when converted, it amounts to merely 2 modest goals. The cost of becoming a saint, though supplemented by the merit of mending the heavens, has left her own merit barely reaching the threshold of 100 million. Spending 50 million for Fushi is not impossible, yet it pains her deeply. No, elder sister, 50 million is insufficient. Hao Tian gazed towards the palace of Yuhua, as if he could envision her face contorted with anguish. Yet his merchant's demeanor remained unchanged. What did you say? 50 million is not enough. Yuhua's voice rose sharply, amplified severalfold. I say, dear sister, those blessed individuals do not venture into places devoid of fortune, the ancestral land of humanity. Where the sages reside, boasts an average hidden virtue exceeding 10,000. To be reborn there, one must possess at least 10,000 in hidden virtue. Hao Tian feigned a sigh as he spoke. So? You mean to say, 60 million is required? Yuhua's voice turned as cold as ice, her composure crumbling. 60 million. I fear that when I step outside, my merit will shrink significantly, and after deducting it, I shall have to conceal my merit. If anyone were to inquire, I cannot simply admit that my merit is lacking. No. 60 million is merely the cost for an ordinary rebirth among the people of the ancestral land. To be reborn as one of the descendants of Huashi requires at least 90 million. Hao Tian gazed into the void, leisurely continuing his discourse at tea this moment. Zhao Gongming, Ran Deng, and Yun Shao were all left utterly speechless. Just moments ago, the Heavenly Emperor and Lady Yuhua engaged in a negotiation concerning the exchange of 90 million in merit. The Heavenly Emperor pressed on relentlessly, while Yuhua faltered at every turn. The trio collectively exclaimed, "Long live the Heavenly Emperor! 90 million. You might as well go rob a bank." Yuhua nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. This is an exclusive transaction. Whether you partake or not is irrelevant. I am not asking for much. You are not sacrificing much either. I merely utilize your resources to facilitate your endeavor, should my sister refuse. The next time I come, the price shall be far greater. Noticing Yuhua's silent fury, Hao Tian did not rush her, remaining utterly composed. As long as Yuhua desires to maintain her rightful standing, she must seek him out. Junior brother, your price is simply exorbitant. I find it challenging to amass such a sum at once. Might you consider? Yuhua conveyed telepathically to Hao Tian, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Yuhua had schemed extensively throughout her life. Yet she had only one brother. Fushi had once staunchly supported her ascent to sainthood. She could not possibly neglect his interests now. However, 90 million. The vast majority of her merit would be nearly exhausted. Though she was willing to make sacrifices, she preferred not to settle the entire amount at once. Thus, she sought to discuss with Hao Tian. Expecting Hao Tian to immediately refuse, she had prepared herself to offer all her merit. To her surprise, upon receiving her telepathic message, Hao Tian merely paused, then smiled. This matter can be easily resolved. Is it merely a matter of temporary financial constraints? My heavenly court possesses ample solutions, Hao Tian declared as he gazed into the void. At that moment, Yuhua could no longer afford to maintain their distant communication. She stepped forward, appearing within the heavenly court. Junior brother, what scheme do you propose? Yuhua inquired with palpable excitement. Have you ever heard of the heavenly court bank service known as merit collateral loan? Hao Tian beamed as he addressed Yuhua. Merit collateral loan. Yuhua looked at Hao Tian, puzzled. As the name suggests, it involves using items as collateral to borrow a sum of merit currency from the heavenly court to address temporary funding shortages. Hao Tian explained with a smile that in that case, how much can this Fushi Qin yield? Without hesitation, Yuhua produced a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. This Fushi Qin should fetch around 10 million. Hao Tian glanced over it. For a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, 10 million is rather modest. And what about this Bao Liandeng? 8 million. The Shanhe Shiji 2, 15 million. Hao Tian assessed each item, realizing Yuhua was still quite affluent. Although she had few treasured items, she possessed a plethora of innate spiritual treasures. If she were to pledge them all to the heavenly court, she would only need to cover half the amount herself. My lady, this Fushi Qin is a companion treasure of my friend Fushi. You are certain you can make that decision, correct? Upon seeing Yuhua select the item for collateral, Hao Tian quickly sought confirmation. Should an incident occur with the collateral, the repercussions for the heavenly court could be significant. Naturally, I share a close bond with my brother. Now that he is left with only his true essence, I can certainly make decisions on his behalf. Yuhua replied, then handed the Qin over to Hao Tian. Hao Tian examined the Fushi Qin. What a remarkable item. He had originally intended to savor its beauty. In the next moment, Yuhua snatched it back. Sister, have you changed your mind? Hao Tian regarded Yuhua with curiosity. Yuhua's face flushed, then she resolutely shook her head. I have reconsidered. Since I can represent my brother, I shall take responsibility for this loan, allowing my brother to borrow it himself. This Fushi Qin and the Bao Yin Ding shall remain as collateral. What do you think, junior brother? Yuhua inquired, looking at Hao Tian. That is entirely acceptable. Hao Tian instinctively replied, Uboros is of little consequence. The key is to secure the loan. After all, Yuhua serves as the guarantor. There are no concerns regarding the risk of default. Following a series of discussions and negotiations, both parties reached a loan agreement. At that moment, the slumbering Fushi found himself burdened with a loan of 50 million. The repayment spans 300,000 years, with a total principal and interest of 76 million. Suddenly, Fushi opened his eyes, a deep malice swirling in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, he had incurred a debt of 76 million. And for a considerable period to come, he would become a laborer for the heavenly court. After a lengthy entanglement, Yuhua affixed her true essence imprint to the heavenly agreement on behalf of Fushi. Viewing her drastically reduced merit wheel, Yuhua stormed into the palace of Yuhua, seething with indignation. Just as she settled down, she received word that Saint Cunny had arrived for a visit within the heavenly court. Hao Tian waved tiredly at the astonished trio. Yun Xiao, take this Qin and use it for now. Also, please deliver this agreement to Yao Qi. Hao Tian casually handed the Fushi Qin to Yun Xiao. Your Majesty, this Qin is pledged by Lady Yuhua. Should Fushi seek it later, we must return it to him. Yun Xiao, an elegant soul and a lover of music, hesitated to accept the Qin, given its significant origins. Rest assured, when Fushi attains enlightenment, he will inevitably come seeking our aid. He is unlikely to repay this debt in his lifetime. Hao Tian waved his hand dismissively. Without allowing Yin Xiao to speak further, he signaled for them to depart. Zhao Gongming and Ran Deng exchanged glances, each perceiving the collapse of their world, albeit in differing ways. Ran Deng sensed a world being reassembled, while Zhao Gongming found himself engulfed in confusion. I do not seek your wealth, but rather to use your resources for your own affairs, exclaimed Hao Tian, his eyes glinting with an unsettling brilliance. Let us establish the rules from the outset. No clandestine dealings are permitted. Should there be any breach of protocol, I assure you, there will be no mercy under the celestial laws. He turned to Zhao Gongming, his expression grave. The authority has been granted, the methods conveyed, and the boundaries delineated. Should any issues arise in the future, do not blame Hao Tian for his ruthlessness. As the others departed, Hao Tian felt a sense of completion regarding this phase of affairs and resolved to take a moment for himself. That moment, a small dog bounded joyfully to his side, nuzzling against his leg. Hao Tian seized the pup by its scruff and cradled it in his arms, stroking its fur affectionately. The joy of petting a dog was immense, and the little creature responded with contented whines. Eventually, Hao Tian produced a celestial elixir and placed it in the dog's mouth. The pup swallowed it eagerly and promptly raised its front paw in a gesture of reverence towards Hao Tian. Dieting, you shall train diligently under my guidance, while also keeping a watchful eye on the affairs of both the heavenly court and the underworld. If any extraordinary events occur, ensure you report to me promptly, Hao Tian instructed, patting the dog's head with a smile. Woof, the dog responded, as if in agreement. After establishing the judicial divine hall, Hao Tian dispatched Lu Er to serve as the eyes and ears of the judicial deity across the three realms. However, To prevent the judicial deity from becoming too powerful, he secretly sought out Daoisting. This Daoisting, a spirit beast born in the underworld, was inherently sacred yet timid. Under Hao Tian's protection, it was to assist him in monitoring the heavenly court. Daoisting's abilities bore some resemblance to those of Lu'er. However, while Lu'er could only perceive existing sounds, Daoisting had the capacity to discern the origins and transformations of beings across the three realms, each possessing its own strengths and weaknesses. Thus, Daoisting's oversight of the judicial divine hall served as a form of balance. Independent of trust or distrust, whether one trusted or not, mechanisms for checks and balances were essential. Such a tool could remain and use for millennia, yet it could not be disregarded for even a year. Hao Tian then set Daoisting down and entered a period of meditation, needing to consolidate his own Dao fruit. Meanwhile, within the palace of Yuhua sat across from Zhuanti. Zhuanti inquired with a probing gaze whether his elder sister had recently committed any acts defying the heavens. As the golden wheel of merit had notably diminished, Yuhua's expression darkened as she responded, "If you have nothing of importance to convey, you might as well return to your western abode. Why bring up matters best left untouched?" Sensing Yuhua's displeasure, Zhuanti continued unperturbed. "The last time our plans failed, Hao Tian has already attained the primordial unity. It seems the position of Heavenly Emperor is beyond our reach. However, dear sister, with the three pure ones now dominant and the heavenly court flourishing, it appears there will be no refuge for us in the future." Yuhua snorted coldly. "I have no need for vast territories. Although my brother may not ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor, the title of Human Emperor is nearly assured. It turns out that Yuhua had momentarily turned against him the last time due to a promise made to her. If she could eliminate Hao Tian, the Heavenly Emperor's throne would be hers. Sister, you jest. The previous incident was entirely accidental. Now, we must confront the overwhelming strength of the Xianmen, the relatively harmonious three pure ones, and the ever-expanding heavenly court. If we do not band together now, we shall find ourselves without a voice in the future. I have heard whispers of the heavenly court's millennium plan, which aims to encompass the entirety of the wilderness. Does Hao Tian truly believe he reigns as the sovereign of the wilderness? Zhuanti subtly stoked the flames of discontent. Yuhua's expression grew grim. Zhuanti's words were not without merit. Hao Tian's millennium plan indeed spanned every corner of the wilderness, as he was genuinely constructing the wilderness as if it were his own domain. Most alarmingly, if Hao Tian were allowed to continue unchecked, would there even be a necessity for a human emperor to arise among humankind? Zhuanti pressed on, his words like needles piercing Yuhua's heart. "What do you intend to do, dear sister?" Yuhua turned to Zhuanti, her voice a whisper. "I harbor no particular desires. I merely wish to align with the grand currents of the Tao." Zhuanti replied, "Under the celestial principles, the Xuanmen's dominance contradicts the interests of the Tao. The way of heaven diminishes the surplus and replenishes the deficit, and we are currently the deficit. Therefore, my brother and I have agreed to break away and establish a new sect. I have come to seek your support for this endeavor." Zhuanti glanced around, shrouded in mystery, before continuing, "How dare you? Are you aware of the consequences of such actions?" Yuhua's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze fixed on Zhuanti. Above the saints looms the supreme emperor of the wilderness, Hongjun Daoist. Today, Zhuanti dares to proclaim a break from the sect and the establishment of a new doctrine. Does he not fear the wrath of the Tao ancestor? Sister, beneath the heavenly principles, there must be alternative paths beyond the Xianmen. This is the balance of the Tao. It is destined that a new sect will arise, and such an act will surely yield immeasurable merit. Should you wish to join my brother and me in founding this sect, we would gladly relinquish the title of sect leader to you." Zhuanti continued to raise the stakes. Yuhua felt a flicker of temptation. In a strict sense, her relationship with Hongjun was not particularly close. If the three pure ones were Hongjun's chosen, then Yuhua was the selection of the Tao itself, before the establishment of the Purple Cloud Palace. Their bond was shallow, and even after, they had scarcely crossed paths. Yuhua's connection to the fortune of the Xianmen was tenuous, and thus she had no objection to Zhuanti establishing a new sect. Moreover, Zhuanti's reasoning held merit. The dominance of the Xianmen under the heavenly principles was indeed problematic. Hence, breaking away to establish a new sect could be a righteous act. However, being Yuhua, her temperament dictated that she could not take the lead in departing from the Xianmen. She preferred to act from the shadows. Go ahead, my brother, I can't agree to this matter, and when the time comes, I shall personally come to commend your efforts. However, I do not feel deserving of the title of sect leader. You should seek a wise individual for that role. Yuhua contemplated and spoke. Zhuani nodded, having come to secure Yuhua's support. Although she had not formally joined the sect, her declaration of support would surely be significant, allowing them to deter a saint. Sister, on the day the Heavenly Court's Millennium Plan is unveiled, that shall also be the day we establish our sect in the West. Time flows unrecorded in the wilderness, especially for those engaged in cultivation, where days pass swiftly. The day after signing the agreement with Hao Tian, Yuhua arranged for Fuxi to reincarnate into the human race. Transformed into a divine soul, he traversed the Naiha Bridge into the underworld, underwent judgment in the Yama Hall, was recommended by the judges, and approved by the Emperor of Fengdu to reincarnate as a human on that day, in the ancestral land of the human race. Among the Huashu tribe, a true dragon heralded auspiciousness, and phoenixes sang ceaselessly. A red glow illuminated the heavens, and signs of good fortune abounded. Fuxi officially reincarnated into the human race from that day forth. The Huashu tribe embarked on a path of rapid expansion. Within a century in the heavenly court, the wilderness witnessed a new dawn. Above the heavens, great stars shone brightly. Upon the earth, deities emerged. The cycle of reincarnation flowed smoothly, with everything adhering to principles, all traceable. Though merely a century had passed, the population of beings within the wilderness had multiplied several-fold, particularly among the human race. They were nearing an explosive growth phase. Finally, the long-awaited day arrived, the unveiling of the Heavenly Court's Millennium Plan. On that day, the gates of the Heavenly Court swung wide open. All major powers within the wilderness were invited to attend and observe. This Heavenly Court was no longer the same as before. With a powerful figure of primordial unity presiding, it now possessed genuine authority to command the world. Thus, on the day the Heavenly Court's plan was revealed, nearly all the formidable beings across the realms gathered. The demon kingdoms and the myriad demon nations arrived together. Among the demon clans, two major factions came as one. Yuhua and Jinyang, flanked by their followers, glared fiercely before settling into a designated area. Within the Witch clan, a new powerful figure named Qiyu emerged, bringing along several formidable witches to observe the Heavenly Court's plans. Of course, it was not only the witches and demons. Many human powerhouses also attended, including beings from the Dragon clan in the Eastern Sea, the Phoenix clan in the south, and even the Qilin clan hidden across the wilderness. Disciples for various sects were also present, especially the disciples of the Zhejiao, who maintained close ties with the Heavenly Court. As the premier mechanical enterprise of the Heavenly Court, Jineo Island provided its disciples with a comfortable existence. The Heavenly Court welcomed all guests. For those above the Golden Immortal rank, they granted access through the Southern Heavenly Gate. For those below that rank, Hao Tian planned to open the lower 3 heavens of the 33 heavens, allowing them to enter as a bridge between the Heavenly Court and the mortal realm, facilitating their access to the latest plans. Once a sufficient number of attendees had gathered, the sovereigns of the Heavenly Court gradually made their entrance. The first to arrive was, of course, the Emperor of Fengdu from the underworld, who, despite being the lowest in cultivation among the quasi-saints and the latest to achieve enlightenment, held a dignified presence. As the quasi-saints ventured forth, they exuded an aura of majesty that compelled even the Deluo to bow in deference. Upon seeing Zhao Gongming's arrival, disciples of the hurried to pay their respects, celebrating his ascension to quasi-saint as a shared honor. Disciples have congratulated him, for as the first quasi-saint among the 3 teachings, Zhao Gongming undoubtedly merited such recognition. Even among his closest disciples, though some felt a twinge of envy, it did not tarnish their camaraderie. However, within the ranks of the Chuanjiao, discontent simmered. Guang Chengzi's eyes blazed with fury. He was currently only at the mid-stage of the Luo, and Zhao Gongming, who had once been beneath him, now held the title of quasi-saint. What merit justified this? Other disciples have harbored similar grievances. But a quasi-saint is a quasi-saint, and despite their dissatisfaction, they dared not voice it. This matter pertained to the heavenly court's significant affairs. They were merely observers, not there to disrupt the proceedings. Nonetheless, witnessing Zhao Gongming seated in the principal position ignited their ire. Following Zhao Gongming, the other sovereigns of the heavenly court arrived one after another. Shi Wangmu, Xinyuanzi, and Yaoqi took their places, with Yaoqi presiding over this assembly, thus forming the new quartet of heavenly court sovereigns. As for the heavenly emperor, he was no longer on their level. The first item on the conference agenda is the reports on duties. Yaoqi, the Queen Mother of the West, Xinyuanzi, and Zhao Gongming took turns to present their accounts. They narrated the teams they led, the work accomplished over the years, and the achievements attained, not dissimilar to reports from later generations. Although the audience from future generations listened with drowsiness, for the primordial beings. It was indeed a novel concept. This was the first clear insight into what the celestial beings engaged in on a daily basis. For the denizens of the primordial realm, this was of great interest. After the reports of the four sovereigns, Yaoqi ceded the stage, as the forthcoming Millennium Plan was to be personally announced by Hao Tian. Above the Lingxiao, the four saints appeared in succession. They were the four saints of the Xianmen, Laozi, Tongtan, Yuan Shi, and Yuhua. As for the two saints from the west, they had promised to attend, but unforeseen matters prevented their arrival. They only sent disciples to represent them. Hao Tian paid little mind to this, for his purpose today pertained to the primordial realm, not to individuals. Brothers, I shall begin, Hao Tian said with a smile. Looking at the fourth junior brother, proceed. Laozi nodded with a smile. He, being stationed in the heavenly court, was acutely aware of the changes in its fortune. And it would be no exaggeration to say that the luck bestowed upon him by the heavenly court was no less than that of the human sect. Yuan Shi remained non-committal. Both Tong Tian and Yuhua nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Hao Tian's figure flickered and appeared on the high platform. Today, the plans of the heavenly court are directed towards the entire primordial realm. From this day forth, these plans will be inscribed in every temple of the heavenly court. This plan concerns all beings of the primordial realm and the future of the primordial realm, that we are dedicated to incorporating every sentient being into the shared destiny of the primordial realm. I am a celestial being. You are cultivators. I am of the demon race. You are the human race. Though we are different, we are the same, all beings of the primordial realm and under the starlight. All are subjects of the heavenly court. Regardless of gods, humans, ghosts, or demons, all shall be beneath the heavenly court. From this day forth, the heavenly court will establish the primordial development group, and I will personally serve as the president. From today onwards, you may address me as President Yu. The foremost task of our primordial development group is to propagate the teachings of the primordial realm. Thus, our heavenly court development group is specially launching the method of internal cultivation. Although this method is transmitted by the heavenly court, all beings may cultivate it. By reversing the innate, one can open the inner world. In the future, there will be opportunities to achieve the great Luo. The second priority, to restore the spiritual energy of the primordial realm, gradually revitalizing the primordial starry sky and hastening the restoration of its spiritual energy. The third, to gradually eliminate the malevolent energy of the primordial realm and eradicate karma. We shall implement a dual merit system for the exchange of merits and hidden merits, including all races, such as the witch and demon tribes, and open targeted positions to address the issue of certain races having sparse populations. The fourth, to gradually open the lower heavens of the heavenly court, creating the first development zone of the heavenly court, encouraging human sex to establish their sex in the lower heavens. One by one, these measures were issued from the heavenly court, spreading through the temples and across the primordial realm. At this moment, the beings of the primordial realm were stirred, for the plans of the heavenly court intriguingly included projects concerning their own welfare. The heavenly emperor is benevolent. Long live President Yu. The gratitude of the beings transformed into primal force, once again empowering the heavenly court. Just at this moment, in the western primordial realm, a voice of Buddha echoed, shattering the prayers of the beings. I, Jijin Ajuni, have felt the Tao of heaven, Recognizing that outside of the Xianmen, there must be a Buddhist sect. Today I, Jijin, and Junyi shall break through the door and teach, no longer disciples of the Xianmen. With these two voices emanating from the west, they swiftly spread across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. At this moment, within the heavenly court, the golden dragon of fortune roared. The Chinquan Ding flew from Hao Tian's hand, swiftly suppressing the fortune of the heavenly court. Not only Hao Tian, but also Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian moved in unison, their treasured artifacts soaring above their heads, suppressing the dissipating fortune in the void. This was the fortune of the Xianmen. It pertained to their personal interests. Fellow Daoists, let us act together. Hao Tian instructed, transmitting his voice to the heavenly court. At this moment, the celestial beings all took action. The 4 sovereigns of the heavenly court possessed supreme, innate spiritual treasures, all of which flew out to suppress the fortune of the Xianmen. Today, I, Jijin, and I, Junyi, shall establish a new sect outside the Xianmen, named the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect is for the wise. All beings possess Buddha nature and can enter my Buddha sect. Those who join my sect may enter the Western bliss and be free from the sufferings of reincarnation. From this day forth, I shall be known as Jiejin Buddha. From this day forth, I shall be known as Junyi Buddha Mother. At this moment in the West, Jijin and Junyi underwent a remarkable transformation. Their original robes turned to kasayas, and their once flowing hair transformed into a black bun, while the sounds of Zen echoed from the West, resonating throughout the primordial realm. As the Buddhist sect was established, the fortune originally belonging to the Xianmen continuously flowed towards the Buddhist sect. Although several saints were suppressing it, and the gods of the heavenly court were assisting, the fortune of the Xianmen still suffered considerable depletion, losing nearly 20%. Among this loss, the human sect accounted for 1%, the heavenly court for 2%, while the Chan sect and the Jie sect each took 4%. The human sect disciples were scarce, and their fortune was concentrated in Laozi and Xuandu. Therefore, their loss was minimal this time, aided by the suppression of innate treasures. The heavenly court had considerable merit and also possessed treasures, yet due to the multitude of deities, their loss was slightly greater than that of the human sect. The Chan sect and Jie sect each lost half. For the Jie sect, this was a favorable outcome, given that its disciples were numerous and varied, lacking the innate treasures to suppress fortune. The Chan sect only had 12 disciples, but boasted the Pangu banner to suppress fortune. The losses of both were equal, and the Jie sect had recently accrued sufficient merit. At this moment in the West, the Tao of Heaven descended 2 large portions of merit, entering the bodies of Jijin and Junyi. The 2 exchanged glances, each seeing joy reflected in the other's eyes. The descent of merit from the Tao of Heaven indicated that their actions were correct. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court, Hao Tian looked sternly at the gathered deities. He then spoke. The heavenly court's millennium plan consists of a total of 13 items, which will soon be communicated to the primordial realm. I hope that all of you will unite with the heavenly court in harmony to advance the development of the primordial realm. With these words, Hao Tian hastily concluded the conference. The deities of the heavenly court felt a tinge of regret. The establishment of the Buddhist sect in the West had indeed dampened the mood, but since Hao Tian had spoken, they dared not defy him, and thus the crowd began to disperse slowly. Just at that moment, Hao Tian once more addressed them. All celestial beings above the golden immortal level, along with disciples within 3 generations of Xianmen, are to assemble at the southern heavenly gate and stand by. Heed the heavenly emperor's command. We shall follow the instruction of our master uncle. With a celestial being leading the way, the gods of the heavenly court and the disciples of the Xianmen all complied. Even the disciples of the Chan sect obeyed without hesitation. I end the void. Hao Tian returned once more. At this time, the faces of the 4 saints of the Xianmen were not very pleasant. Eldest brother, there are traitors in the Xianmen. What should we do? Hao Tian turned to Laozi and inquired. At this moment, Laozi was the foremost disciple of the Xianmen, capable of representing it in the absence of Hongjun. The implications of eldest brother were weighty. Laozi frowned, about to speak. What should we do? To break through the door and teach is certainly to execute them. Since I obtained the Zuzhen, I have yet to slay a saint. Today, we few shall join forces to eradicate the traitor. Tong Tian's killing intent surged, the Zhujian sword in his hand emanating a terrifying aura. Alas, the third brother, this matter is not so simple. Although Jijin and Zhuani have broken through the door and stolen our fortune, the Tao of Heaven recognizes them and has bestowed merit. If we were to attack them for this reason, would it not be to go against the Tao of Heaven? That would be unwise. In contrast to Tong Tian's fervor, Yuanchu's words were rather thought-provoking. Unwise. What is unwise about it? Even if our master would come, he would still need to teach them a lesson. Second brother, how can you defend those two traitors? Tong Tian looked at Yuanchu, his eyes filled with astonishment, as if he were meeting this second brother for the first time. What do you mean by traitors? They are merely registered disciples of our master. Not direct disciples. If they break through the door, so be it. What is there to discuss? The Jie sect has more than 10,000 outer disciples, and haven't many joined other factions. Yuanchu retorted. The outer disciples and direct disciples are indeed two distinct categories. Direct disciples inherit the teachings, while registered disciples merely listen to the teachings. The gap between them is as vast as the sky and the earth. I believe that my elder brother Yuanchu is correct. Jijin and Zhuani sought to be accepted as disciples, but were rejected by our master, thus becoming registered disciples. I imagine our master anticipated such a day. Yuhua interjected in a bid to mediate. Do you not wish to intervene? Our master has treated us well. Today, if someone breaks through the door and we do not act, then our camaraderie is for naught. What need is there for the Xianmen to exist? Tong Tian glared angrily at Yuanchu and Yuhua, then turned his gaze towards Hao Tian. Hao Tian, what do you propose we do? Tong Tian looked expectantly at Hao Tian. Hao Tian scoffed coldly. What can be done? What can be done? Laozi's fortune has just been significantly stolen by Xianmen disciples. If we cannot even voice our discontent over such matters, then we might as well abandon the name of the Xianmen altogether. I have already summoned all those above the golden immortal level in the heavenly court. If you are unwilling to go, then even if it is just me, I shall seek justice. All right, junior brother, that is the spirit. Tong Tian laughed heartily, patting Hao Tian on the shoulder, and then both turned their gazes towards Laozi. Laozi's expression was grave as he cast his gaze upon Yuanchu and Yuhua, then glanced at Hao Tian and Tong Tian. Disciple, he began, our esteemed master sheltered us during our struggles with the savage beasts, imparted wisdom during the Dragon Han era, and bestowed upon us the precious purple qi within the Zixiao Palace, aiding us in our ascension to sanctity. How could we ever forget such profound grace? Laozi turned to Yuanchu, his words echoing with a probing intensity. Seeing Laozi's earnestness, Yuanchu sighed deeply. It is not that I, as your junior, lack gratitude. Rather, it is the will of the heavenly Tao, which I dare not contravene. Laozi furrowed his brow and, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. Today, you abandon the Xianmen as if it were mere straw in light of the grand design of the heavenly Tao. What shall we do when the heavenly Tao incites animosity between us brothers in the future? This statement pierced the heart. Brother, what do you mean by that? I, as your junior, would never betray my brethren. Yuanchu looked at Laozi, feeling somewhat wronged. Yet, Laozi remained silent. Only Hao Tian understood the depth of the bond between the Tao ancestor Hongjun and the three pure ones. A connection not easily severed. The dawn of creation. Many mighty beings roamed the cosmos. Ferocious beasts, savage creatures, and remnants of chaotic deities wreaked havoc. Many coveted the primordial spirit of Pangu, but at that time, the three pure ones had but a single exquisite pagoda to defend themselves. It was through Hongjun's relentless protection that they were preserved, while Hongjun did indeed seek to seize Pangu's fortune. His benevolence was undeniable. Observing this, Tong Tian smirked, for he had been forewarned by Hao Tian that in the future, Yuanchu would direct his most potent efforts against his brothers. Laozi glanced at Yuanchu and then at Yuhua. Inquiring once more, Sister, will you not act? Senior brother, it is the will of heaven. Why should we defy it? Yuhua replied, somewhat shyly. Laozi nodded gently, then turned to Hao Tian, disciple, to ensure the unity of our decree. I, in the name of the elder brother, hereby grant you full authority to handle this matter, within the three realms and beneath the Xianmen. All shall heed your command. From henceforth, both I and your brother Hao Tian shall follow your orders. I hope you lead the disciples of the Xianmen to uphold its fortune." Laozi's words astonished Hao Tian. Among them, he was the youngest, having attained enlightenment last. By all rights, it should not fall to him to take the lead. Yet, Laozi's decision was undoubtedly based on various considerations. Nevertheless, Hao Tian could not falter brother's heavy trust. "I dare not decline. Today, as your junior, I shall take the liberty to lead. I ask for the understanding of all elder brothers and sisters." Hao Tian bowed to Laozi and then to Yuanshi and the others. Hao Tian laughed heartily. "Fear not. Junior brother, the elder brother has spoken. I shall surely lend my full support. Today you must give me the chance. I must strike down at least one saint with my Zizanjian." Hao Tian chuckled. "Then I invite both elder brothers to accompany me to the heavenly court." At the southern heavenly gate, 3 formidable beings of mixed origins suddenly materialized. The disciples of the Xianmen and the celestial beings of the heavenly court hurriedly paid their respects. Salutations to the saints, greetings to the heavenly emperor. The disciples of the Jie sect and the golden immortals of the heavenly court promptly bowed. However, the disciples of the Chan sect, while bowing, were continually searching for Yuanshi's trace with their eyes. After all, such matters could not possibly exclude their master. I could see that moment. Yuanshi's voice resonated in the hearts of the Chan sect disciples. "Your master is in seclusion and shall not emerge for 100 years. For all significant matters, you must decide for yourselves." The Chan sect disciples exchanged glances, realizing that their master explicitly wished to refrain from involvement. However, what did it mean to let the disciples decide for themselves? If he had issued a direct order prohibiting participation, the disciples would have dispersed. Allowing them to decide independently was indeed a test of their resolve, but could the human heart withstand such trials? It was difficult to ascertain. After the crowd had bowed, Hao Tian spoke. "Today, on behalf of my elder brother Laozi and elder brother Hao Tian, I shall take charge of the affairs of the Xianmen." He paused, allowing everyone a moment to absorb this proclamation. "That I request the heavenly emperor to issue a decree." From the crowd, someone shouted. Hao Tian looked down to see it was Randeng. At that moment, Randeng raised his voice. "I request the heavenly emperor to issue a decree." The surrounding cultivators naturally followed suit. In an instant, outside the southern heavenly gate, apart from the Chan sect disciples, all echoed the call for the heavenly emperor's command. Hao Tian nodded. This Randeng certainly knew how to pave the way. "The gods of the heavenly court and the disciples of the Xianmen, follow me aboard the woody ship. We shall set sail for Shumi. From this day forth, Shumi shall be barren." Hao Tian commanded, and the woody ship broke through the clouds, halting before the southern heavenly gate. The array of transportation activated. Each disciple of the Xianmen took their respective positions and quickly entered. In truth, though they were called disciples of the Xianmen, most were disciples of the Jie sect. They were quite familiar with the woody ship and required no arrangement to find their proper places. "Xuandu, go inform the disciples of the Chan sect of the situation without reservation. Whether to join or not is entirely up to them." Laozi instructed his disciple. Laozi felt a tinge of disappointment towards Yuanshi. However, perhaps there were still some among the Chan sect disciples who could be of use. "Tell them that if they are willing to follow the Xianmen into battle today, the Xianmen shall ensure their lives in the future." As Xuandu was about to depart, Hao Tian quickly added, "Xuandu, this will force the Chan sect disciples to make a choice between 2 difficult paths." Xuandu nodded. He sped swiftly, arriving at the Chan sect encampment and explaining the situation without reservation. Soon after, Xuandu himself boarded the woody ship, joining the ranks of the expedition at 8T. This moment, the disciples of the Chan sect turned their gazes toward Guang Chengzi as the eldest disciple of the Chan sect. Guang Chengzi held considerable prestige. Now, it fell upon him to make a decision for the group. "Senior brother, what does it mean that the Chan sect is setting out while our master is in seclusion? Are we to go or not?" Tai asked Guang Chengzi. Guang Chengzi's expression darkened. To be fair, he sensed something amiss with their master. Yet, the master's intent was already quite evident, and he, Guang Chengzi, could not defy his master's wishes. The master's intent is clear. He is in seclusion, and Kunlun requires guardianship. "I shall return to Kunlun now to protect the cave dwelling," Guang Chengzi declared. Senior brother speaks rightly. We shall go together. Tai responded in agreement upon hearing Guang Chengzi's words. Subsequently, Tai, Yuding, Qingxiu, Lingbaoyin, Chijingzi, and several others expressed their concurrence, and they departed from the southern heavenly gate, heading towards Kunlun. Meanwhile, among the gathered disciples of the Chan sect, a few remained. It seemed that within the Chan sect, there were still some disciples who understood the greater picture. Laozi rarely displayed a smile as he remarked. Hao Tian's divine sense swept across the area, and his brow furrowed slightly. Those who remained were all dissidents. At this moment, within the gathering of Chan sect disciples, Sihong Daoist, Puxin Daoist, Wenshu Daoist, and Lu Li Sun, along with the Sanwujinren, Huanglong Daoist, remained. Among the five, four potential candidates for future defection. Among these five, how many could truly take that step? Tong Tian spoke with an air of indifference, devoid of sorrow or joy. Your Majesty, all have boarded the ship. Shall we set sail? Xuandu approached to pay his respects. 10 breaths later, we shall depart. Hao Tian's voice resonated throughout the heavenly court, naturally reaching the ears of the Chan sect disciples who remained behind. Upon the woody ship, the arrays gradually illuminated, and they were soon to embark. At this moment, within the Chan sect's ranks, there was finally movement. The first to act was Sihong Junren. Following Sihong, the remaining 4 dared not take action. Hao Tian nodded. This Sihong had some potential. The woody ship soared into the sky. Departing from the heavenly court, the onlookers soon ceased to focus on the few who had not boarded, hastening towards the west. Uncle Master, wait for me, a voice called from the heavenly court. Following this, a yellow dragon roared forth, chasing after the woody ship. Upon the yellow dragon, a youthful figure exuded vigor, a red ribbon entwined around the dragon's head, commanding its pursuit of the woody ship. The arrival surprised Hao Tian. It was Ling Zhuzi, a disciple of Yuhua. The yellow dragon was none other than the hesitant one lingering outside the southern heavenly gate. Clearly, the yellow dragon was not entirely willing at this moment. As a Sanwujinren, the yellow dragon's cultivation was merely that of a golden immortal, positioned at the lowest tier of the 12 golden immortals at this moment. Under Ling Zhuzi's guidance, it flew towards the woody ship. Before long, Ling Zhuzi caught up to the woody ship, landing before Hao Tian. Ling Zhuzi has come to heed your command. I wish to join you in battle. Meanwhile, the yellow dragon rolled over, transforming into human form, albeit with slight injuries on its face. Ling Zhuzi, what is the meaning of this? Hao Tian furrowed his brow, gesturing towards the yellow dragon. Though the yellow dragon was a disciple of the Chan sect, it was not a being to be trifled with. Reporting to Uncle Master, I represent the Yuhua Palace in this expedition. Due to receiving the news late, I arrived only to hear the senior brother lamenting at the southern heavenly gate about missing the opportunity to participate. I assisted him, bringing him along. Ling Zhuzi pointed at the yellow dragon. The yellow dragon felt somewhat embarrassed. As the woody ship departed, he could not help but feel anxious, offering a few grumbles. Initially, he was not favored within the Chan sect. And now, having missed the chance to board the woody ship, he lost the opportunity to join the heavenly court. To voice a few complaints is quite normal. Who could have anticipated that just after expressing a couple of grievances, a little child would come along, claiming to lend a hand and insistently pulling me along to pursue. Yet, despite the jest, Huanglong still harbors a trepidation towards Yuan Shi. Complaints aside, he has no genuine desire to engage. However, Ling Zhuzi, under the duress of a magical artifact, compels Huanglong to join the expedition. That being the case, Ling Zhuzi, are you aware that the sage Yuhua will not partake in this battle? Hao Tian inquired, casting a glance at Yinzhongzi. I know. However, my lady's absence does not imply my own. After all, the palace of Yuhua belongs to the mystical sect, and it is only fitting that someone takes to arms. Ling Zhuzi declared, her youth belied by the determination evident in her gaze. Very well, then you shall remain. Hao Tian nodded, having previously thought Ling Zhuzi too young. Yet he was taken aback to find that, despite her tender age, she possessed a keen understanding of right and wrong. Thank you, Master Uncle. Ling Zhuzi acknowledged her orders and withdrew, leaving only Huanglong in the vicinity. Huanglong, what are your thoughts? If you wish to depart, I shall immediately escort you back to Kunlun. Hao Tian turned to Huanglong with a smile. Huang Long stammered, feeling somewhat awkward. At this moment, he found it difficult to voice his desire to leave. Yet he also harbored doubts about joining. Junior brother Huang Long, since you've come, you should stay. This battle will bring you only benefits, not detriments. After all, even if you return to Kunlun, gaining Master S favor is no easy feat. A voice interrupted Huang Long's hesitation. He looked up to see a blinding light before him. Upon closer inspection, it was Yin Zhongzi. Brother Yin Zhongzi, it's you. Huang Long exclaimed, surprised. Being alone was certainly unwise. However, with a fellow disciple, his heart found some solace. Huang Long, this heavenly court is a splendid place. The Jade Emperor is benevolent and gracious. You will not suffer should you choose to remain. Another voice chimed in, and Huang Long turned to see Randang Daoren. Master Randang, you are here too. Huang Long exclaimed in delight. And I as well. At that moment, C.I. Heng appeared from behind Huang Long. Patting him on the shoulder, Brother C.I. Heng, stay with the Jade Emperor, and you will not regret it. Randang urged. Remain. All the merits you accumulate will be obtained in the heavenly court. Yin Zhongzi pointed to the golden light of merit behind him. Very well, I shall stay. Huang Long nodded, then turned to kneel before Hao Tian. I am willing to follow the Jade Emperor into battle. Excellent. In that case, you shall temporarily accompany Yin Zhongzi, Hao Tian commanded, dismissing Huang Long from further consideration. Huang Long then followed Yin Zhongzi, while C.I. Heng accompanied Randang. Although there were only 4 disciples of the Chan sect aboard the ship, harmony prevailed. By the way, there is also Ling Zhuzi. She is now also mingled with the Chan sect. After all, Yin Zhongzi is virtuous, Randang is talented, and C.I. Heng possesses a commendable demeanor. Being among such company, Ling Zhuzi feels quite content, the highest point of the Wu Di ship. Hao Tian, Laozi, and Tong Tian quietly observe the unfolding situation. Huang Long seems to have some fortune. By a stroke of fate, he partakes in this battle today. Afterward, he is likely to experience significant transformation. Tong Tian chuckled. These disciples of the Chan sect have great potential. And even Huang Long may find himself on the path to the great Luo following this battle. Now, it remains to be seen how much fortune we can reclaim from the West. Should we fail to recover it, I fear that traitors may arise among the disciples of the mystical sect once the Buddhist sect flourishes. Laozi spoke solemnly. The core objective of this expedition is to seize fortune. The 2 saints of the West have established the Buddhist sect, pilfering a portion of the mystical sect's fortune. Now, we must reclaim what is rightfully ours. Rest assured, senior brother, I have already devised a plan. Our elite disciples must not come to harm. Hao Tian's eyes sparkled with resolve as he spoke. What brilliant strategy do you have, junior brother? Tong Tian inquired, smiling. Allow me to keep a secret for now. But, senior brother, your disciples must heed my commands. Regardless of how peculiar my orders may be, they must follow unconditionally. Hao Tian warned Tong Tian. What are you saying, junior brother? If you are entrusted with this task, my disciples, indeed, even I shall follow your lead, Tong Tian confirmed. Agreed, Hao Tian replied, remaining silent thereafter. I could see that moment. The mist parted, revealing a majestic mountain in the west, the ancestral peak of Shumi Mountain. Layers of Buddhist light radiated from its summit, safeguarding the entire that moment. Atop Shumi Mountain, the 2 saints, Jane and Zhuanti, sat in meditation. Behind them were the disciples of the Buddhist sect. The 2 saints turned their attention towards the Wu Di ship, their expressions growing grave. They had anticipated that following the establishment of their sect, they would face retribution from the mystical sect. Although they had undertaken considerable preparations, they initially thought they could manage with just the 2 saints and that any price paid would be worth it. However, with Hao Tian now in the equation, they exchanged worried glances, knowing they could only take one step at a time. Brothers, when the time comes, I shall step forward to invite the 2 saints of the West into the chaos to settle our cause and effect. Tong Tian, you shall ensnare them with the extermination sword array, while my elder brother and I support you in the main formation, together with the sword array and the enhancement of our treasured artifacts. We shall surely contain them. Hao Tian outlined the strategy to Laozi and Tong Tian. Then, junior brother, why did you bring so many disciples along? Could we not handle this ourselves? Tong Tian asked, somewhat puzzled. I brought them precisely to ensure that Shumi will be thoroughly swept clean. Atop Shumi Mountain, as the Wudi ship drew closer, Jin and Junti exchanged glances before stepping into the void, confronting their adversaries. Currently, the Wudi ship could only contend with the Great Luo. The power of the Saints would undoubtedly overwhelm it. Thus, upon seeing Jin and Junti appear, Laozi and the others also appeared in the void. Renegades of the sect, do you acknowledge your crimes? Laozi's voice resonated as he sternly addressed the two. It is not we who have betrayed the sect. It is the decree of the heavenly Tao that forces our hand. We beseech the elder brother to forgive us. Jin and Junti replied, their expressions tinged with bitterness as they bowed to Laozi. Forgiveness? Humph. Today, no matter how eloquently you speak, it will not absolve you of the charges of betrayal. If you truly wish to repent, dismantle your sect and return to the mystical sect. Otherwise, we must resolve this in the chaos. Laozi gestured with his staff, glaring at the two in anger. Hao Tian unleashed the Qingping sword, a wave of murderous intent emanating as he prepared to strike. At this moment, Hao Tian also brandished the Hao Tian mirror, and the three were poised for attack. You three have come here today to settle your cause and effect in the chaos. Jin and Junti exchanged glances and spoke in unison. This is Shumi Mountain, the stronghold of the West. To engage in battle here would have a significant impact on the West. Therefore, entering the chaos to resolve our cause and effect is the most prudent course of action. The Buddhist sect was a product of the two saints' labor, and naturally, they were reluctant to see their efforts wasted. The three of them remained silent, and then surged towards the chaos. The two saints turned back for a moment, casting a glance at Shumi Mountain, instructing their disciples to guard the formation and not to venture out at that moment. Atop Shumi Mountain, the two disciples of the saints, Yaoshi and Methria, exchanged glances, feeling somewhat reluctant. Having attained the realm of Great Luo Jingxian over the years, they were eager to test their skills against the forces of the mystical sect. As for us, entering the chaos may entail some risks, but it will not affect our fundamental essence. However, if you venture out and meet your destined calamity, it will be a fate from which there is no return. Therefore, heed our warning and do not act impulsively. Jin cautioned his disciples before stepping into the chaos. This moment, deep within the chaos, Hao Tian waved his hand, and four formidable swords appeared behind him, soaring into the air and forming a sword array that shattered a portion of the chaos. Hao Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had possessed the four extermination swords for many years, but was now using them against an enemy for the first time. Jin, Junti, if you enter the array, you may emerge unscathed, and then all cause and effect shall be resolved. However, should you enter the array and meet your demise, that would be your fate. Are you two willing to enter the array? Laozi stood outside the array and addressed them. The two saints exchanged glances, sensing a hint of relaxation in each other's demeanor. Although the extermination sword array was formidable, the saints' primordial spirits, being anchored in the heavenly Tao, could not be slain. Entering the array would only result in some injuries to their physical forms, which was not overly detrimental. After all, since the establishment of the Buddhist sect, the two saints had been mentally prepared. Without paying a price, it would be difficult to resolve this matter. Thus, Junti and Jin exchanged glances. Brother, if we venture into the array, we shall consider this matter settled. We disciples of the mystical sect are known for our word. Laozi nodded in agreement. Hao Tian, what say you? The two looked at Hao Tian, somewhat apprehensive. Why, elder brother's thoughts are my own. If you enter the array and can emerge, this matter shall be settled. Should you refuse, we shall engage here, and I will pursue you relentlessly until the end of time. Not only you, but your entire sect will not escape our wrath. You two entering the array will settle this matter. Regardless of the outcome, we three shall not lay a hand on your disciples. Hao Tian turned to the two individuals and spoke. They exchanged glances, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in their eyes. This was the most favorable outcome they could accept. After all, the three had assured them that they would not take action against their disciples. Thus, let my brothers experience the might of the foremost array of the primordial chaos. Jin and Junti strode towards the Juxian sword array. Stepping through the array's portal, As time and space revolved, they were besieged by relentless chaotic sword energy. Jin and Junti, not daring to be complacent, summoned their golden lotuses. The 12th grade merit golden lotus bloomed. Enveloping the two saints within its petals, Jin's treasure banner soared forth, providing further protection for the pair. The 7 treasures' mysterious tree and the Buddha's divine powers were unleashed in succession, firmly safeguarding the two saints. Their self-awareness was clear. They could not hope to win, but maintaining their invincibility was paramount. The howling chaotic sword energy incessantly battered against their protective divine light, yet the impact was negligible. Hao Tian laughed heartily. "Behold how my sword array shatters your defenses." With Qingping in hand, Hao Tian continuously unleashed waves of sword energy. The sword energy surged towards the 4 gates of the Juxian sword array. The Juxian sword, the Levexian sword, the Xianxian sword, and the Jueshian sword, for supreme killing swords, erupted with boundless murderous intent. The chaotic sword energy roared like a tempest, relentlessly striking Jin and Junti. Sensing the intensity of the Juxian sword array, Jin exhaled deeply. "Junior brother, though this sword array is formidable, we brothers can withstand it. Once we endure the 2 waves of attacks, we shall break free from the array, thus concluding this karmic affair. Today's cause will lead to our sect's prosperity in the future," Jin said with a smile. Junti nodded. "What elder brother says is true. This time, our Buddhist sect has acquired a portion of a Xuanman's fortune. Their disciples should at least contribute a share to our sect. Under the heavenly Tao, amidst this vast wilderness, who truly holds the reins remains uncertain, but we must take our time." The two exchanged smiles, both feeling that their establishment of the sect was indeed correct. "Hao Tian, if you lack any other capabilities, my brother and I shall take our leave." Jin's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of pride. "Master brother." These two evidently harbor skepticism regarding the Juxian sword array's power. Perhaps we should add a little more fuel to the fire, lest they slip away and our plans be thwarted. Hao Tian glanced at the composed Laozi beside him and spoke. "Junior brother, rest assured, I have long prepared for this." At that moment, Laozi extended his hand, and 2 colossal yin-yang fish materialized in the void, swaying and darting towards the entirety of the Juxian sword array. This was Laozi's renowned formation, the 2 instruments' dust array, drawing from the essence of yin and yang and the source of chaotic energy. It instantly invigorated the spiritual energy of the entire Juxian sword array. The original sword energy erupted into a frenzy. It was akin to a humble rifle suddenly being replaced by a rocket launcher. Both in quantity and quality, it surged by several magnitudes. Hao Tian chuckled. "Now this is the correct way to activate the Juxian sword array." Back in the day, Luo, who drew energy from the Western Earth veins. Without sufficient energy, how could one unleash the array's full potential? Meanwhile, aboard the Wudi ship, a fragment of Hao Tian's divine consciousness was rallying the combatants for the impending battle. "Are you aware of the traditions of our Xianmen?" Hao Tian asked the assembly of cultivators aboard the ship. "Respect for our masters, kindness among fellow disciples. The way takes precedence." Various Xianmen disciples chimed in, but Hao Tian dismissed each response. "The tradition of our Xianmen is singular. What we desire. We claim, whatever I covet, I shall obtain. In short, the essence of our tradition is encapsulated in one word. Seize." Hao Tian declared emphatically. This proclamation ignited a tempest of excitement aboard the Wudi ship. The disciples of the Xianmen were lofty and esteemed, embodying the essence of immortality. How could they seize? Hao Tian shook his head and continued. "Wolves travel 1,000 miles to feast, while dogs traverse the same distance merely to scavenge. Our Xuanmen's ancestral master, Daozi Hongjun, was born before the dawn of creation, invincible before and after the era of Longhan. Throughout his life, he engaged in countless battles, wielding treasures from a mere piece of the creation jade plate to possessing the Panga banner, the Qian Kuan Ding, the Juxian sword, and numerous other revered artifacts. How did all these treasures come to be? They're the fruits of our ancestors' martial prowess." Upon hearing these words, the disciples erupted into a clamor, exclaiming, "Daozu is magnificent, and your mentors, born in the tumultuous wilderness, amidst the competition in the Purple Cloud Palace, seize their fortunes and opportunities. How many of the 3,000 Luo from the Purple Cloud Palace remain today? Hao Tian pressed on, intensifying his rhetoric that in the past, within the wilderness, you were disciples of great sects, concerned with status. Yet now, your adversaries are the enemies of the Xianmen. I demand that you charge forward and seize them. Once the array is breached, each of you must rush in. I do not discriminate among treasures, talents, pets, or veins. The more, the merrier, and the fewer. I shall be displeased should anyone return empty-handed. Do not blame me for cursing you. In summary, the principle is simple. Only profit, never loss. Do you understand? Hao Tian bellowed that we understand. The disciples of the Xianmen shouted in unison, their excitement palpable, especially among the disciples of the Jiejiao, who had long suppressed their demonic natures. Today they were sanctioned to seize, and their bloodlines surged with uncontrollable fervor. Du Bao, Hao Tian exclaimed. You lead the Chang'er, Dingguang Immortal, and the Xianmen Death Squad to charge forth. If we achieve victory in this battle, you shall earn the highest merit. Yes, we shall accomplish the mission, Du Bao declared confidently, patting the treasure tower atop his head and feeling the various artifacts upon his person. However, behind him, the Xianmen Death Squad, represented by the Chang'er, Dingguang Immortal, harbored thoughts of cursing their fate. They possessed no treasures. If they charged in, this squad would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. At this moment, aboard the Wudi's ship, the deities of the heavenly court infused their energies into the array, unleashing a colossal force that instantaneously shattered the protective formation of Mount Shumi. Jiejiao, follow me, Du Bao shouted, racing forward at the utmost speed. Subsequently, the disciples of the Xianmen unleashed their techniques, charging towards Mount Shumi. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to seize. This was a great holy sect. How many treasures could be obtained? Kong Xuan, you lead your men and keep a close watch. Anyone who shows cowardice shall be executed on the spot. Especially that rabbit, keep a close eye on him. If he lags even slightly, ensure he meets his end. Hao Tian commanded Kong Xuan beside him. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall ensure he does not survive this day. Kong Xuan replied with a bow, accepting the command. Meanwhile, atop Mount Shumi, Yaoshi and Methria were inherently averse to guarding the mountain gate, lamenting the hero's lack of opportunity. Yet, as the formation cracked under the onslaught of the Wudi's ship, it was not due to the saints' formation being inadequate. Rather, Hao Tian had subtly augmented it. After all, Hao Tian had only stated that he would not harm their disciples, but he had never claimed he would not breach their formation. Soon after, the disciples of the Xianmen surged forth. On Mount Shumi, there were numerous disciples. Born in the West for 1,000,000 years, they had continuously gathered disciples. Although few had matured, their numbers accumulated, yielding nearly 1,000 inner disciples. The Xianmen army surged forth. Du Bao Daoist charged directly towards the temple atop Mount Shumi. Treasures awaited. Amidst the chaos, the disciples of the Western Church suffered heavy losses. Yaoshi and Methria hurriedly flew out to oversee the situation, rallying their disciples to gather towards them. Yet it was already too late. Within the Xianmen, although the second-generation disciples had not arrived, among the third-generation disciples were several the Luo, and even the quasi-saint Zhao Gongming stood as a bulwark. The fierce battle raged on. The disciples of the Western Church continued to suffer casualties. Master, save me. Buddha, rescue me. More and more disciples fought desperately to reach the summit of Mount Shumi, where the saints delivered their teachings, praying fervently as they resisted. At this moment, amidst the chaos, Jane and Zhuanti inexplicably felt a sense of alarm in their hearts. After calculating with their fingers, their expressions shifted dramatically. Tong Tian, Laozi, how dare you lay hands on my disciples? Do you truly think my brothers are mere corpses? Jane and Zhuanti roared in anger, as the constant demise of their disciples signified the dwindling fortunes of the Buddha sect. Most crucially, these disciples represented their Western Church's accumulation over 1,000,000 years. Now, with half of them perishing and the toll still rising, they found it unbearable. We did not take action. It was merely a few third-generation disciples. If you Buddhists cannot withstand internal strife, how can you speak of prosperity? Hao Tian casually unleashed a few attacks, smiling at the elder brother. We must break free. We cannot allow the Buddhist lineage to be severed. Juni gazed at Jean, speaking solemnly. Agreed. Jean did not hesitate, retracting his golden lotus and preparing to charge towards the outskirts of the Juxian sword array. Try to leave? It won't be so easy. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Since you have entered the Juxian sword array, how can I allow your escape? Without uttering a word, Laozi merely extended his hand, casting the Taiji diagram. With the energies of yin and yang imbued, another grand encirclement formed around the periphery of the Juxian sword array. Today, it was clear, Jean and Junti would not be permitted to depart. Qian Kuinding restrained them. Hao Tian cast the Qian Kuinding, directing it towards the two individuals in an attempt to suppress them. Jia Yin and Junti wore grim expressions, as if they had sunk into a quagmire. The Tai Chi diagram, the extermination sword array, and the Qian Kuinding, the three innate treasures ensnared the brothers within the formation. Although they could not perish, escaping proved to be an arduous task. What exactly do you wish to achieve? The flourishing of the Buddhist sect aligns with the will of the heavenly Tao. Do you fear the heavenly Tao's retribution for extinguishing my lineage? Jiayin bellowed in fury, trapped and temporarily powerless. What should we do? We simply desire that your Buddhist sect no longer harbors innate beings. Hao Tian remained calm, his gaze towards Jiayin and Junti filled with indifference. How dare you? How dare you? If our Western lineage is severed, the heavenly Tao shall surely punish you. Jiayin shouted defiantly. Meanwhile, the sage's divine power surged forth, daring to confront the three innate treasures. Striving to break free from the extermination sword array. What of the heavenly Tao? What of retribution? I have spared their true spirits, allowing you to guide them back to reincarnation, as long as one disciple remains. Your Western lineage shall not be deemed extinguished. Hao Tian scoffed coldly. At this moment, Tong Tian and Laozi could not help but turn their gazes towards Hao Tian. Quietly, they elevated Hao Tian's danger level in their hearts. This individual, when provoked, would annihilate an entire clan. His plan to penetrate Mount Shumi was to send all beings within into reincarnation. It must be noted that Mount Shumi serves as the ancestral root of the West. Having accumulated innate spiritual essence over 1,000,000 years, the Xianmen army, by shattering mountains and temples, would directly consign this 1,000,000-year accumulation to reincarnation. This signifies that, under the overarching circumstances, the Buddhist sect shall no longer possess innate beings. The Xianmen seeks to siphon the fortunes of innate beings entirely. The difference between acquired and innate is not merely a matter of terminology. Their cultivation and aptitude differ by no less than 100-fold. Even if an acquired cultivator possesses unparalleled talent, their innate limitations hinder them from achieving lofty heights. After all, the starting point of innate beings is the endpoint pursued by most acquired beings. Severing the innate beings within the Buddhist sect is akin to cutting off the future of the entire denomination. Jiayin and Junti fell silent, their bodies surging with sage power. As they communicated with the heavenly Tao, forcibly accommodating its might to hasten their departure. Yet, as always, the West is too impoverished. Before them stood the three wealthiest individuals of the primordial chaos, Laozi, Tong Tian, and Hao Tian. Together, they constituted the most affluent cultivators in the entire primordial realm. The foremost disciple of the Xianmen, Laozi, Tong Tian, the cherished apprentice of his esteemed teacher, and the prodigious Hao Tian. Observing the two as they strained under the burden of the heavenly Tao's power, Laozi and Tong Tian exchanged knowing glances, and all three took action. Following the Tai Chi diagram, a precious pagoda appeared above Laozi's head. The Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth, beginning with the primal yellow. It embodied supreme merit, capable of annihilating a world with each thread. Once the Linglong Pagoda emerged, Jiayin and Junti, who had just quickened their pace, found themselves slowed once more. Tong Tian, not retrieving a treasure, wielded the Qing Ping sword and charged forward to obstruct Jiayin and Junti. As for Hao Tian, he unleashed a falling treasure of gold. Countless coins imbued with the malevolence of sentient beings cascaded towards Jiayin and Junti. Wealth can transcend the divine. Even a sage must yield in the face of an avalanche of gold. Jiayin and Zhuan Ti's faces contorted with profound humiliation. At this moment, they were suppressed by the extermination sword array, the Qian Kuan Ding, the Taiji diagram, the Linglong Pagoda, and the treasure-laden gold. Opposing them stood the sage Tong Tian. Each treasure acted as a negative buff, and now they bore the weight of 5 layers of negative buffs. Faced with Tong Tian's obstruction, their abilities diminished to a mere fraction. Brother, what should we do? I sense that the spirit of Mount Shumi is nearing its end. Our disciples are likely. Jin Ti's eyes reddened, unable to contain his emotions. Jiayin remained silent, equally at a loss. I vow to disband the Buddhist sect and return to the Xianmen. I shall spare your disciples. Hao Tian's voice rang out, exuding an air of tranquility. That moment, an image materialized within the chaos. It depicted the situation at the summit of Mount Shumi. The medicine master and Mithria, 2 great Luo, accompanied by over 10 experts, found themselves encircled by the Xianmen army. Meanwhile, Duo Bao, Ran Deng, Jin Ling, and more than 10 great Luo golden immortals relentlessly attacked the two. Bathed in blood, their eyes remained resolute as the disciples of the Buddhist sect rallied around them, united in spirit, engaged in a fierce and tragic battle. Now, if you vow to sever ties with the Buddhist sect and join my Xianmen, I assure you that no harm shall befall you. Duo Bao looked at the medicine master and Mithria, his eyes revealing a hint of approval. The two, as great Luo, had previously possessed an opportunity to escape. Yet, rather than flee, they chose to protect their disciples, fighting to the bitter end. Such valiance stirred a sense of admiration within Duo Bao. But I have but one master, the sage Jin. Today, I shall fight to the death. Should I perish, let it be so. Do not expect us to switch allegiances. The medicine master declared with unwavering determination. Despite being drenched in blood and battered, I am a disciple of my teacher. Wherever he stands, I stand. Though I may die today, my resolve shall not waver. Mithra echoed his sentiments. The glimmer of appreciation flickered in Duo Bao's eyes, and the onlookers were momentarily touched. If you two are willing to surrender, I can take you as disciples on behalf of my master, and together we shall share the path of the great Tao. Would that not be splendid? Duo Bao continued to although the West is impoverished, it does not compromise its principles. That we appreciate your kind intentions. Brother Duo Bao, the medicine master replied. Mithria nodded in agreement. Very well indeed. Truly my fine disciples. Jiayin clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Though tears streamed from his eyes, unbidden, Zhuan Ti's eyes brimmed with tears, yet they were filled with hatred as they beheld Tong Tian and the others. This calamity shall surely be repaid 1,000-fold in the future. Brother, it seems the time has come. The remaining individuals of the Western sect pose no threat. I deem the medicine master and Mithria worthy. Let us spare their lives. In the void, Tong Tian's eyes revealed a hint of reluctance as he transmitted a message to Hao Tian. Hao Tian frowned, casting a glance at Tong Tian, nearly rolling his eyes at him. The heroes of one are the enemies of another. Despite Tong Tian's usual cries for bloodshed, he was, in truth, the softest-hearted among the 3 pure ones. With boundless compassion, he now sought to spare the lives of Mithria and the medicine master. Hao Tian looked towards Laozi. Laozi, naturally, received Hao Tian's message, yet he shook his head resolutely, his gaze unwavering. Inaction is action. I act without emotion. Laozi's meaning was clear. He wished for Hao Tian to persuade Tong Tian. Contemplating for a moment, Hao Tian addressed Tong Tian. It is wise to pursue the remnants of a defeated foe. How can one afford to be merciful? If you let them go now, do you expect them to repent? Should they attain the Tao in the future, do you think they will be grateful or seek to eradicate us? At that time, you may be a sage, fearless, but can your disciples withstand such wrath? Tong Tian was taken aback. Then he fell silent. Hao Tian disregarded these matters and swiftly transmitted a message to Zhao Gongming, urging him to conclude the battle. At this moment, atop Mount Shumi, Zhao Gongming's head bore the Dinghai Pearl, moving silently as it descended upon the remaining enemies. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Mithria and the medicine master hurriedly activated their treasures to defend. However, it was evident that the combined force of the Dinghai Pearl and the Quasi-Saint's power was insurmountable. In an instant, the treasures shattered. A multitude of Buddhist disciples closed their eyes, resigned to their fate. Zhao Gongming struck with the might of a quasi-saint wielding a supreme, innate treasure. It descended upon the Buddhist disciples like a mountain. Though Mithria and the medicine master's treasures were shattered by the Dinghai Pearl, they coughed up blood and fell to the ground. As the treasures fell, the Buddhist disciples despaired, awaiting their demise. Just then, a black lotus blossomed around them, shielding all the Buddhist disciples. Subsequently, a figure clad in black appeared atop Mount Shumi. Wu Tian. "Who are you?" the medicine master inquired, puzzled, for he had never seen Wu Tian before atop Mount Shumi. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Come with me. The Buddhist legacy cannot be severed." Wu Tian spoke coldly. "I am a disciple of the Buddhist sect. You are a great saint of the demonic path. I cannot accompany you." The medicine master firmly rejected. Buddhism and demons are but two sides of the same coin. Why must you be entangled? Have you not heard your master speak of the three sages of the West? Wu Tian regarded the medicine master with newfound appreciation. The medicine master furrowed his brow, while Mithria appeared to recall something. "Could it be you are the Bodhi? Do not speak. Do not resist. Come with me." Wu Tian interrupted Mithria with a huff. Mithria and the medicine master exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with joy, and they spoke in unison. "We are willing to heed the orders of our esteemed uncle. Let us go." Wu Tian waved his sleeve, gathering the remaining Buddhist disciples. However, following Zhao Gongming's final strike, only 5 remain alive. Atop Mount Shumi, the ground was littered with corpses. Even in the West's impoverished state, 1,000,000 years could yield over 10,000 beings. Moreover, Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti shamelessly sought to convert in the East. Mount Shumi, originally formidable, had been decimated by the Heavenly Court, leaving but 5 survivors. Fury surged within Wu Tian's heart as his gaze swept the surroundings, the killing intent nearly freezing the very space. "Wu Tian, you dare to emerge from Tianyuan. Do you truly believe my Heavenly Court is without defenders?" Zhao Gongming's eyes flickered with apprehension. He had witnessed Wu Tian's battle prowess firsthand, and if a confrontation were to ensue, he would not be weaker than Hao Tian before his enlightenment. At this moment, Zhao Gongming simultaneously obstructed Hao Tian while calling out to all disciples of the Xianmen to return to the Wu Di ship immediately. "What do you intend to do with me? Can you stop him?" Without Heaven let out a cold snort. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he gazed at Zhao Gongming. Today, he intends to annihilate all the disciples of the Xianmen present, avenging the followers of the Buddha. You Buddhist disciples are unafraid of death, but do the gods of the Heavenly Court fear it? Now that you dare to appear in the primordial chaos, do you not fear the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor to obliterate you? Ha ha! Without Heaven laughed boisterously. Saints are merely human. They're just more powerful cultivators, not omnipotent from a state of chaos to here. At least half a quarter of an hour is required. And for me, that half a quarter of an hour is enough to slay you hundreds of times. Meanwhile, in the midst of chaos, Jin and Junie laughed heartily. Hao Tian, Laozi, Tong Tian, did you ever think that retribution would come so swiftly? At this moment, the two no longer held any hope of reconciliation. Instead, it reignited their fighting spirit. Jinti's 7 treasures mysterious tree radiated divine light, and the body of the saint ignited in flames, striking to pierce through the entire formation. "Hold it down for me," Tong Tian bellowed. At this time, the Taiji and the Qingquan Ding also began to operate, attempting to thwart the two. Their objective had shifted from escape to luring Hao Tian and the others to this place. Without Heaven's cultivation, he was nearly invincible in the primordial chaos. I had long suspected that without Heaven was somewhat related to you. Seeing him today, it is indeed so that I did not expect that the West would conceal such a supreme being. Hao Tian appeared within the great formation, simultaneously obstructing the two, while saying, "This matter has nothing to do with us in the West. It may simply be that this friend without Heaven cannot tolerate your tyrannical actions. Thus, he took action, but do not seek revenge from us later. Junyi spoke, somewhat shamelessly. I tease such a moment, when your disciples risk their lives to save you. Do you still dare to claim it has nothing to do with you? Tong Tian roared furiously. Junior brother, I will restrain these two. You must return quickly, or it will be too late. Ha. A feudal Luo? A group of golden immortals? They will hardly withstand a few breaths. It is already too late to return now. Jane chuckled at Tong Tian's fury intensified. If anything happens to my disciples today, I will ensure that you too pay for it with your blood in the chaos. What can you do to me? My disciples can die, but your disciples cannot? A flicker of sadness passed through Junyi's eyes, simultaneously surging with boundless killing intent. At this moment, all the elite disciples of the Buddhist sect were dead, leaving only 5 disciples, with a loss of 70% of their fortune. In other words, the Buddhist sect was nearly obliterated. Thus, Junyi could no longer maintain his dignity, launching into venomous mockery. Very well, very well. If I do not leave you today, I shall abandon this sword formation of extermination. A resolute look flashed in Tong Tian's eyes. This expedition had claimed a substantial portion of the disciples of the Jie sect. If something were to happen, the elite of the Jie sect would suffer devastating losses. Elder brother, do not be hasty. I've already made plans for this. As Tong Tian appeared increasingly flustered, Hao Tian quickly offered reassurance. Junior brother, really? Tong Tian looked at Hao Tian with surprise. Hao Tian nodded firmly. What arrangements do you speak of? You had no idea that without heaven would act. How could you possibly know in advance? Junyi continued to mock. But Hao Tian chose to ignore the 2.8T this moment. In a mystic light mirror, without heaven waved his large sleeve and had already made his move. The disciples of the Xianmen retreated. Only Zhao Gongming remained. Facing Without Heaven. Without Heaven stood at the pinnacle of quasi-saintship, half a step into the realm of chaos, while the Deluo among the crowd were like ants. Only Zhao Gongming, as a quasi-saint, possessed the strength to fight back, die. Without Heaven unleashed a black destructive law toward Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming dared not be negligent and could only summon the Dinghai Pearl to shield himself. A fine treasure, but unfortunately, the wielder is lacking. Without Heaven raised an eyebrow and increased his output. The Dinghai Pearl was instantly shattered by the overwhelming magical power. Zhao Gongming himself was sent flying into the distance. Without Heaven paid no further attention to Zhao Gongming and turned to face the Wu Di ship. At this moment, nearly all the disciples of the Xianmen had returned to the Wu Di ship. Now it's your turn, Without Heaven sneered, his words laced with bloodthirsty anticipation. But suddenly, he discovered that there were still Dinghai pearls remaining before him. For in total, orbiting around Without Heaven, seemingly intent on driving him back. What is this? A magical treasure with spirit. Without Heaven frowned, but at this moment, he had little time to ponder, launching several streams of magical power to attempt to knock down the remaining 4 Dinghai pearls. However, when the attacks landed, the Dinghai pearls surprisingly held their ground. Simultaneously, the 4 Dinghai pearls emitted dazzling light, and 4 powerful beings emerged from the Dinghai pearls. That it is you. Without Heaven's gaze sharpened, his expression grew grave. It is we, the 4 emperors of the heavenly court, outside Mount Sumru, in the Yaoqi, Shi Wangmu, Xinyuanzi, along with Hao Tian's incense avatar, and the Jade Emperor stood in the 4 cardinal directions, encircling Without Heaven in the center. I had long suspected that there was a saint shadow behind the last reincarnation incident, but I never dared to confirm who it was. Now it seems I was not mistaken. Without Heaven. You are indeed from the West. The Jade Emperor spoke to Without Heaven with an indifferent tone. Hao Tian, you are truly crafty. How fortunate the Xianmen is to have you as the Heavenly Emperor. Without Heaven glared at Hao Tian, his eyes filled with wrath. Your schemes are well calculated, but unfortunately, you have encountered me. The Jade Emperor looked at Without Heaven with a calm demeanor, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The schemes of the underworld, they could have weakened the heavenly court while allowing the heavenly Tao to infiltrate the underworld, diminishing Huda's control over reincarnation. To that point, Without Heaven would smoothly take over reincarnation and become the king of the earth. The fortunes of the Buddhist sect would surge, and their future would be limitless. But alas, it was forcefully disrupted by Hao Tian. This time, the establishment of the Buddhist sect was also a great opportunity for expansion. Unfortunately, he faced Hao Tian. At any cost, blood must be shed in Shumi. He would shatter the fortunes plundered from the Xianmen and spit them back out. Now he had even foreseen his own appearance, with the 4 quasi-saints of the heavenly court besieging him. Last time you 4 besieged me, I was fortunate to win. This time we 4 besiege you. I wonder if you possess such good fortune. Hao Tian looked at Without Heaven, delivering a piercing admonition. Without Heaven's face turned ashen. The previously expressionless visage now trembled slightly with rage. Retreat. Without Heaven said nothing further and charged toward Shi Wangmu. His aura of destruction surged to its peak, clearly intending to take the softer target. Shi Wangmu's cultivation was not weak, but compared to the others, she was ultimately at a disadvantage in momentum. Shi Wangmu frowned, furious at Without Heaven's choice to strike at her first. Stars assist me. The stars of the Hao Tian rise. A dazzling Dao fruit ascended above Shi Wangmu's head. Although she was slightly weaker in attack, she was the mother of the stars, with pure Yin power. She controlled the authority of a lunar goddess. The Hao Tian stars instantly shone brightly, and the power of the stars was bestowed upon her. Her combat power elevated to a new level. Shi Wangmu wielded a Taiji sword and fearlessly charged at Without Heaven. Without Heaven felt somewhat helpless. Shi Wangmu's combat power exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought to change targets to break through. But at this moment, the Jade Emperor sent forth the He-Tu and Luo Shu. In the heavens above, the great stars shone. The sun and moon appeared together. The starry sky expanded infinitely, instantly enveloping several individuals. At this time, in the western region of the Primordial Chaos, within the Demon Kingdom, Luya looked up at the sky, and beside him, several demon saints appeared, visibly excited. I never expected that in my lifetime. I would witness the Hao Tian star array reappear in the world. One demon saint murmured, "This heavenly court, I shall surely destroy it." A glint of brilliance flashed in Luya's eyes. Then he turned to the nearby Shennong and inquired, "How did your discussions with Jinyang go?" "The other party has basically agreed, but the issue lies in how to distribute the benefits," Shennong replied with a smile. "Humph. They have agreed to a few benefits. They do not know the secret of Tonggu, but I am fully aware. Once we go, all the benefits shall be mine." Luya thought for a moment and commanded, "Understood, Your Majesty." In the midst of chaos, witnessing the Hao Tian star array re-emerge, the 4 emperors of the heavenly court besieging Without Heaven, Jin and Junti's expressions darkened considerably. They were well aware of Without Heaven's capabilities, however, facing 4 peak quasi-saints. Along with the Hao Tian star array, if the positions were reversed, they felt they could not withstand it. "Hao Tian, did you not say you would not take action against my Buddhist disciples? Now your avatar is acting. What is the reasoning behind this?" Zhuandi roared. "Did you not just say you did not know Without Heaven's origins? Is he not one of the Westerners? Now you wish to acknowledge it. Too late." Hao Tian coldly retorted, his actions unceasing. The poison of the incense of all beings continuously eroded toward Jin and Zhuandi. "Elder brother, this will not do. Without Heaven has fallen into the Hao Tian star array, and his life or death is unknown. You and I are trapped in chaos, making it difficult to escape in a short term. If this continues, our Dao lineage will be severed today." Zhuandi looked at Jin. "Speaking somewhat helplessly to AS for now, we can only fight our way out of the array. This time you and I were too careless. Even if we engage in a drawn-out struggle in the chaos, we should not have entered the array to sever the cause and effect. Now that the cause and effect remain unresolved, we are trapped in a city of worries." Jin, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, "At this moment." Jin was acutely aware that, relying solely on the 2 of them, it would be futile to attempt to extricate themselves from the formidable formation laid down by Laozi and his companions. Surrendering at that juncture would undoubtedly entail significant repercussions. "Shi Xiao, I have long since contemplated this matter. Soon, we shall separate and make our escape. I will fight desperately to carve a path for you. While you rescue our disciples, as a sage, I cannot perish." Zhuandi gazed at Jin, elucidating his plan. "Shitty, how can this be?" If we are present, the Buddhist sect endures. If we fail to protect ourselves, how can we speak of revitalization? Jain implored, his words steeped in earnestness. Though the disciples were indeed important, it was ultimately the two saints of the West who constituted the core of their strength. Thus, Jain was resolute in his desire to dissuade Zhuani from proceeding with his plan. Shixiang, cease your words. I cannot perish, but Wu Qian cannot. If he dies, it would be a true demise. Zhuani, with a hint of urgency, responded to Jain. Very well. Shitty, take care. Jain sighed, addressing Zhuani. Go. Zhuani thrust his hand forward, propelling Jain away, while he himself ventured in another direction. United they thrive, divided they perish. Zhuani, you are out of your mind. Tong Tian laughed heartily, as his earlier concerns for his disciples transformed into a surge of sword energy. Surging towards the now isolated Zhuani, grasping the seven-treasure Miao tree, Zhuani swung it repeatedly. However, it was evident that the tree could not genuinely obstruct the chaotic sword energy. Zhuani found it exceedingly arduous to withstand. Yet, through the power of his sagehood and divine form, he forced his way outward. Shixiang, Shitty, keep an eye on Jain. I shall first surround and eliminate Zhuani. Today, the Zhuxian sword array shall slay a sage. The gleam in Tong Tian's eyes revealed his ambition for a grand feat. Hao Tian and Laozi nodded, no longer concealing their intentions. They entered the fray, advancing towards Jain. At that moment, the chaotic sword energy relentlessly battered Zhuani. Exacerbating his injuries, two more waves of sword energy surged forth, severing the seven-treasure Miao tree into two pieces, which transformed into lotus leaves and dissipated into chaos. Zhuani, perish. Tong Tian ceased his admonitions, merely urging the sword energy to obliterate Zhuani's corporeal form. Confronting the sword energy, Zhuani displayed no fear, even sporting a faint smile. This caused Tong Tian to furrow his brow in confusion. What could Zhuani possibly find joyous at this moment? A wave of sword energy finally pierced through Zhuani's protective divine light, engulfing him. After a tumultuous surge of energy, a golden lotus gently rotated in place, though it had fallen from the 12th grade to the 10th. Where is Zhuani? Tong Tian pondered with growing concern. His gaze sharpened. No wonder Zhuani appeared so feeble earlier. What stood before him was not Zhuani's true form, but a manifestation conjured from his merit golden lotus. While the merit golden lotus was indeed a supreme, innate spiritual root, it paled in comparison to a sage. Now, having been directly diminished by 2 grades by Tong Tian's Zhuxian sword array, it had been reduced to the 10th grade. This is dire. Tong Tian's thoughts raced as he realized that if Zhuani was not present, he must surely be with Jain. Tong Tian hastily transmitted his thoughts and soared toward Jain. At this moment, Hao Tian and Laozi were locked in combat with Jain. They did not employ their full strength. They merely needed to restrain Jain in place. Upon receiving Tong Tian's transmission, the two were momentarily stunned. Just as they intended to enhance their control over Jain, it was already too late. Zhuani suddenly materialized beside Jain. His aura appeared somewhat depleted. The merit golden lotus was his ultimate treasure. Now, having been severed by Tong Tian, Zhuani's primordial spirit had sustained some damage. Shitty, be cautious. Hao Tian intended to advance, but was halted by Laozi. For Zhuani had already lunged forward. Let us perish together. Zhuani's eyes gleamed with madness and ferocity. This time his intention was to take Hao Tian down with him. After all, Zhuani was a sage, even in death. His primordial spirit could revive beneath the heavenly path, yet Hao Tian was not so fortunate. Though he was a divine ancestor, his primordial spirit could not rely upon the heavenly path for rebirth. Whether he could return after death remained a significant uncertainty. Thus, when faced with Laozi and Hao Tian, Zhuani decisively chose Hao Tian. Hao Tian sensed Zhuani's determination and murderous intent. With a light step, the Qian Kuan Ding appeared before him, and a pure world white lotus manifested beneath his feet, shielding him. Suddenly, a resounding explode echoed through the chaos as an immense fiery explosion erupted. The Taiji diagram, Linglong Pagoda, Qian Kuan Ding, and Zhuxian array that had encircled Jain and Zhuani were instantly blown away by this explosion. Even innate treasures, confronted with such a resolute and magnificent self-detonation, had no choice but to retreat. The self-detonation of Sage was akin to the creation of the world. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged forth, only to be engulfed by the chaotic essence. Shitty. Are you unharmed? Shitty. Laozi anxiously approached the center of the explosion, searching for Hao Tian's figure. Hao Tian also hurried from a distance, urgently seeking Hao Tian. Cough, cough, amidst the chaotic tides. Hao Tian emerged with great difficulty. The Qian Kuan Ding had been flung far away, and the pure world, white lotus-esque divine light had dimmed. Hao Tian himself had sustained significant injuries, yet he was still alive. Laozi and Hao Tian hurried to Hao Tian's side, assessing his wounds. This was the self-detonation of a sage. Who would dare claim they could withstand it? I am fine, not dead. Quickly pursue Jin. Do not let him escape into the Wanggong. Hao Tian waved his hand, addressing the two. This moment, they finally turned their attention to Jin. Just moments ago, Jin had also been seriously injured in Juni's self-detonation. However, Juni had deliberately avoided harming Jin. Thus his injuries were comparatively lighter. Now Jin's eyes brimmed with tears as he ran towards the Wanggong, sobbing. He had not forgotten Juni's exhortation. He must go to rescue Wu Qian. Seeing that Hao Tian was unharmed, Hao Tian and Laozi felt relieved. They hurried after Jin. With Juni's self-detonation, enmity had escalated. If Jin was not eliminated, future troubles would be endless. Within the Wanggong, amidst the starry sky, Wu Qian's situation was dire, confronted by the four revered beings of the heavenly court. Along with the Hao Tian star array's siege, Wu Qian found himself at a complete loss. Although his cultivation was profound, even surpassing each of the heavenly court's quasi-saints, alas, he was a destitute being, lacking any supreme treasure. His offensive capabilities were limited, making it arduous to swiftly defeat a quasi-saint or breach the Hao Tian star array. Thus, despite surpassing any individual, Wu Qian was being tormented by the four emperors of the heavenly court without respite. Above the Hao Tian star, the four emperors continued their relentless assault. Wu Qian's magical power was nearly exhausted, and he had sustained grievous injuries. Just as he contemplated how to extricate himself, an ominous rumble of thunder suddenly resonated within the Wanggong. The heavens above darkened abruptly. Blood rain fell from the void, saturating the land. Countless beings were engulfed by boundless sorrow, their tears flowing unbidden. What is happening? Why do I feel such profound sadness? The blood rain descended, as if the heavens wept, signaling that calamity had befallen the Wanggong. Some cried out, others sought answers, yet the significance of it all remained unspoken. Wu Qian gazed at the blood rain falling into his hands, his expression laden with grief. The descent of blood rain, a universal sorrow. This signified the fall of a sage. The Jade Emperor, adorned with divine flames, spoke with an air of nonchalance. Can you guess which sage is so mournful? Wu Qian's eyes glistened with tears as he cast a cold gaze upon the fort. The death of a sage meant that he, too, would not wish to survive alone. Henceforth, he implored the four to resist with all their might. For in his final moments, he would ensure that he took at least one or two down with him. The four exchanged glances, each discerning the gravity in the other's eyes. This Wu Qian, at the pinnacle of the primordial chaos, posed a genuine threat if he were to make a desperate counterattack in his dying moments. Fear not, I shall stand at the forefront. I am a deity of incense and fire. Even if I were to perish, I could revive within the will of the multitude. The Jade Emperor, without hesitation, positioned himself at the forefront. As a manifestation of Hao Tian, he bore this duty and responsibility. Rest assured, my friends, united, this rogue shall have no chance. Xinyuanzi, a man of grand spirit, would not cower behind Hao Tian. Indeed, my friends, rest assured, we shall fight to the death and ensure he does not escape. The Queen Mother of the West echoed, equally resolute. Hao Tian and Yaoqi shared an unspoken understanding, needing no words to convey their sentiments. It was, after all, a matter of life and death together. Prepare yourselves. Are you ready to meet your end? Wu Tian's gaze narrowed, having resolved to sacrifice himself for a strike. But first, the seeds of Buddhism must be preserved. Boom! At that moment, the Hao Tian star array suddenly began to tremble violently. A demon-subduing pestle pierced through the formation, arriving beside Wu Tian. "I will pave the way for you. You go first," Jane's voice rang out, and then the demon-subduing pestle crashed into the void, instantly creating a gaping hole in the formation that had long eluded this quasi-saint. "Go." Seeing this, Wu Tian dashed forth without hesitation. "Where do you think you're going?" The Jade Emperor's eyes blazed with fury as he charged forward recklessly, seeking death. Jing, wielding the demon-subduing pestle, prepared to strike, but at that moment, the Qingping sword soared out of the void, entangling itself with the demon-subduing pestle. Jin had already been caught up with by Laozi and Hao Tian. However, leveraging the advantage of having moved first, he summoned his treasure to aid Wu Tian in breaking free from the formation. Yet now, with his true form pursued, it would be challenging to intervene once more. "Pursue! We cannot allow him to escape." With the threat of the sage eliminated, the Jade Emperor took the lead in the chase. At this moment, his divine form burned fervently, his speed reaching its zenith. Wu Tian was in a poor state. Although he forcibly summoned his magical power, it could not be sustained for long. Just as the Jade Emperor was about to catch up, a blood-red figure emerged from the distance, followed by two beams of sword light charging towards the front. Hao Tian, who had been on the verge of catching up, was momentarily obstructed by the two beams, allowing Wu Tian to slip into the Tianyuan. The fissures of the three realms, the weak water Tianyuan, the realm beyond the path of heaven, is fraught with peril. Hao Tian is unwilling to venture into such risks. At this moment, Hao Tian gazes into the distance. The crimson figure in sight is none other than the ancestor of the underworld river. Now, the underworld river grins at Hao Tian, then dashes towards the blood sea. Hao Tian feels a surge of anger. This underworld river is truly relentless. It dared to cause chaos last time in the netherworld. Now, amid such significant proceedings in the heavenly court, it emerges to aid Wu Tian's escape. This is infuriating. Although, from the underworld river's perspective, there is a sense of mutual dependence. After all, within the entire primordial realm, only Wu Tian and he dare to stand against the heavenly court. They are like lips and teeth. And should one party be eradicated by the heavenly court, the other would inevitably become the target. Thus, Hao Tian can comprehend the underworld river's intention to rescue Wu Tian. However, understanding does not equate to Hao Tian allowing this matter to pass so easily. At this juncture, within the void, the six pure bamboo suddenly appears, its primordial force combining with exquisite treasures, landing accurately upon the underworld river just before it plunges into the blood sea. The underworld river emits a wretched cry. Sent flying by the impact of the six pure bamboo, that a single strike brings the underworld river down. Hao Tian does not linger, but instead soars into the outer heavens. The underworld river will not perish. For now, he can only teach it a lesson. In the outer heavens, Laozi and Hao Tian continue their siege on Jane. At this moment, Jane's condition is far from favorable. Faced with the assault from Laozi and Hao Tian, he is repeatedly forced back, sustaining multiple injuries. With Hao Tian joining the fray, Jane's situation becomes even more precarious. However, Jane proves to be cunning, attacking while gradually retreating towards the primordial realm. The aftermath of the battle among the four sages causes the entire primordial realm to tremble. The deities of the heavenly court spring into action, led by Yao Qi, employing their divine powers to safeguard the earth, barely managing to preserve the primordial realm. Yet, the conflict among the sages intensifies, and the deities of the heavenly court are on the verge of collapse. At this moment, both sides find themselves in a stalemate. Jane's eyes blaze red with fury, driven to madness. Relying on the immortality of sages, he exchanges injuries in a desperate attempt to inflict harm upon others. After what feels like an eternity, a sigh resounds, "Cease this at once." In the void, a figure appears seemingly out of nowhere, standing quietly above the emptiness. Upon hearing this voice, Hao Tian, Hao Tian, and Laozi all shudder, immediately halting their assaults. The newcomer is none other than the supreme sovereign of the primordial realm, Daozu Hongjun. Yet Jane stands humiliated, targeted by the three, and finally finds a moment to breathe. "Greetings, master." Laozi leads the way, while Hao Tian and Hao Tian obediently bow to Hongjun. Rise. Hongjun gazes at the three, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although his tone remains calm, the three can sense their master's underlying joy. Jane looks towards Hongjun, tears unexpectedly streaming from his eyes. Master, I implore you to uphold justice for me. My brother, Xuanti, has perished in battle, leaving my Western disciples utterly decimated. Jane's tone is filled with the grievance of a child, despite being millions of years old. Hongjun regards him with indifference, his expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Since you have become a leader of your sect, you should no longer refer to me as master. Hongjun's words strike Jane like a thunderbolt. Filled with despair, Jane had hoped for justice, only to find himself confronted by an adversary. This matter shall end here today. From now on, no sage is permitted to act within the primordial realm. Hongjun declares, looking at Laozi and the others, then back at Jane, we shall abide by the master's decree. The three do not dare to be negligent, bowing in acquiescence. The prohibition against sage intervention in the primordial realm implies that Jane can no longer act against the disciples of the Xianmen. Hao Tian wholeheartedly supports this regulation. Jane gazes at Hongjun in bewilderment. Hongjun, maintaining his expressionless demeanor, fixes his gaze on Jane. Only then does Jane realize, despite his countless reluctances, he must respond, yes, from this day forth, no further conflict shall ensue. Hongjun continues. Both parties naturally comply. Daozu, I beseech your compassion. Xuanti has perished. I implore you to assist him. Jane kneels, bowing deeply to Hongjun. Alas, the immortality of sages is a matter of course. Hongjun sighs, then extends his hand to point. At that moment, the power of the Tao converges upon Jane, and Xuanti's form reappears in an instant. Though the resurrection of a sage typically requires several years, today I shall make an exception and assist you. Should he fall again in the future, it shall not be so easily remedied. Hongjun addresses both Xuanti and Jane. Adhering to the master's command, Jane and Xuanti bow once more, yet when they lift their heads again, Hongjun's figure has already vanished from their sight. Daozu Hongjun arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. When Jane and Xuanti reunite, both are overwhelmed with tears. Having faced life and death, their brotherhood solidified even further. However, after Xuanti's demise, he is left without treasures, and his cultivation has regressed to the initial stages of sagehood. Clearly, while he may be resurrected, there are still costs to bear. Taiji, Shanqing, concerning this matter, let our grievances dissipate. We shall have ample time in the future. Jane and Xuanti manage to compose themselves, addressing Hao Tian and his companions with clasped hands. Undoubtedly, both harbor unexpressed frustration, planning for the next calamity to settle scores with Hao Tian and the others. Well said, well said. I only hope that you gather more disciples in the West next time. Otherwise, it might not be enough to contend with, Hao Tian remarks with a smile directed at the two. Jane and Xuanti, seething with anger, silently clasp their hands in response, and then return to Mount Shumi. At this moment, Mount Shumi is in disarray, with not a single disciple remaining. The two will likely have to toil for some time to rebuild. Laozi gazes in the direction of their departure, his tone tinged with melancholy. Why, dear junior brothers, although we have made some achievements in our assault on Shumi, we have ultimately allowed the Buddhist sect to retain some disciples. Now, our Xianmen has only reclaimed half of its fortune. I fear that in the future, our sect will still require some disciples to be invested in the West. Laozi sighs. Originally, the Xuanmen's fortune had diminished by 20%. And this time, the destruction of the Buddhist sect has only recovered 10%. Thus, the fortunes of the human sect, Heavenly Court, and Jie sect have all been halved, decreasing from 10, 20, and 40% to 5, 10, and 20% respectively. The three are acutely aware that the lost fortunes will fall upon the disciples of the Xianmen. In the future, it is inevitable that Xianmen disciples will enter the West, altering the fortunes. Now, within the Xianmen, the human sect, Jie sect, and Heavenly Court have all regained half of their fortunes. Only the Chan sect, led by Yuan Shi, has not intervened, making it evident that their fortune has suffered the most. While our fortunes have returned, the Chan sect remains unrecovered, It is uncertain whether our brother Yuan Shi will be able to calmly accept the loss of 40% of his disciples when the time comes. Hao Tian, in a relatively good mood, reflects on GSX dominance. However, this is not a long-term solution. The loss this time is not substantial, and it is indeed a stroke of fortune. Eldest brother, how shall we handle this merit golden lotus? Hao Tian inquires of Laozi, producing the 10-tier merit golden lotus. This golden lotus was left behind by Zhuni, who attracted the firepower. Although it has been diminished to the second tier by Hao Tian, it remains a valuable treasure. In asking this, Hao Tian still harbors a desire to return it to Zhuni. Third brother, although this merit golden lotus is damaged, it is still of the 10-tier caliber and can effectively suppress the fortunes of great teachings. Take it back for your use, Laozi remarks with a smile. Returning something that was taken, is that how it works? Hao Tian protests, his expression conflicted. The gift was bestowed upon the Xuanman's Zhuni Daoist, not the current Buddhist Zhuni. We have already shown considerable grace by not reclaiming the treasures given to Jin. Thus, keeping this golden lotus is entirely justified. Hao Tian smiles at Hao Tian, reassuring him. Hao Tian, upon hearing this, relents. Very well, I shall accept it. I am not taking it for myself, but returning it on behalf of the master. Hao Tian admits somewhat shamelessly. Eldest brother, may I borrow this golden lotus for the time being? As for your need to suppress the fortunes of the great teachings, you may use my pure world white lotus in the meantime, Hao Tian suggests with a smile. Hao Tian pauses, then his eyes glisten with gratitude. Brother, while I may not be talented, I am not so lacking as to require your treasure. Third brother, what Hao Tian suggests holds merit. Your heavenly court possesses numerous treasures and can suppress fortunes without the pure world white lotus. However, the GS sect cannot. Ultimately, the fortunes of the great teachings require a suitable treasure. The merit golden lotus, despite its damage, is still not optimal for use. Take the white lotus, and you may return it later, Laozi advises Hao Tian. The bond among the three clear ones has endured for millennia. Laozi is deeply concerned for his third brother. Witnessing his sect's rise and the scattering of fortunes, yet feeling powerless, he sees a glimmer of hope with the pure world white lotus. It could ensure the GSX's fortunes endure, allowing the great teaching to persist. Brother, though I'm not skilled, I'm still not so lacking as to take my junior brother's treasure. Hao Tian insists stubbornly, Do you truly think I would accept such a grand gift without regard for my reputation? The elder brother has misunderstood. My intention was not to bestow this merit-laden golden lotus upon you, but rather to convey that its utility far surpasses that of the pure world white lotus. Furthermore, I do not intend to give you the pure world white lotus. Once I have made use of it, I shall return it. Hao Tian turned to Hao Tian and said, Younger brother, what use is it? Hao Tian expressed his skepticism, yet, given Hao Tian's earnestness, he felt it would be ungrateful to refuse. The merit golden lotus is birthed from virtue. Theoretically, as long as there is sufficient merit, it can continue to ascend to higher levels. In heaven, we may lack in many things, but we possess an abundance of merit that in the future, this merit golden wheel in my hands will undoubtedly exceed the 12th rank, should the opportunity arise to achieve the 24th rank. I must extend my gratitude to elder brother for today as a generous gift, Hao Tian remarked with a smile. Younger brother, in that case, I shall graciously accept. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. My disciples from the Jiejiao will be dispatched to heaven tomorrow, ready to heed your summons, Hao Tian replied, somewhat moved. When the time comes, I will certainly seek your AIDAS for your disciples. Those below the Taiji level could be kept by you. Hao Tian chuckled in that moment. The air was filled with a sense of joy. Laozi, Hao Tian, and Hao Tian were all quite satisfied with this collaboration. They exchanged a few more words before Laozi took the lead to depart. Hao Tian soon followed suit. At that moment, Hao Tian suddenly contemplated whether it would be possible to find a way to incorporate Hao Tian into heaven. Currently, the Buddhist sect is languishing under the pressure of the Xianmen. Experiencing a downturn in fortune in the future, it is inevitable that there will be a great calamity within the Xianmen, and the calamity of the sealing of the gods cannot be avoided. If the three teachings could be amalgamated into a single entity, establishing a new sect, it might indeed bring about change. However, this is merely a thought that requires further refinement in the days to come. Shaking his head, Hao Tian suppressed this notion. For now, heaven is not suited to interfere in the internal affairs of the three teachings, especially as there are formidable enemies still at large, with light footsteps. Hao Tian made his way toward the Wudi's ship. Meanwhile, aboard the Wudi's ship, numerous immortals were busy processing their gains from the expedition. This time, the disciples of the Xianmen thoroughly plundered Mount Shumi from top to bottom. Although Mount Shumi may be impoverished, it is the ancestral vein of the West and a sanctum for sages. It could not possibly be devoid of treasures. Thus, this round of expedition proved to be extraordinarily lucrative for the disciples of the Xianmen. Duo Bao was engrossed in studying several jade slips and relics. Having developed a keen interest in the Western scriptures, Randall embraced a hard-won middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. Chuckling with delight, Sihong, unbeknownst to him, had acquired a jade purity vase from the Western ancestral court, which is also a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. As for Wanggong, this fellow now possessed a dragon pearl. This dragon pearl was a remnant from the battle of the three clans, left behind by a powerful dragon of the West who had fallen, and was kept in the treasury by Jiajin and Juni. Now, by a stroke of fortune, it had come into Huanglong's possession. Although he remained at the golden immortal level, possessing this dragon pearl, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the prospect of reaching the great Luo realm was within his grasp. The spiritual being Lingzhu also reaped considerable rewards during the battle, presently indulging in 2 celestial lotuses, crunching merrily. These lotuses had grown in the 8 treasure pool of the West, and were now being enjoyed as snacks. At this moment, every disciple of the Xianmen benefited greatly. If another expedition were proposed, it would be hard to imagine anyone opting out. Truly, there were great rewards to be had. When Hao Tian's figure appeared on the Wudi's ship, everyone hastily bowed in respect. Hao Tian gazed at the crowd, intending to offer a few words of encouragement, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. Too much can be as detrimental as too little. The current wilderness is not teeming with grand battles to be fought that not let him escape. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out, followed by a red object darting across the Wudi's ship. This instant captured everyone's attention. With a sweep of his divine sense, Hao Tian discerned that the speaker was Jin Shan. He too had participated in this expedition, albeit without making any significant contributions. Presently, he was in pursuit of a blood-colored egg. This egg moved with remarkable swiftness, and as it moved, there was a faint ripple of spatial energy. As Jin Shan chased, he drew ever closer. The blood-colored egg unexpectedly traversed space and appeared right before Hao Tian. Heavenly Emperor, save me. I have a precious treasure to offer the Heavenly Emperor. Please, spare my life. Hao Tian chuckled softly and extended his palm. The blood-colored egg hesitated for a moment before finally landing in Hao Tian's hand. Who are you? What treasure do you bestow upon me? Hao Tian inquired with a smile. Within this egg resides a living being, imbued with a rich essence of primordial energy, clearly indicating it is a primordial divine being. However, it remains a mystery why it lacks protective formations, ultimately falling into Jin Shan's hands. Heavenly Emperor, this is my spoils of war, my sustenance. You cannot bully the small with your might, Jin Shan exclaimed as soon as he saw the red egg in Hao Tian's grasp. Hao Tian regarded Jin Shan with amusement. You wish to consume it. He recalled that Jin Shan was once a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Was it not said that compassion should be at the heart of their teachings? The being within this egg possesses extraordinary roots. If I were to consume it, I believe I could enhance my own roots. Jin Shan scratched his head, grinning. Jin Shan, do not speak foolishly. At this moment, Duo Bao stepped forward from the crowd, silencing Jin Shan with a stern glance before addressing Hao Tian. Master Uncle, my young disciple is naive and uninformed. I ask for your understanding. Young disciple. Hao Tian regarded Duo Bao with some confusion. Duo Bao continued to explain. In recent days, I observed that Jin Shan possesses a certain degree of wisdom, so I took him under my wing. I have yet to inform Master and you, but the master-disciple bond has already been established. Since he is a disciple of the Xianmen, let this matter rest. Hao Tian waved his hand dismissively. Master Uncle, you cannot take advantage of me. As Duo began to pull Jinshan away, he shouted, "Keep your mouth shut. Did you not hear?" Duo clenched his fist and gave Jinshan a couple of light jabs. "All right, I certainly cannot take your treasure without cause. This egg contains a being among the 5 insects of the wilderness. The blood-winged black pattern, which belongs to the same category of the 5 insects of the wilderness, as you doubt if you were to consume it, you would undoubtedly progress. However, this particular being is steeped in malevolent energy. If you consume it, you may find it challenging to suppress this energy, ultimately becoming nothing more than a machine of slaughter." Hao Tian slowly articulated. "The wilderness is home to the 5 insects, Yinglin, Maoyu, and Kuan. They were formed from the confluence of malevolent energy in the Primordial Era, endowed with great powers from birth. Among them, Jinshan's true form, the 6-winged golden cicada, ranks first, followed by the blood-winged black pattern found within this blood egg, as well as the multi-eyed golden centipede, the 9-tailed earth scorpion, and the 9-headed worm. One must consume it to truly know," Jinshan replied somewhat reluctantly. Hao Tian looked at Jinshan, finding him to be quite unlike the benevolent monks of later generations. "I shall grant you a drop of my divine blood, which contains a trace of temporal power. If you refine it well, its efficacy will rival that of the blood-winged black pattern. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your kindness." Jinshan quickly bowed in gratitude upon hearing Hao Tian's words. Without further ado, Hao Tian let a drop of golden blood fall from his fingertip, which then flew toward Jinshan. Jinshan accepted the divine blood of the Heavenly Emperor and stored it within his treasure. This was an exceptional tonic. At this moment, Jinshan pondered whether, upon refining the Heavenly Emperor's blood, he might also claim to possess the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. Would he then be able to address the Heavenly Emperor as father? Would he not then be the Prince of Heaven? He cast a curious glance at Duo, wondering how it was that the Prince of Heaven had a great Luo as his master. What an odd pairing. Fortunately, Duo remained oblivious to Jinshan's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to declare, "This child must not be allowed to remain." After sending Jinshan away, Hao Tian intended to study the blood egg more thoroughly. However, to his surprise, after Duo escorted Jinshan aside, he returned, "Master Uncle, I wish to remain in the West. I ask for your permission." Duo spoke as soon as they met. "You wish to stay in the West?" Hao Tian furrowed his brow, puzzled by this situation. It was not yet time for him to defect. "What do you plan to do in the West?" Hao Tian inquired after a moment's thought. "I wish to protect the territory we have conquered for heaven." Duo replied earnestly, "We have fought hard to seize this land. We cannot simply stand by and watch it be reclaimed." Hao Tian regarded Duo with surprise. This young man displayed considerable insight. In truth, this was also a concern of Hao Tian's. At this time, the West could be considered a vast wasteland. The challenge lay in solidifying their hold on this territory. After all, the Heavenly Court is not like the Eastern Heavenly Court. It is the Heavenly Court of the wilderness. The West should likewise fall under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. "What are your plans?" Hao Tian asked Duo. "I intend to establish a sect." Duobao's words were akin to a bombshell. "You want to establish a sect? You are courting disaster." Hao Tian looked at Duo in disbelief. "If you establish a sect, what becomes of Tong Tian, the leader of the Jiejiao? Are you intending to branch off on your own? Where does that leave the Jiejiao?" "That is not my intention, Master Uncle. I have recently been studying the scriptures of the West, and I discovered that their methods of utilizing the faith and will of their followers and sentient beings are quite profound. Therefore, I thought it best to establish a new sect in the West dedicated to competing with the Buddhist sect for followers, thereby achieving a long-term strategy to weaken them." Duo continued, "Your reasoning is sound. However, if you wish to establish a sect or separate from the Jiejiao, you must seek out Brother Tong Tian." Hao Tian replied, "Why come to me?" Hao Tian cast a bemused glance towards Duo. This Yun Chanzi had sought him out and now Duo had come to the West to find him as well. Had he unwittingly offended someone? Was it not out of concern for his master's displeasure that he found himself in this predicament? Duo leaned in, chuckling. "You see, I am acquainted with Hao Tian. After all, I am the foremost disciple of Tongta. Our relationship is amicable, though perhaps not yet to the extent of familiarity that am I not concerned about his anger." Hao Tian sighed. "Master, Are you not the heavenly emperor, the supreme being of the three realms? Surely, Master would grant you favor, Duo Bao exclaimed, showering him with flattery. Indeed, this matter was not entirely beyond negotiation. However, the establishment of a new sect was out of the question. I can employ alternative methods to bring you to the West. What do you think? Hao Tian proposed. What do you suggest, Master? Duo Bao asked, somewhat hesitantly. I can bestow upon you the title of Western Buddha, allowing you to reside in the West and oversee all affairs pertaining to its mountains and rivers. As the Western Buddha, the heavenly court shall not dispatch troops nor demand tribute. All that is required is your allegiance. You could then gather a few junior brothers, establish some sects in the West, and open a few temples, ensuring they all pay homage to you as the Buddha. It would be quite similar to founding a sect. Hao Tian mused. That sounds splendid. I shall heed Master S every instruction. Duo Bao replied, excitement bubbling within him. His preconceived notions led him to think only of establishing a sect, yet he recognized that the divine path of incense and the veneration of a grand teaching shared certain commonalities. However, there is one condition. You must first obtain your teacher's consent. Hao Tian emphasized, turning his gaze towards Duo Bao. Understood, Duo Bao nodded. If it's not about establishing a sect, Master should likely agree. But, Master, could we perhaps avoid the title of Buddha? It sounds rather peculiar, Duo Bao remarked, slightly exasperated. Then what would you prefer to be called? Hao Tian inquired. What about Duo Bao Mingwang? It sounds more grandiose, and Buddha seems to imply a connection to the Buddhist sect. Duo Bao suggested after a moment's thought. Very well, Duo Bao Mingwang it shall be. Hao Tian nodded, affirming that the name was of little consequence. Elated, Duo Bao departed, leaving one to wonder how he and his disciples would fare in the West. Meanwhile, Hao Tian finally had the opportunity to investigate the matters concerning the blood-winged black patterns of tea that moment. In Hao Tian's hands, a blood-red egg pulsed with life. A voice, neutral and indistinct in gender, emerged from within. Heavenly Emperor, I am the master of the blood sea, and my emergence is imminent. When I arise, a companion spirit treasure shall surely manifest. In exchange for your protection, I can offer this companion spirit treasure to you. The voice of the blood-winged black pattern declared. Are you not the master of the blood sea? How did you end up in the western Shumi mountain? Hao Tian inquired. Intrigued, I was birthed in the blood sea. But the river of oblivion has long since claimed dominion over it. I refined the blood sea's essence, and now govern its fluctuations. Should I remain within, my transformation would inevitably draw the attention of the river of oblivion. Thus, upon gaining sentience, I amassed spiritual power to escape the blood sea. Alas, upon my emergence, I was encountered by the Saint of Guidance, who, seeing my innate uniqueness, sought to enlighten me, thereby detaining me at Shumi Mountain. The blood-winged black pattern recounted, a hint of grievance in its tone. What a predicament for a primordial being, facing life and death before even stepping into the world, only to encounter someone seeking to enlighten it upon escaping. Hao Tian found himself somewhat at a loss, for this creature, once transformed, would merely become a mosquito, seemingly of little utility beyond drawing blood, which hardly seemed significant in the grand scheme of the primordial realm. What purpose do you serve? Hao Tian questioned, gazing at the blood egg with skepticism that the blood egg hesitated. I can siphon blood. It replied, somewhat begrudgingly, yes, that all. Hao Tian pressed further. I can also consume malevolent thoughts, desires, merits, and spirit treasures. I possess a divine ability that allows me to briefly traverse space. The blood-winged black pattern's voice shrank with each word, as it realized its abilities could be perceived as rather limited and self-serving. Given your apparent lack of utility, what reason would I have to keep you? Hao Tian tightened his grip, a domineering pressure emanating from his hand, threatening to crush the blood egg. I am willing to offer everything. I beseech your majesty to spare my life. The blood-winged black pattern cried out in desperation. Though you may seem of little use, the heavenly court stands to gain from this arrangement. We shall formalize a contract. From this moment forth, you shall be a part of the heavenly court. Hao Tian produced a contract in his hand. An agreement. The blood-winged black pattern readily affixed its mark upon the document. Henceforth, It would serve the heavenly court until the end of the myriad tribulations. Any act of betrayal would result in immediate demise. Hao Tian's sternness towards the blood-winged black pattern stemmed from a place of distrust. Although the Xianmen had extricated it from the west, that did not imply it harbored animosity towards that realm. Thus, Hao Tian aimed to utilize it while remaining vigilant. The blood-winged black pattern, master of the Blood Sea. Merely by virtue of its ability to sever the river of Oblivion's hold over the Blood Sea, Hao Tian felt compelled to nurture it. For the Heavenly Court's most formidable adversaries at this juncture were the boundless Wu Tian in the Abyss and the River of Oblivion within the Blood Sea. Should he properly support this creature, it could serve to restrain the River of Oblivion in the future. Following several significant endeavors, the Heavenly Court required a period of recuperation. The army was commanded to stand down, weapons stored away, and horses released into the fields. Numerous deities and disciples of the Xianmen entered a new phase of cultivation, assimilating the resources they had acquired. Hao Tian too returned to the Heavenly Court. This time, he temporarily separated the upper and lower three heavens. The 36 great thousand worlds were beyond the current capacity of the Heavenly Court. Vast expanses remained unoccupied. Thus, the upper three heavens were transformed into the ancestral God Heaven, a garden for this progenitor of the gods, the heavenly emperor of the three realms. The lower three heavens, however, were deliberately open to the outside world, in accordance with the long-term plan for the primordial realm. Hao Tian aimed to gradually develop the lower three heavens into the first open development zone of the Heavenly Court. At this juncture, the Heavenly Court's priority was to stabilize its foundation while striving to expand its influence within the primordial realm. Once they flourished, the Blood Sea, the Abyss, and the West would hardly pose significant threats. The gap between their forces would only widen, occupying the most fertile regions of the primordial realm should the Heavenly Court truly thrive. There would be no reason to fall short. In the upper three heavens, Hao Tian gathered the sun, moon, and stars, forming a lake of the three luminaries' divine water. Simultaneously, he established the merit repository of the Heavenly Court's bank at this location, where the three luminaries' divine water met the merit lake. A golden lotus of merit swayed gently, having long since replenished its essence under the abundant nourishment of merit. It had fully restored to the 12th grade and even hinted at evolving towards the 14th grade. Beside the merit golden lotus, for pristine white lotuses of the 10th grade flourished, cultivated from the seeds of the pure world white lotus, this moment. The Heavenly Court was characterized by its opulence in merit. Surrounding the merit pond, 6 pure bamboos intertwined with yellow plums and peaches, representing Hao Tian's spiritual roots. Such a scene would elicit admiration from anyone who bore witness. It was indeed a display of affluence. Currently, Hao Tian was engaged in a meeting with his secretary, the Grand Administrator of the Heavenly Court, Taiji Jinxing, along with his deputy, Zihong Daorun, whom Hao Tian had assigned to assist Taiji since returning from the conquest of Shumi. Zihong had not returned to the Chan teaching, fully aware that he could not return once aboard the Heavenly Court's vessel. Recognizing Zihong's talents, Hao Tian decided to entrust him with the development of the lower three heavens. Although Taiji held the nominal title of supervisor, he had far too many responsibilities in the Heavenly Court, leaving most operational tasks to Zihong. The lower three heavens would serve as a window to the outside world, a channel for the Heavenly Court to connect with the human race and various primordial factions, ensuring the court maintained sufficient influence over humanity and other races. I require you both to attract elite forces from various races to the lower three heavens, to establish sects and marketplaces, fostering development. This region shall yield the finest spiritual materials, treasures, and elixirs of the primordial realm, and the merit coins flowing from here shall become the unified currency of the entire primordial world. Do you comprehend? Hao Tian instructed Taiji and Zihong. Both nodded in affirmation, signaling their understanding. Hao Tian then elaborated on the core significance of the plan and instructed Taiji to communicate with the various branches of the Heavenly Court, promoting its splendor and attracting high-caliber talents from all races to settle in the lower three heavens. In the initial phase, there would be incentives, including free housing and designated areas for sects, with future charges to be determined based on circumstances that, in essence, Although it would be known as the lower three heavens of the heavenly court, it must become a gathering place for all elite talents within the primordial realm. The planning session spanned nearly 3 days. Sihong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He found the operational aspects to be of great interest and left filled with boundless ambition. Meanwhile, Hao Tian returned to his meditative seclusion. Yet at that moment, a golden spiritual talisman nestled within Hao Tian's embrace suddenly trembled. He reached out to retrieve it, and it conveyed, "Your Majesty, Liyue invites me to explore the mysteries of Tonggu. I suspect there may be treasures left by the demon race. I seek your decree." The transmission was from Jinyang. Since departing from the heavenly court, Jinyang had established his own influence near the demon kingdom, naming it the 10,000 Demon Nation, utilizing the strength of his Jinwu bloodline. Alongside the enhancement of the Sun Essence Wheel, Jinyang had not explicitly acknowledged his demon emperor lineage, yet many remnants of the demon race sought him out for rejuvenation. Thus, he had founded the 10,000 Demon Nation. Jinyang was originally immersed in a tranquil cultivation, leveraging the fortunes of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom to ascend to the Great Luo realm. By his side were several Great Luo figures, including Fei Lian. With the aid of the bestowed upon him privately by Hao Tian, he forged a formidable foundation akin to an iron fortress. The 10,000 Demon Kingdom and the Demon Nation stood parallel. In truth, many of the great demons regarded Liyue and Jinyang as mere spectators in a performance, nothing more than a rivalry between two royal heirs of the demon realm. Although the 10,000 Demon Kingdom and the Demon Nation were divided, the overall conflicts were not particularly severe. Suddenly, Liyue sought out Jinyang, proposing an exploration of Tang Valley. While Jinyang outwardly acquiesced, he discreetly relayed the situation to Hao Tian. Upon receiving the news, Hao Tian pondered briefly, instructing Jinyang to adapt as necessary. Within this jade talisman is sealed a fragment of my divine consciousness. Should anything amiss arise, shatter it, and I shall intervene. A jade talisman flew forth from the heavenly court, landing in Jinyang's grasp. Hao Tian temporarily set this matter aside. Both Liyue and Jinyang were merely great Luo golden immortals. And for Hao Tian, such trivial adventures posed little concern. The heavenly court did not need to seize every opportunity. Yet after some contemplation, Hao Tian resolved to provide Jinyang with additional support. A single jade talisman might not suffice for safety. He commanded Kong Xuan to head to the East Sea and assist Jinyang in his endeavors. Make tea that time. Aside from ensuring Jinyang's safety, he could decide the rest for himself. Hao Tian mused, issuing a decree. With Kong Xuan's presence, coupled with his jade talisman, as long as a sage did not intervene, it should be relatively secure. Having arranged these matters, Hao Tian suddenly recalled that the Tang Valley should harbor an ancient divine tree. The Fusang tree. If he could procure the Fusang tree, would he not be able to gather the 5-element spiritual roots? He already possessed the water attribute Pantao, the gold attribute Huanggong Li, the wood attribute Lu Zhenqing Jingzhu, and the earth attribute Run Shenghua. Although the Run Shenghua did not belong to Hao Tian, he believed he could borrow it, should he manage to obtain the fire attribute Fusang tree. I may not have expressed the 5 elements spiritual roots accurately. Feel free to leave comments for corrections. He would officially assemble the great 5 elements spiritual roots. If he could set up the great 5 elements innate spiritual formation with the great 5 elements spiritual roots, transforming it into the 5 directions celestial pillars, it should suffice to reverse the current decline of spiritual energy in the Honghuang realm. Thus, Hao Tian deliberately reserved a portion of his divine consciousness for the matter concerning the Tang Valley. If the Fusang tree were to appear, he would ensure its acquisition at all costs. While deep in thought, a voice from outside announced the arrival of El Dongbin, seeking an audience with the heavenly emperor. Hao Tian was taken aback. This fellow had not visited since being saved by him. His sudden appearance suggested he had matters of import to discuss. "Let him in," Hao Tian commanded casually. Shortly thereafter, El Dongbin entered, clad in white garments and bearing a long sword. Upon seeing Hao Tian, El Dongbin bowed respectfully. "I pay my respect to my esteemed uncle. Rise. Why have you sought me out instead of cultivating in the Do Shui Palace?" Hao Tian inquired with a smile. Their bond was not particularly deep. His previous act of saving El Dongbin was primarily motivated by the need to recruit the Queen Mother of the West, as well as Laozi's entrustment. After El Dongbin's return, Hao Tian had sent him to the Do Shui Palace, where he became a disciple of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, thus establishing a sense of camaraderie, in recent days. I have sensed that my original Daoist temple is subtly re-emerging. Therefore, I wish to borrow some manpower from my esteemed uncle to reclaim my Daoist temple and retrieve my treasured tree. El Dongbin spoke somewhat bashfully. A Daoist temple? Your treasured tree? Hao Tian furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a potential connection that my Daoist temple is the purple extremity continent in the East Sea, where I was born. As for the treasure tree, it is the Fusong tree, El Dongbin clarified. Fusong? Your possession? Hao Tian questioned, intrigued. Regarding this aspect of Hong Huang's secrets, he was admittedly not well informed, having been but a young attendant in the Zhixiao Palace at the time. Though he might have heard of significant events in the Hong Huang realm, some details inevitably slipped past him. The ownership of the purple extremity continent and the Fusong tree remained unclear to Hao Tian. El Dongbin looked at Hao Tian, somewhat embarrassed, and explained, Esteemed uncle, you should know that in my previous life, I was the East Wanggong, also known as the Wood Lord. This title was derived from the Fusong tree. Yet, I recall that the Fusong tree belongs to the demon sovereign, does it not? Is it not the residence of the Golden Crow? Hao Tian continued to inquire. Hearing this, El Dongbin's expression soured, but after a moment's deliberation, he responded, This matter is quite lengthy. Back in the day, I was conferred the title of the foremost male immortal by the Dao ancestor. In the East Sea, I established the 10,000 Immortal Alliance. A formidable force in its own right to that time, the Fusong tree was indeed one of my spiritual roots, which garnered immense fame in Penglai. However, when the demon clan launched an assault, disregarding the rules of combat, several quasi-saints besieged me, leading to my eventual defeat. I not only lost the Fusong tree, but also the purple extremity continent to the demon clan. My original purple chi served as excellent nourishment for the Golden Crows. And thus, it became a breeding ground for them under the care of Dijun and Tai. El Dongbin recounted, still harboring a sense of grievance. After all, the events of that time were hardly glorious. You mentioned the purple extremity continent. Does it not also go by the name Tang Valley? Hao Tian pondered aloud to El Dongbin. Indeed, the demon clan refers to that place as Tang Valley. El Dongbin confirmed. Very well, Hao Tian sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Now, with the gathering of influential figures Jin Yang, Liu Ye, and El Dongbin all setting their sights on Tang Valley, it was likely due to Liu Ye's previous actions that the aura of Tang Valley had been revealed, prompting El Dongbin to finally recall his past life. Though the past could not be pursued, whatever was meant to be obtained must still be taken. Hao Tian turned to El Dongbin and inquired, What does the Queen Mother of the West have to say about this matter? The Queen Mother of the West and the East Wanggong are close friends. They could entrust each other with their lives. In situations such as these, it would be impossible for her not to offer assistance. El Dongbin expressed his inner turmoil. I have no intention of seeking help from my friend, the Queen Mother of the West. The past is the past. I am no longer who I once was, and she is no longer who she was. Now, I can only rely on you, esteemed uncle. Hao Tian's lips twitched slightly. The Queen Mother of the West had recently grown distant from Jin Yuanzi, even gifting him the dragon head staff left by the East Wanggong. It seemed El Dongbin harbored some lingering emotions. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this favor must be extended. I will make it clear. I can send people to assist you, and the purple extremity continent can be yours, but the usage rights of the Fusong tree must be granted to the heavenly court, with you receiving a significant portion of the benefits. El Dongbin appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, realizing that as long as he could reclaim the Fusong tree, he would naturally prioritize its use for the heavenly court. Do not misunderstand. I am not coveting the Fusong tree, but it is crucial to the heavenly court's next plans that if you can retrieve it and hand it over to the heavenly court, I will ensure you attain a prestigious position, and you will undoubtedly return to the quasi-saint realm. Hao Tian spoke with a smile, subsequently sharing his plans regarding the five elements' spiritual roots and their transformation into celestial pillars. Dongbin felt a surge of excitement, pounding his chest in assurance that he would bring back the Fusang tree. Afterward, Hao Tian contemplated for a moment before instructing him to carry his talisman to the heavenly court and seek out Xiandu, who could assemble a few capable individuals to assist, but he could not handle everything himself. After some time, Dongbin, accompanied by Xiandu, Yin Xiao, and Jin Ling, set off towards the East Sea. Hao Tian looked forward to the outcome. In truth, regardless of who obtained the Fusang tree, Hao Tian had ways to integrate them into his ranks. Even if Lu Yu were to acquire it, he could still promise it as a merit to reclaim it. After all, the five-element celestial pillars would greatly benefit the Honghuang realm. Whosoever claimed the Fusang tree would reap vast merits. The heavenly court belonged to all of Honghuang. Even Lu Yu would ultimately gain from it. It was merely a matter of how much one was willing to give. Just as he sent off the team bound for Tang Valley, Hao Tian turned to return to rest for a moment. Recently, matters had been numerous, and he had not even had the opportunity to properly observe the growth of the world tree. Yet, in that instant of turning, a piercing wail suddenly echoed from beyond the heavenly court. "Changgung, do you hear that sound?" Hao Tian inquired of the Grand Steward of the heavenly court beside him. "Reporting to your majesty, I have indeed heard it. It sounds like the roar of a dragon." Taibai Jinxing replied, straining to listen before adding, "Does it not seem as if a dragon is weeping?" Hao Tian turned back to Taibai and asked once more that I am uncertain. Taibai responded, somewhat perplexed. "Uncertain? Then hurry and investigate. This dragon has disturbed my rest. Find a few people to send it away." Hao Tian replied irritably. "Yes, your majesty," Taibai Jinxing promptly responded, then strode out. "You lot, come with me to see what is going on." Hao Tian paid little mind to these trivial matters, continuing towards the ancestral god heaven. The 33 heavens of the heavenly court, each tier ascended higher than the last. And logically, the sound should have diminished with each step. Yet, even upon reaching the ancestral god heaven, the dragon's lament persisted. This left Hao Tian somewhat irritated. Where did this foolish dragon come from? Sooner or later, he would have to cut out its dragon liver to accompany his drink. Hao Tian was particularly enraged. The voice that could reach this place must at least belong to a great Luo. It is said that the dragon liver of a great Luo pairs exquisitely with fine wine. Hao Tian's heart seethed with anger. As the heavenly emperor, was he to be denied the opportunity to indulge in a moment of folly? Before long, the bright star of Venus hurried back, having left in splendid form, yet returning with a bruised visage. "Your Majesty, there's an azure dragon outside the southern heavenly gate, weeping incessantly that I had intended to persuade it. But the dragon is obstinate. Not only did it refuse to listen, but it also sneezed, sending me flying." Taibai spoke with a hint of dejection. "How to sneeze? It blew you away." Hao Tian was taken aback. "Who exactly is it?" "Summon Zhao Gongming to capture the azure dragon." Without hesitation, Hao Tian commanded. The heavenly court was teeming with talents, and a mere dragon was hardly a concern at this moment. Zhao Gongming had already surpassed the quasi-saint realm. Equipped with spiritual treasures, capable of dealing with mid-stage quasi-saints with ease, capturing an azure dragon should pose no significant challenge. Hao Tian truly did not wish to intervene personally, as the heavenly emperor with numerous subordinates at his disposal. It was inappropriate to handle every matter himself. Under the imperial decree, Zhao Gongming naturally accepted the order. The journey from the netherworld's Fengdu to the heavenly court was not lengthy, taking roughly half an hour. Finally, Hao Tian found a moment of tranquility. He had intended to resume the music and dance, but only a few moments later, the sound of dragon roars erupted again. Zhao Gongming returned, battered and bruised. "My incompetence is to blame. I beseech the heavenly emperor to mete out punishment," Zhao Gongming said, casting a timid glance at Hao Tian. Bowing respectfully, I could see this moment. Hao Tian scrutinized Zhao Gongming closely, noticing that his injuries were not severe, merely superficial wounds. Though they appeared grave, he would recover in no time. "This dragon has a purpose." Hao Tian furrowed his brow, then suddenly rose, heading towards the southern heavenly gate. Regardless of its intentions today, Hao Tian would first teach this dragon a lesson. Outside the southern heavenly gate, a multitude of celestial beings had gathered. For beyond the heavenly gate, a colossal azure dragon was weeping uncontrollably. The cries reverberated through the heavens. Celestial beings attempted to approach and console it. But the azure dragon was tempestuous and formidable. With a mere flick of its tail, it sent nearby celestial beings soaring. The Hao Tian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the celestial assembly. A cacophony of kneeling figures filled the southern heavenly gate. Hao Tian paid them no heed, stepping forward to stand atop the dragon's head. The azure dragon suddenly raised its gaze, sensing the overwhelming pressure above. Facing it was Hao Tian, delivering a furious punch. Hao Tian's stature was diminutive compared to the towering azure dragon. Yet the punch that struck the dragon's head produced a resounding thud. The immense dragon head crashed heavily to the ground. The azure dragon, dazed, shook its head, momentarily disoriented by the tremendous impact. But soon, it was met with a violent spinning sensation. Unbeknownst to it, Hao Tian had already reached the dragon's tail, vigorously tugging it as he spun, crying, "Are we strong? Are we disturbing my rest? Are we daring to strike me? Are we? Let's see how many heads you have that can withstand my wrath." Hao Tian's fists rained down, venting his pent-up fury. The azure dragon could only emit pitiful cries, struggling to mount an effective resistance. Amidst the confrontation, Hao Tian discerned the dragon's realm. It was a powerful being at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level. He couldn't help but wonder if there were such existences among the dragon clan aside from the ancestral dragon. However, all of that would have to wait until Hao Tian had finished his beating. "Stop! Stop! I concede, a coarse, masculine voice erupted from the azure dragon. It pleaded for mercy. Hao Tian's final punch struck the ground before the dragon's head, shattering the space around them. "Speak! Why are you weeping outside my heavenly court? What is your purpose?" The azure dragon looked at Hao Tian with a sense of grievance. "I harbor no malice toward the heavenly court. I weep here merely to find my son." "Your son? There is no son of yours in the heavenly court." "Who is your son?" Hao Tian retaliated with another punch to the dragon's head. The azure dragon clutched its head in despair, crying, "My son is a yellow dragon. He is within the heavenly court." "A yellow dragon?" Hao Tian rubbed his sore wrist, his tone curiously inquiring. "Indeed, the disciple of the Shenmen, the yellow dragon Shennong, is my son. His true form is that of a yellow dragon. A member of my clan," the azure dragon explained, transforming into human form. Its once massive dragon body now resembling an elderly man, slightly hunched, with eyes filled with hope as he gazed at Hao Tian. "Yellow dragon?" Hao Tian frowned, then instructed a nearby celestial official, "Go summon the yellow dragon." Since the last time he went to Shumi Mountain, the yellow dragon Shennong had not returned to Kunlun, although he was forced onto a pirate ship. The yellow dragon understood that he could not turn back. Thus, he remained in the heavenly court alongside Sihong, currently without an official position but enjoying a relatively free existence. He had sought a lake in the heavenly court to serve as a sanctuary. "Azure Dragon, please follow me inside for a discussion." Hao Tian gestured for the azure dragon to enter the heavenly court. The azure dragon dared not cause any further trouble and obediently followed Hao Tian inside. Within the ancestral divine realm, the two found a place to converse while waiting for the arrival of the yellow dragon. "Since you are searching for your son, why not seek him out yourself? My heavenly court is well guarded. With your strength, it should be easy to enter," Hao Tian remarked, somewhat puzzled by the azure dragon's demeanor, which seemed less like a search for a son and more like a coup attempt. "To speak frankly, I hold a slight misunderstanding with the yellow dragon. I fear he would refuse to see me, which is why the azure dragon hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Surely it can't be just a slight misunderstanding. Hao Tian speculated with a hint of curiosity that moment, outside the ancestral divine realm. The celestial official sent to summon the yellow dragon returned with news. The yellow dragon Shennong has stated that he has no father or mother and is not of the dragon clan. Hence he will not be coming. Hao Tian's lips twitched. Meanwhile, the azure dragon was filled with indignation. This ungrateful wretch dares utter such words. Truly, he is beyond reckoning. "Return. My disciple has declared he has no parents." "I support his choice," Hao Tian said curtly, showing no further interest. Regardless of the facts, the yellow dragon was his disciple, and if he claimed to have none, then so be it. Thus, Hao Tian decisively indicated that the Azure Dragon could leave. The Azure Dragon stood momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Hao Tian to be so resolute. Heavenly Emperor, I swear, I am truly the father of the Yellow Dragon. Please, I only wish to see him, the Azure Dragon pleaded urgently. He does not wish to meet you, and I am powerless to assist. You are not of the Heavenly Court, so I must ask you to leave. Hao Tian gestured toward the exit, indicating that the Azure Dragon should depart. The Azure Dragon, feeling somewhat helpless, had intended to lash out, but was reminded by Hao Tian's display of strength that the Heavenly Court was not a place for his recklessness. Staggering, the Azure Dragon made his way toward the ancestral divine realm. Crying as he walked, unlike the loud wails outside the Heavenly Court, this time his cries were subdued, tears streaming silently. Hao Tian silently nodded, recognizing that this dragon was truly cunning, showing no regard for the dignity of a quasi-saint. The ancestral divine realm extended to the southern heavenly gate. While it was still part of the Heavenly Court, it was quite expansive. The distance between them spanned 30 great thousand worlds. If one were to walk step by step, it might take hundreds of years to traverse. Thus, the Azure Dragon continued his journey, weeping as he went, drawing the attention of many along the way. Searching for my son. My son is missing, he lamented, causing the entire Heavenly Court to become aware that someone was looking for their child. In this situation, the Yellow Dragon finally appeared. Enough. How long do you intend to keep this charade? The figure of the Yellow Dragon emerged not far from the Azure Dragon. Shouting in anger, and not far away, Hao Tian had also appeared. Though reluctant to mediate their grievances, he was still keen to witness the unfolding drama. Old Ten, you have been out for thousands of years. It is time to return. You are the hope of our dragon clan. If you do not return, our clan will perish. The Azure Dragon excitedly approached the Yellow Dragon. That I will not return. I have only just managed to break free. I would rather die than go back, the Yellow Dragon exclaimed passionately. You will not return. How can you repay the Dragon Clan for nurturing you for 100,000 years? The Azure Dragon angrily pointed at the Yellow Dragon, rebuking him. The Yellow Dragon, upon hearing this, became even more agitated. 100,000 years. Do you know how I have lived during this time? I am incomplete. I am a waste. At this moment, not only Hao Tian, but everyone else was left utterly bewildered. Unbeknownst to them, Wanggong was speaking in hushed tones to Hao Tian, silently conveying, I have heard that before coming to Kunlun, my junior brother Wanggong was a Tai golden immortal. However, due to the loss of his primordial essence, he has since fallen to the rank of golden immortal. Furthermore, because of this primordial deficiency, his yang qi is lacking, rendering him unable to conceive offspring. It seems that during his time at the Dragon Clan, he may have been utilized as a breeding dragon. A breeding dragon? Hao Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this novel term. Yet for 100,000 years, he has not left behind a pure-blood true dragon for the Dragon Clan. You have failed to fulfill your mission. You cannot escape. Old Ten, the Azure Dragon spoke with a hint of guilt. Thus, amidst their dialogue and with Sihong's elaboration, Hao Tian finally pieced together Huanglong's origins. Huanglong, the 10th son of the ancestral dragon. Born at the end of the Dragon Han era, he is considered the posthumous child of the ancestral dragon, having not participated in the Three Clans War and born after the Dragon Han era. He stands as the only true dragon of the Dragon Clan untainted by karmic debt. Therefore, in a bid to strengthen their lineage, the Dragon Clan has treated Wanggong as a breeding dragon. However, only pure-blood true dragons can produce pure-blood offspring. For 100,000 years, Wanggong has continuously been urged to engage with the mother dragons, yet he has been unable to produce pure-blood dragons. This incessant pressure has led to the depletion of his primordial essence, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, his cultivation has even diminished. Initially, the Dragon Clan had given up on Wanggong, as his primordial essence was insufficient, and his cultivation had fallen to that of a golden immortal. However, after the excursion to Shumi Mountain, Wanggong managed to recover a portion of his primordial essence and cultivation. This has rekindled the hopes of the Dragon Clan. What if it succeeds? In my desire to sever ties with the Dragon Clan, I even relinquish my physical form. Now, all I wish for is a peaceful existence. I implore you, do not disturb me any further. Will you? Should you continue to harass me, I shall immediately resort to self-castration. Huang Long shouted vehemently, raising his palm as if to strike. Stop! Hao Tian swiftly approached Huang Long, seizing his impulsive right hand. There's no need for such drastic measures, Hao Tian hastily advised. Master Uncle, I would rather die than return. After all these years, I have grown weary of this incessant interaction. You must sever this karmic root and rid me of this torment. Huang Long cried out upon seeing Hao Tian. Hao Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, gently waved his hand, knocking Huang Long down to prevent him from becoming overly agitated. He then turned to Azure Dragon. How many partners have you arranged for Huang Long, causing him such severe psychological trauma? Hao Tian inquired with exasperation. Not many. Actually, just under a day of this practice, Azure Dragon replied, extending a single finger. Point 1. Hao Tian asked uncertainly. That does not seem excessive. A bit more. Azure Dragon admitted shyly. Point 10. Hao Tian pondered. That seems manageable. Continuously, Azure Dragon said, somewhat embarrassed. Hao Tian gasped in disbelief. Continuously for 100,000 years. Are you certain? Hao Tian looked at Azure Dragon as if he were gazing at livestock. Of course, we have also employed a few methods. After all, within the Dragon Clan, only Huang Long is free from karmic ties, while the mother dragons with karmic debts number at least 20 to 30,000. Azure Dragon lowered his head, speaking softly. If you persist in this manner, not only Huang Long, but even Dao Ancestor would struggle to endure. Hao Tian exclaimed, incredulous at how Azure Dragon disregarded Huang Long's humanity, treating him merely as a tool for reproduction. I beseech the Heavenly Emperor to return Huang Long to our Dragon Clan. In exchange, we are willing to dispatch 3 to Luo as a trade. Azure Dragon suddenly bowed deeply before Hao Tian, and a hint of coldness flickered across Hao Tian's face. The value of my disciples far exceeds that of your 3 to Luo. The Heavenly Court shall never engage in trade involving my disciples. This person is not to be taken. Hao Tian's voice reverberated throughout the Heavenly Court, significantly boosting the morale of all present. Protecting one's own is an undeniable method to elevate the spirit of a faction. After all, everyone knows who truly has their best interests at heart. Azure Dragon's expression darkened. He had initially intended to forcibly take Huang Long, but it now seemed impossible. Second brother, return for now. I shall speak with him. At that moment, a deep and powerful voice emerged from within Azure Dragon's body. Subsequently, a middle-aged man clad in black leaped forth from above Azure Dragon's head. I greet the Heavenly Emperor. The black-clad man bowed upon seeing Hao Tian. Meanwhile, the aged Azure Dragon transformed into a streak of light, merging into the body of the black-clad man. Candle Dragon, Azure Dragon. Hao Tian frowned, observing the man before him, whose behavior resembled that of a nested doll. Much to his displeasure, I have heard the Heavenly Emperor announce the Heavenly Court's 1,000-year plan, which includes provisions to unite and assist our Dragon Clan, that I wonder if this plan is still in effect. Candle Dragon inquired respectfully. Hao Tian nodded gently. He clearly remembered the first 1,000-year plan of the Heavenly Court, which indeed addressed issues concerning the 3 clans and even the Wu and Yao. Now, our Dragon Clan is in peril. Besieged by karmic influences, the pureblood Dragon Clan numbers fewer than 50,000, each burdened with malevolent aura. I wonder if the Heavenly Emperor has any solutions to enlighten me. Candle Dragon's expression turned serious as he bowed. Indeed, Hao Tian nodded. Upon hearing this, Candle Dragon's eyes radiated with boundless brilliance. I humbly request the Heavenly Emperor to enlighten me. The Dragon Clan is immensely grateful. Candle Dragon expressed with deep respect. Hao Tian shook his head. This method pertains to the Dragon Clan and my Heavenly Court. I can only discuss it with the Ancestral Dragon. A hint of helplessness crossed Candle Dragon's face. The Heavenly Emperor should know that during the 3 Clans War, our Dragon Clan's leader chose to remain eternally bound to the 4 seas for the sake of our lineage's survival. He is currently suppressing the sea's core and cannot venture out. Hao Tian chuckled, gazing at Candle Dragon with a playful expression. In that case, my friend, please return. Candle Dragon was momentarily taken aback before a bitter smile crept onto his lips. How did you discern that? If your Dragon Clan possessed so many peak quasi-saints, then surely you would not have ended up in such a dire situation against the Phoenix and Qilan clans back then, Hao Tian remarked leisurely. Now I, Candle Dragon, the ancestral dragon's benevolent corpse, greet the heavenly emperor. Candle Dragon bowed to Hao Tian, smiling that in this world there are countless prodigies. The ancestral dragon is indeed among the most extraordinary talents. Today I realize that both Azure Dragon and Candle Dragon are, in fact, one and the same. They are but the three corpses of the ancestral dragon. Who says the ancestral dragon cannot sever the three corpses? Your talent is unparalleled, esteemed elder. I am in awe. Hao Tian proclaimed with a smile and a bow. Such flattery is unwarranted. I have come today not only for the Dragon Clan, but also to seek an audience with the Heavenly Emperor regarding my young son. Candle Dragon's voice shifted, revealing that the being presently inhabiting his form was none other than the sacred beast Q-Ing El-Ing, who is suppressing the four seas. What does the ancestral dragon wish to discuss with me? Hao Tian inquired non-committally. Naturally, it pertains to collaboration. Though our dragon clans suffered immense losses during the Dragonhan calamity, we still have over 10 to Luo and more than 100 Taiji, although burdened by karmic debts. If the Heavenly Court requires assistance, we can still prove to be a valuable asset, the ancestral dragon expressed with a smile. Hao Tian nodded, acknowledging the remaining strength of the Dragon Clan. Despite their decline, their residual power still surpassed that of the current human race. While the Dragon Clan's remaining strength is formidable, it is of little use to me. The true value you hold for me, ancestral dragon, is your own self. Hao Tian stated with a smile that I am currently bound to suppress the four seas and cannot easily venture forth. Even if I were of use to the Heavenly Emperor, I am helpless, the ancestral dragon remarked with some confusion. Suppressing the four seas is exceedingly arduous. Although the ancestral dragon has managed to reach the saintly realm with the aid of heavenly Tao, such stability is tenuous that I intend to appoint the four divine beasts to suppress the primordial chaos of the world at that time. All I require from you, ancestral dragon, is cooperation. Should we succeed, you may officially enter the saintly realm rather than remain as a mere pseudo-saint. Hao Tian continued. This endeavor would be beneficial to me, that I shall certainly cooperate, but the continuation of my dragon clan requires the Heavenly Emperor's efforts. As long as our lineage can endure, I, the ancestral dragon, would consider it worthwhile to sacrifice my life. The ancestral dragon's voice resonated, low and solemn. The continuation of lineage is the paramount concern of any race. Presently, the pure-blooded dragon clan, free from karmic ties, consists of only Wanggong. The extinction of the dragon clan seems imminent. Those burdened with karmic debts cannot bear offspring. Only purebloods can produce purebloods. This is a veritable nightmare for the dragon clan. Hao Tian pondered briefly before turning to the ancestral dragon with a question. Before we proceed, I would like to inquire, ancestral dragon, does the dragon clan regard true dragons based on bloodline or on the inheritance of blood? Bloodline or blood inheritance? This is a rather metaphysical question. If one were to regard bloodline as noble, it would resemble the Western divine realm, where only children born of gods can be considered divine, while mere mortals cannot ascend to divinity. Conversely, if one were to regard it as blood inheritance, it becomes much simpler. As long as one possesses sufficient cultivation, one can attain divinity without needing to be the child of someone significant. In the specific context of the dragon clan, it becomes even clearer. Is a true dragon defined by possessing pure dragon blood, or is it only those born of true dragons that can be deemed true dragons? Regarding this matter, Zulong exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Those of pure bloodline are indeed true dragons, while those born with impure blood cannot be deemed true dragons. Hao Tian nodded. This response was anticipated. The lineage of the dragon race must be prioritized above all. Thus, I possess a method worthy of discussion with you, my friend. Hao Tian acquiesced and continued. In the past, when all beings transformed into dragons, the bloodline of the dragon race spread throughout the vast wilderness, resulting in a multitude of dragonkind among the postnatal beings. Among these dragonkind, many are endowed with extraordinary talents and capabilities. However, constrained by their postnatal bloodlines, they are unable to ascend. Therefore, the The dragon race must establish a dragon gate to assist these dragonkind in purifying their bloodlines and transforming into true dragons. Establish a dragon gate, purify the bloodline to become true dragons. Zulong echoed Hao Tian's words, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation that, in truth, the method proposed by Hao Tian starkly contradicted the original approach of the dragon race. Traditionally, the dragon race aimed to continuously birth new pure blood dragons, a creation from nothing. Yet Hao Tian sought to transform the existing dragonkind. Even if some dragonkind could defy the odds and transform, what bloodline could empower them? Unless Zulong's gaze shifted to the unconscious Wanggong beside him. Wanggong is currently the sole pure blood dragon. Thus, to create more dragons, one must sever the bloodline and bestow it upon others. Zulong displayed not a trace of hesitation. Although Wanggong lay in a state of unconsciousness, he instinctively felt an icy chill coursing through him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The Heavenly Emperor will grant me this lad, after I separate his bloodline. I shall return him to you, without inflicting a single injury upon him. Since he is unwilling to be a dragon, let him instead serve as a disciple of the Xianmen, Zulong expressed with a tinge of melancholy. After all, Wanggong was his own progeny. Yet for the sake of the dragon race, such sacrifices must be made. My friend, you jest. Regardless of Wanggong's strength, how much bloodline can he yield? At most, he could barely forge a dozen true spirits. The bloodline I speak of originates from the dragon tomb of our race, Hao Tian stated. The dragon tomb, Zulong acknowledged. Prior to the war among the three races, the dragon race had countless mercenaries, with true dragons numbering over 100 million. Although the final battle resulted in heavy casualties, the majority of the dragon corpses were interred in the dragon tomb. If one were to speak candidly, the dragon race was not lacking in vital blood. And all that blood was devoid of karma. When the heavenly karma descended, all those dragons had already perished in battle. The heavenly Tao would not impose punishment upon you that I possess a world tree that can assist you in enlightening a world seed. Furthermore, I have the method to open the inner world, which requires a formidable being above the great Luo level to merge with the world seed and establish the Dragon Gate world. The world can then be entrusted to the world tree, which will naturally sense the Dragon Gate and guide those who transform into dragons into it, Hao Tian remarked, directing a smile toward Zulong. The opening of the inner world, combined with the world seed birthed from the world tree, would undoubtedly allow for the creation of a vast world. Henceforth, guiding beings into the Dragon Gate to purify their bloodlines would become a matter of course. Zulong contemplated for less than a quarter of an hour, then resolutely gazed at Hao Tian. I humbly request, Heavenly Emperor, to bestow upon me the legal decree and the world seed. Zulong bowed respectfully. Let us wait until a great Luo from the dragon race arrives to grant it. The world seed cannot endure for long. Revealing it too early would diminish its efficacy. Hao Tian gestured dismissively, explaining to Zulong. The world seed is the essence of a world tree. Its emergence would provoke the innate devouring of the primordial heavens and earth. Thus it must be done swiftly. No need. Let my avatar take on the creation of the Dragon Gate. Only I can mobilize the vital blood of the fallen dragon spirits within the dragon tomb. And only I can ensure the stability of this bloodline's inheritance for millennia, Zulong declared with unwavering conviction. Humans possess selfish motives. Dragons are no different. The dragon race is not a monolith. Only Zulong can command all. The Dragon Gate artifact and the sacred grounds of the dragon tomb cannot be entrusted to another. Only Zulong may safeguard them. Hao Tian observed Zulong, whose dark eyes brimmed with resolve, a testament to his faith in his kin. Such a gaze is possessed by only a select few, akin to the three ancestors of the human race. Very well. In light of this, I shall respect your opinion. Hao Tian waved his hand, and in the depths of the heavenly court, the surrounding mist dispersed, in the midst of the cosmos, a colossal divine tree stood tall. A branch extended, and a crystalline seed fell into Zulong's hands. Without hesitation, Zulong consumed the world seed, having just received the method to open the inner world from Hao Tian. Zulong transformed his avatar into a magnificent dragon form, a glimmer of divine light blossoming from the dragon's mouth. That was the dragon pearl, as well as the world seed. Heavenly Emperor, I am Zhulong, the avatar of Zhulong. Today, I am acutely aware that the bloodlines of the dragonkind are vast and tangled, making ascension difficult. Thus, I shall transform my being into the Dragon Gate world. Henceforth, any dragonkind who ascends to the level of celestial immortal may call upon the Dragon Gate world through their bloodline. Undergo trials, enter the Dragon Gate, and immerse themselves in the dragon race's blood pool to purify their bloodlines and ascend to true dragons. Hao Tian smiled. Zhulong truly possesses great ambition. Others pray to the heavenly Tao. Yet he seeks the heavenly Emperor. Indeed, the path has widened. At that moment, Hao Tian revealed his towering form, pointing toward the void, and the world tree materialized. In the land of the surrounding mountains, the Jinmu tree reached the heavens. Upon it, the 3,000 Tao fruits shimmered, representing the 3,000 worlds. At that moment, a shadow of a world appeared. With Hao Tian's exclamation of approved, it descended into Zhulong's form. Then, Zhulong's immense dragon body began to disintegrate. Completely merging into the dragon pearl within the dragon's mouth from across the seas, a celestial cave emerged, also merging within. That was the dragon tomb, now entirely fused with the Dragon Gate world. Henceforth, the death and rebirth of dragons would take place within the Dragon Gate world. At the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint, Zhulong merged into this, embodying the heavenly Tao of the vast world. The world tree extended its branches, drawing this Dragon Gate world onto itself. Subsequently, the Dragon Gate world vanished. Meanwhile, within the vast wilderness, the melodious roars of dragons resonated from all directions. This was the culmination of countless years of dragonkind, suddenly presented with the opportunity to transform, heedlessly rushing toward the Dragon Gate to seize the chance to become dragons. A grand transformation into dragons unfolded over the course of a month. Within that month, dozens of true dragons emerged from the dragon race. Throughout this time, Zhulong's smile never faltered. The reception of each true dragon brought offerings of wealth, treasures, and techniques simultaneously. As the transformation into dragons continued to unfold, a blazing light erupted above the eastern sea that signified the emergence of Tonggu. With the emergence of Tonggu, a torrent of fiery waves surged into the sky. Deep within the eastern sea, purple energy enveloped the area, flames soared, and clouds billowed in vibrant hues, accompanied by the roars of true dragons. Naturally, this captured the attention of countless beings in the heavenly court. Hao Tian squinted his eyes toward the east. He pondered the fate of the several teams dispatched by the heavenly court. This time, there were 2 teams in total, one led by Jinyong and the other by El Dongbin. Heavenly Emperor, with the emergence of Tonggu, my dragon race is willing to dispatch elite personnel to seize the treasures within and present them to your majesty. Zhulong addressed Hao Tian with a respectful gesture. Hao Tian regarded Zhulong, who now bore an expression of sincerity. One might mistakenly think he was a loyal servant of the heavenly court for many years. Why such earnestness, my friend? Hao Tian inquired, somewhat puzzled, as the relationship between the dragon race and himself was not particularly profound. Although he held some obligation to the dragon race, their proactive demeanor left Hao Tian feeling somewhat unaccustomed. The reason is simple. My progenitor Zhulong fought countless battles in the beginning, ultimately establishing the dragon race. From that moment, I grasped a fundamental truth. The greatest wisdom in action is to go all in. Zhulong chuckled, explaining to go all in. Hao Tian frowned, pondering the novelty of this term to devote oneself entirely, unreservedly revealing one's trump cards, and then striking down others in one fell swoop. That is to go all in. Zhulong elucidated, his eyes gleaming with reminiscence. Going all in is a form of wisdom. Zhulong continued, recalling the tumultuous days of yore. During the war among the 3 races, had I not acted decisively and gone all in, charging with overwhelming forces against the Phoenix tribe, swiftly toppling them, how could my dragon race have achieved such brilliance as second place? Now that the dragon race has resolved the issue of true dragons, I have long recognized that the dragon race must not forsake its past. Now, aligning with the heavenly court is the best outcome for the dragon race. Thus, we are willing to dedicate our entire strength to repay your majesty. I implore the Heavenly Emperor to acknowledge the sincerity of my dragon race and not to disregard our sacrifice. Zulong concluded, bowing once more. Very well. Today I, Hao Tian, vow to the heavenly Tao. The dragon race shall not betray me, and I shall never forsake the dragon race. Hao Tian raised his hands to the heavens, making his solemn vow. Excellent. Heavenly Emperor, witness as my dragon race seizes treasures for the heavenly court. Zulong turned to depart, setting off toward the eastern sea with great vigor. Hao Tian gazed wistfully toward the direction of the eastern sea, contemplating this as the dragon race's declaration of allegiance. Squinting, he noticed a streak of light returning from the direction Zulong had vanished. Hao Tian furrowed his brow, pondering what was amiss. Had Zulong returned again? As he drew nearer, Hao Tian discerned that it was not Zulong, but Tongten, brandishing a sword with an icy demeanor. What is the matter now? Hao Tian regarded Tong Tian with a hint of exasperation, sensing that this individual had come seeking trouble. Senior brother, you have arrived. Upon seeing Tong Tian's arrival, Hao Tian hurriedly approached to greet him. Indeed, junior brother, come with me, Tong Tian responded, taking long strides toward the realm of the ancestral gods. Hao Tian felt somewhat helpless, uncertain of what his senior brother intended. However, since we are already here, we cannot simply ignore the situation. The two individuals walked into the realm of the ancestor deity, one in front of the other. Hao Tian drew his sword, ready to strike. You must admit, was it not your manipulation that incited him to desire an escape from what an injustice, my senior brother? It was entirely the idea of Duo Bao himself. I even attempted to dissuade him, offering him an alternative path. Faced with Tong Tian's sword, Hao Tian quickly dodged, all the while attempting to clarify the misunderstanding. Clearly, that rascal Duo Bao had ventured to Jinao Island, spouting nonsense that led Tong Tian to believe he was to blame. The two were engaged in a frenetic chase, creating chaos in the realm of the ancestor deity. Fortunately, no one else could intrude upon this place. Ultimately, Hao Tian summoned the 14th grade Golden Lotus, securing his own protection. Senior brother, if you strike me again, I shall be compelled to retaliate. Hao Tian, somewhat indignant, reflected on how he had endured many beatings from Tong Tian in the past, yet the present was a different matter. Upon encountering the 14th grade Golden Lotus, Tong Tian was rendered momentarily speechless. Is this the one I bestowed upon you? Tong Tian, in disbelief, pointed at the magnificent lotus before him. Indeed, it is, Hao Tian chuckled. 14th grade? My goodness, with a clang. The Qingping sword fell to the ground. Tong Tian reached out to caress the 14th grade Golden Lotus, overwhelmed with excitement. Junior brother, when shall we exchange back? Tong Tian, with a somewhat shameless expression, inquired of Hao Tian. Hao Tian, looking utterly perplexed, feigned ignorance, and asked about the lotus exchange. Did he not say back then that we would temporarily swap your white lotus for my golden lotus, and later return it to me? I believe the time has come for us to exchange back. This is not your lotus. You gave me a 10th grade golden lotus, which is over there. Hao Tian waved his hand to store the 14th grade golden lotus and then pointed to a corner of the pool, where a 10th grade golden lotus floated serenely. Senior brother,